Chapter 1. The Anomaly. In the Dragon Country, in Chuzhou, at the Xiaoqing campus of Blue Ocean University, the essence of youth wafted through the air, mingling with the fragrances of romance, leisurely strolls, and invigorating runs. On the weathered track, two young men, clad in flamboyant pink attire, attracted the curious glances of their fellow students. One of them, who stood on the left, appeared rather short, estimating around 1.70 meters. His physique was robust, exuding strength rather than bulkiness. Beneath a neatly cropped hairstyle, his resolute face bore a hint of mischievous charm. Suddenly, this young man seemed to recall something and turned to his companion, inquiring, "Akong, are there 2 exams next week?" The individual being questioned pondered briefly before nodding. "Yes, one on Thursday and another on Friday. However, they are merely 2 easy subjects. Let's head to the print shop later to print out past exam papers. And we can just spend the last 2 or 3 days memorizing the answers. There's no need to panic." Akong, slightly taller at about 1.77 meters, possessed a well-proportioned physique with subtle muscles visible on his arms. Although not conventionally handsome, his features were distinctly defined. His brows were thick and prominent, and while his eyes were not large, they were dark and resolute. Indeed. Let's not worry about it for now." The shorter student, named Su Yuan, was accompanied by his roommate Lin Kong, both of whom were third-year students at Blue Ocean University. Although it was the May Day holiday, the duo chose to remain on campus, deterred by the crowds outside, and decided to go for a run together in the evening. As for the infrequent holiday being wasted on not venturing out, nonsense. For college students, as long as they had the courage, every day could feel like a holiday. The two continued their lighthearted banter as they jogged. Before long, a few raindrops suddenly splashed onto Lin Kong's face, prompting him to wipe away the moisture. "Damn, is it about to rain?" "Surely not. I recall the weather forecast predicting nothing but sunshine for the next few days, not even a hint of overcast." Su Yuan responded. "Not true. I felt raindrops on my face. It must be coming down." "Damn, I felt them too. What the hell? The weather forecast has betrayed me again," Su Yuan exclaimed in frustration, evidently not a stranger to such disappointments. Lin Kong immediately turned and dashed toward the dormitory building. As they sprinted through the downpour, the initially sporadic rain quickly escalated into a torrential downpour. The sound of the rain crashing against the ground drowned out all other noises on campus. Amidst their run, Lin Kong sensed something peculiar. "Yuanzi, do you notice something odd about this rain? It doesn't feel cold on our skin, rather, it feels warm." "Is that so? It does seem a bit unusual. Never mind, let's hurry." Minutes later, the two drenched boys, resembling individuals pulled from a river, opened the door to dorm for 19. Inside, another roommate was intently engrossed in a video game at the desk. Upon entering, Lin Kong glanced at the mobile phone tightly gripped in the gamer's hands and playfully patted his shoulder, saying, "Hey, still going strong, Special Forces?" The gamer immediately shook his shoulders, trying to dislodge Lin Kong's hand, and hurriedly shushed him. "Shushu. I get it, you're listening for sounds, right, Lao Huang?" Lin Kong chuckled, choosing not to tease further. He turned and changed out of his already soaked clothes before heading for a shower. After his shower, Lin Kong reclined comfortably on his bed, picking up his phone to scroll through social media. Not long after, he stumbled upon discussions regarding the rain they had just experienced, piquing his interest. As he perused the content, he noticed many people complaining about how the sudden downpour had disrupted their plans. Before long, a meticulous netizen detected something amiss. After compiling data, they were astonished to discover that this inexplicable rain had fallen across various regions nationwide. Some even reported that several foreign areas experienced the same phenomenon. Moreover, the timing of the rain and its cessation was nearly identical across the locations. Though the rain itself lasted only about 40 to 50 minutes, the peculiar aspect was that it had occurred almost simultaneously around the globe and ceased just as uniformly. This sparked bold speculations among the populace, leading to an increase in discussions and video content about the phenomenon. As time passed, the fervor surrounding the rain intensified rather than waned. Soon, an official announcement was released regarding the matter, stating that an expert team had been organized to analyze the rain's origins and composition. Those who had been caught in the downpour showed no adverse effects upon testing, and the public was urged to remain calm. After reading the announcement, Lin Kong's unease did not dissipate. He continued scrolling through other posts and comments. "I sense something is amiss. As he browsed through post after post, Lin Kong's anxiety grew stronger. He and Su Yuan had both been soaked in the rain for a considerable time, with the water having drenched every inch of their skin. If this rain truly posed a threat, they would undoubtedly be affected. Yet, at this moment, aside from perusing the latest news on his phone, he had no other recourse. He could only silently pray that this global downpour was merely a coincidence. Lin Kong turned to discuss the matter with Su Yuan, but neither had any viable solutions, so they decided to let it go for the time being. Let's hope nothing goes wrong, Lin Kong thought helplessly, losing interest in his phone, and soon drifted off to sleep. The following morning in Dorm 419. Cold. So cold. Hot. Lin Kong awoke abruptly, disturbed by a strong sense of discomfort coursing through his body. He felt an alternating sensation of chill and heat, as if he were being tossed into a boiling vat of oil one moment and plunged into the icy depths of the Arctic the next. Damn, am I running a fever? Instinctively, he thought to get out of bed to search for antipyretics. However, before he could rise, a sudden, intense throbbing pain erupted in his head, akin to a multitude of steel needles relentlessly stabbing at his skull. Ah! The unimaginable headache forced him to curl up in bed, covering his head with his hands in a futile attempt to combat the agony. The excruciating pain assailed his senses, wearing down his willpower. Just as he felt he might succumb, the tormenting headache began to subside, eventually vanishing completely after several agonizing seconds. It must be because of that rain yesterday. Given Lin Kong's regular routine and dedication to fitness, he considered himself to have a reasonably good constitution. Thus, he concluded that the discomfort he was experiencing was likely a result of last night's rain. Once he regained his composure, Lin Kong carefully assessed his body for any lingering abnormalities, only to be astonished to find that his physical condition felt unusually invigorated. It was as if his body, previously drained of energy for over a decade, had suddenly been replenished with a surge of vitality. Just as he prepared to stretch and further examine his state, he heard a muffled groan from Su Yuan across the room. Yuanzi, are you also experiencing a headache? Lin Kong quickly turned to look at Su Yuan. On the opposite bed, Su Yuan was curled up, brow furrowed, seemingly suffering under significant distress. As Lin Kong was about to rise to assist Su Yuan, another wave of intense pain struck his mind. No way, not again? Before he could finish his complaint, he slumped back down, bracing himself against the onslaught. This time it doesn't seem as painful as the first. While enduring the intense suffering, he mentally muttered to himself. Having learned from his previous experience, Lin Kong found it easier to cope with his second bout of headache. Before long, the agonizing pain mysteriously dissipated once again. Rubbing his temples, he slowly sat up and noticed that Su Yuan had also sat up, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his face reflecting a state of confusion. Yuanzi, are you feeling a headache too? With Su Yuan also experiencing a headache, it seemed increasingly likely that the cause was indeed last night's rain. Before Lin Kong could delve deeper into his thoughts, Su Yuan's voice interrupted him. Kong, it seems there's some commotion over at Lao Huang's bed. Could something be wrong with him too? That shouldn't be the case. Lao Huang didn't get caught in the rain. Lin Kong glanced over at their roommate Lao Huang, who had been playing games the previous night. He saw Lao Huang curled up, facing away from them, occasionally letting out low groans. The two felt a distinct tremor coming from Lao Huang's body. Lin Kong hopped off his bed, intending to approach and check on Lao Huang's condition. 1 step, 2 steps. As Lao Huang's face and other exposed skin came into view, Lin Kong's pupils dilated. His body instinctively recoiled 2 steps back, clearly startled. Noticing Lin Kong's unusual reaction, Su Yuan quickly approached him. What's wrong, Kong? Lao Huang seems off. Lao Huang has a headache too? Su Yuan assumed Lin Kong was referring to a headache, and he walked around Lin Kong to check on Lao Huang. As Lin Kong had anticipated, the next moment, Su Yuan stumbled backward in shock. Had it not been for Lin Kong supporting him from behind, he likely would have fallen to the ground. It wasn't that the two were timid, they were simply taken aback by Lao Huang's current state, which would unnerve anyone who laid eyes upon it. Only a glance at Lao Huang's facino, not just his face, but his entire skin revealed an eerie shade of ashen gray. Veins protruded grotesquely from his skin, resembling dark, writhing worms. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Lao Huang's nails were unnaturally elongated and dark, exuding a menacing sharpness. Kong, what on earth is wrong with Lao Huang? Could it be poisoning? Su Yuan exclaimed anxiously. It doesn't feel that simple. This change in Lao Huang seems somewhat reminiscent of Lin Kong replied gravely, hesitating as if reluctant to voice his thoughts. Reminiscent of what? Of becoming a zombie. Ah? The predicament Lin Kong and Su Yuan faced stemmed from being caught in the rain last night, which was somewhat understandable. Yet, Lao Huang had not been caught in the rain. How could he suddenly transform into a zombie? Regaining his composure, Su Yuan prepared to rush forward. What are you doing? Lin Kong immediately grasped Su Yuan's arm to restrain him. Of course, I'm going to wake Lao Huang. We need to find out what's going on with him. Don't act recklessly. If Lao Huang wakes up, we might be in serious trouble. What should we do then? Call the police. Su Yuan urged in desperation. Lao Huang could awaken any moment now. We might not have the time. We need to restrain him first. Lin Kong, eyeing Lao Huang's dark, sharp nails, quickly located 2 pieces of clothing and handed one to Su Yuan. Yuanzi, on my command, we will simultaneously bind Lao Huang's hands and secure them to the bed frame. Understood? 3, 2, 1. As the words left his mouth, Lin Kong and Su Yuan swiftly approached Lao Huang, wrapping his hands tightly with the clothing before securing them to the bed frame. After tying the knot, Lin Kong noticed that Lao Huang remained unconscious, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. Even if Lao Huang had indeed transformed into a zombie, his restrained hands significantly mitigated the danger he posed. Yuanzi, hurry up and call for help. He'll secure Lao Huang tighter. Right? As Lin Kong spoke, he intended to fetch more clothing. However, just as he finished, a raspy, chilling roar erupted near his ear. Chapter 2. Dual Abilities. The apocalypse begins upon hearing the deafening roar. Lin Kong immediately turned his gaze toward the direction of Lao Huang's bed. That familiar yet grotesque visage swiftly consumed his entire line of sight. In that fleeting moment, Lin Kong completely forgot that Lao Huang's hands had been tightly bound, leaving him with little opportunity to inflict harm. He felt as though Lao Huang's gaping maw would rend him to shreds in the next heartbeat. His mind was in disarray, his thoughts a blank slate, yet his body instinctively reacted. He stepped back while forcefully sweeping his hand forward. As his arm swung upward, the fruit knife that had been hanging beside the desk suddenly shot forth like a piercing arrow toward Lao Huang's head. With a sickening thud, the blade embedded itself into Lao Huang's skull, and he collapsed onto the bed, lifeless. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Kong. What just happened? Su Yuan stood there, utterly bewildered, having had no time to process the events unfolding before him. I don't know, Lin Kong murmured, staring vacantly at the knife lodged in Lao Huang's head. Had he truly killed him? No, the moment Lao Huang lunged at him. Lin Kong had realized that he was no longer the Lao Huang he once knew. Yet, the sensation lingered, as if he had committed murder. Just yesterday, they had shared laughter, and today, he had plunged a knife into his friend's skull. It was a truth that Lin Kong found difficult to fathom. It is no longer Lao Huang. After a long pause, Lin Kong spoke resolutely, a statement meant for both Su Yuan and himself. He then turned his gaze toward the fruit knife embedded in Lao Huang's head. In that instant when Lao Huang had lunged at him, his mind had been paralyzed, yet his body had reacted uncontrollably. He had no idea what effect a simple wave of his hand could have. However, the outcome of that action left him utterly astonished. It felt surreal. Lin Kong reflected on that enchanting and bewildering sensation. Suddenly, the blood-stained fruit knife flew out from Lao Huang's head, hovering in front of him. Wow, a Kong! Have you awakened a superpower? Su Yuan exclaimed, his face lit up with amazement, the shadow of Lao Huang's passing momentarily forgotten. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Lin Kong felt a stirring within. He closed his eyes to attune himself to his being. In an instant, a surge of unfamiliar information imprinted itself in his mind, as if it were instinctual. Su Yuan observed Lin Kong in silence, but then he wondered if he might also awaken a power. And he too began to concentrate quietly. Minutes later, Lin Kong opened his eyes, his heart brimming with exhilaration. He had indeed awakened a power. Perhaps it could be termed an extraordinary ability, and, astonishingly, he had two. Lin Kong was uncertain how common it was to awaken two abilities, but he understood that possessing two was undoubtedly superior to one. The first ability was named with source power, granting him the capacity to manipulate plants and heal himself. The second ability was called divine thought, the very power he had just employed to control the fruit knife. However, this ability to manipulate objects seemed merely one facet of its potential. From the hazy information, Lin Kong sensed that this ability was far more intricate than it appeared, yet the specifics remained elusive to Kong. What's the verdict? Su Yuan inquired with palpable excitement. I have indeed awakened extraordinary powers. One is with source power, and the other is divine thought, which grants me the ability to manipulate objects, Lin Kong replied. Having shared a bond over the years, Lin Kong trusted Su Yuan implicitly. Moreover, given their precarious situation in the apocalypse, where unforeseen dangers lurked, he felt it prudent to be transparent about his dual abilities to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings or barriers. How can you have two powers? Su Yuan exclaimed, bewildered. I am not entirely sure. But judging by your elation, you must have awakened a power as well? Hee. I awakened Earth's source power. Su Yuan replied, brimming with excitement. Then it seems we are indeed fated to be together. Huh? What do you mean by that? With both of us together, isn't it time for a civil engineering sweep of the world? Su Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words due to Lin Kong's humor. But a Kong? Our Earth power? Earth ability, can it be used like the Earth and would release scene in animations? While abilities in animation stem from imagination, it remains to be seen if we can replicate them. However, they certainly serve as excellent points of reference. Lin Kong concurred, recognizing the value of cinematic inspiration. Nevertheless, they had little time to dwell on their excitement. The corpse of Lao Huang lay on the bed, and the cacophony of roars and desperate cries from outside the dormitory incessantly reminded them that the crisis had only just begun. Zhao Yunlong, it's me, Li Ba. Don't you recognize me? What kind of monster is this? Someone, please help me. Zombies. Help, Jiegu. Don't come any closer. Help. Is this the end of the world? Su Yuan murmured, the earlier thrill dissipating in an instant. Perhaps, Lin Kong replied slowly, moving toward the balcony to gaze at the neighboring dormitory, 40 meters away. Inside one room, a zombie was ravenously tearing into a struggling student. But soon, the student fell still, a mere plaything for the undead. This horrific scene was mirrored in countless other dormitories. Overwhelmed by the gruesome sight, Lin Kong's legs weakened, and he sank to the ground, gasping for breath, pressing his hand against his chest, the rapid thumping of his heart a stark reminder that he was still alive. Su Yuan, beside him, bent over, retching uncontrollably. Although Lao Huang's corpse lay within their dormitory, and Lin Kong had been the one to take action, the process had been clean and swift. The visceral shock of the bloody, dismembered scene across the way was far more direct and intense. They were fortunate they hadn't eaten breakfast. Otherwise, they would have surely vomited at a Kong. Will we meet the same fate? Su Yuan's face turned pale. His eyes vacant. No, we will survive. We have to, Lin Kong instinctively retorted, his voice firm as he spoke. His resolve to live grew stronger. They are just zombies. We can kill them. I just took one down. I can do it again. If they want to eat me, then let us take them out first. Lin Kong's eyes gleamed with determination. Yes, let us fight back, Su Yuan echoed, inspired by Lin Kong's words. He was not a weak individual, and the fire within him ignited. He yearned to charge forward and fight. Once his body settled, Lin Kong continued to survey the scene across the way, noting that amidst the despair, there were still many struggling to survive. On one balcony, 2 students were desperately holding the door shut, and through the window, he could faintly see claws flailing behind it. In another room, a person was frantically stabbing a zombie's head with a fruit knife, though he too was splattered with blood, uncertain whether it was the zombies or his own. Alas, there are cries for help all over the internet. I wonder how many will perish, Su Yuan said, approaching with his phone in hand. This change is likely a consequence of yesterday's rain. Since it rained globally, zombies must have emerged everywhere. Why did we not turn into zombies after the rain, but instead awaken powers? Su Yuan questioned, perplexed. Perhaps it is precisely because we were caught in the rain that this happened, Lin Kong speculated. Has there been any official news? He asked again. None. It seems the authorities are preoccupied with their own crises and cannot attend to others for now. Suddenly, Lin Kong recalled something and said to Su Yuan, by the way, Yuanzi, let us hold off on contacting Uncle Lai for now. We wouldn't want our phones to make noise and put him in danger. I'm finished. I just messaged my dad. Su Yuan exclaimed in a panic. He had instinctively opted to send a message rather than make a call, and now he regretted his oversight. I hope Uncle Lai is all right. Lin Kong said helplessly. Su Yuan's family resided in a neighboring city. He was raised by his father, Su Lai, in a single-parent household. Fortunately, Su Lai held a senior position in a company, ensuring they were financially stable. Last summer, Lin Kong had spent a few days at Su Yuan's home and had a favorable impression of Su Lai. All right, don't blame yourself. Perhaps Uncle Lai's phone is already on silent. Our priority is to ensure our own safety. Only if we survive can we search for them and protect them. Lin Kong reassured Su Yuan, echoing his own thoughts. He was equally worried about his parents. Lin Kong's family lived in nearby Shen City, where both of his parents worked as teachers. Thankfully, today was a holiday, so they wouldn't be at school, significantly increasing their chances of survival. Yes, I understand. Su Yuan recognized that dwelling on the matter would yield no benefit, and soon he regained his composure. Let us first dispose of Lao Huang by casting him out of the window. Otherwise, the stench will become unbearable. Later, when the opportunity arises, we shall give him a proper burial, Lin Kong remarked. Very well. Chapter 3. Announcement, Crystal Core. Following this, the two of them hurled Lao Huang from the balcony and took stock of the remaining food and water in the dormitory. Although they had never experienced the apocalypse under prior circumstances, they were well aware of the significance of sustenance in such times. The mere act of inventorying left them both startled. They discovered half a barrel of bottled water, 1.5 boxes of milk, a bag of oats, and more than half a box of buckwheat noodles. The milk, purchased during a supermarket discount, 3 boxes for 99, delivered downstairs, had been a collective buy among the 3 dormitory residents. And now only half remained. The oats and buckwheat noodles were intended for lazy mornings when they had no classes, serving as breakfast. However, after 2 tasteless meals, they had abandoned them, only to find them precious now. Indeed, we need not worry about food for the time being, Lin Kong declared happily. After their exertions, they took advantage of the remaining hot water to each prepare a pack of noodles, without any additional seasonings. The taste of the buckwheat noodles remained as unpalatable as ever. Coupled with the grotesque scenes they had just witnessed, their appetites were decidedly diminished, yet the gnawing hunger in their bellies persisted. Aware that danger could strike at any moment, they resolved to maintain their strength for better preparedness, forcing themselves to finish the noodles. In the end, they even drank the broth, for water had become an exceedingly precious resource, and waste was out of the question. After their meal, Lin Kong lay on his bed, perusing news online. The once dominant celebrity trending topics were nowhere to be found. Instead, the screen was filled with cries for help and videos documenting the undead. The gory imagery was enough to make one question whether hell had descended upon the earth. Countless bodies lay strewn across the scenes, soon to be overwhelmed by hordes of zombies, middle-aged men in ties, elementary school children in uniforms, elderly individuals clutching vegetable baskets. None were spared. Yet, amidst this despairing silence, humanity refused to surrender. The instinct to survive is ingrained in the very genes of every living being. And humankind is no exception. In the videos, men donned in martial arts attire wielded blades, swiftly beheading zombies, while others brought down several with gunfire. Some even devised simple mechanisms to restrain the movements of the undead before striking with knives. These videos shone like beacons in the darkness, instilling hope and motivation in others. 2 particular videos piqued Lin Kong's interest. In one, a zombie clawed its way down the corridor at a pace comparable to a human's normal walk. As it approached within 2 meters of the camera, a hand suddenly reached out from the frame and grasped at the zombie. Miraculously, the creature's movements noticeably slowed. In the next moment, a hefty iron pipe struck its head, creating a significant dent. The wielder of the pipe did not pause, continuing to deliver blows to the fallen zombie's head. Is that a supernatural ability? Lin Kong pondered, and upon opening the comment section, he indeed found the answer. The video's creator had confirmed in the comments that he had awakened a supernatural power called deceleration, which allowed him to have the speed of his target. This comment had garnered over 99 replies, and Lin Kong could easily surmise the nature of the majority, those seeking to latch onto his success and those offering sarcastic remarks. Such a supernatural ability truly exists. Lin Kong mused with a bemused smile. He had initially thought that most powers revolved around elemental manipulation, only to discover this auxiliary control type. In another video, a man in work attire transformed from a height of 1 7 meters into a nearly 2.5-meter tall brown bear. This bear, compared to ordinary ones, exhibited remarkably high physical defense, its fur shimmering with a faint metallic luster. In the following moment, Lin Kong witnessed the ability user deflect a zombie's attack with ease, swatting its head and crushing it. How brutal! Lin Kong couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. It seemed that the variety of supernatural abilities was indeed vast, and in comparison, his and Yuanzi's powers appeared quite commendable. Intrigued by these peculiar abilities, Lin Kong felt a sense of wonder, having never encountered such phenomena before. Naturally, those daring to slay zombies were still a rare breed, as the vast majority struggled to survive. Kong, my father has replied to my message, Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly from the side. Oh? How is Uncle Lai faring? Lin Kong inquired, leaning closer. My father just finished a business trip yesterday, and today he stayed home. So he is very safe. Moreover, he has awakened a supernatural ability, likely one of physical enhancement, Su Yuan explained. That's wonderful. It appears Uncle Lai is quite fortunate, Lin Kong replied, genuinely pleased for Su Yuan and Su Lai. Kong, you should contact Uncle Lin as well, just to ease your mind, Su Yuan, feeling relieved after learning of her father's safety, suggested. Yes, that certainly seems prudent, Lin Kong acknowledged, glancing at the time. It was nearly 8:50, and it had been almost half an hour since the zombie outbreak began. As he sent a message to his parents, a notification suddenly popped up on his phone. It was an official announcement. Due to unknown reasons, a large number of organisms worldwide have undergone mutations. We hereby remind the public. 1. Please seek safe locations to shelter as soon as possible, and try to stockpile and conserve food, drinking water, and energy. 2. Observations indicate that mutated humans, zombies, do not exhibit intelligence, acting solely on feeding instincts, with a strong desire to consume unmutated beings. Their sense of smell and hearing is acute, and they move at a speed comparable to that of an adult walking normally, attacking primarily by clawing and biting. 3. Mutated organisms possess pea-sized rhomboid gray crystals, crystal cores, in their heads, from which humans can absorb energy to enhance their own abilities. We encourage the public to actively eliminate mutated organisms to strengthen themselves and assist their companions. 4. Zombies carry a special virus, so it is imperative to avoid being injured, as one will mutate into a zombie within half an hour of injury. Lastly, the government and military are actively organizing forces and will do their utmost to assist everyone. Please do not lose hope in survival. Upon reading the third point, Lin Kong paused momentarily before rushing to the balcony to peer down. Lao Huang, my dear Lao Huang, Lin Kong lamented softly, his heart aching. After reminiscing about the joyful moments spent with Lao Huang, he continued to peruse the remainder of the announcement. Once finished, Lin Kong turned to Su Yuan and asked, Yuanzi, what are your plans moving forward? Kong, I hardly know you, and your question implies you have an idea. Just tell me what you wish to do. Su Yuan replied, I wish to find my parents quickly, and you likely want to locate Uncle Lai just as urgently. However, returning home is no simple task. Given our current strength, we might not even make it past the school gates before meeting our demise, Lin Kong stated candidly. Lin Kong did not underestimate the zombies simply because he had dispatched Lao Huang. The recent announcement illustrated that the greatest threat posed by zombies was their ability to easily infect humans. Had Lao Huang not been restrained, Lin Kong and his companions could have killed him with relative ease. Yet, throughout the ordeal, they could have easily been caught off guard and injured, leading to infection. With newfound experience, Lin Kong believed that, utilizing their supernatural abilities, they might handle a few zombies with relative ease. However, if surrounded by a multitude of the undead, their chances of survival would likely dwindle. The announcement had indicated that killing zombies could enhance their strength, so Lin Kong intended to first seek ways to bolster his capabilities. After gathering essential information, he would then devise a plan to locate his parents, Su Yuan. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, wholeheartedly agreed, though she was slightly perplexed. Kong, what information do we need to gather? Standing on the balcony, Lin Kong gazed outward. The apocalypse had arrived, and the rules of this world had changed. We must swiftly discover the new rules of the game to avoid being eliminated by our environment. With that, he turned to Su Yuan and continued, for instance, aside from absorbing crystal cores, are there other methods to enhance our abilities? Will the strength of zombies increase? Just how high can an individual's strength reach? Can one disregard conventional weaponry? These questions must be clarified promptly to prepare for the future. In the past, Players could still advance through levels even if they struggled to adapt. Now, however, failing to adjust to the new environment could result in an abrupt end to the game. Su Yuan gazed into Lin Kong's resolute and bright eyes. Though his brown irises were fixed upon her, it felt as if they pierced through the layers of walls, surveying the entirety of the apocalypse. Very well, I will heed your advice, Kong. Chapter 4. Slaying zombies, sustaining injuries. Let us first ascertain the situation at school, Lin Kong declared immediately. Su Yuan pointed to her phone. I just saw in the group chat that someone mentioned the school leadership has led some students to clear out the south cafeteria, allowing those in need to access it. The rest are all cries for help. It seems our school leader is quite capable, managing to clear the cafeteria so swiftly. However, we have enough food and need not venture there. Moreover, the food stockpile during the holiday will certainly be less than usual and won't last long. Our immediate priority is to slay zombies and enhance our strength. Yuanzi, once we familiarize ourselves with our abilities, we shall venture forth to slay the zombies. No problem. Currently, the greatest reliance of the two in their battle against the undead lies in their extraordinary powers. Engaging in close combat would be akin to courting death for those who possess even the most rudimentary of skills. Subsequently, the duo began to experiment individually. Although the fruit knife proved to be quite useful, Lin Kong discovered that only one existed in their dormitory, rendering the supply scarce. The handle of the knife offered no utility in combat and constituted a significant portion of its weight, greatly amplifying the expenditure of their energy. After some contemplation, Lin Kong utilized the foot of his bed, straining to snap the fruit knife in half. Fortunately, the quality of the knife purchased online was rather poor, and within a few attempts, Lin Kong successfully broke it, yielding 3 pieces of blade. Armed with these 3 fragments, Lin Kong commenced some experimentation. After a considerable duration, he summarized some characteristics of his current telekinetic abilities. He found that he could deftly manipulate 2 pieces of blade simultaneously, but if he attempted to control 3, he would become flustered and lose precision. However, Lin Kong believed this was primarily due to his lack of experience in multitasking. He was confident that with further use of his powers, even without absorbing a crystal core, he would be able to increase the number he could manage. Additionally, he noted that the effective range of his control was approximately 5 meters. Beyond this distance, he felt a marked decrease in his ability to manipulate the blades. While 5 meters may not seem extensive, it was sufficient to allow him to strike from one end of the dormitory to the other. During his earlier tests, he nearly sent a blade tumbling down to the floor below. As for the wood elemental ability, due to time constraints and Lin Kong's belief that his telekinetic power was adequate, he chose not to explore it further for the time being. After sufficient experimentation, Lin Kong glanced over at Su Yuan, who was seated on a square earthen stool, recuperating. "How are you faring?" Lin Kong inquired. "Almost ready. Let's set off," Su Yuan replied after stretching his body. "In a rush. We must ensure we are adequately protected. If a zombie should suddenly leap out from around a corner and claw at us, it would be too late for regrets. Let us bind some books to our bodies and wear extra layers. Every bit of protection counts," Lin Kong advised. "You make a valid point. It's all thanks to you, Kong." After a round of preparations, the two, fully armed, positioned themselves behind the dormitory door. Su Yuan slowly turned the doorknob while Lin Kong stood ready beside him, controlling the 2 blades with vigilance. Despite the silence outside, caution was the better part of valor as the door gradually opened. A powerful stench of blood assaulted their senses. Gritting his teeth against the nauseating odor, Lin Kong craned his neck to peer outside, only to find no zombies loitering at the threshold. He then gestured for Su Yuan to open the door wider. Peering out, Lin Kong observed 4 zombies wandering in the corridor to the left. While to the right, 7 or 8 meters away, 3 zombies were hunched over a corpse, tearing at it ravenously. No wonder it was so quiet. They were preoccupied with their meal, having witnessed such scenes before. Lin Kong felt a twinge of nausea, but it was far less pronounced than during his first encounter. "Yuanzi, the 3 on the right are yours," Lin Kong instructed. "No problem," Su Yuan replied confidently, having recently developed a means of ranged attack. "Dispatching 3 zombies should pose little challenge. Then let's go with that." The pair dashed out, one to the left and one to the right. Lin Kong had barely taken a few steps when the distant zombies noticed him, immediately advancing with outstretched claws, blood still dripping from their mouths. Observing their approach, Lin Kong remained calm. His pupils narrowed slightly as he activated his mental focus. In an instant, The two blades shot forth like silver streaks, piercing through the heads of several zombies and showering the area with sprays of crimson. In scarcely a moment, the four zombies collapsed to the ground. Approaching the fallen creatures, Lin Kong took a few steps forward but halted abruptly. He realized that while eliminating the zombies was straightforward, extracting the crystal cores from their skulls posed a significant challenge. He had yet to fully acclimate to this apocalyptic reality. Simply witnessing such gory scenes without succumbing to fear was a feat in itself. The thought of personally delving into a zombie's skull to retrieve the core filled him with trepidation. Wait, can I control the crystal core to fly out using telekinesis? Lin Kong suddenly pondered. Without hesitation, he began to experiment. However, after the zombie's head swayed a few times, Lin Kong couldn't help but sigh. It seemed he was not yet capable of such precise control. Nonetheless, Lin Kong remained undeterred. Although he could not directly command the core to emerge, he could manipulate the blades to extract it. As long as he didn't have to touch it himself, it would suffice in a short while. The two blades maneuvered through the zombie's head, successfully extracting a crystal core. Gazing at the grayish crystals stained with blood, Lin Kong couldn't suppress a smile. He could vividly sense the rich and pure energy contained within the core. Enticing him to absorb it immediately, however, he recognized the potential dangers lurking nearby and resolved to wait until they returned to the dormitory before absorbing it. After pocketing the core, Lin Kong resumed his efforts to collect more. Just then, a curse erupted from Su Yuan's direction. Damn it, how dare you ambush me? After Lin Kong and Su Yuan stepped outside, Su Yuan soon encountered the three zombies. As the undead lunged at him, Su Yuan suppressed his fear, pressing his hands against the wall beside him. In the next moment, as he channeled his abilities to direct the energy within, a sturdy earthen spike suddenly erupted from the wall beside the zombies. Swiftly piercing toward their heads, the zombies, lacking the intelligence to evade, were struck directly by the spike. However, due to insufficient penetrating power, the spike could not fully breach the zombie skulls, but it did forcefully collide with their heads until they smashed against another wall. Caught between the spike and the wall, the zombies' heads were utterly shattered, delivering significantly greater damage than Lin Kong's blades. The remaining two zombies were similarly obstructed by the horizontal spike, unable to advance. Su Yuan continued to exert his strength, systematically dispatching them in like fashion. Witnessing the carnage, Su Yuan felt his stomach churn, and he couldn't help but lean against the wall, retching. Just then, a zombie stealthily emerged from the dormitory behind him, lunging at Su Yuan with a claw. Fortunately, the zombie was still a distance away, and its attack missed Su Yuan's head, instead leaving several deep scratches on his back. Momentarily stunned by the impact, Su Yuan was then engulfed by a surge of rage, unleashing a furious shout as his powers activated. This time, the massive earthen spike did not emerge from the wall but instead erupted directly from the ground beneath the zombie, piercing it from its rear to its head like a spring chute breaking through the earth. Lin Kong rushed over in haste. "Yuanzi, are you hurt?" he asked anxiously. "I should be fine. Thanks to your idea. Kong, I bound 2 books to my back and wore a padded jacket for extra protection," Su Yuan replied, relieved as he felt no significant pain. After all, being caught would have been a matter of life and death. "Enough chatter, let us hurry back to the dormitory and check," Lin Kong insisted, still feeling uneasy. "Wait, I still haven't gathered the crystal cores," Su Yuan replied, moving forward to search for the cores. "What are you doing searching for crystals at a time like this?" Lin Kong said, exasperated. However, seeing that Su Yuan was still in good spirits enough to look for cores suggested that he was likely uninjured, so Lin Kong refrained from stopping him. Given the violent damage Su Yuan had inflicted on the zombies, their heads were nearly obliterated, making the cores easier to locate. Lin Kong returned to the scene of his earlier battle to collect the cores he had not managed to retrieve. Upon returning to the dormitory and securing the door, Lin Kong immediately urged Su Yuan to remove his clothing for a thorough examination. Although Su Yuan felt fine, he did not refuse Lin Kong's kindness and complied. Once Su Yuan had stripped off his upper garments, Lin Kong's gaze fell upon Su Yuan's back, his expression grave. "So, Kong, I told you." Su Yuan began dismissively, but halfway through, he sensed Lin Kong's unusual demeanor. "Kong? It can't be." Su Yuan turned to see Lin Kong's serious expression and began to panic. "You're bleeding," Lin Kong stated slowly. In his line of sight, Su Yuan bore a short, jagged wound on his back, likely caused by a gap between the books. leaving him unprotected from the zombie's claws. Chapter 5. A False Alarm. Contemplation. Hearing Lin Kong's words, Su Yuan's face drained of color. How could this happen? I was so well protected. How could I still be injured? Su Yuan lamented bitterly. I had glanced into that dormitory earlier and saw nothing. How could a zombie suddenly appear? What terrible luck, Akong. Having you by my side in the end is quite fortunate, Su Yuan continued, perhaps seeking to leave some trace of his existence in his final moments. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. You'd best not misinterpret it, Lin Kong retorted. This was not a matter of Lin Kong lacking compassion. He was not making light of his brother's precarious situation, but rather formulating a way to save Su Yuan. This method was none other than the wood elemental ability that Lin Kong had yet to utilize. The wood elemental ability possessed healing properties, although Lin Kong had yet to determine if it could treat a zombie infection. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, whether effective or not, desperate times called for desperate measures. With that, Lin Kong raised his hand toward the wound on Su Yuan's back, channeling his abilities. A faint green glow emanated from Lin Kong's hand, which then transformed into a formless mass of green energy that surged toward the wound. As the surge of green energy flooded in, the small wound on Su Yuan's back astonishingly healed at a visibly rapid pace, while several wisps of gray, murky aura emanated from the injury. Upon witnessing this emerging miasma, Lin Kong realized that the toxins left behind by the zombie had likely been eradicated. Akong, you know my meaning all too well. Dying here is far preferable to being devoured by a zombie. Initially, I felt elated to connect with Dad and learn he was safe, yet now it seems I must depart first. I truly worry for him. He always toiled tirelessly for me, and now, just as I was about to provide for him and let him enjoy a life of ease, this damned apocalypse strikes, and my mother left us too early. And she had promised to find him a companion after my graduation? Stop. Once we locate your father, we'll find him someone, Lin Kong interjected with a chuckle. If only I could. What do you mean? Akong? Su Yuan retorted, suddenly sensing a deeper implication in Lin Kong's words. His curiosity piqued. Indeed, you won't die, Lin Kong affirmed with a smile and a nod. Could it be that you were merely acting all along? Su Yuan's initial thrill was quickly overshadowed by suspicion upon hearing Lin Kong's response. Nonsense. I would feign distress just to extract your desire to find a stepmother for your father? Lin Kong playfully tapped Su Yuan's head, chiding him. But how does that work? Su Yuan's little head brimmed with confusion. Do not forget my other ability. The power of the wood source possesses healing properties. I utilized my powers to mend your wound. It is now perfectly fine, Lin Kong candidly explained. So that's how it is. That's splendid. I truly don't have to die. This ability is remarkable. Does this mean we need not fear zombies any longer? Su Yuan exclaimed with palpable excitement. Such fortune is not to be had. Should your injuries be severe enough that my energy is depleted, there would be no remedy, Lin Kong cautioned, shaking his head. Oh, that's true. Nonetheless, it's sufficient. Now we need not fear being killed by a mere zombie scratch. Yes, but Yuanzi, remember to keep my ability a secret from outsiders. It shall be our trump card, Lin Kong added. I know, Lin Kong. You've mentioned this before, I'm merely reminding you, Lin Kong replied. Shortly after discovering his abilities, Lin Kong had confided in Su Yuan about wanting to conceal the fact that he possessed dual powers, opting to present himself as an ordinary ability user with only the power of object manipulation. This strategy serves as a hidden advantage, allowing for unexpected outcomes in critical moments. Moreover, Lin Kong had yet to encounter any dual ability users online. Suggesting their rarity, he feared that revealing his dual powers might lead to unnecessary troubles. In truth, even Su Yuan remained unaware that Lin Kong's ability of divine thought likely encompassed more than mere object manipulation. However, this wasn't a significant concealment, as he presently understood only the object manipulation aspect of his divine thought. Although he had yet to uncover additional abilities, the singular power of manipulation alone signified its extraordinary nature. Once the crisis subsided, the two relaxed. Their inaugural hunt for zombies had been relatively safe, yielding a total of 8 crystal cores. Yuanzi, regarding the distribution of the crystal cores, let us use a simple method. Those who kill take their share, and for those who participated in the hunt together, we'll split it evenly. How does that sound? Lin Kong inquired. The distribution of crystal cores is a matter of significant importance. A misstep can lead to rifts among brothers and kin. And in such a cruel apocalyptic world, betrayal and violence may not be uncommon. Lin Kong had not studied distribution management, so as long as it seemed fair and both parties agreed, it would suffice. If it proved ineffective in the future, they could address it then and no problem. I have 5 cores here. I'll give you 3, Kong. Although this hardly repays your debt of gratitude for saving my life, and for the countless future rescues I may owe you, it is a gesture of goodwill. Su Yuan said sincerely. We're brothers. Why speak of such things? Would I just stand by and watch you turn into a zombie? Lin Kong replied with a grin. Nonetheless, he accepted the 3 crystal cores from Su Yuan, for accepting them would ease Su Yuan's heart. Following this, both began to absorb the energy from their respective crystal cores. The energy within the cores can only be slowly absorbed by the human body, utilized to refine oneself, making the process quite time-consuming. An hour later, Lin Kong opened his eyes, having fully absorbed the energy from his core. 1 hour and 20 minutes, Lin Kong noted internally, relishing the sensation of his enhanced physique. The feeling of becoming stronger is truly delightful. Gazing at Su Yuan, who was still engaged in absorbing his core, Lin Kong toyed with the crystal core in his hand, pondering, is the enhancement of humanity solely reliant on the absorption of crystal cores? No, it cannot be the only path. The essence of gaining strength from crystal cores is ultimately about absorbing pure energy to refine oneself. And energy exists beyond just crystal cores. Indeed, energy must be ubiquitous. With this realization, Lin Kong began to contemplate. To absorb the energy from the environment, one must first be able to perceive it. Perception, awareness, consciousness, meditation. Yes, I can certainly try meditation. Whether to sense oneself or to perceive the external world, meditation is the simplest and most effective method. Lin Kong had previously developed the habit of meditation, so this idea came to him quite naturally. Reflecting on the sensation he experienced while absorbing the crystal core, he promptly closed his eyes to meditate, attempting to feel the energy present in the surrounding AI art. As Lin Kong gradually emptied his mind, he meticulously tuned into the myriad sensations the environment offered him. The sounds that reached his ears, the lingering metallic scent of blood in the dormitory, the gentle breeze brushing against his face from the window, and the sensations each inch of his skin experienced in contact with the external world. He savored every nuance of feeling. In a fleeting moment, Lin Kong sensed a bridge had formed between his body and the surrounding environment. It was through breathing. Using breath as a bridge, Lin Kong truly felt as though he was absorbing energy from the environment to refine himself. This energy was fundamentally different from what they typically absorbed unconsciously while resting, which served merely to restore their bodies. If one were to liken the body to a container, then the energy absorbed during rest fills the empty vessel. In contrast, the energy Lin Kong was absorbing through meditation was expanding the container itself, fundamentally increasing its capacity. While the energy gained through this meditative approach was considerably less than that obtained from the crystal cores, it nonetheless proved that humanity could indeed enhance their strength through other means beyond mere crystal cores. To ascertain the efficiency difference between meditation and crystal core absorption, Lin Kong took out another crystal core to absorb. Shortly thereafter, Su Yuan awakened and, seeing Lin Kong still engaged with his crystal core, also retrieved his remaining core. After another hour, Lin Kong opened his eyes, excitement gleaming in them as he reminisced about the captivating experience. The efficiency of meditation seems to be roughly 1/13 that of absorbing a crystal core. Not bad, Lin Kong mused. He chose not to continue absorbing from the crystal core, opting instead to meditate while awaiting Su Yuan. Before long, Su Yuan completed his absorption. Lin Kong eagerly shared his recent discovery with Su Yuan. Meditation can actually enhance strength? Su Yuan exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Indeed, it should be so. Otherwise, if one day we eliminate all the zombies, how could humanity ever progress further? Lin Kong chuckled. Su Yuan immediately began to meditate. Eager to try it for himself. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes. So, how was it? Lin Kong inquired. It doesn't seem as effective as you suggested, Kong. I estimate it's only about 1/18 as effective as absorbing a crystal core. Su Yuan reflected. Oh, 1/18? Could it be that each person's meditative efficiency differs? Lin Kong pondered. Never mind. Let us eat first. Afterward, we'll clear out the 4th floor. All right, now well past 3 in the afternoon, the two, having skipped lunch, each prepared a bowl of buckwheat noodles. After their meal, Lin Kong lay on his bed for a brief rest. After all, humans are not machines. Adequate rest is essential. It had been over half a day since the zombie outbreak, and fortunately, communication and electricity remained operational. Otherwise, humanity's plight would be even more dire. As for the tap water, while it was still being supplied, its cleanliness was uncertain. Reports had already surfaced online of companions who, after consuming boiled tap water, transformed into zombies 2 hours later. While scrolling through his phone, Lin Kong felt a surge of anxiety. His parents had yet to respond to his messages, causing him to fret. Yet, he was powerless to rush to their side, and this sense of helplessness weighed heavily on him. Yuanzi, let us go. Time to hunt zombies. Lin Kong sprang from his bed, calling out to Su Yuan. He was eager to slay a few zombies to vent his pent-up frustration. Coming. I've been itching to go. Su Yuan grinned widely. The two began to strap books and other protective items onto themselves. Although Lin Kong possessed the ability to cure zombie infections, reducing their fear of being attacked, they still dreaded the pain. Had Su Yuan been clawed on the back by a zombie without any protection earlier, he would have been in excruciating agony. They are ultimately just university students, and cannot be compared to those ruthless individuals who remain silent even when salt is poured into their wounds. At that moment, Su Yuan, who was binding books to his forearm, suddenly spoke up to Kong. I just saw in the group chat that someone in room 215 downstairs is calling for help. He said there's a zombie in his dormitory, and if we save him, he is willing to offer 2 buckets of instant noodles as a reward. What do you think? Do you want to go rescue him? How could I? I don't even know him. Whether or not I save him is of little consequence to me, but those instant noodles are somewhat enticing, so I just wanted to hear your thoughts, Su Yuan said with a chuckle. If we happen to make our way to the 2nd floor, we can rescue him while we're at it. After all, we're classmates, and we do have the capability. But there's no need to go out of our way for a rescue. Enhancing our own strength is what truly matters, Lin Kong replied. Yes, that's precisely what I think as well, Su Yuan said with a sly grin. Let us set off. Meanwhile, in dormitory 218 downstairs, 3 students had also seen the SOS from room 215. Lu Gu, there aren't any zombies in the corridor outside. Should we go help that guy out? A chubby boy asked the bespectacled student beside him. We could give it a try. After all, we're classmates, and if we can help, we should, the bespectacled boy pondered slowly. Exactly. With Lu Ji's abilities, dealing with one zombie should be a piece of cake. Another student with brown hair chimed in, if I take action, it shouldn't be a problem. Let us tidy up and prepare for the rescue to Li Hui. Add that guy's account and let him know we're coming to help soon, the bespectacled boy continued. Got it, the chubby one replied. However, none of them mentioned that their dorm was completely devoid of food. The 3 of them had already gone 2 meals without eating, and the gnawing hunger was beginning to set in. If killing a zombie could yield 2 buckets of instant noodles, along with the reputation of being helpful and courageous in the face of danger, why not seize the opportunity? Earlier that morning, all 4 of them were in the dorm when the zombie outbreak occurred, and only one of them had been transformed into a zombie. Yet, for the remaining 3, it was a harrowing experience. At that moment, when a suddenly revived zombie nearly pounced on the brown-haired student, the bespectacled boy utilized his awakened mental confinement ability to control the zombie, allowing the 3 of them to hastily escape to the balcony. After perusing the information online, it took them quite a while to accept the harsh reality of the apocalypse, and they finally mustered the courage to use their abilities to kill the zombie with great effort but without sustaining injuries. However, ever since then, the issue of food had persistently haunted them. Now, seeing this message, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement. In dormitory 419, Lin Kong opened the door and peered out, discovering 5 new zombies lurking in the corridor to the left. They likely came from another floor. What a nuisance. This time, he definitely needed Yuanzi to block the staircase. Lin Kong thought to himself. Although taking down a few zombies was exceedingly easy for Lin Kong and his companions, having a few zombies wandering about the dormitory nonetheless created an unsettling atmosphere, akin to a few mosquitoes incessantly buzzing around in a mosquito net, which was quite bothersome. Let us start from the left. Lin Kong instructed Su Yuan before striding towards the 5 zombies. 3 blades, gleaming with a silvery sheen, shot out in an instant. Indeed, after absorbing 2 crystal cores and practicing for some time, Lin Kong could now easily control 3 blades. If he had more small knives, he would undoubtedly attempt to see if he could manipulate a greater number of blades. The zombies, sensing the commotion, immediately howled and charged towards him. Zombies can run now? Lin Kong's expression sharpened. Although even if zombies could run, they posed no threat to Lin Kong and his companion. The crucial point was that this indicated the zombies were adapting, evolving, and growing stronger. This was undoubtedly grim news for the vast majority of people. While Lin Kong was taken aback, he did not hesitate. The rapidly spinning blades transformed into 3 streaks of silver light, swiftly dispatching 3 zombies, then seamlessly penetrating the skulls of the remaining 2. The sound of their bodies hitting the ground followed suit, and as Lin Kong collected the crystal cores with his blades, he turned to Su Yuan and said, "Yuanzi, block the staircase." The dormitory buildings at their school were all of the same design, with staircases on both sides. Each floor's dormitory numbers ranged from 1 to 25 from right to left. So the staircase on the left was quite close to Lin Kong's dormitory 419. No problem. Su Yuan stepped over the fallen zombies and approached the staircase. Squatting down, he pressed his hands to the ground. With a series of rumbling sounds, layers of earthen walls suddenly rose from the floor connecting the staircase to the corridor, continuously ascending until they hit the ceiling. All done? Su Yuan clapped his hands. Now, let us clear out the dorms from 425 down, exterminating all the zombies on this floor. Lin Kong declared, "I wonder if there are any survivors left on the 4th floor besides us. We'll find out soon enough." Most of the zombies in the dormitory were likely confined to their rooms, given that students typically kept their doors closed while resting in their dorms and were unlikely to linger in the corridors for long when exiting. The zombies in the dorms currently lack the capability to break out. The zombies that previously appeared in the corridor likely did so for various reasons, and their numbers were not significant. Lin Kong gazed at the firmly locked door of dormitory 425, activating his telekinetic ability to slowly manipulate the latch. The structure of dormitory locks was generally quite simple, making them easy to pry open. Some dormitory doors could even be unlocked with just a card. Before heading out, Lin Kong had practiced on his own dorm S-lock a few times until he became proficient. For others, unless they possessed some special ability, they wouldn't even be able to open the door, let alone kill zombies and search for supplies. With a click, the door swung open. Immediately, a guttural roar erupted from behind the door as a claw already reached through the gap. Su Yuan was prepared, channeling his abilities to encase his fist in hard rock. After deflecting the zombie's claw, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the zombie's head. The force of the blow rendered the zombie's head as if it were filled with lead, crashing heavily to the ground. Had this punch landed on an ordinary person, survival would have been impossible. Yet, the zombie's vitality was remarkably resilient. Even after being struck in the head, it staggered and slowly rose. Ready to attack once more, Su Yuan was not surprised at the failure to kill the zombie with a single blow. He had merely been experimenting with his abilities. Seeing 3 more zombies charging towards them, Su Yuan did not flinch, for Lin Kong had already taken action. Chapter 7. Clearing the 4th floor with flashes of blade light, several bursts of blood erupted, and there was no hint of surprise. As they beheld the lifeless forms of the 3 zombies, Lin Kong and Su Yuan had gradually acclimated to the sight of blood-soaked surroundings, no longer recoiling in horror as they had earlier that morning. "Let us search for supplies." Lin Kong smiled at Su Yuan. Su Yuan, already brimming with excitement, began to rummage through the room for food, hoping to find some instant noodles or sausages to improve their meals. In no time, they had thoroughly searched every corner of the dormitory. A bag of snacks and 2 bottles of drinks. "Not bad," Su Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Lin Kong, equally elated, rushed to the foot of the bed holding a small fruit knife. Finding a new fruit knife was evidently more thrilling to him than the food itself. However, this knife was somewhat smaller than his own, ultimately resulting in 2 separate blades. Eagerly, Lin Kong took control of all the blades and, after a brief display, expressed his mild disappointment to Su Yuan. "It seems I can only control 4 blades, and no need to rush. 4 blades are already sufficient. Once we finish clearing out, we can return and absorb more. And we will undoubtedly become stronger," Su Yuan reassured him. "True, so let us carry on." The thrill of harvesting was exhilarating, and they continued their rampage from dormitory 425 to 409, slaying zombies left and right amidst the chaos of the day and night. Due to the need for meticulous searching and transporting supplies back to their own dorm, considerable time had elapsed, and it was now past 7 in the evening. During this time, with Su Yuan's significantly enhanced strength and Lin Kong's assistance, They dismantled a nearly 2-meter-long bed frame to use as a weapon, finding it exceptionally handy. Just after finishing the search in dormitory 409, Lin Kong's phone suddenly vibrated. He quickly took it out and, upon looking closely, found that it was indeed a message from his parents. After all, besides family, no one else would message him at this hour. If anyone did, it was likely an adversary attempting to take advantage of the situation. "Ah Kong, did Uncle Lin and the others reply?" Su Yuan inquired. "Yes, my parents were rescued by the police and are safe," Lin Kong replied after carefully reading the message, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. He promptly returned a message, essentially informing his parents to stay safe, that he had awakened his abilities and was doing well, urging them not to worry. Lin Kong chose not to tell his parents he intended to find them, as it would only heighten their concern. "That's wonderful. The police's intervention is indeed reassuring." Su Yuan sincerely expressed his happiness for Lin Kong. "Yes, now my parents can finally relax. From here on, it's up to us. Let us keep going. Just keep killing." Following the same routine, Lin Kong utilized his abilities to open the door, and predictably, 2 zombies lunged forward with a growl, only to fall once more. Just then, the balcony door was suddenly flung open by a hand. Lin Kong and Su Yuan immediately became alert, ready to unleash their blades at a moment's notice. "Wait, don't attack. I'm not a zombie." A boy with a buzz cut emerged, hands raised and a look of sheer terror on his face. Lin Kong and the other person lowered their guard somewhat. "What on earth is going on?" Su Yuan inquired. "This morning, they suddenly turned into zombies, and in my fright, I took refuge on the balcony." The man replied, casting a fearful glance at the steel pipe in Su Yuan's hand, not daring to hesitate. "You are fortunate. We have taken care of them for you. It is safe now. Let us go." Yuanzi. Since there were still survivors in the dormitory, they chose not to ransack the place and prepared to leave. "I am very grateful to you," the buzz-cut boy said, pausing momentarily before continuing somewhat awkwardly. Do you have any food? There is nothing to eat in my dormitory, and I have been starving all day." Su Yuan did not respond but glanced at Lin Kong. "We have no food either. Otherwise, we wouldn't have risked coming out. However, we did find a few bags of snacks in the neighboring dormitory, so I will give you 2 bags," Lin Kong stated before stepping outside toward the adjacent room. Thank you. I truly appreciate your kindness. If it weren't for my unbearable hunger, I wouldn't want to trouble you," the buzz-cut boy said, bowing with his hands clasped together in gratitude. After a moment, Lin Kong handed him 3 bags of instant noodles, prompting another wave of thanks from him as he carefully tore open the packaging and began to eat, fearful of wasting even a morsel. For Lin Kong and the others, this amount of food was hardly sufficient for a meal, yet for the buzz-cut boy, it was indeed a rare bounty. Lin Kong was willing to assist others in such a manner without any cost. "All right, let us depart. May I ask what your names are?" Upon hearing this, the buzz-cut boy paused his eating and quickly inquired. "Lin Kong, Su Yuan. Kong-gu, may I join you?" the boy asked eagerly. "Do you possess any special abilities?" No. "Are you brave enough to kill zombies?" "Not yet, but I will be in the future." "Then you are of no use to us right now. Why should we take you along?" Lin Kong interrupted. Speaking pragmatically, the buzz-cut boy instantly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. "We cannot assist you. The only one who can help you is yourself." Lin Kong patted the boy on the shoulder and exited room 408 with Su Yuan, shutting the dormitory door behind them. "The only one who can help me is myself, but I have no special powers, nor do I possess any weapons. How can I?" The buzz-cut boy stared at the closed dormitory door, murmuring to himself. Yet the next moment, he involuntarily turned to look at the half-eaten instant noodles in his hand and the 2 zombies on the floor, lost in thought. After a lengthy pause, as if making a decision, the buzz-cut boy slapped himself hard. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "If I am afraid to kill, I must kill anyway. After all, I have but one life." He gazed once more toward the dormitory door, as if looking at the already distant Lin and Su. "I will not let you save me in vain." With that declaration, the buzz-cut boy ceased his hesitation. His eyes shone with determination as he picked up a chair and began to bash the zombies' heads with its legs. "Yuanzi, I gave away 2 crystal cores without consulting you first. Please ensure that I receive an extra one later," Lin Kong said apologetically after they had just dispatched a zombie in room 407. "Ah Kong, do you think I would be concerned about such trivial matters?" Su Yuan replied with a carefree smile. "Haha, I certainly know you wouldn't mind. but I should have asked for your opinion beforehand. The crystal cores are not the main issue, however. I didn't expect you to assist him so much, Su Yuan remarked with some curiosity, given that Lin Kong's previous demeanor did not suggest an inclination to help others. What we offered him is inconsequential to us, but for him, it could be a matter of life and death. Since we encountered him, extending a helping hand incurs no loss. Perhaps in the future, when we find ourselves in peril, others might come to our aid as well, Lin Kong replied slowly. That makes sense, Su Yuan concurred. However, we must still maintain some level of vigilance. One must not underestimate the malice that resides in people's hearts. In the following minutes, the two successfully cleared all the zombies from the fourth floor and blocked another stairwell. During this time, apart from the buzzcut boy, they did not encounter another living soul. A stark survival rate that sent a chill down their spines. Upon returning to their dormitory, the sight of a mountain of food piled upon the bed filled their hearts with overwhelming satisfaction. Dozens of instant noodle packets, a bag of sesame paste, 2 tubs of protein powder, a bag of rice porridge, 5 packs of spicy strips, and a plethora of assorted snacks and beverages. The dormitory's residents either did not stockpile food or had stored quite a bit. For instance, the fitness enthusiast who contributed 2 tubs of protein powder. Just this food alone was enough to last them for over half a month, and this was merely the harvest from one afternoon and evening for the two of them. However, the most valuable spoils were not the food, but the crystal cores. Chapter 8. Digesting the harvest after tallying the food. The two began to pull crystal cores from their pockets, counting them eagerly. 2, 4, 6, 42. 42 cores. Ah Kong. We hit the jackpot. Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly after finishing the count. Lin Kong shared his satisfaction with the hall. That's 21 cores each, enough for us to absorb for quite a while. Yuanzi, we must now retreat into seclusion for cultivation, he said with a smile. No rush. No rush. The priority is to eat. Su Yuan, unable to resist, began to feast on the array of food before them. Then let us indulge in a good meal first. The two commenced selecting their food, diving into instant noodles, marinated chicken legs, and spicy strips without restraint. They had no intention of saving their appetite. On one hand, they were capable, and on the other, they had the opportunity to procure more food. Moreover, rather than depriving themselves, it was wiser to maintain their physical and mental state in a prime condition. This is what life is all about, Su Yuan remarked after slurping a mouthful of noodles. How many people used to disdain instant noodles, yet now so many would fight tooth and nail for a bowl? Lin Kong echoed his sentiments. By the way, Yuanzi, make sure to charge those power banks later. We don't know when the power might go out here, IDS likely in the next couple of days. I saw online that Jiangxing had already lost power 2 hours ago, Lin Kong replied as he scrolled through his phone. Then we need to hurry and download some movies or novels. Otherwise, it's going to be terribly dull later. Su Yuan suddenly found that the chicken leg in his mouth had lost its flavor and quickly grabbed his phone to get busy. Dull? Give me a break. With that time, wouldn't it be better to meditate and cultivate? Lin Kong replied, exasperated. That's not the same thing. While Lin Kong ate noodles and browsed his phone, several messages in the group caught his attention. Everyone, do not blindly rush to rescue others. Earlier today, in Building 11, Room 215, a student called for help, claiming there was only one zombie in the dormitory. We thought, being classmates, we would help him. Unexpectedly, that scoundrel lied. There were 2 zombies inside, and before we could react, one person was injured. If we hadn't been strong enough, we might have died there. I advise everyone not to trust others easily, or you might end up paying the price. There were numerous replies beneath these messages, but not a single one expressed gratitude for the warning. This is hilarious. If you lack strength, don't blame the person who called for help. If you can't handle 2 zombies, how can you even dare to rescue someone? Where do you get your confidence? If you are incapable of saving someone, at least let others try. Your ill intentions are obvious. So you mean the person calling for help deserves to die? I find it hard to comprehend how someone like you hasn't turned into a zombie. Lin Kong surmised that most of the replies were from people currently trapped. Indeed, the most important thing was to protect oneself and not to gamble on the kindness of others. Even if you won, you would gain nothing, and if you lost, your life could be forfeit. Lin Kong reflected with a sigh. In room 215, the bespectacled boy stared silently at the corpses on the ground. The chubby boy beside him, having just sent a message, was fuming upon seeing the subsequent replies. Damn it, I give them a kind reminder, and they turn around to blame me. kindness is met with ingratitude. Well, given the circumstances, it's no surprise to encounter all sorts of people. With that, the bespectacled boy could not help but stomp on the head of a corpse that had already been crushed. The two were none other than Lu Hong and Li Hui from room 218. Their companion, the brown-haired boy, now lay lifeless on the floor as a zombie. After preparing, the three had hurried to the door of room 215 when they found the corridor clear of zombies. Using the key thrown out by the person inside through the bathroom vent to unlock the door, as soon as they opened it, a zombie lunged out, but Lu Hong quickly used his psychic ability to immobilize its movements. Although he could not render the zombie completely motionless, he significantly slowed its attack speed. Seeing the zombie restrained, the chubby boy and the brown-haired boy charged in with chairs. However, just when they thought everything was going smoothly, another zombie burst out from behind the door. Since Lu Hong's ability could only control one zombie at a time, the brown-haired boy was caught off guard and suffered a scratch on his chest. Fortunately, their previous attacks had already taken down the first zombie, and Lu Hong promptly shifted his focus to control the second one, allowing the trio to dispatch both zombies. But by then, the brown-haired boy had already been scratched and was showing early signs of transformation. Seeing the frail boy tremble as he emerged from the bathroom, the brown-haired boy wasted no time in attacking. "Didn't you say there was only one zombie? You scoundrel, let us die together," he shouted as he struck. "I apologize. I fear that no one will come to my rescue." So, the frail boy was painfully vocal. Lu Hong and Li Hui were equally furious, and together they launched an attack. After they had beaten the boy to the ground, rendering him immobile, the three of them paused, while at that moment, the boy with brown hair was on the brink of complete decomposition. "This morning, after being saved by Lu Gu, I thought I could live well, but little did I know that this apocalyptic world has no mercy for me, leaving me with no path to survival at all." The brown-haired boy lamented with a wretched smile. Before the other two could offer any words of comfort, the brown-haired boy continued to Lu Hong, "Lu Gu, when I become infected, you and Lao Li should use our crystal cores. I must die with some semblance of purpose." Gazing into the boy's pale, vacant eyes, Lu Hong and Li Hui were momentarily at a loss for words. The online atmosphere was still thick with despair, even more intense than during the day. The transformation of zombies from mere walkers to runners was easily noticeable, which left many who had managed to escape pursuit and seek food in the morning feeling utterly despondent. Furthermore, numerous regions had already lost internet and power, which only compounded the plight of those hoping to call for help through the web and phones. The situation in schools was hardly better. Though the surviving school officials constantly encouraged students in various groups, asserting that rescue would arrive soon, the scarcity of food was an urgent issue that needed addressing. If food shortages persisted, many might succumb to starvation before any rescue arrived. This was merely the first day of the apocalypse, and students remained largely in a state of panic and disbelief. Among them, those like Lin Kong, who dared to venture out to slay zombies, numbered no more than 10 in the entire school. Moreover, they were likely individuals with long-range abilities or those equipped with suitable weapons. Without weapons, those lacking close combat abilities would certainly not dare to engage in melee with zombies. After satisfying their hunger, the two began to absorb the crystal cores. Time passed without their notice, and as the faint gray light emanating from the crystal core in Lin Kong's hand completely faded, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him, preventing him from savoring the burgeoning energy within. Casting a glance at Su Yuan, who had unknowingly fallen asleep beside him, Lin Kong succumbed to slumber as well. The following day, aside from meal times, the two were incessantly engaged in the absorption of crystal cores. By 10 o'clock that night, after absorbing one core, Lin Kong looked at Su Yuan, who was engrossed in his phone, and inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Feeling tired?" Upon seeing Lin Kong awake, Su Yuan immediately replied with excitement, "No, Kong. I feel like I can break through." "Really?" Lin Kong's interest was piqued instantly indeed. "From the moment I absorbed the 9th crystal core, I've sensed a diminishing enhancement from the absorption. By the time I finished the 12th core, I realized that the energy within me had reached a saturated state. If I absorb any more energy, I will break through a barrier and achieve a significant advancement." 11 cores? Lin Kong questioned, puzzled. "Yes. How many have you absorbed, Kong?" 14 already. Oh. Then why haven't you broken through? Perhaps it has to do with my dual abilities. Lin Kong speculated after a moment of thought. Oh. I almost forgot about that. That must be the reason. So, Dual abilities are indeed considerably more powerful than single abilities, as they allow for the absorption of more energy at the same level. Su Yuan realized with a pat on his forehead. However, the resources consumed and the difficulty of enhancement will also increase. So it's a double-edged sword, Lin Kong added. By the way, have you tried meditating to absorb energy? Lin Kong suddenly thought, I haven't tried. I got so excited that I forgot. Su Yuan replied before immediately entering a meditative state. Chapter 9. Su Yuan's Breakthrough. Before long, Su Yuan exited his meditation, his eyes filled with confusion. How strange! Meditation can actually absorb energy. Lin Kong furrowed his brow in contemplation. I suspect this might be a limitation of absorbing crystal cores. While it can assist in advancement, this form of leveling up is not entirely complete. The remaining journey must be traversed through other methods. As for whether there are any other methods besides meditation, we currently do not know, Lin Kong said slowly. Then I shall rely on meditation for my advancement. I still have plenty of crystal cores, so I'll use them for you first, Su Yuan offered. I have plenty as well. Just let me know when you run low, Lin Kong chuckled, declining Su Yuan's offer. Very well, Su Yuan did not insist further. Time had grown late, and the two refrained from continuing their training. Earlier, they had scavenged several barrels of water from other dormitories, allowing them a touch of luxury. After wetting towels to wipe their bodies, they retired to bed. On the third day of the apocalypse, Lin Kong and Su Yuan remained cloistered in their dormitory, focused on their enhancements. During this time, as Lin Kong absorbed the 17th crystal core, he finally experienced the diminishing returns Su Yuan had mentioned earlier. By 8 o'clock that evening, Lin Kong felt the onset of a breakthrough, yet he knew it was not yet time. In fact, this was merely the beginning. Su Yuan had spent the entire day meditating and had yet to reach his limit, continuing to improve slowly through meditation. Although the gains from meditation that day were not as substantial as those from absorbing a crystal core, Lin Kong remained convinced that the enhancements derived from meditation were crucial, as they solidified their foundations. On the fourth day of the apocalypse, they continued their seclusion, despite Lin Kong and Su Yuan remaining silent and focused on their growth. The external circumstances shifted dramatically. By the afternoon of the third day, their school had completely lost power. By noon on the fourth day, barring a few exceptional areas, the remainder of the country was largely without internet and electricity. In the preceding days, while the online atmosphere had been heavily despondent, many still expressed their thoughts and frustrations through the web, which, from a certain perspective, reflected a semblance of vitality. Yet now, the internet was terrifyingly silent. This silence was unsettling for Lin Kong and Su Yuan, who had grown up immersed in the digital world. If the loss of internet and power merely rendered life less vibrant, the scarcity of food was a tangible threat to survival. In the initial days of the apocalypse, people had clung to whatever meager rations remained, hoping for official rescue. However, as time dragged on and the anticipated rescue failed to materialize, hope gradually dwindled. In truth, the authorities and military were not idle in organizing rescues. They simply could not reach everyone in time. The repeated shattering of hope and the demise of those around them drove the survivors into madness, pushing them to desperate measures for survival. On the fifth day, after meditating for 2 hours, Su Yuan once again experienced the sensation of energy within him reaching a point of saturation. Kong. Su Yuan called to Lin Kong. Lin Kong immediately understood. Have you reached completion? Yes, I feel the energy within me is now integrated. I am ready to break through, Su Yuan declared. Let us witness the strength of the next stage. Lin Kong replied with a smile. Without hesitation, Su Yuan closed his eyes and began to meditate. Go Lin Kong's astonishment. As Su Yuan entered his meditative state, a faint yellow vapor began to emanate from his body. The energy is dissipating, Lin Kong marveled at this extraordinary sight. Moments later, the yellow vapor ceased to emerge from Su Yuan's body. In the next instant, Su Yuan's form resembled a swirling vortex, greedily absorbing the surrounding energy as if it were insatiable. Just as Lin Kong anticipated that this process would take a considerable amount of time, he witnessed Su Yuan's body tremble before slowly opening his eyes. How do you feel? Lin Kong inquired eagerly. Incredible, Kong. I feel like I could knock you over with a single punch, Su Yuan exclaimed with excitement. Thank you for your candid response. Lin Kong couldn't help but smile at Su Yuan's heartfelt words. Haha, just kidding. I feel a qualitative leap compared to before. Not only has the energy stored within me increased several-fold, allowing me to wield my abilities more freely, but even when utilizing the same amount of energy for my powers, the effects I produce now are significantly stronger than before, Su Yuan explained, so impressive. I must hasten my own breakthrough, Lin Kong exclaimed, his desire for strength intensifying. Kong, you continue meditating. I'll go out for a bit. After 2 days without action, I'm itching to move, Su Yuan said, stretching his wrist. All right, but be cautious. While we can upgrade, it's likely that the zombies can as well. Furthermore, we must remain wary of others. If people harbor ill intentions, they can be far more terrifying than zombies. Lin Kong warned repeatedly. Don't worry, Kong. I know my limits, and besides. Just then, a resounding boom erupted around Su Yuan as a layer of hardened earth enveloped him, forming a comprehensive protective armor. Su Yuan, who had barely stood at 5 feet 7 inches, now loomed nearly 2 meters tall. I've been trying this move for ages, and today I finally succeeded. Let's see who can harm me now, Su Yuan declared, exuding an air of invincibility. Oh? Lin Kong observed Su Yuan's transformation with interest, summoning a blade and thrusting it towards Su Yuan's armored arm. With a dull thud, the blade barely penetrated the earthen armor before being halted. This defense is remarkable, Lin Kong exclaimed in admiration. Kong, after your upgrade, your control over the blade's speed of attack must be quicker now, or if you switch to a better weapon, I might not be able to withstand it. Su Yuan humbly remarked. With this skill in hand, it is likely that nothing in this building could harm you, so go ahead, and I shall continue my meditation in the dormitory, Lin Kong declared. Little zombies, Grandpa is here, Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly as he dashed out the door. After a day of relentless fighting, Lin Kong and Su Yuan had shed any psychological burdens associated with slaying zombies. In fact, due to their formidable strength, they annihilated the zombies with such overwhelming force that the undead stood no chance of retaliation. This left them with a sensation akin to leveling up in a video game. Half an hour after Su Yuan's departure, 5 individuals were seated in a circle in dormitory 503 of Building 11. Brother Dong, our food supply is running low. We've searched the 5th and 6th floors thoroughly, but the 4th floor is blocked by some beast. What should we do? One of them inquired, directing his question at a tall man wielding a steel pipe. If it weren't for those bastards on the 6th floor, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Another lackey interjected with a curse before Brother Dong could respond. All right, it's just food. With me and Xiao Long here, it's easily within our grasp, Brother Dong asserted, twisting the square steel pipe in his hand as if it were pliable. Indeed, Brother Dong was already a level 1 ability user, possessing unparalleled strength. Apart from Brother Long, whose astonishing speed could provide some contention, it was difficult to conceive anyone capable of withstanding a punch from Brother Dong. As soon as Brother Dong finished speaking, a nearby lackey began to praise him profusely. Come on, it's not that exaggerated. While my power is indeed formidable, we must not underestimate other ability users. They could still withstand a couple of my blows, Brother Dong humbly replied, waving his hand dismissively at the praise. I just saw someone on the opposite building using bed sheets to escape to the next floor. Brother Long interjected. Though that person was ultimately devoured by the zombies on the next level, we might consider trying that method. Indeed, it's worth a shot. Since someone is blocking the stairs on the 4th floor, there must be others there, likely Earth-type ability users. However, that's not an issue, Brother Dong remarked, confident in his strength as an enhanced ability user. His immense power had allowed him to navigate the apocalypse unscathed, reinforcing his belief in the adage that sheer strength can conquer all obstacles. Had it not been for the absurd thickness of the 4th floor's earthen walls, he would have already descended with force. What's an Earth-type ability user to me? Essentially, they can only build walls, he scoffed. Exactly, this is the apocalypse. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will meet their end. Those pests on the 6th floor will serve as a warning. The surrounding lackeys echoed enthusiastically. All right, let us descend from here, but remember to check with your phones if there are any zombies below. Don't be like that fool across the way, Brother Dong chuckled. Moments later, after confirming the absence of zombies below, the 5 individuals climbed down using the bed sheets, reaching the 4th floor. Brother Dong, this place has already been searched, one lackey reported after a brief rummage. I am not blind. I can see that, Brother Dong retorted, slapping the back of the lackey's head. It must have been that Earth-type ability user who cleaned this out. Let us go find him, Brother Long suggested. Search every room. Whoever dares to block my path is asking for trouble. With that, The group began their search starting from room 403.as for the locks. They posed no obstacle. Brother Dong easily broke them with a few jabs of his steel pipe. In dormitory 419, Lin Kong was deeply engrossed in meditation when the incessant crashing sounds from outside began to intrude upon his concentration. Initially, he assumed the noise originated from other floors, or perhaps from Su Yuan's skirmishes. However, as the sounds grew louder and closer, accompanied by snippets of conversation, he realized that others had arrived on the fourth floor. Opening the door, Lin Kong immediately spotted 3 individuals down the corridor, each wielding a steel pipe similar to Su Yuan's. The trio noticed Lin Kong simultaneously and began waving to one another as they approached. Observing the 5 coming towards him, Lin Kong furrowed his brow. Noting their expressions were clearly hostile as they drew near, he called out, "Halt! What do you intend to do?" At the same time, the blades concealed in his pocket readied themselves for action. "You must be the Earth-type ability user who blocked the stairs, causing us inconvenience. Surely, some compensation is in order," the leader of the group stated. "Haven't you just come down yourself?" Lin Kong thought, but he refrained from engaging in a futile argument, knowing it would be of no use. For them, this was merely an excuse. "What do you want?" Lin Kong inquired. "That were quite reasonable. We just want a hearty meal. Show us what food you've scavenged, and we'll pick out what we like." The man replied with a disarming smile, "I'm afraid I don't have much. If you seek food, you should look elsewhere." Lin Kong retorted, "So you're trying to play coy, eh?" Several of the men grew impatient. And before their leader could respond, 3 lackeys charged at Lin Kong with their steel pipes. Seeing this, Lin Kong swiftly launched 3 blades that pierced through the arms of the advancing trio, eliciting cries of pain that echoed in the corridor. "What? Aren't you an Earth-type user? What kind of ability is this?" one of them exclaimed, clutching his bleeding arm in disbelief. "When did I ever claim to be an Earth-type user?" Lin Kong said, bemused as he watched the injured men writhe in agony. "Anyone who dares to harm me is courting death." Brother Dong's expression darkened as he glanced at his wounded lackeys. Initially believing Lin Kong to be merely a door-blocking Earth-type user, he was taken aback by the sharpness of Lin Kong's attack. Yet, he dismissed this as a mere inconvenience, believing 2 or 3 blades to be inconsequential. Without hesitation, Brother Dong stepped back, shifting his weight, and hurled his steel pipe at Lin Kong like a javelin. Powered by Brother Dong's immense strength, the pipe flew toward Lin Kong with a speed rivaling that of the blades. As Lin Kong marveled at the velocity of the incoming projectile, he instinctively bent sideways to evade it. Accustomed to controlling his blades for rapid assaults, he was keenly attuned to speed and deftly avoided the oncoming steel pipe. Seeing his first attack fail, Brother Dong charged forward without hesitation, closely followed by Brother Long, who possessed speed-enhancing abilities. As the 2 advanced, Lin Kong recalled the steel pipe that had nearly impaled him moments before. And a chill ran down his spine. "Do you truly wish to kill me?" Lin Kong shouted, retreating as disbelief flooded his mind. For mere food, they were prepared to kill. He had slain countless zombies without qualm. But the thought of killing a human had never crossed his mind. Thus, he initially opted to pierce the trio's arms rather than targeting fatal areas like their heads or hearts. However, the dismissive smirks and derisive laughter from the 2 assailants indicated that they found his reluctance laughable. Lin Kong understood the implications. His final reservations dissipated. While he had yet to mentally prepare for taking a life, he was no longer the innocent college student untouched by bloodshed. Moreover, with the threat of death looming over him, how could he possibly show mercy? They sought his life. Therefore, he would retaliate, just as he had done with the zombies. When the apocalypse first descended, he had been repulsed by the gruesome scenes, but he resolved that anyone who sought to kill him would meet their demise in return. His survival was paramount. With his resolve solidified, Lin Kong fixed his fierce gaze upon the 2 men just a few meters away. In the next instant, over 20 blades flew from his pocket, spinning at high velocity, transforming into streaks of light as they hurtled toward the 2 assailants with unprecedented speed. Lin Kong had not been idle during his training. Be why the heavens! Brother Dong and Brother Long gasped in shock at the sight before them, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. They had initially assumed that controlling 3 blades was Lin Kong's limit, only to realize that was merely a fraction of his true capabilities. The narrow corridor left them with little room to evade. The oncoming blades effectively sealed off their escape routes, especially for Brother Long, who was at the forefront, Panic set in as he realized that his once prized speed had now become a distance to death. "Wait, show mercy," Brother Long pleaded, desperately trying to protect his vital areas from the incoming assault. Yet, Lin Kong was beyond caring for their pleas. He commanded the blades with lethal precision, targeting their vital points. Although Brother Long's speed abilities afforded him some degree of evasion, he still suffered numerous injuries to his shoulder, abdomen, and thigh, each strike inflicting excruciating pain that nearly caused him to lose consciousness as he collapsed to the ground. Clutching his wounds and crying out in agony, in stark contrast, Brother Dong, lacking any speed-enhancing abilities, was far less fortunate. Unable to evade the multitude of blades, his once unstoppable strength proved futile against such a barrage. Though he was a level 1 ability user, he had yet to even graze Lin Kong's clothing, forced to watch helplessly as blade after blade pierced through his body, some embedding in his neck and heart. Chapter 11. Kill. Red crystal core filled with intense rage and disbelief, Brother Dong slowly collapsed to the ground, his life extinguished. Perhaps in his final moments, he remained bewildered, pondering the true identity of the Earth-type ability user who had dared to block the stairs. They merely sought to eliminate a mere obstacle, never anticipating the emergence of such a formidable adversary. However, if given the chance to strike a blow, it would undoubtedly be him who would survive. Regrettably, there are no ifs in reality. True combat does not consist of flamboyant exchanges of attack and defense, nor does it ignite the fervor of passionate clashes. More often than not, victory is determined by the minutiae. With life and death hinging on a single move, Lin Kong averted his gaze from the lifeless Dong Gu and fixated instead on the still prostrate Long Gu, who was at a loss as to where to cover his wounds. As well as the 3 trembling subordinates cowering against the wall. "Big brother, calm down. We concede. We apologize, we were wrong, and we shan't dare again. It was all Dong Ji's coercion that brought us here. It is not our fault." Upon noticing Lin Kong's gaze, the group immediately pleaded for mercy. Just then, a voice echoed from behind Lin Kong. "A Kong, what is happening?" Turning around, he indeed saw Su Yuan approaching slowly, wielding an iron pipe in his right hand and a small bag of food in his left. Ignoring the lamentations of the individuals before him, Lin Kong succinctly outlined the situation to Su Yuan. Upon grasping the circumstances, Su Yuan was filled with righteous indignation, exclaiming that they had brazenly robbed them in these desperate times. Food was exceedingly precious. Stealing another's sustenance was akin to severing their lifeline. "Have you killed anyone before?" Lin Kong suddenly inquired, observing the defenseless individuals before him. Their earlier ferocity in battle had caught him off guard, as they had attacked without mercy. It was hard for Lin Kong to fathom how just days prior they had all been law-abiding students, yet today, they could kill without a second thought. Had it not been for their murderous intent, Lin Kong had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. It was all Dong Gu and Long Gu who did the killing. Both possess abilities, and Dong Gu is a first-tier ability user. They orchestrated everything. We were merely compelled to submit temporarily. The individuals responded without hesitation. Lin Kong understood, and he paid little heed to their mention of Dong Gu being a first-tier ability user. Setting aside their abilities, Dong Gu struck Lin Kong as distinctly weaker than Su Yuan, likely a pseudo-first tier who had ascended without breaking through the limits. Lin Kong turned to Su Yuan and said, "You want to take care of this? I've been itching to get started." Su Yuan replied, understanding Lin Kong's implication and eager to act. Before the group could comprehend the meaning behind Lin Kong and Su Yuan's exchange, several hard rock spikes suddenly erupted from the wall beside them, instantly impaling the group through their chests. Long Gu, witnessing this scene from the ground, scrambled to his feet in terror, desperately activating his ability to flee. Yet Lin Kong's blades had been poised for action. With a mere thought, they flew through the AI art, and no matter how swift Long Ji's speed ability was, it could not outpace Lin Kong's blades, which struck him with 7 or 8 piercing blows, leaving him lifeless on the ground. Just days into this new reality, and already lives were being taken. Such is the brutality of the apocalypse. Gazing at the lifeless bodies strewn on the ground, Lin Kong sighed. As food dwindles, it is all simply a struggle for survival. Indeed, in the apocalypse, there exists no right or wrong, only life and death. At that moment, Lin Kong's thoughts turned to his parents. This encounter had made him acutely aware of how expendable life had become, even if his parents had been rescued by the authorities. they would still face peril. He increasingly recognized the significance of strength, as it is the true determinant of life and death. Just moments ago, he and Su Yuan had dictated the fates of others through their power. Had they been less capable, it would have been them lying lifeless on the ground. Observing the bodies scattered about, Lin Kong furrowed his brow, retaining anything useful from the fallen before utilizing his telekinetic abilities to dispose of them from the balcony down below. The zombies below immediately converged to feast upon the unexpected bounty. As he watched over 20 frenzied zombies indulging in their meal, Su Yuan suddenly remembered something and produced a crystal core emitting a faint red glow from his pocket. "A Kong, look, I found this in the head of a zombie significantly stronger than the others. It must be one that has recently evolved." Su Yuan handed the red crystal core to Lin Kong, who, intrigued, picked it up with his fingers to examine it closely. The size of the core was comparable to that of a gray crystal core, with no notable differences aside from the distinct color emanating from it. "What was the strength of that first-tier zombie?" Lin Kong inquired. "Clearly a notch above the others. Thankfully, I am also at the first tier, or else it would have taken considerable effort to defeat it." Su Yuan recalled the encounter vividly. At first, he had not realized that the zombie was of the first tier and had not anticipated encountering one. Thus, during their initial confrontation, he had been momentarily stunned by the zombie's superior speed and strength. Yet, even elevated to the first tier, the creature remained a mindless being, driven solely by instinct. In the second round of confrontation, the first-tier zombie was pierced through by spikes emerging from the walls, rendering it utterly defenseless. It seems that zombies are evolving at a rapid pace. A sense of urgency surged within Lin Kong once more. "To Kong, do you think this first-tier crystal core can aid in your advancement?" Lin Kong, not wishing to be coy with Su Yuan, immediately began his attempt upon returning to their dormitory. However, 2 minutes later, he expressed his disappointment. "It's futile. It appears there are no shortcuts left to traverse this final stretch. You should keep this first-tier crystal core." After reaching the first tier, I tried absorbing gray crystal cores, but the efficiency of improvement was only comparable to meditative practices, making it far more convenient to meditate directly. Su Yuan explained. The path to further advancement would likely become much more arduous, requiring encounters with zombies of the same tier or even higher to facilitate rapid growth. Otherwise, they would have to rely on meditation for gradual progress. Moreover, he harbored doubts about humanity's ability to continue growing stronger solely through meditation. Otherwise, anyone capable of meditating would become a powerhouse, a notion that seemed overly simplistic. Lin Kong pondered aloud. Su Yuan nodded, tucking the red crystal core into his pocket as he observed the food they had gathered. "I only cleared a small portion of the dormitory on the 3rd floor since our food supply is sufficient for quite some time. So I didn't take much." Lin Kong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we do not need to scavenge for more food. Our provisions can sustain us for over half a month, and we will likely have departed the dormitory by then. Furthermore, if we were to exhaust our food supply entirely, others would struggle to find sustenance, which could lead to undesirable consequences. Before we leave, it would be best if nothing untoward occurs in this dormitory." "That makes sense. On the 3rd floor, I encountered 3 individuals, all from the same dormitory. However, they are rather timid and have yet to kill a zombie. This is the typical response of most individuals in the apocalypse. In comparison, we have adapted rather well. Indeed, we owe a debt of gratitude to Lao Huang for facilitating our first kill and bolstering our courage and confidence." Lin Kong mused, reminiscing about the first time he had utilized his abilities to kill Lao Huang. Unable to suppress a sigh. "Indeed, we must erect a monument for Lao Huang. It is regrettable that I never learned about his family situation. Otherwise, I might have had the opportunity to visit them." "All right, Unz, I must focus on my efforts to advance to the first tier. You take care of things here. I was just planning to venture out to hunt first-tier zombies. Only the red crystal cores can expedite my progress. If I find any surplus cores, I'll save them for you," Su Yuan replied with a grin. "Haha, I must thank you in advance. However, I suspect that first-tier zombies may not be as easily found as ordinary ones. We must exercise caution, especially if there are too many zombies gathered in one place." Understood. I have a sense of proportion. Why are you nagging me?" Chapter 12. Lin Kong's advancement not long after finishing lunch. Unable to endure the silence, Su Yuan gathered his gear and set out for further adventures. Lin Kong continued to meditate and practice, taking the opportunity to hone his abilities. Training his powers was essential, as future battles would rely heavily on them. The ability to skillfully wield his powers and execute them with finesse would become a critical aspect of his strength. Lin Kong believed that the disparity between adaptability users and those who struggled to wield their powers was akin to the difference between a professional fighter and an ordinary college student. The former could easily overpower the latter. In the midst of this tranquil yet fulfilling training, time flew by. Before long, the moon hung high in the sky. With a creak, Su Yuan opened the door, accompanied by a strong scent of blood that permeated the room. However, after days of acclimatization, they had grown accustomed to the odor. Observing Su Yuan removing his blood-stained clothing, Lin Kong inquired, "Did it go smoothly?" "It was all right, and I even encountered several people, one of whom was quite formidable." Su Yuan replied, appearing exhilarated as he recounted his afternoon experiences. "Oh? Do tell." Lin Kong's curiosity was piqued. There were two individuals, both of whom had reached the first tier. The key was that one of them possessed a remarkable ability, capable of immobilizing zombies with a mere glance. That I witnessed him control a first-tier zombie solely with his gaze. That's impressive. Upon listening to Su Yuan's description, Lin Kong couldn't help but marvel silently. He had encountered a similar ability user online long ago, but that individual's power merely reduced the target's speed by half, while the one Su Yuan encountered today seemed to possess a significantly stronger ability. Indeed, it was a pity that just as Lin Kong was about to approach and strike up a conversation, they turned to leave, and he felt too embarrassed to follow. As for the second group, comprising 6 individuals, their strength was rather unimpressive. However, judging by their demeanor, it seemed they were eager to cling to the two in front. Yet those two showed no interest in them, with a glint of amusement in his eyes. Su Yuan continued, "How interesting. It appears the vigilance of those two is quite high. They don't even want free followers." Lin Kong pondered thoughtfully. "Nevertheless, the most crucial matter is this. Ding ding, a total of 7 first-level crystal cores." Su Yuan grinned widely, pulling out a small handful of crystal cores, exactly 7 first-level ones. "So many? I initially thought we might only manage to acquire 1 or 2 more," Lin Kong exclaimed, slightly astonished. I, too, was surprised. "I didn't expect to encounter so many first-level zombies. It feels like many of them have leveled up after all this time," Su Yuan remarked. "Although it's unexpected, it means we need not worry about a lack of crystal cores." "Which is quite good," Lin Kong replied with a smile. After a brief change of clothes, the two settled down for the night. With no internet, they found themselves devoid of the motivation to stay up late. This continued until the 6th night. After several days of arduous training, Lin Kong finally welcomed his first breakthrough. Feeling the invigorating power within him, he truly grasped the sensation Su Yuan had described when he first leveled up, the overwhelming feeling of strength. "Damn, Kong, you've just leveled up, yet I feel your aura rivals mine already," Su Yuan exclaimed, astonished, observing Lin Kong's unrestrained momentum. That day, Su Yuan had not ventured outside. Instead, he remained in the dormitory, absorbing first-level crystal cores, having consumed several already, significantly enhancing his strength compared to when he first leveled up. After such a long wait to advance, he felt he deserved some positive reinforcement. Otherwise, he might just weep in despair. Lin Kong chuckled. "Is this the might of dual abilities? Kong, remember, when fortune smiles, don't forget your friends," Su Yuan whimpered, clutching Lin Kong's arm. "Oh, spare me. Your abilities are no less impressive. There's no need to cling to me," Lin Kong retorted, extricating his arm before playfully kicking Su Yuan's backside. "Oh no. Kong, are you abandoning me? How shall I survive?" Su Yuan lamented, clutching his rear in mock agony, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Observing Su Yuan's exaggerated antics, Lin Kong felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, grateful that he had grown accustomed to such behavior. "Hey, Kong, how about we go out together tomorrow? The 3rd floor is nearly devoid of zombies, and the 1st and 2nd floors have likely been cleared as well. It's time to venture further." After their playful banter, Su Yuan broached the topic at hand. It does seem prudent to explore and gather information about the outside world. However, the zombies in the dormitory are confined to different rooms, so they pose little threat. The situation outside may differ, and we ought to remain vigilant. "Fear not. These are trivial concerns," Su Yuan replied nonchalantly, indicating he had considered this aspect and devised a strategy. Seeing this, Lin Kong chose not to elaborate further. Deep down, he believed that even if zombies gathered in hordes, it would not be a significant issue. As a dual ability user, he had numerous solutions at his disposal. Moreover, with his healing ability as a safety net, his life was assured. Feeling the power of a first-level ability user, Lin Kong suddenly recalled a long-desired ability he had attempted to manifest multiple times without success. The mental ability granted him the power to manipulate objects. Therefore, he wondered if he could apply it to himself to achieve flight. Without hesitation, Lin Kong began to experiment, channeling energy through his abilities and directing it towards himself. As the energy gradually depleted, he experienced a peculiar sensation due to the effects of the ability. 1 second. 2 seconds. Ultimately, Lin Kong's body failed to lift off the ground. Damn it, he muttered in frustration, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. After all, the ability to fly was a dream cherished by every man. If he could soar, he could undoubtedly captivate countless admirers. In a rush. One day, I shall fly. The mere thought of rising amidst a crowd, drawing gasps of astonishment, caused Lin Kong's lips to curl into an involuntary grin at a Kong. Are you once again daydreaming about some girl? Su Yuan inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity upon seeing Lin Kong's foolish grin. You're the one with wandering eyes. But someone must allow me to admire them. It's been a week since I've seen a woman at a Kong. Do you have any idea how I've managed this past week? Aren't there plenty of options on your phone? Lin Kong retorted. Those are merely images to behold but not touch. They lack the thrill of reality, Su Yuan defended. You should just get some sleep. Dreams can offer everything. Chapter 13. The zombie dog blocks the path. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Lin Kong and Su Yuan began to pack their belongings in preparation for their outing. Although they planned to return before nightfall, they nonetheless prepared provisions for 2 days to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Once they were ready, Lin Kong turned to Su Yuan and said, Yuanzi, please use your abilities to seal off the 4th floor, preventing any thieves from taking advantage of our absence. No problem. Upon Lin Kong ascending to the 3rd floor, Su Yuan activated his powers, erecting layers of earthen walls to barricade every accessible area on the 4th floor, including the balcony, which he sealed tightly. All done, Su Yuan said, appearing somewhat fatigued, clearly having exerted considerable effort. No need to rush. Let us rest for a bit, Lin Kong suggested. Su Yuan accepted the offer, sitting on the stairs to recuperate. After a brief period of rest, the two continued their descent. Just as they reached the 1st floor, a commotion reached their ears. Approaching the source of the noise, they discovered a group of roughly 10 individuals arguing vehemently behind the firmly barricaded dormitory entrance. As Lin Kong and Su Yuan drew closer, they discerned the nature of the dispute. One faction comprised the 2 first-level evolved individuals Su Yuan had mentioned yesterday, accompanied by a group of 6 who trailed them eagerly. Despite being dismissed, the opposing faction consisted of 7 residents from the 1st floor. Lin Kong and Su Yuan's presence did not garner much attention. The quarrel raged on. Lu Hong, that zombie dog outside is beyond the capability of us 2 first-level ability users. Many have attempted to escape, only to be devoured. The leader of the 1st floor group addressed a bespectacled man. To dissuade any lingering doubts, the leader added, before it consumed any humans, its strength was already formidable. After devouring so many, it must have grown even stronger. Just because you can't defeat it doesn't mean Lu Gu can't. You've never witnessed Lu Gu's power. The 6 trailing behind immediately chimed in before the bespectacled man could respond. Lu Hong, the bespectacled man, did not refute their claims but instead expressed his opinion based on the current circumstances. There are hardly any zombies left in the building, and food is running low. If we don't take this opportunity to venture out, we may not find another chance. Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps it will leave in a couple of days, and then we can go out. The opposing faction insisted. At that moment, another member from the 1st floor group interjected. You all from above have no idea how fearsome that zombie dog is. 3 days ago, one of our 1st-level strength-enhanced ability users, accompanied by 5 students, tried to escape, but the zombie dog wiped them out in moments. Exactly. That damn dog is too fast. It's invisible to the naked eye, and its claws are razor-sharp. There's no way we can win. If you want to die, then jump out from the 2nd floor and face it yourself. Don't drag us down with you. Despite hearing these warnings, Lu Hong remained adamant about confronting the zombie dog, though he refrained from insisting on opening the dormitory door. Instead, he turned and ascended the stairs with his chubby companion. Observing Lu Hong's determination to jump from the 2nd floor to confront the zombie dog, the 1st floor group breathed a sigh of relief. They feared Lu Hong would disregard their advice and open the door, unleashing the dog. Curious to see if Lu Hong was truly as formidable as claimed, they followed him, intent on witnessing the confrontation. As Lin Kong and Su Yuan trailed behind the group, they arrived at the second-floor windowsill, where they were greeted by the sight of 6 or 7 wandering zombies outside. Particularly in the adjacent green belt, a 2-meter-long zombie dog lay lurking. Its once jet-black fur was now almost entirely gone, revealing skin as pale as that of any zombie. Its body was riddled with pus-filled sores, and its dark, sharp claws were as fearsome as the scythe of death. The zombie dog, having noticed the commotion, remained still, aware that its jumping ability was insufficient to reach the second floor. Otherwise, it would have attacked by now. This creature appears far stronger than a typical zombie, Lin Kong remarked, feeling a shiver of trepidation. If you're scared, just stand back. We wouldn't want you to wet your pants. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, someone nearby immediately scoffed. What the hell do you mean? Su Yuan's temper flared, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the individual, but was promptly restrained by Lin Kong. Just a clown, Su Yuan huffed. Choosing to disregard the other person, it's absurd that one cannot even speak the truth. The man, fearing that Su Yuan might genuinely charge at him, muttered quietly, unwilling to lose face. Sun, what is so special about this zombie dog? At that moment, Lu Hong inquired of the leader from earlier. It moves with remarkable agility and speed. We hardly have time to react when it runs. Its claws are exceedingly sharp, capable of severing a leg bone with a single swipe. Li Sun did not hold back, recalling the scene he had witnessed earlier. Speaking earnestly, it is indeed quite troublesome, but we cannot afford to linger. We must take a decisive risk. Lu Hong gazed at the zombie dog lurking in the bushes, his expression grave. During the earlier debate on the first floor, upon hearing of the zombie dog's ferocity, he had lost his sense of certainty. However, as he himself had stated, time was not on their side. There were hardly any zombies left in the dormitory building, preventing them from further strengthening their capabilities. Conversely, the zombies outside would not remain idle, patiently waiting for them to slay them. If they continued to hide in the dormitory without making advancements, they might find themselves utterly powerless against even a single zombie when they eventually ventured outside. That would be the true despair. At that moment, Lin Kong and Su Yuan stepped forward, addressing the crowd. We have both leveled up to rank 1 and can lend a hand. Rank 1? Half of us here are already rank 1. Are we supposed to feel proud of that? One member of the 7-person group retorted immediately. What this student says is correct. Being rank 1 is hardly impressive. How many of us have survived this long without having killed a zombie? Just slay 11 zombies, and with a couple of days, one can level up. Indeed, let alone rank 1. If it weren't for encountering a rank 1 zombie just yesterday afternoon, perhaps Brother Li would have already reached rank 2, the crowd chimed in, and Lin Kong understood that they had not realized the potential of using meditation to break through limits, which is why their advancements seemed so swift. He also sensed that his explanation had been insufficient. I apologize, I was not clear. What I intended to convey is that we are both rank 1 ability users. In the next moment, 6 silver blades suddenly shot out from his backpack. Hovering beside him, spinning incessantly, Su Yuan also enveloped his arm in rocky armor, showcasing his abilities. Witnessing such a stunning display, those who had been vocally challenging Lin Kong fell silent, especially the one who had just confronted him, who quietly retreated to the back of the crowd, fearful that Lin Kong might unleash a blade upon him if he were displeased. It was evident to all present that Lin Kong and Su Yuan were not merely ability users, but possessed formidable powers, far from being trivial abilities. Although they had yet to demonstrate their actual combat prowess, the intimidating display of their abilities was sufficient to imply that their strength was indeed considerable. Brother, I was blind earlier. I didn't realize you were ability users too. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Sun, an auditory enhancement ability user. At that moment, Li Sun approached with a smile. Hello, it turns out you are also an ability user, Lin Kong replied. Li Sun shook his head, stating, it's merely a supportive ability with little combat effectiveness. It pales in comparison to your powers. Lu Hong also stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Lu Hong, a mental confinement ability user. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed? For him, the emergence of Lin Kong and his companion was a delightful surprise. Moreover, it seemed that Lin Kong and Su Yuan were eager to engage in battle, which was far preferable to Li Sun's timid group. Lin Kong, manipulation ability. Su Yuan, Earth-type ability. They both introduced their basic information, recognizing that they might soon fight together, thus eliminating any need for concealment. Seeing that everyone had acquainted themselves, Lu Hong suggested, "Let us dispense with further pleasantries and discuss strategies for dealing with the zombie dog. With your participation, our chances of success have significantly increased. However, I still want to test whether I can take it down by myself. Of course, if I find myself unable to do so, I will require your assistance, and no problem." Su Yuan readily agreed. Lin Kong cast a deep glance at Lu Hong but did not oppose him. He recognized Lu Hong's cautious intent. Given the ferocity of the zombie dog, it was likely a rank 2 creature. Should he manage to obtain a rank 2 crystal core, it could greatly facilitate their progression. Lin Kong considered this possibility highly plausible. However, since Lu Hong had broached the subject first, he felt it inappropriate to compete for it. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that Lu Hong would even succeed in slaying the zombie dog. After devising a strategy, Lu Hong called out to the plump individual nearby, "Xiao Hui, draw the zombie's attention." With that, he brandished a steel pipe and leaped down from the second floor. Li Hui and the 6-person group followed suit, readying their weapons as they jumped down. Seeing the food they had guarded for several days finally emerge, the zombie dog let out a howl, quickly pouncing towards the advancing Lu Hong. Its speed far exceeded that of any zombies they had encountered previously. Lu Hong understood that the key to his victory lay in launching an unexpected mental confinement ability attack, as he held no physical advantage. As the zombie dog drew nearer, he gripped his steel pipe tightly, silently calculating the right moment to strike. 1 second, 2 seconds. Now, mental confinement. At a critical moment, Lu Hong sensed that the time was right, and an imperceptible wave enveloped the zombie dog. In the next instant, the creature was indeed immobilized in midair by his power. Seeing the zombie dog under his control, Lu Hong's face lit up with joy as he raised his steel pipe to deliver a fierce strike to the creature's skull. However, just as the steel pipe was about to connect, the zombie dog broke free from the confines of his ability, swiftly turning its head to evade a fatal blow. Yet, its shoulder was inevitably pierced. The unrefined tip of the steel pipe pierced the zombie dog's shoulder, causing it to bleed profusely. Simultaneously, the immense force of the strike sent it crashing to the ground. After rolling once, it managed to regain its footing. The zombie dog, undeterred by the wound on its shoulder, stood up and, without a moment's hesitation, charged at Lu Hong with even greater speed. Moments ago, Lu Hong was astonished to see his ability fail to restrain the zombie dog for more than a fleeting moment. Just yesterday, he had tested his power and found that he could control a rank 1 zombie for a full 4 seconds. He had assumed that even if this zombie dog was rank 2, he should still be able to maintain control for at least a second or two. To his dismay, reality proved that he could not even hold it for a second, on the second floor. As Lu Hong unleashed his ability, Lin Kong found himself drawn to the familiar yet alien wave generated by Lu Hong's power. It was familiar, as he sensed a similarity to his own manipulation ability. Yet alien due to the subtle differences. Lin Kong reflected silently on the fleeting details he had just witnessed. The more he pondered, the more he felt an increasing familiarity with Lu Hong's ability until he felt as though he had grasped the essence of mental confinement and could wield this ability himself. In an instant, an audacious hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. Mental confinement, consciousness, manipulation. Could this be the true way to unlock consciousness? Could it be that as long as I have witnessed another mental ability user performing their power, I could learn their mental ability? With this thought in mind, Lin Kong immediately sought to test whether he had indeed acquired the mental confinement ability. He turned his gaze toward the battlefield below, focusing on a rank 1 zombie that was currently gaining the upper hand, and silently urged his consciousness. After 2 attempts, there was no effect, just as Lin Kong began to doubt his hypothesis. On the 3rd attempt, the zombie's movements suddenly halted. Its claws, which were about to strike a nearby human, could advance no further. The individual, in a desperate swing of his steel pipe, struck the zombie's head just in time. Watching the zombie collapse, the person couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, though a flicker of confusion crossed his mind as he pondered why the zombie's movements had suddenly faltered. However, he dismissed it and continued to aid his companions, accustomed to finishing off the creature. It really works. It truly does. Lin Kong was so exhilarated that his body trembled slightly. He had not been mistaken. His consciousness ability had indeed allowed him to learn the mental confinement power. Mastering mental confinement might not yield an immediate, significant enhancement for him. Yet, the importance of this discovery lay in the fact that he had unlocked the door to an unprecedented new realm. Consciousness could indeed enable him to learn the abilities of other mental ability users. However, he still hesitated to fully embrace this hypothesis, fearing that mental confinement might simply be an exception. Mental confinement had provided him with certain insights, and moving forward, he could attempt to explore whether he could independently discern other abilities. Lin Kong mused to himself. Setting aside his joy, he directed his gaze back to the battlefield below. At this moment, Su Yuan had already leaped down, joining Lu Hong in confronting the zombie dog. Earth spikes erupted rapidly from the ground, but unfortunately, they were all evaded by the zombie dog with astonishing speed. Realizing that the earth spikes could not reach the creature, Su Yuan switched tactics, raising for earthen walls around the zombie dog, growing increasingly taller. However, the fast-moving zombie dog seized the opportunity to leap out before the walls could fully rise. Lu Hong continued to exert his ability, striving to once again confine the zombie dog. Alas, after enduring a setback, the zombie dog remained ever vigilant, skillfully eluding Lu Hong's abilities which could not accurately track its rapid movements. As for the others, they were unable to join the fray and could only silently observe from the sidelines, cheering the two on in its attempts to evade attacks. The zombie dog found no opportunity to close the distance for a decisive strike. Instead, continuously maneuvering at a safe distance, searching for a chance, Yuanzi's attacking speed could not keep pace with the zombie dog's swift movements. Lin Kong murmured to himself, and in the next moment, a silvery light enveloped him as he summoned dozens of blades to join the battle. Chapter 15. Slaying the zombie dog, Level 2 Crystal Core. Upon advancing to Level 1, Lin Kong's control over the flying blades significantly improved. At this juncture, the zombie dog was still dodging the attacks from Su Yuan and Lu Hong while simultaneously observing for a counterattack opportunity. When several piercing sounds erupted from behind, it realized too late to evade Lin Kong's blades. In the blink of an eye, several blades left deep, bone-exposing gashes on the zombie dog's body. Unfazed by pain, the zombie dog did not howl in suffering, yet its movements were hindered to a degree, preventing it from unleashing its previous speed. After deftly avoiding the spikes that emerged from the ground beneath it, the zombie dog glanced at Lin Kong, who was preparing to continue controlling the blades. And then at Su Yuan and Lu Hong in the following moment, it astonishingly turned and bolted away from the dormitory building. Observing the fleeing zombie dog, Lin Kong and the others were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated such intelligence from the creature, which not only avoided fatal injuries but also fled when faced with danger. It nearly left them bewildered. Watching the zombie dog sprint 20 meters away, Lin Kong chuckled softly. Do not underestimate my control over objects. All things can be commanded. This is the essence of universal mastery. He extended his left hand toward the zombie dog and yanked backward forcefully. To the astonishment of those watching, the zombie dog, which had been retreating, suddenly halted as if it had hit an invisible brake, then, as if gripped by an unseen giant hand, it was uncontrollably yanked back towards Lin Kong and the others. Oh my, the universal attraction! Su Yuan could not suppress his exclamation. The universal attraction was a power depicted in an anime before the apocalypse, creating a gravitational pull that drew targets closer. It's not that powerful. Merely producing a similar effect, Lin Kong explained with a smile. The zombie dog instinctively recognized the peril it was in and exerted all its strength to escape the grasp. Yet, being newly upgraded to Level 1, Lin Kong, despite his formidable abilities, could not maintain full control over the zombie dog. Indeed, in its desperate struggle, the creature managed to break free approximately 10 meters away from them, crashing heavily to the ground. However, before it had the chance to rise, a familiar force seized it, rendering it immobile. The one who acted was none other than Lu Hong, who had been waiting patiently, in an instant, before the zombie dog could shake off Lu Hong's power. For thick walls erupted around it, trapping it firmly. Why now? The zombie dog had lost all means of resistance, confined within the small space, and was swiftly pierced by Lin Kong's flying knives until it perished. The zombie dog is dead? They actually killed it. The onlookers on the second floor, including Li Sun, were left in disbelief. They had lived under the shadow of the zombie dog for days, fearing that at any moment it might breach their defenses and invade the dormitory to claim their lives. Now, Their nightmare had been vanquished by those whom they had previously overlooked. The wave of immense joy surged within them, intertwined with a subtle sense of defeat. How could they be so powerful that they had truly vanquished the zombie dog? Could they have already reached level 2? Lee Sun shook his head. I can sense their aura is only slightly stronger than ours. They cannot be level 2. Then why are they so formidable despite being only level 1? Well, their abilities are exceptionally potent, while you have none to compare with theirs. That seems reasonable. As the earthen walls gradually descended, Lin Kong flicked his finger, and a red crystal core shot from the zombie dog's head into his palm. This small maneuver left those around him momentarily stunned. However, they soon found their gazes drawn to the red crystal core heading towards Lin Kong. Although the core was still red, they could all perceive that its hue was richer and more vibrant compared to the red cores of level 1 zombies. Seeing the crystal core in Lin Kong's hand, an expression of greed and desire spread across the faces of those present. This was a level 2 crystal core. Yet, no one was foolish enough to rush forward to snatch it. Having witnessed how Lin Kong had toyed with the zombie dog with ease, disregarding the surrounding stares, Lin Kong pocketed the crystal core and addressed the group. The greatest trouble has been eliminated. We shall not linger here any longer and will take our leave first. Thank you for your assistance. Without you, I would have surely been torn apart by it. Lu Hong expressed his gratitude as he stepped forward. Had it not been for Lin Kong and Su Yuan's intervention, he would have likely found himself in the belly of the zombie dog. We're all classmates. It was a mere trifle. Lin Kong waved his hand dismissively and, alongside Su Yuan, began to walk away. We're all classmates, yet some only look out for themselves, indifferent to the plight of others. Lu Hong muttered to himself as he watched Lin Kong and Su Yuan depart. He then turned his gaze towards Li Hui and the 6-member group who had assisted him in holding off the zombies. Throughout this battle, the 6-member group had not faltered in fear. Even without abilities, they had joined Li Hui in restraining several zombies. Lu Hong looked at them and smiled. Let us form a team from now on. Really, Lu Gu? Yay, that's wonderful. We promise we won't hold you back. Lu Gu. Upon hearing this, the group was filled with immense joy. Meanwhile, Lin Kong and Su Yuan did not rush to find their next target. Instead, they approached a nearby dormitory, quickly clearing the area of zombies before entering. In one dorm room, Lin Kong eagerly retrieved the level 2 crystal core. Kong, your contribution in slaying the zombie dog was paramount. You should keep this crystal core. Besides, you need more energy and time to upgrade. And with this core, your progression won't lag behind the others, Su Yuan immediately asserted. According to their previous agreement, the core was to be shared equally as it was acquired through their joint efforts. However, given Su Yuan's insistence, Lin Kong did not hesitate and began absorbing the level 2 crystal core. Su Yuan, on his part, grasped a level 1 crystal core and commenced his own absorption. Nearly 3 hours later, Lin Kong had completely depleted the energy from the level 2 crystal core. He silently compared the differences between the level 2 and level 1 cores. The gleam in his eyes grew brighter. Although it took an additional 40 to 50 minutes to absorb the level 2 core compared to the level 1, the enhancement it provided was approximately 5 times greater. Lin Kong could not help but silently commend the zombie dog. He ceased his absorption of the core, opting instead to hone his abilities while awaiting Su Yuan's completion. An hour later, Su Yuan finished absorbing his crystal core, and it was now 2:30 in the afternoon. The two sat together, munching on snacks like braised chicken feet while engaging in conversation. Absorbing a level 2 crystal core is so advantageous, Su Yuan exclaimed in delight after hearing Lin Kong's experience. Indeed, it is far superior to absorbing a level 1 core. Yuanzi, we must seek out level 2 zombies for our next encounters. That may prove challenging. Level 1 zombies only began appearing in large numbers yesterday. Unless under exceptional circumstances, level 2 zombies would not emerge so soon. Su Yuan frowned. I suspect that zombies feeding on humans can accelerate their evolution, which explains their ravenous hunger for flesh. That zombie dog likely upgraded so rapidly due to consuming numerous humans. We should investigate this angle, Lin Kong proposed. Su Yuan nodded in agreement, contemplating potential locations where level 2 zombies might arise. The North Dining Hall and the library. The zombie outbreak occurred in the morning. And during this period, aside from the dormitory, those two places could likely attract many people. Su Yuan clapped his hands, excitement radiating from him. That makes sense. Let us head to the library first today, and we can save the North Dining Hall for next time. Chapter 16. Interlude. While Lin Kong and Su Yuan were having their meal, In a nearby dormitory, 3 individuals were engaged in discussion. Wu Gu, the dozen or so zombies outside have all been slain by them. There are only 2 people. Wu Gu inquired. I am certain I only heard 2 sets of footsteps. They possess the strength to kill zombies, so their food supply must not be lacking. Upon hearing this, Wu Ji's expression brightened even further. Originally, the 4 of them had been cooped up in the dormitory, too frightened to venture outside since the onset of the apocalypse. It was only when their food supplies dwindled completely that they felt compelled to seek sustenance. That day, overwhelmed by hunger, the 4 had decided to leave together in search of food, but within half a minute, 3 of them returned in a state of panic, empty-handed and disheartened. Since then, they had never dared to leave again. Had it not been for the ample drinking water remaining in the dormitory, they might not have survived until today. Why didn't you say so earlier? What if they left? Wu Gu chided. I was just watching you sleep. You fool. What is more important, sleeping or finding food? Let us go. We need to hurry over and see if we can get something to eat. If I get any hungrier, I might go insane. With that, the 3 opened their door and headed towards the dormitory where Lin Kong and his companion were located. Suddenly, the sound of knocking reverberated through the air, causing Lin Kong to pause mid-bite into his chicken leg. Perplexed, I didn't notice any living souls on this floor just now, he remarked, after hastily stashing his food back into its packaging and placing it into his backpack. Su Yuan rose and proceeded to open the door. Before him stood 3 emaciated figures, visibly weak and gaunt, clearly having gone a long time without nourishment. Hello, fellow student. I am Zhao Wu, the Vice Minister of the External Relations Department of the Student Union. It is a pleasure to meet you. Zhao Wu introduced himself with a broad smile upon seeing Su Yuan. Su Yuan harbored the urge to retort that Zhao Wu was overly optimistic. Yet the sight of the other's frail state stifled his empathy. I saw you showcasing your prowess just outside. It was nothing short of divine, an impressive display of strength. After much contemplation, I couldn't help but come over to make your acquaintance and forge a friendship. Zhao Wu shook Su Yuan's hand enthusiastically, his face alight with excitement. Speak plainly if you have something to say. Spare me the pleasantries, Su Yuan interjected, his voice rising, eager to cut through the unnecessary chatter. His reaction was met with evident displeasure from the trio. How can you speak to us like that? Brother Wu is merely trying to befriend you out of goodwill, yet you treat it as if it were an affront. Young people should temper their fervor. Having more friends opens more paths. Allowing for mutual care in the future, they clamored in unison. Su Yuan, exasperated, attempted to shut the door, but the group quickly wedged their feet against it to stop him. Zhao Wu hastily added, Brother, please don't be hasty. Look at us. We haven't eaten in days. We merely wish to request a little food. He continued, though we don't have cash on hand at the moment. My father is the chairman of Hengyu Technology. Once help arrives, we will generously reward you. Do you really think money holds any value in these times? Lin Kong interjected calmly, not in a hurry. How could money not be useful, my friend? You don't believe that this minor zombie crisis could dismantle societal order, do you? And even if the situation is dire, those like my father, a prominent businessman, will be among the first to receive military aid. Once order is restored, surviving will still be far better than most. Zhao Wu proclaimed, his tone unconsciously turning haughty. So, grant us some food now, and you shall receive payment later, along with compensation beyond your imagination. Hurry, we have been starving for quite some time, they urged, pressing forward. I never said I would give you anything, Lin Kong retorted, bemused by their audacity. They had not even received his consent before preparing to grab the food, blatantly disregarding his presence. Suddenly, with a thud, several flying knives embedded themselves into the floor mere centimeters from Zhao Wu and his companions, causing them to recoil in terror. One of them stumbled over the threshold, landing awkwardly on the ground, too weak from hunger to rise without assistance from the others. What do you intend to do? Do you realize you nearly struck us? They exclaimed, panic in their voices. We only seek a bit of food. Do you wish to harm us? Don't think that the apocalypse has erased all laws. Would it still be called an apocalypse if there were laws? Lin Kong and Su Yuan exchanged bemused glances. Lin Kong's eyes glinted coldly as he addressed them, devoid of any intent to reason. Whoever dares to step inside will meet their end. The chilling detachment in Lin Kong's voice stunned Zhao Wu and his companions. They recognized he was not jesting. Yet, they remained baffled. Was it truly such a grave matter to simply ask for food? Please, we beg you, just a morsel. They pleaded, desperation creeping into their voices. Yes, just a little. We'll do anything you ask. You're all grown men, fully capable of seeking food for yourselves. Fear is no excuse. If you wish to survive, you must rely on your own strength, Lin Kong asserted. The harsh realities of the apocalypse had imparted a profound understanding of its cruelty, as well as the paramount importance of food. Indeed, they were not lacking in provisions, but every morsel they possessed had been acquired at the peril of their lives. How could they possibly hand it over without reason? His words shamed Zhao Wu and his companions, but the terror of the zombies left them feeling powerless. Their shame morphed into indignation. Oh, what if you refuse to share? What excuses are you making? One declared angrily. Brother Wu, let us take it by force. I refuse to believe they would dare retaliate. Finding food means death. Lacking food also means death. We have nothing to lose. Another chimed in, determination in his voice. Brother, do not blame us. Zhao Wu's expression hardened. In a swift motion, they brandished knives nearly 20 centimeters long, lunging menacingly toward Lin Kong and Su Yuan, revealing their premeditated intent to rob. Fools, you seek death, Su Yuan bellowed, activating his abilities in an instant. A spike of earth erupted from the wall, piercing one of the assailants' chest with brutal force. Lin Kong was equally swift, redirecting a knife that had previously struck the ground back toward the trio. They had been on guard all along. The unarmed and famished Zhao Wu and his companions stood little chance of resistance. Their knives clattered to the ground before they could even brush against Lin Kong and Su Yuan. No! Zhao Wu's voice echoed in a cry of despair, but it was too late. Su Yuan delivered the finishing blow, extinguishing the last flicker of life from the trio. They had dared to attack fellow humans out of fear of the undead, embodying the very essence of cowardice. Their demise was of little consequence. Chapter 17. A path through the woods, building bridges having gathered their belongings, the two resumed their journey. Upon exiting the dormitory, they opted not for the shortest route via the main road to the library, but rather took a detour through a secluded path beside the dormitory. It was evident that the main thoroughfare was likely swarming with far more zombies than this obscure trail. Lin Kong and Su Yuan had no need for low-grade crystals, and thus saw no reason to engage in combat with the undead. Moreover, nearly all zombies had now ascended to level 1. Should a horde converge, breaking free would prove exceedingly difficult on the path by the lake. Lin Kong observed the towering trees that had grown significantly since the past, alongside the lush weeds at his feet, and could not help but marvel in this apocalypse. It isn't just we humans and zombies that evolve. Even these plants and animals undergo transformation. Before the apocalypse, the flora and fauna of Blue Star numbered in the millions, with quantities beyond reckoning, estimated to be in the trillions. In the aftermath, a new race for evolution had commenced, rendering humanity's plight far more arduous than anticipated. Su Yuan listened to Lin Kong's musings, nodding slowly as he casually plucked a wildflower from the roadside. Lin Kong, following closely behind, frowned slightly at Su Yuan's action and bent down to place his hand upon the stem, which bore only a few green leaves. As a faint green light emanated from Lin Kong's palm, the once withered flower stem began to visibly flourish, sprouting a small bud that blossomed before their eyes. Their evolution surpasses our expectations. In this small area alone, I can sense 7 or 8 plants radiating level 1 energy, Lin Kong said earnestly, his gaze alight with fervor. Possessing the power of wood, the stronger the plants, the stronger he became. An outcome he welcomed wholeheartedly. Su Yuan, accustomed to Lin Kong's wood-based abilities, was taken aback by the revelation. He turned his attention to the surroundings, surprised to discover several level 1 plants thriving nearby. However, there's no need for undue concern. Many creatures may not actively attack humans unless provoked, Lin Kong continued, gesturing toward a nearby thicket. Su Yuan followed his gaze, spotting a butterfly the size of an adult's palm, adorned with blue and black wings, fluttering gracefully amidst the grass, a picture of tranquility. How magnificent! Su Yuan marveled. Why not take this opportunity to hone our abilities? The environment here is ideal, free from outsiders and zombies, allowing me to refine my wood power and you to develop your earth abilities, Lin Kong proposed eagerly. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Ever since witnessing Lin Kong's mastery over his powers, he had been eager to delve into his own. The soil here was rich, and compared to concrete, The effects of using his abilities would undoubtedly be amplified, facilitating a more fruitful training session. Thus, the two immersed themselves in their respective studies. Before long, extraordinary phenomena began to unfold in the area. A seemingly ordinary blade of grass shot up to 3 or 4 stories high, while thunderous sounds echoed intermittently. At one moment, a camphor tree that had been growing upright suddenly bent at a sharp angle, its tip reaching toward the ground before retracting as if nothing had occurred, and so, they alternated between training and resting until the evening hours approached. Seated back-to-back on a patch of open ground by the path, they munched on biscuits to regain their strength. "It's peculiar how this life feels quite pleasant," Su Yuan remarked with a smile, glancing at the biscuit in his hand. "Indeed, I wish for nothing more than to continue living like this, exercising our abilities, occasionally dispatching a few zombies, and not having to worry about food and drink. How wonderful that would be! Yet, I genuinely fear the day when we might encounter a zombie too powerful for us to defeat. Or perhaps a formidable beast, or even a strong human. I've not provoked them, yet they might unjustly take my life and the lives of those I cherish, while I remain powerless to resist. With no one to aid me, I truly dread that possibility," Lin Kong lamented, his voice tinged with melancholy. Upon their prior encounter with Zhao Wu and his companions, Lin Kong genuinely experienced the intoxicating sensation of wielding the power over life and death. This feeling was undeniably captivating. Yet, the more one revels in the control over another's fate, the greater the dread of relinquishing control over their own. Thus, we must grow stronger. Only with strength can we claim the right to survive," Su Yuan declared resolutely. "Indeed." Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Lin Kong rose to his feet. "Let us proceed. Becoming stronger is imperative, yet we must not be hasty, as haste often leads to complications." Su Yuan also stood up, shouldered his backpack, and followed Lin Kong onward. The narrow path of over 300 meters soon reached its terminus, revealing the library in the distance, though several hundred meters still lay ahead. What once took mere minutes to traverse now seemed uncertain in duration. For most students, completing this distance was an insurmountable challenge. Their current position was connected to the library by a road nearly 10 meters wide, with a teaching building situated nearby. Along the way, numerous clusters of zombies aimlessly wandered, their combined numbers likely exceeding 600 or 700. It was the first time Lin Kong and his companions had witnessed such a congregation of the undead. Even though they had anticipated this scenario, encountering it in reality stirred a ripple of unease within them. "There should be about an hour and a half until nightfall. We still have time," Su Yuan remarked. "However, we cannot circumvent the path ahead, a minor issue. Just watch me," Su Yuan confidently proclaimed, then removed his shoes and tossed them aside, standing barefoot upon the ground. "This feels quite comfortable." Su Yuan summoned his extraordinary abilities, sending a surge of energy into the earth beneath them. In the next moment, a soil pillar with a diameter of 1.5 meters formed beneath their feet, gently lifting them upward. After ascending 4 to 5 meters, the platform ceased its ascent, and the soil pillar extended horizontally, continuing to stretch forward. With each segment of extension, another soil pillar arose to provide support. Su Yuan had effectively constructed an aerial bridge using his powers. Impressive! As they traversed the earthen bridge created by Su Yuan, Lin Kong gazed down at the throngs of zombies gathering below, utterly helpless against their presence, and praised his companion. "It is indeed so." Thus, beneath the bridge, hundreds of zombies roared in frenzy, while above, Lin Kong and Su Yuan strolled leisurely as if on a sightseeing tour, observing the scenery as they advanced. Before long, they arrived at the front of the teaching building. Chapter 18. A call for help from the teaching building. Meanwhile, within the teaching building, in a classroom, a dozen individuals sat scattered against the walls, their eyes devoid of luster. At the podium, 2 individuals lounged nonchalantly, sipping beverages and munching on bread. Utterly at ease, on the floor beside them lay 3 dazed girls, their clothes tattered, revealing much bruised and swollen skin, clearly having endured considerable torment. After finishing his bread, one of the boys pointed at a couple huddled together, particularly at the male. "Chu Yun, our food supply is dwindling. Hurry down to the vending machine and grab some more." Gazing at his frail girlfriend, Chu Yun felt a surge of anguish. Upon hearing the boy's words, an intense fury erupted within him, and he glared at the two at the podium, his voice laced with venom. There's hardly any food left downstairs. If it weren't for your reckless squandering, we could have held out for another day or two. The two, unfazed by Chu Yun's outburst, continued their languid demeanor, responding nonchalantly. The consumption of an ability user is substantial. It is simply unavoidable. Besides, you wouldn't want your little girlfriend to go hungry, would you? After which, they burst into laughter. Watching the two laughing boisterously, Chu Yun clenched his fists, his face contorted in rage, unable to suppress the urge to incinerate them. Yet he understood that he could not protect his girlfriend while battling them simultaneously. Looking down at his once lively and cheerful girlfriend, he stifled his impulse. Yun, I'm sorry. It's my fault that you're suffering, his girlfriend murmured, tears glistening in her eyes. It's not your fault. It's those despicable brutes. Chu Yun gently stroked her hair, soothing her softly. Both were third-year students, remaining on campus during the May Day holiday to prepare for graduate school entrance exams. When the zombie outbreak first occurred, they had just finished breakfast and arrived at the teaching building for self-study, only to find themselves trapped in the classroom. Fortunately, Chu Yun had awakened his powers, the fire chain technique, enabling him to conjure a 3-meter-long fire chain from the energy within. With his formidable abilities, Chu Yun swiftly dispatched 2 zombies within the classroom. He soon recognized the significance of food. They recalled that each 2 floors of the teaching building housed a vending machine. Thus, Chu Yun quickly moved with his girlfriend to a classroom adjacent to the vending machine. After using his powers to break open the machine, he transferred all the food inside to their classroom. Perhaps alerted by the commotion, a dozen students from nearby classrooms rushed over seeking assistance. Chu Yun and his girlfriend, believing they should help their classmates, agreed without hesitation. However, as the group grew, the food from the vending machine rapidly depleted, turning food into a heavy burden for everyone. Realizing this could not continue, Chu Yun resolved to seek an alternate escape route with his girlfriend. Yet, to his anger, the others, sensing his intention to abandon them, refused to let him leave. With such formidable powers, if he departed, who would protect them? They encircled Chu Yun and his girlfriend, preventing their escape. Chu Yun, feeling compassion yet unable to harm his classmates, found himself in a dilemma. Nevertheless, a solution for food was necessary. Disregarding Chu Yun's thoughts, the others began deliberating on how to address the food crisis. After reaching a consensus, they pulled Chu Yun, announcing their resolution. They believed that with Chu Yun's powerful abilities, it was his duty to venture out in search of food for the group. Furthermore, to prevent him from abandoning the others, they decided he should go alone while his girlfriend remained in the classroom. Chu Yun was well aware that they were leveraging his girlfriend as a bargaining chip. Infuriated, he resolved to intimidate the group into submission and take his girlfriend away. However, to his surprise, among the group were 2 shape-shifting ability users. While one engaged Chu Yun, the other seized the opportunity to capture his girlfriend, threatening Chu Yun not to resist. Faced with his girlfriend being held at bay, Chu Yun had no choice but to acquiesce to their demands and agree to search for food at the vending machine downstairs. Witnessing even an elemental ability user like Chu Yun being manipulated, the 2 shapeshifters felt a swell of confidence. Especially with several attractive girls nearby, their desires stirred, pushing their limits. Ultimately, during one of Chu Yun's excursions, their true nature became evident to the other students. "Look, there are people outside," a student exclaimed excitedly from the window. How could there be living beings amidst the sea of zombies? Though skeptical, a flicker of hope ignited within the group, and they hurried to peer outside. Before long, they beheld an unprecedented sight. A soil bridge extending from afar, hovering above the road. On this bridge, 2 male students ambled leisurely. "Everyone, retreat." The shapeshifter, Qian Hao, barked at the group, who appeared invigorated, as the others recoiled in fear. He approached the window and spotted Lin Kong and Su Yuan. "Our food supply is indeed dwindling. We must devise a way to exit the teaching building, and they might be of use." Nearby, another shapeshifter, Zheng Shanhu, remarked, "However, they seem formidable. It may not be easy to deal with. We shall proceed as follows." Qian Hao whispered to Zheng Shanhu. Observing the teaching building, Lin Kong remarked to Su Yuan, "This is building 5. Right? It seems we have never had classes here. Don't you recall? We attended a course here during our freshman year. The rest of the time, we had classes in building 2, Su Yuan reminisced. Suddenly, he noticed several girls in one of the classroom windows waving at them pitifully. "There are girls," Su Yuan exclaimed in excitement. Hearing this, Lin Kong turned to look Kong. Shall we go rescue them? Are you hoping to play the hero? Lin Kong rolled his eyes. Well, let us go save them. It's not far anyway. With that, Su Yuan altered the direction of the soil bridge, constructing it towards the teaching building. In no time, they arrived near the classroom, where they discovered not only the girls who had waved at them, but also several others inside. Extend the bridge to the window. We need not approach. Let us keep our distance, Lin Kong instructed Su Yuan. Understood. Su Yuan comprehended Lin Kong's intent and complied. Moments later, the front end of the bridge connected to the outer wall of the window. The first to step out from the classroom were not the girls who had waved, but two sturdy boys and an unfamiliar girl. The three individuals in question are none other than Qian Hao, Zheng Shanhu, and Chu Yun's girlfriend. Zhang Hui.ina bid to prevent Chu Yun and others whom they have oppressed from uniting with Lin Kong to confront them. Qian Hao and his accomplices resorted once again to the abduction of Chu Yun's girlfriend. After issuing multiple threats to the remaining individuals, they made their escape. Chu Yun, witnessing his girlfriend being coerced by Qian Hao and his cohort, could not help but strike himself in despair. He had initially believed that with his psychic abilities, he could protect his girlfriend from a distance. However, he did not anticipate that these scoundrels would use other students as human shields, rendering his efforts futile. After several encounters, as Chu Yun found himself outnumbered, Qian Hao once more seized Zhang Hui. Chapter 19. A life for a life. Thank you, classmates, for braving danger to rescue us. We shall repay this kindness in the future. Zhang Shanhu expressed gratefully as he stepped forward. It is only fitting among classmates. You may return via the earth bridge to reach the dormitory area, Su Yuan replied, waving his hand dismissively. We are truly grateful to you, Qian Hao added, approaching with Zhang Hui. Unbeknownst to Lin Kong and the others, Qian Hao's left hand had transformed into a wolf's claw, pressing ominously against Zhang Hui's back. Come out, everyone. As long as you do not fall, the zombies below cannot harm you. Su Yuan beckoned to the students still in the classroom. He had significantly enlarged the area of the earth bridge, now ample enough for a dozen individuals to stand upon. To maintain a safe distance from Qian Hao and his group, Su Yuan also created a diversion leading towards the library, standing alongside Lin Kong. Once Qian Hao and his companions had ventured a safe distance, the remaining students from the classroom began to emerge. Just as everything seemed to align with Qian Hao's plan, a voice filled with rage erupted from the back. Please, kill these two beasts, a girl, kneeling and pointing at Qian Hao and his companion, implored Lin Kong and Su Yuan loudly. Before Lin Kong and the others could grasp the situation, the girl, unable to contain her tears, disregarded the dozen onlookers and tore off her clothing, revealing skin marred by scars. Among them were deep gashes that resembled those made by a ferocious beast's claws. Witnessing this scene, Lin Kong and the others could surmise what had transpired. To their astonishment, the two boys who had just expressed their gratitude now revealed such a vile and dark side. Damn the bitch, we should have killed her earlier, Zhang Shanhu muttered angrily. Without hesitation, Su Yuan summoned several earthen spikes that erupted from beneath Zhang Shanhu's feet. However, to Su Yuan's surprise, Zhang Shanhu transformed into a creature resembling a hybrid of a tiger and a cat. Nimbly evading the attack, transformed? This is the first time I have encountered such a psychic, Su Yuan remarked, taken aback. Realizing their cover was blown, Qian Hao no longer concealed his intentions, extending his wolf claw to Zhang Hui's neck and shouting to the surrounding crowd. Everyone, don't move, otherwise I will kill her. Don't, Chu Yun shouted anxiously from behind. Qian Hao ignored Chu Yun's plea, confident that as long as he held Zhang Hui, Chu Yun would not dare make a move. The transformed Zhang Shanhu also retreated to Qian Hao's side. If it weren't for the fear of infection, with our strength, we would have already slaughtered our way through this building. You think you can kill us? No chance, Zhang Shanhu grinned at Lin Kong and Su Yuan. Although they had not ventured out to hunt zombies, they had previously coerced Chu Yun into surrendering some crystal cores, and they were now on the cusp of advancing to the next level. Ha, dodging my attack has made you think you're so impressive, Su Yuan chuckled. Observing the bravado of the two, it was evident that their newfound abilities had inflated their egos, but they were still far from being at the first level. Even Lu Hong could easily dispatch them. Lin Kong remarked calmly. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Qian Hao and his companions were stirred with indignation, yet a hint of panic crept in. From what the other side had said, it was likely that they could not defeat Lin Kong and Su Yuan. However, with tensions high, they felt compelled to act. as the previous exchange had already revealed the animosity Lin Kong and Su Yuan harbored towards them. "Don't move, or I will truly kill her," Qian Hao threatened, maintaining his grip on Zhang Hui. "Why should I care?" Su Yuan retorted dismissively, well aware that being coerced by enemies without making decisive choices would only lead to greater vulnerability. He continued to launch earthen spikes at the two. Yet, with their defenses in place, Qian Hao and Zheng Shanhu managed to evade Su Yuan's attacks once again. Frustrated by the futility of his threats, Qian Hao's fury escalated, and he aimed his sharp wolf claw directly at Zhang Hui's head. In a critical moment, a blazing chain of fire, glowing red-hot, lashed out from the side, forcing Qian Hao to abandon his attack on Zhang Hui and dodge to the side. Chu Yun did not pursue Qian Hao further. Instead, he sprinted towards his girlfriend, who was still in shock. With a wolf in front and a tiger behind, Qian Hao, realizing his strike had failed, decisively retreated from Chu Yun. His sole objective now was to escape the classroom building, as continued skirmishing would yield no benefits for him. Together with Zheng Shanhu, they dodged the rising earth spikes as they charged towards Su Yuan, who had remained unfazed despite several missed attacks. "I discovered this morning that earth spikes are ineffective against quick foes like you," Su Yuan stated confidently. "That's so. Let me try this move on you." Earth Escape, Yellow Springs Marsh. Under Lin Kong's incredulous gaze, Su Yuan performed a series of elaborate hand seals. Suddenly, the solid earth beneath Qian Hao and Zheng Shanhu transformed into a soft quagmire. At that moment, both of them, suspended in mid-air, found themselves unable to adjust their trajectory and landed directly in the mire. The soft marsh provided no support, and they sank deeper with every desperate struggle. Ultimately, they were left with only their heads above the surface when Su Yuan solidified the marsh back into unyielding rock. Though Lin Kong had witnessed this technique during Su Yuan's practice, this was the first time he saw Su Yuan chant the name of the move while performing the hand seals. "Where did you learn such flamboyant techniques?" Lin Kong couldn't help but inquire. "I learned it from an anime I can show you later," Su Yuan replied cheerfully. Seeing Qian Hao and his companion subdued, Chu Yun, after comforting his girlfriend, summoned a fiery chain in his palm and approached Qian Hao and Zheng Shanhu with a darkened expression. The other students, who had previously suffered under Zheng Shanhu's oppression, observed the two's utter helplessness but were too fearful to exact revenge, silently standing by. The girl who had earlier revealed Qian Hao's misdeeds returned to the classroom, retrieving a small knife. Amidst Qian Hao's desperate pleas, she stabbed him again and again. Blood gushed forth, splattering across her face, yet her expression remained unchanged, her gaze fixated on the bloodied Qian Hao as she continued to stab him mercilessly. Lin Kong and the others stood by, making no move to intervene, quietly observing the unfolding scene. After a prolonged moment, the girl rose slowly, a blood-soaked smile gracing her face as she expressed her gratitude to Lin Kong and Su Yuan. Before either could respond, she turned and walked to the edge of the bridge, glancing back at the familiar campus. Without a moment's hesitation, she plunged the small knife into herself. With that, her body lost its support and fell into the throng of corpses below. Perhaps this is the ultimate liberation," Lin Kong murmured, gazing at the seething mass of the undead below. Meanwhile, Chu Yun, supporting his girlfriend, approached them slowly. "Thank you so much for helping us rid ourselves of those two beasts." He expressed his gratitude. "Don't be absurd. It was you who dealt the fatal blow," Lin Kong replied. "That is inconsequential," Chu Yun said, managing an awkward smile. "May I ask your names? I promise to repay your kindness someday." "The last person who wished to repay us just met their end at your hands," Lin Kong jested. I am Lin Kong, and this is Su Yuan," he introduced himself, opting not to prolong the jest. "Kong Ge, do you have plans for your next destination?" Chu Yun inquired. "What do you wish to join us? With your impressive abilities, such a thought must have crossed your mind, but I doubt you would easily agree." Chu Yun chuckled bitterly. "At present, we do not intend to let anyone else join us, so if the opportunity arises in the future, we can discuss it then," Lin Kong candidly replied. "In this world of despair, every potential hazard could spell doom, and apart from Su Yuan, Lin Kong felt unable to trust anyone else to join their ranks. As for Su Yuan, Lin Kong held a firm trust in him. Throughout their university years, the four of them had grown close, and he had always found Su Yuan to be the most congenial companion. Together, they had faced numerous challenges, collaborated effectively, celebrated victories, and endured failures. Yet, none of these experiences had fractured their bond. Rather, it had only drawn them closer together. Chapter 20. The giant zombie, although he had anticipated such an outcome, hearing the definitive answer left Chu Yun feeling disheartened. Lin Kong cast a glance at the charred remains of Zheng Shanhu. Your psychic abilities possess considerable offensive power. Surviving in this world should not prove difficult for you. Yet, 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. Otherwise, I would not be constrained by those 2, Chu Yun sighed. That is because you are not yet strong enough or decisive enough. Look at Su Yuan. If he found himself in a situation akin to yours, those 2 would have perished long ago, Lin Kong countered. Well, that is true. Chu Yun recalled how Su Yuan had disregarded the threats and directly attacked Qian Hao, which had genuinely frightened him at the time. Your psychic abilities are quite intriguing. May I see them again? Lin Kong engaged in casual conversation, and of course, with the sound of a flame igniting, a fire chain more than 3 meters long suddenly appeared in Chu Yun's hand. One end of the fire chain was wrapped around Chu Yun's wrist, and the iron rings that constituted the chain were about the size of coins, with flames roaring along its entire length. However, the fire chain was not composed of tangible matter, but was rather an illusion formed by the energy within Chu Yun. Lin Kong found this fire-based ability quite intriguing and observed it carefully for a while. Is your ability merely the manifestation of this fire chain? Can it transform into something else, like a fire staff or a fire sword? Chu Yun immediately shook his head. It's the onset of awakening my ability. The information in my mind informed me that my power is solely the fire chain technique. Of course, the name fire chain technique is a translation derived from my understanding of the information in my mind. But the meaning remains unchanged. I have attempted to alter the form of my ability, but aside from making the fire chain thicker and longer, I have been unable to effect any other transformations. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, Lin Kong nodded slightly. It turned out that elemental abilities did not grant the wielder the capacity to manipulate their respective elements at will. Individuals like Chu Yun could only possess a singular ability, such as the fire chain, without the ability to make other changes. In contrast, he and Su Yuan, with their elemental powers, while not claiming to have the capacity to transform into any shape, had not yet encountered a bottleneck in their development of abilities. This revelation sparked a hint of speculation in Lin Kong regarding abilities. Without lingering further, he called out to Su Yuan, and the 2 continued towards the library. As for the fate of Chu Yun and his companions, it was of no concern to them. They had already shown ample kindness. The duo traversed the earthen bridge, surrounded by a throng of zombies, arriving at the library's entrance. The glass doors of the library had long been shattered, and numerous bloodstains had stained the once white walls a crimson-hued. A glance around revealed that on just the first floor, there were no fewer than 500 zombies both inside and outside. This dense crowd is truly unsettling, Su Yuan shuddered. There shouldn't have been this many. They must have been drawn here by the people inside, Lin Kong surmised. Could there be survivors inside? There shouldn't be. The library lacks even a vending machine, and students visiting here generally do not bring food, making survival until now nearly impossible. Let's go. Our target is only the second-tier zombies. With that, Lin Kong jumped down from the bridge, landing heavily right in front of the library's main entrance. The zombies gathered there were all pushed aside by an invisible force, leaving a circular clear space. Su Yuan followed suit, and as he observed the surrounding zombies trying to approach but unable to take a step forward, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah Kong, you have indeed mastered this technique. This technique consumes considerable energy. Let's quickly seek out the second-tier zombies." Most of the surrounding zombies were first-tier, and Lin Kong himself had only recently ascended to that level. Were it not for his dual abilities, which endowed him with energy far surpassing that of other newly promoted first-tier evolvers, he would not have been able to maintain this technique for long. Thus, Lin Kong and Su Yuan slowly advanced into the library in search of their quarry. As for how to discern whether a zombie was second-tier, they had little experience, having only encountered one second-tier zombie dog thus far. In the event of combat, they could easily gauge an opponent's strength by the intensity of the energy emanating from within. However, without engaging in battle, they currently had no means to differentiate. They could only use themselves as bait. If a second-tier zombie existed, it would certainly breach Lin Kong's ability and come charging in. After searching the first and second floors, the pair ascended to the third floor. Upon entering a book storage room, Lin Kong's eyes lit up. It seems we have found it. Although they had yet to engage in combat, the zombie before them stood nearly 3 meters tall, almost brushing against the ceiling. Its massive frame made it a veritable giant compared to the other zombies. making it distinctly noticeable. A giant zombie. It looks formidable, Su Yuan remarked, clicking his tongue. We're here for it. No matter how fierce, we must face it. Yuanzi, you go first. I'll clear out the lesser foes and recover a bit. Without further ado, Su Yuan activated his powers. The giant zombie, having detected Lin Kong and Su Yuan, was about to make a move when dozens of earthen spikes suddenly shot at it from the walls. With a thunderous roar, the giant zombie swung its fist at the approaching spikes, shattering them into pieces. However, several spikes from behind forcefully struck its back. Though the spikes could not pierce the zombie's defenses, the impact nonetheless knocked it to the ground. Earthbind. With Su Yuan's commanding shout, the floor beneath the giant zombie transformed into soft, pliable clay. This was not like a swamp, which would trap the giant zombie. Rather, it spiraled upward like tendrils, ensnaring its body. After wrapping around the giant zombie, the once soft clay solidified into hard rock, effectively trapping the creature. The giant zombie roared in rage, attempting to escape its bindings. And with each exertion of its massive strength, cracks began to form in the surrounding rock. Realizing the zombie was on the verge of breaking free, Su Yuan quickly invoked Earthbind once more, layering the clay around the giant zombie repeatedly. However, the giant zombie was indeed a tier above Su Yuan, and with its enormous size, even as Su Yuan continued casting spells, it gradually managed to break free from the restraints. Ah Kong, how much longer? I can barely hold on. I'm coming. Before his words had even finished, a flurry of silver blades shot forth from behind, hurtling towards the giant zombie at breakneck speed. Yet, with a series of impacts, Lin Kong's blades failed to even scratch the zombie's skin, bouncing off its tough exterior. It cannot be penetrated. Lin Kong had anticipated that his blades, being merely improvised from a broken fruit knife, might one day prove insufficient against an opponent's defenses, yet he had not expected that day to arrive so soon. Witnessing his previously infallible flying knives fail to harm the foe in the slightest, Lin Kong felt a surge of anxiety. The flying knives had always been his most formidable and reliable offensive tool. Apart from that, he truly had no other substantial skills. Before he could dwell on it further, the sound of shattering echoed as the giant zombie finally broke free from Su Yuan's constraints, roaring before charging towards them. As the hulking figure approached, Lin Kong employed his telekinetic abilities, creating gravitational and repulsive forces from various directions to disrupt the creature's movements. Simultaneously, he controlled the surrounding bookshelves, desks, and chairs to hurl them at the giant zombie. Although these actions would not inflict significant damage, they effectively impeded the giant zombie's advance. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, having recently expended considerable energy, was still catching his breath. Fall back! Lin Kong shouted to Su Yuan as he continued to interfere while retreating towards the corridor. Before long, both Lin Kong and Su Yuan reached the corridor outside the book storage room. Just as the giant zombie smashed through the library's doors and emerged, one side of the corridor housed various study rooms, while the other was lined with a railing that, if jumped from, would lead directly to the first floor. Lin Kong peered down from the corridor at the spacious lobby below and suddenly had an idea, calling out to Su Yuan, "Keep retreating. I'll find an opportunity to throw it down." As Lin Kong and Su Yuan continued to back away, the giant zombie charged after them, getting tossed around by Lin Kong's powers along the way. Fortunately, it seemed the giant zombie's attributes were heavily invested in defense and strength, rendering it relatively slow, which afforded Lin Kong and Su Yuan ample breathing room. At a certain moment, under Lin Kong's subtle manipulation, the giant zombie reached the edge of the corridor near the railing. In the next instant, Lin Kong no longer hesitated, fervently channeling his mental energy to propel the zombie's body forcefully outward. The corridor's railing, standing just over a meter high, could not possibly contain the nearly 3-meter-tall giant zombie. Unable to control its own body, the giant zombie was forcefully shoved off the edge and crashed heavily into the lobby below, crushing several unfortunate zombies in the process. However, Lin Kong did not expect the giant zombie to sustain much harm from the fall. His primary aim was to gain a moment of respite and time to devise a strategy. Chapter 21. Slaying the giant zombie. Second-tier zombies possessed little intelligence, even less than zombie dogs. After being thrown to the first floor, the giant zombie could not find a way to ascend and remained below, roaring at Lin Kong and Su Yuan. "Ha ha, how pathetic. Utterly powerless." Su Yuan taunted the giant zombie, making faces in provocation. I can't understand you, Lin Kong replied, exasperated. But I'm delighted. Haha, let it stew in its earlier arrogance. Still, we ought to think about how to deal with it and why flying knives can't inflict any damage. And your powers can't breach its defenses. This is quite troublesome. Lin Kong rubbed his temples in contemplation. Let me think. Watching the giant zombie below, Su Yuan also began to ponder. After a moment, he suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Ah Kong, although its skin is highly resistant, there must be some weak points, like its eyes, mouth, or even. That is a valid point. Yuanzi, from here on, focus on restraining the zombie while I look for an opportunity to strike its eyes." Lin Kong's face lit up as they quickly devised a strategy. Once sufficiently recovered, the two sprang into action. Su Yuan activated his powers, causing earthen spears to erupt from the walls, rapidly shooting towards the giant zombie below. The giant zombie let out a roar, swinging its arms to shatter the incoming spears. The earth spears failed to harm it in the slightest, much to Su Yuan's lack of surprise, as this maneuver was merely intended to draw its attention. While the colossal zombie resisted the earth spears, the ground beneath it had transformed into a quagmire. Once the giant zombie dealt with the earth spears, its calves were already completely ensnared in the mire. Observing its ensnared feet, the giant zombie grew furious, thrashing wildly. However, in the quagmire, the more it struggled, the deeper it sank. Unbeknownst to it, half of its thigh had already sunk as well, previously on the third floor. The flooring was not thick, which is why Su Yuan refrained from employing this tactic, but on the first floor, there were no such concerns. I can no longer control it beyond this point. I cannot make it sink any deeper. After a series of attempts, seeing that the giant zombie could not continue to descend, Su Yuan remarked to Lin Kong, "That is sufficient." Upon hearing this, Lin Kong immediately directed over 20 blades towards the giant zombie's eyes. Due to the distance and the fact that, although its legs were restrained, the upper body of the colossal zombie was still thrashing violently, Lin Kong found it challenging to strike its eyes accurately. Yet, bolstered by the sheer number and frequency of the attacks, even a blind cat can occasionally catch a rat. After being struck multiple times by the blades, the giant zombie's eyes transformed into two gaping, bleeding cavities. The damage to its brain caused its movements to slow significantly, rendering it somewhat lethargic, as if it might collapse to the ground at any moment. It's on the verge of death. Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Noticing the zombie's movement speed decrease, Lin Kong continued to manipulate the blades, launching a frenzied assault on its eyes. Although the giant zombie could not feel pain, it was aware that it was under attack. Desperately swinging its fists in an attempt to block Lin Kong's assault, in terms of raw strength, Lin Kong certainly felt inferior. However, when it came to speed, the giant zombie was no match for Lin Kong. How could it possibly block over 20 swiftly darting blades? After 2 minutes of relentless strikes from Lin Kong, the giant zombie's head had been reduced to a pulpy mass, nearly devoid of any resistance. With a flick of his hand, Lin Kong summoned the red crystal core from the giant zombie's head. As he gazed at the core in his hand, the tension that had been coiled tightly in his heart finally began to ease. Su Yuan, too, simply collapsed onto the floor, utterly unwilling to move. After securing the crystal core and observing the quickly dimming daylight, Lin Kong resolved to spend the night in the library to prevent zombie disturbances. They thoroughly cleared out all the remaining zombies on the third floor and sealed off the stairwell and other passages with earthen walls. Once settled, Lin Kong and Su Yuan sat in a study room. Munching on biscuits, Su Yuan once again insisted on giving the second-level crystal core to Lin Kong for absorption. Lin Kong did not refuse again. After finishing their meal, Lin Kong reflected on the day's experiences. Analyzing today, we battled 2 second-level zombies, and my weaknesses have become evident, particularly the insufficient attack power of the blades. However, what resonated more profoundly with me is that in combat, the disparity in individual strength is magnified infinitely. Whereas the impact of numbers diminishes significantly, Su Yuan concurred. Indeed, I have felt the same. With your divine retribution, those who are slightly weaker than you, be they human or zombie, cannot even come close to you. Perhaps in the future, winning through numerical advantage will become a thing of the past. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, even a single individual can contend with those so-called great powers. Currently, the military, with its advanced weaponry, has developed an advantage that far surpasses others. However, The evolution of enhanced individuals will be influenced by the levels of zombies. Without high-level crystal cores, even the military would struggle to rapidly cultivate high-level enhanced individuals. So the gap between us will not be insurmountable. As time progresses, the military's advantage will diminish, and the division among factions will become inevitable. Lin Kong continued to ponder. Kong, you are a dual ability user. With both abilities being formidable in your tier, you likely have few rivals. Have you considered becoming a leader among factions? Su Yuan teased. Lin Kong shook his head. Perhaps in school, my strength is considered decent. But outside, that may not hold true. One must acknowledge that there are always stronger individuals. Moreover, I dislike social interactions and lack experience in managing subordinates. I have no interest in leading factions if given a choice. I would prefer to be a wandering hero. Regardless of whether you aspire to lead factions or be a hero, I am firmly attached to your side, Su Yuan chuckled. What if there were a thigh even thicker than mine? Then I would find a way to cripple him and return to embrace you. They both laughed heartily. After a light-hearted chat, the two quickly fell asleep, exhausted from the day's events, having engaged in a fierce battle with zombie dogs early in the morning and fortuitously rescuing two groups of people, followed by their encounter with the giant zombie in the evening. Had it not been for their clever maneuver to throw it downstairs, allowing for a brief respite, the battle would have been significantly more arduous. The following morning, Lin Kong and Su Yuan awoke to the affectionate greetings of zombies. After a simple breakfast, they began packing their belongings, preparing to return to their dormitory for some rest. Their superficial gain from this trip to the library was undoubtedly the second-level crystal core provided by the giant zombie. As for first-level crystal cores, they could acquire as many as they desired. More importantly, Lin Kong believed that the experience gained from battling second-level zombies was invaluable. It allowed them to clearly identify their existing shortcomings, enabling them to focus on targeted training in the future. Such experiences could never be gleaned from simply absorbing crystal cores in the dormitory. Chapter 22. Lu Hong's plea. The journey back was uneventful and remarkably smooth. After more than an hour, they arrived at the base of their dormitory. Once the earthen wall blocking the fourth floor was removed, Lin Kong and Su Yuan finally returned to their dorm room. Without hesitation, Su Yuan collapsed onto his bed, exclaiming, "Nothing beats sleeping in my own bed." The wooden tables at the library were too hard. I could hardly sleep all night. For the next few days, let's not venture far and instead rest at home, absorbing crystal cores, lest we fall too far behind in strength, Lin Kong suggested. If we don't go out for a few days, I'll feel suffocated. I'm not saying you can't go out, just that we shouldn't stray too far. You can explore the vicinity if you grow impatient with training, Lin Kong replied, exasperated. That's acceptable. Enough talk. Let us train. After training, we'll hunt zombies, Su Yuan shouted excitedly. Seeing Su Yuan's enthusiasm, Lin Kong shook his head with a smile and then took out the second-level crystal core from the giant zombie, slowly absorbing it. With the assistance of two second-level crystal cores, even though Lin Kong required double the cores to level up, his progress would not be significantly hindered. Throughout the day, both Lin Kong and Su Yuan devoted themselves entirely to absorbing crystal cores. By 9 in the evening, Su Yuan once again reached the limit of absorbing crystal cores, and once he broke through that barrier, he would advance to level 2 the next morning, after being cooped up for a day. Su Yuan quickly rushed out to find zombies to play with after finishing breakfast. Left alone in the dorm, Lin Kong found it dull, so he returned to the forest path where they had previously trained their abilities. It must be noted that this secluded path was hidden away, making it difficult for the outside world to detect any occurrences, making it an ideal location for Lin Kong to freely utilize his abilities without restraint. As he strolled along the path, Lin Kong pondered. Lu Hong's mental confinement had provided him with significant insights. How to swiftly discern and identify zombies or humans of different levels was crucial for them, and he contemplated how to address the issue of insufficient blade lethality. One question after another echoed in Lin Kong's mind. Thus, he found himself alternating between confusion and experimentation, occasionally pulling out various anime novels that Su Yuan had sent him. Seeking inspiration, time passed gradually, and before he knew it, the sun had dipped below the horizon. After absorbing a crystal core, Lin Kong stood up, stretched, rubbed his temples, and sighed softly. Why does training my abilities feel more exhausting than slaying zombies? Slaying zombies tires the body, training abilities strains the mind. Lin Kong quickly made his way back to the dorm before darkness fell. If anyone had been present at that moment, they would have firmly believed Lin Kong was a speed-enhanced ability user, one who would confront anyone who opposed him. For at that moment, although Lin Kong appeared to be walking normally, his speed was astonishingly swift, rivaling that of the speed-enhanced ability user, Long Gu, whom they had encountered earlier. In no time, Lin Kong returned to the dormitory building. However, as he reached the 4th floor, he noticed several individuals gathered outside his dorm room. Had he not recognized Lu Hong among them, engaged in conversation with Su Yuan? Lin Kong might have thought a thief had come to visit. Approaching them, the group turned to face Lin Kong. "What is going on?" Lin Kong inquired of Su Yuan. "Just let them explain." Su Yuan gestured towards Lu Hong and the others. "Then let us all head inside." "It's not appropriate to gather at the entrance," Lin Kong said. The group internally scoffed. Aside from the two of them, there were hardly any other living souls on that floor. So who else could they possibly disturb? Once inside the dorm, Lu Hong recounted to Lin Kong what he had just discussed with Su Yuan. Lin Kong had initially found it strange that Lu Hong's group should have had 8 members after defeating the zombie dogs. Yet now only 5 were present. Upon hearing Lu Hong's explanation, this curiosity was resolved. As early as the first day of the apocalypse, the southern canteen had been cleared out by the school authorities along with a number of students. Even before the internet and electricity had been cut off, there had been multiple calls for surviving students to head to the southern canteen. Thus, after killing the zombie dogs, Lu Hong and his group intended to seek refuge there. However, they had not gotten far before being blocked by a horde of zombies numbering in the thousands. Left with no choice, they had to scour for food first. Yet now, the food within the dormitory building had nearly been scavenged clean by others. After searching several buildings, they not only failed to find a single spicy strip but also nearly clashed with others. Lu Hong had no choice but to lead his group further afield in search of provisions. Initially, fortune seemed to favor them as they discovered some leftover food in a small shop. After subsisting on these rations for 2 days, this morning, Lu Hong set out again with his companions towards another small supermarket. Upon arriving at the supermarket and seeing that the vending machine outside was still stocked, excitement surged among Lu Hong and his group. With food still available in the vending machine, it was highly likely that the supermarket inside remained untouched. The prospect of such unexpected abundance nearly overwhelmed them. However, just as Lu Hong and his companions prepared to seize this fortune, they were instead met with the lethal claw of a second-tier zombie. Before anyone could react, the second-tier zombie suddenly emerged from nowhere and struck one of the group with a single claw. Unsurprisingly, the victim's skull was shattered beyond recognition, more than just a mere smash. Lu Hong immediately recognized that this was a second-tier zombie, one far beyond their capacity to combat. Haunted by the previous encounter with the zombie dog, Lu Hong unleashed his full power in response, taking advantage of the zombie's unawareness to successfully employ a mental confinement technique. After restraining the zombie, he shouted for his companions to flee and swiftly pulled 2 of them away in less than a second. The second-tier zombie broke free from its restraints and lunged at them once more. Fortunately, this zombie lacked the astonishing speed of the zombie dog, allowing Lu Hong and his group to evade its attacks by skillfully navigating obstacles. After some time, noticing that the zombie had not pursued them any further, Lu Hong and his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief, pausing to rest beneath a teaching building. Yet, misfortune struck again. Just as one wave of trouble receded, another emerged. They had barely rested when over 20 people approached from the other side of the building, immediately confronting them with robbery demands. Lu Hong and his group could not tolerate such an affront and engaged in a fierce skirmish. However, they were taken aback not only by the sheer number of assailants, but also by their formidable skill and ruthless tactics. Within just a few exchanges, 2 members of Lu Hong's group had already perished. Faced with dire circumstances, Lu Hong had no choice but to surrender all their crystal cores in exchange for the chance to survive. Yet, in the aftermath, the more they reflected, the more discontented and furious they became. Thus, after much deliberation, they decided to seek the assistance of Lin Kong and his companion for revenge. "Do you wish for our help to retaliate?" Lin Kong inquired. "Indeed, with your strength, even if they are formidable. They should not pose a challenge for you. Therefore, I hope to enlist your aid in exchange for information regarding that second-tier zombie." Chapter 23. The South Canteen team. Lu Hong and his companions were well aware of Lin Kong and his companions' capabilities. Just 2 days prior, the two had taken the lead in defeating a second-tier zombie dog. Although Lu Hong and his group suffered greatly yesterday, They also realized that their adversaries lacked any second-tier evolved beings. Lin Kong contemplated thoughtfully, and after a lengthy pause, he nodded. Very well. We shall take on this task and depart tomorrow morning. Thank you. Upon hearing Lin Kong's agreement, a weight lifted from Lu Hong's heart. The loss of 3 brothers in one day left him feeling deeply guilty and distressed, as he felt he had let his companions down. Yet, considering his own strength, avenging them seemed nearly impossible. If Lin Kong and his companion could assist him in this endeavor, it would help alleviate his inner turmoil. Once the arrangements were settled, Lu Hong and his group refrained from further disturbance, exchanging a few words before taking their leave. The following day, after a simple breakfast, Lin Kong and his companion stepped outside, and upon reaching the second floor, they encountered Lu Hong and his companions, who had been waiting. Let us go. Lin Kong addressed them. Onward. Lu Hong and his group were eager for vengeance, promptly leading Lin Kong and his companion outside. As they traversed the route, Lu Hong and his companions took the lead, effortlessly dispatching the occasional zombie they encountered along the way. Having battled zombies numerous times, their strength had all reached level 1. Ordinary first-tier zombies were dispatched with ease before they could even approach. Thanks to their iron pipes, to avoid any unintentional injuries from zombies, they had, like Lin Kong and his companion, strapped various protective items to themselves. While this somewhat hampered their agility, their lives were worth far more than such inconveniences. Lin Kong and Su Yuan followed at a leisurely pace, appearing unconcerned about the potential conflicts that lay ahead, even harboring a hint of anticipation. They had yet to encounter any other competent teams, and Lu Hong's group, in their eyes, was already impressive. However, they were particularly keen to gauge the strength of the team that had previously given Lu Hong's group such a hard time. Cautiously, they advanced for quite some time before finally arriving at the base of the teaching building. I wonder if they are still here, Lu Hong mused, gazing apprehensively at the structure. There are people on the 3rd floor. I just don't know if they are the same group you encountered yesterday. Lin Kong responded, his eyes narrowing. How do you know there are people on the 3rd floor? Lu Hong asked, puzzled that I saw them. Lin Kong replied tersely, proceeding with Su Yuan toward the staircase. Lu Hong, without further thought, followed closely behind with his companions. As they ascended to the 3rd floor, they were confronted by a group approaching them. At the forefront was a strikingly pretty woman with short hair that grazed her ears. Is it them? Lin Kong inquired, tilting his head toward Lu Hong. No. Lu Hong replied just as the opposing group drew near, maintaining a cautious distance. Which academy are you from? What brings you here? The woman inquired, her tone inquisitive. We are from the Chemistry Academy, here to find someone, Lu Hong responded. Lin Kong and Su Yuan remained silent beside him. We are the exploration team from the South Canteen. I am the team leader. Yao Linger, the outside world is perilous right now. I recommend you seek refuge in the South Canteen as soon as possible. If you tell us who you are looking for, we can help you search. The woman offered. The South Canteen? Lin Kong and Su Yuan were taken aback, surprised that the group hailed from such a reputedly secure location. Yes, we come from the South Canteen, Yao Linger confirmed, noticing their astonishment. To be frank, we also intended to go to the South Canteen, but we were forced back by zombies halfway there, one of her companions lamented. I see. However, the timing is fortuitous. We just left the canteen not long ago, and the route was relatively safe. Although we encountered a few sizable zombie hordes, we can navigate around them, Yao Linger explained. By the way, who are you looking for? We can assist in your search. If luck is on your side, they might even be at the South Canteen, she suggested. The individuals we seek are not exactly good people. They? Lu Hong began, revealing their intentions without reservation. You must be referring to the Blood God Temple. Yao Linger interjected, frowning. Blood God Temple? The group was momentarily taken aback by such an audaciously dramatic name, feeling more incredulous than anything else. Surely, this group must have watched too much television to come up with such a ridiculous name. Su Yuan remarked. Perhaps they aspire to dominate the apocalypse, hence the grandiose name, Lin Kong said with a smirk, amused by his own comment. Humph. Dominate the apocalypse? They are nothing more than a bunch of bullies who prey on the weak. Cowards who dare not face zombies and only know how to slaughter their fellow survivors, Yao Linger retorted angrily. Oh? How so? The group inquired, intrigued. You see, this group initially consisted of several individuals who were afraid of being infected by zombies and dared not engage them in battle. If it were merely a matter of cowardice, that would be one thing. but they resorted to robbing others for food and crystal cores to ensure their survival. Once they tasted success, their cruelty escalated. Anyone who dared to resist or whom they deemed unworthy was killed without hesitation. Why did they let Lu Hong and his group go previously? Su Yuan questioned, puzzled. Ha. They likely saw that Lu Hong's group was relatively strong and decided to keep them around for future exploitation. Yao Linger scoffed, damn, that is outrageous. They have gone too far. Anger radiated from Lu Hong and his companions upon learning the truth. Have you encountered them before? Lin Kong asked Yao Linger. Of course. Their numbers are considerable. Probably around 50 or 60. They usually operate in two smaller teams. Yao Linger patiently explained the general situation regarding the Blood God Temple. It seems that we previously encountered the defensive powerhouse, Pan Xiaobo, and that Iron Fist, Lu Hong said, his eyes filled with resentment. We have tried several times to capture them, but they always manage to escape. While I understand your desire for revenge, I hope you will not act impulsively. After some time, once our strength in the South Canteen has increased and we have dealt with the surrounding zombies, we will organize a force to confront them, Yao Linger advised. Lu Hong clenched his fists. His internal struggle evident. At that moment, Lin Kong stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and calmly stated, with us here, you need not worry about being unable to fight back. Whether to engage or not is your choice. Chapter 24, Then Let Us Fight. Although they may be less than human, it must be acknowledged that their strength is formidable. Do not underestimate them. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Yao Linger quickly intervened, fearing that this reckless youth might rush into danger. Rest assured, we know our limits, Lin Kong replied with a confident smile. However, to Yao Linger, that smile appeared as nothing more than the folly of an overconfident fool. Forget it, Captain. In this apocalypse, there are plenty of such people. They gain some strength, kill a few zombies, and believe themselves invincible. A team member behind Yao Linger scoffed at Lin Kong. I see you are merely a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware that there are greater beings beyond. Although Lin Kong was indifferent to the other's words, Su Yuan could not contain himself and retorted directly, enough. Yao Linger chose to ignore the two stubborn individuals and turned her attention to Lu Hong and the others involved. You have faced off against Pan Xiaobo and his group. I trust you know their strength. Based on the situation in our South Canteen, it can be inferred that many will break through to level 2 in the next couple of days. And surely Pan Xiaobo's group will have level 2 members as well. While I have not fought you, I sense that none among you have reached level 2 yet. For those of you who have yet to attain level 2, it is impossible to comprehend the vast chasm between levels 1 and 2. I have already slain 2 level 2 zombies. How could I not understand the difference between level 1 and level 2? Su Yuan silently scoffed. That is all I have to say. The choice is yours. After hearing Yao Linger's words, Lu Hong did not waver. Just days ago, they had fought against a level 2 zombie dog, and the mere mention of level 2 did not intimidate him. However, he instinctively glanced at Lin Kong. Lin Kong merely stood by, bored, yawning. After gathering his thoughts, Lu Hong looked resolutely at Yao Linger. I appreciate your goodwill, Captain Yao, but I cannot swallow this humiliation. I have faith in our strength. We can certainly defeat them. He then turned to his brothers. You all head to the South Canteen first. I will join you after avenging our fallen. Boss, listen to me. Seeing his companions about to speak, Lu Hong shouted, Quit dawdling. It's as if someone has already died. Hurry up, Su Yuan remarked, observing the group as if they were parting for a final farewell. Move out. After giving a few instructions, Lu Hong followed Lin Kong down the stairs. However, just as they stepped outside the teaching building, they noticed Yao Linger and her group trailing behind. Captain Yao, what are you doing? Lu Hong asked, puzzled. You didn't heed our warnings, so how could we stand by and watch you march to your deaths? We have no choice but to join you. Yao Linger tightened her backpack. Smiling. Then thank you all. But Captain Yao, didn't you just say that the Blood God Temple's members are quite formidable? How can you? Because my strength is not to be underestimated, Yao Linger chuckled. If we had found the opportunity earlier, our South Canteen would have already dealt with them. A team member chimed in the entire South Canteen. Our squad is among the strongest, especially our captain. Aside from Captain Zhang, our captain is the strongest. So impressive, Lu Hong exclaimed in awe. Lin Kong also turned his head, curious about Yao Linger. Although he had long discerned that she was a level 2 ability user, he did not expect her to be so extraordinary. How about we have a spar? Su Yuan dashed in front of Yao Linger, excitement shining in his eyes. Yao Linger rolled her eyes at Su Yuan, bypassing him to continue forward. Don't go looking for trouble. Lin Kong tugged at the sulking Su Yuan. After a while, there's someone, it's likely them. Outside a dormitory building, Lin Kong observed the interior and spoke to the others nearby. How do you know? Is it your ability? Yao Linger asked, intrigued. Ever since this dormitory came into her view, she had been closely monitoring every movement within it. She was certain that no one had peeked out from the windows or balconies during this time, leading her to speculate that Lin Kong had sensed them through his abilities. Sort of, Lin Kong replied casually. This was a new ability he had developed 2 days prior to gauge the strength of the zombies, which he referred to as mental perception. With this ability, Lin Kong could sense all biological activity within a certain radius around him and roughly assess their strength. So you are a perception-type support ability user. That ability is quite powerful and greatly benefits a team. Have you considered joining my squad? Yao Linger unexpectedly extended an olive branch to Lin Kong. I'm afraid I have no intention of joining any other team for now. Lin Kong declined politely. Although your ability is quite helpful, it lacks combat power and would necessitate joining another team for your safety. My team may not be the strongest, but we rank among the best in the entire school. Yao Linger persisted, continuing to persuade him that it's not a matter of your strength, but rather that I simply do not wish to join any other team. I'm quite sufficient with UNZ. Lin Kong replied slowly. Upon hearing Lin Kong's refusal once more, Yao Linger ceased her attempts. After dispatching a few careless zombies, the group ascended the stairs to the second floor. Bogu, we turned in the crystal cores. Please leave us some food. It's nearly impossible to find food now. Without these, we might not survive 3 days. Kill them? Yes, Bogu. Following a series of startled cries, the dormitory fell silent once more. Damn it, I'm too late. Yao Linger then spotted a crowd ahead and immediately rushed forward. Pan Xiaobo, I finally caught you, Yao Linger shouted. Damn it, it's that woman. Let us go. A tall, bald man in the crowd yelled as he quickly turned to flee down another staircase. However, the staircase was narrow, and with over 20 people blocking the way, they could not escape quickly. Realizing this, Pan Xiaobo decisively abandoned his attempt to run and turned to face Yao Linger head-on. Don't think I'm truly afraid of you. If it weren't for Yu Gu's interest in you, I would have killed you long ago. Everyone, attack! The leader of the Blood God Temple, Gao Yuanyu, has taken a liking to your captain. Lin Kong turned to a nearby member of the exploration team, intrigued. Pift. Gao Yuanyu isn't even worthy to carry my captain's shoes, the team member replied, full of indignation. They all engaged. Why haven't you? I'm a support. Oh, you're also a support? What ability? I'm not telling you. Ahead, Yao Linger had already confronted Pan Xiaobo and his group. Chapter 25. Revenge. At the moment Yao Linger was about to reach Pan Xiaobo and his gang, a blinding golden light suddenly enveloped her entire body. The dazzling glow did not last long, and as it dissipated, Yao Linger appeared clad in golden armor, holding a holy light shield in one hand and a golden sword in the other. Pan Xiaobo, clearly familiar with Yao Linger's abilities, was not surprised and swung his steel pipe fiercely at her. With a clang, Yao Linger blocked the steel pipe with her shield and brought her golden sword down directly at Pan Xiaobo. However, Pan Xiaobo did not dodge. He raised his left arm to block it, and when the golden blade struck his arm, it produced a metallic clashing sound. Observing the white mark on his arm, Pan Xiaobo displayed his unscathed left arm to Yao Linger as equals at level 2. You cannot break through my defenses. Yao Linger snorted coldly, disregarding him as she pressed on towards Pan Xiaobo. The corridor of the dormitory building was narrow, and as Yao Linger and Pan Xiaobo engaged in combat in the middle, the other members of the exploration team and the Blood God Temple lacked the space to launch their attacks. After both leaders exchanged blows for 2 more rounds, one member from the Blood God Temple suddenly seized an opportunity. Yao Linger's long sword was once again deflected by Pan Xiaobo. He transformed his fists into iron fists gleaming with a silvery hue, launching a hook punch towards Yao Linger's face. Yao Linger hurriedly raised her shield to block at the same time. Pan Xiaobo swung his steel pipe again. Just as Yao Linger managed to deflect the iron fist's attack with her shield, she could not evade Pan Xiaobo's strike in time. However, she was not fighting alone. Just as Pan Xiaobo was about to strike Yao Linger, he suddenly swung wildly, as if he had drunk fake liquor, and missed, hitting the empty space beside Yao Linger. What did you do? Lin Kong asked the exploration team member beside him. Not me. The team member turned his head away. I don't believe you for a second. Only after missing did Pan Xiaobo realize. Looking furiously at Yao Linger's back and roared, "Who did that?" Unfortunately, no one could answer him. What a lively fight. I'll join in too. Xu Yuan rubbed his palms together, having unknowingly kicked off his shoes and socks, and slowly approached the battlefield barefoot. His large feet lightly treaded on the ground, and suddenly, from the back of the blood god temple, spikes of earth burst forth from the walls, floors, and ceilings without warning. What is this? The members of the blood god temple were thrown into chaos, desperately trying to fend off the attack. But Xu Yuan's earth spikes were no longer as feeble as when he first used them. They could pierce through a zombie's head. Despite having faced off against shape-shifting ability users and giant zombies a few days ago, his earth spikes had not performed well due to the superior physical qualities of those opponents. Now, however, the hardness of his earth spikes was significantly enhanced, as solid as rock. After a round of assault, among the 20 or so members at the back of the blood god temple, 30% were directly killed, and another 30% were gravely injured and collapsed. The remaining survivors, fortunate enough to escape major injuries, were now in a state of panic, rendered devoid of combat ability. Xu Yuan felt no remorse in dealing with these scum. Too weak. It's boring. Gazing at the members of the blood god temple, who had been pierced by a single blow, Xu Yuan shook his head and then turned his attention to Pan Xiaobo and Iron Fist, who were engaged in combat with Yao Linger. Damn it! We need to retreat. Pan Xiaobo sensed the commotion behind him, his eyes wide with horror. He had initially thought that the individuals lurking behind, too frightened to approach, were merely ordinary students who had been rescued. He never anticipated that there were such formidable ability users among them. Moreover, there was an auxiliary ability user covertly hindering his perception, along with an ability user who had previously defeated them, occasionally exerting control over him. Realizing this, after deflecting Yao Linger's attack once more, Pan Xiaobo leveraged the force from the earth spike that Xu Yuan had impaled him with to roll directly into a dormitory room on the side of the corridor. With a powerful push from his legs, he flipped over and jumped from the balcony. Seeing the duck that was almost caught attempt to flee, Yao Linger and Lu Hong disregarded the remaining members of the blood god temple and promptly leapt after him. Their escape was remarkably swift. Xu Yuan approached Lin Kong, expressing his frustration. Of course. When your life is at stake, how could you not be quick? The two of them followed closely behind. Upon jumping down, Yao Linger and Lu Hong were stunned to see Pan Xiaobo, somehow, had acquired a bicycle and was pedaling furiously into the distance, the pedals nearly smoking from the effort. Where did he get that bicycle? It seems we can't catch up now. Lu Hong felt a tinge of disappointment, witnessing the imminent retribution slip away. He knew Lin Kong had the ability to launch ranged attacks, but Pan Xiaobo was already 50 to 60 meters away, a distance more than double that of the zombie dog they had previously escaped from, rendering them likely powerless to intervene. I promised you that I would avenge you, and I will make it happen. At that moment, Lin Kong approached with a smile, patting Lu Hong on the shoulder. Watching Pan Xiaobo, now 60 meters away, Lu Hong sighed. Thank you, but unfortunately, there's no chance this time. Next time. Before he could finish, he was taken aback as he witnessed Pan Xiaobo, madly pedaling his bicycle, suddenly have his head detached from his body, leaving only a headless corpse still on the bike in less than a second. The body, along with the bicycle, toppled to the ground. After rolling several times, both head and body came to a stop on the ground. The next moment, dozens of zombies that had been chasing after him descended upon the fallen figure, gnawing relentlessly. Holy crap! Holy crap! Those around witnessing this bizarre scene were engulfed in chaos. Lu Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. He found it hard to accept. Even if Lin Kong had accidentally struck Pan Xiaobo with a thrown stone, it would have been easier to comprehend than this inexplicable spectacle. You must believe me, Lin Kong whispered softly in his ear. Lu Hong nodded instinctively. Aren't you an auxiliary ability user? On the side, Yao Linger, who had witnessed the entire incident, looked at Lin Kong as if she had seen a ghost. I never claimed to be an auxiliary ability user. Could it be that you possess two abilities? Yao Linger boldly speculated, unable to fathom the reason behind it. This assumption nearly flustered Lin Kong. Let me tell you, don't make wild accusations. How could one person possibly have two abilities? Don't slander me. Lin Kong hastily replied. Then why did you? It's merely two applications of a single ability, just like your ability, which can form a shield. a sword, and armor. Do you have 3 abilities? I see. Yao Linger touched her nose and nodded slightly. Seeing that Yao Linger believed his words, Lin Kong let out a sigh of relief. What he had just employed was a mental attack he termed the invisible blade. If ordinary energy is transformed into a mental form through mental abilities, then the invisible blade is a powerful attack method formed by compressing mental energy repeatedly through his will. Both mental perception and the invisible blade are capabilities he developed through his mental ability. Thus, what he had just stated was not entirely false. However, the most critical objective of this statement was to steer Yao Linger away from thinking about dual abilities. Once a person starts to let their imagination run wild, the consequences can be dire. It wasn't until the zombies had finished devouring Pan Xiaobo, leaving behind only tattered clothing and a few broken bones, that Lu Hong finally exhaled heavily. Xiao Feng, a bang. Your vengeance has been avenged. Since Pan Xiaobo is dead, your wishes have been fulfilled. Let us proceed to the South Canteen together. Having absorbed Lin Kong's previous words, Yao Linger stepped forward and said, Before that, we have one more matter to address. Yes, Captain Yao, we are immensely grateful for your intervention this time. However, we have one small matter to attend to. Once that is resolved, I will head to the South Canteen. Seeing Yao Linger look at him, Lu Hong immediately spoke up. Yao Linger nodded and then turned to Lin Kong. I admit, I misjudged you at first. I never expected that as a level 1 ability user, you would be so powerful, able to kill Pan Xiaobo with a single strike. I hope you will join the South Canteen. With your abilities, you could easily establish your own exploration team to help more people. I merely took advantage of his unpreparedness to execute a successful ambush. Lin Kong shook his head, preferring not to draw too much attention to himself. As for joining the South Canteen, haha, if you can immediately provide us with 10 level 2 crystal cores, then perhaps I would consider it. Impossible. We only just killed 2 level 2 zombies, and besides, whoever kills them keeps the crystal cores. They won't be easily given away. Then can you help us reunite with our families? Seeing Yao Linger fall silent, Lin Kong couldn't help but chuckle. That's not possible either. Why should I join you? Chapter 26. Conversation and slaying level 2 zombies. Upon joining the South Canteen, we can offer safe accommodation and 3 meals a day. Without these worries, our exploration team can devote ourselves fully to hunting zombies and rescuing comrades. Lin Kong shook his head. That holds no significance for me. It would merely be a waste of time. You are so powerful. Shouldn't you contribute something for the greater good? Yao Linger furrowed her brow in anger, firmly believing that greater power entails greater responsibility. Since heaven has bestowed upon them extraordinary abilities, they should lend a hand to others and contribute to the survival of humanity. Yao Linger's reproach made Lin Kong furrow his brow, but after 2 seconds, he relaxed. It's merely a difference in ideology. One can respect it, but not accept it. Saving people? Contributing? These past few days, Su Yuan and I have rescued our fair share of people. We have no qualms about those aspects, so don't label us. If we happen to encounter someone in need, that's fine, as it doesn't consume much of our time or energy. However, asking us to dedicate time specifically to save them is out of the question. Time is of the essence. Humanity, zombies, and flora and fauna are all racing to evolve and improve. A single misstep can lead to a cascade of failures. Be why the time you expend your efforts rescuing everyone. You may find that your strength has already fallen far behind others. At that point, even a mere zombie wildcat or a bully could annihilate your group. In the end, it would all be for naught. Although Yao Linger and Lin Kong had differing views, this perspective endeared Lin Kong to her, prompting him to explain his reasoning for the first time. After listening to Lin Kong's words, Yao Linger fell silent. She clearly felt that this approach was incorrect, yet it sounded quite rational. Lin Kong chose not to continue the debate, walking towards Su Yuan and Lu Hong, who had been waiting for a while. Let us set off. Lu Hong nodded in agreement. Let us go. I'll take you to meet that level 2 zombie. The once bustling campus streets were now densely populated with zombies. They roamed in groups of dozens or even hundreds, searching for prey. A sudden noise rang out, causing them to dart towards one direction in unison. The source of the sound was a dirt bridge suspended in the air, continuously extending forward, soon crossing over the street. Standing on the solid dirt bridge, Lu Hong felt his mind was a bit overwhelmed. That supermarket over there is where we encountered that level 2 zombie. Lu Hong pointed to a small supermarket across the road. Let's head down. We don't want it to think it can't catch us and simply run away. Su Yuan looked at Lin Kong and said, There's no need for such trouble. Lin Kong gazed ahead, speaking calmly in his line of sight. A zombie that appeared ordinary yet harbored an unusual amount of energy was hiding in a room on the second floor, remaining motionless. That little rascal thinks he can ambush us. Come here. Lin Kong raised his hand and beckoned, instantly seizing control of the zombie's body as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, pulling it through the window and toward Lin Kong and the others. This level 2 zombie flailed its arms, desperately trying to break free from Lin Kong's grasp. However, lacking the swift speed of a zombie dog and the massive physique of a giant zombie, it was the weakest level 2 zombie they had encountered, unable to escape Lin Kong's telekinetic control. It was halfway through the air. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Kong's eyes. In the next instant, an invisible blade materialized before him, slicing toward the zombie's neck. Without warning, without sound, and with no opportunity for evasion, the head of the level 2 zombie was severed from its neck in an instant. Tumbling downward. Lu Hong could hardly believe it. The level 2 zombie that had cost them a teammate and had taken them half a day to shake off was effortlessly killed by Lin Kong. The last time he collaborated with Lin Kong to battle the zombie dogs, he had considered himself only slightly weaker than Lin Kong and his companions. However, that perception had dramatically changed. This second-tier zombie was even less formidable than those zombie dogs. Proving to be exceedingly weak, Xu Yuan analyzed the situation with a serious expression. After extracting the second-tier crystal core, Lin Kong turned to Lu Hong. We still need to return to the dormitory for a few days. You should head to the South Canteen by yourself. All right, I appreciate your help this time. Lu Hong nodded in agreement. It's a trivial matter. In the future, should you encounter higher-tier zombies, do let us know first. We will compensate you for it. Having said this, Lin Kong and his companion retraced their steps across the earthen bridge. Lu Hong glanced at the fading figures of Lin Kong and Xu Yuan, shook his head slightly to rouse his spirits, and then proceeded towards the South Canteen. And these past 2 days, many people are likely to have leveled up to second tier. We can't lag behind? Lin Kong remarked casually as he conversed with Xu Yuan along the way. Even if they reach second tier, they won't stand a chance against us, Xu Yuan asserted with pride. Could you not be so arrogant? Although we are indeed quite powerful, we must not underestimate others. Lin Kong inquired thoughtfully. Yuanzi, tell me, why do you think that even though we have yet to advance to second tier, we remain unafraid of those second-tier evolvers? It's undoubtedly because our abilities are formidable and our development is exceptional, Xu Yuan replied without a moment's hesitation. Lin Kong couldn't help but rub his forehead. That is certainly one reason, but if it were solely based on that, would I bother asking you? I don't know. I don't care. After all, we are either fighting or cultivating, and we haven't been slacking off, so our strength can't be too lacking. Xu Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. Observing Xu Yuan's indifferent demeanor, Lin Kong shook his head and continued earnestly. One factor is that we know that after fully absorbing the crystal cores, we can further break through our limits through meditation. Judging by the speed at which others are leveling up, they likely have not discovered this detail. Thus, in the same tier, they are weaker than us. I see. Xu Yuan pondered thoughtfully. If you would just take a moment to reflect, you would undoubtedly come to this realization, though you may simply be unwilling to delve into it. Lin Kong understood that Xu Yuan was not incapable of thinking. He merely found it tedious at times. Rather than engaging in deep contemplation, he preferred to charge ahead and get things done. With a Kong around, I don't need to consider these matters, Xu Yuan chuckled. Chapter 27. Departure. The two skillfully circumvented groups of zombies along their path, and after traversing several streets, they finally returned to the dormitory. At present, this dormitory building was deserted save for Lin Kong and Xu Yuan. After the demise of the zombie dogs, the residents no longer faced the greatest threats when venturing outside. The dormitory was devoid of zombies, and all the food had been consumed. Although there remained plenty of provisions in the fourth-floor room occupied by Lin Kong, the sheer volume of earth and rock blocking the entrance deterred them from taking any of Lin Kong's supplies. During these past few days, the other students residing here gradually moved out in search of alternative means of survival. The individuals still alive, even those without special abilities, had managed to slay some zombies. When confronted with small groups of lesser zombies, they could typically handle them with ease. However, should they encounter a large wave of zombies, survival would depend solely on luck. Pushing open the dormitory door, Lin Kong and Xu Yuan dropped their backpacks and immediately collapsed onto their beds. Previously, after classes, they would rush back to the dormitory, plopping onto their beds to scroll through their phones and listen to music. They still cherished those moments. Amidst the chaos and relentless bloodshed of the outside world, this small room remained a sanctuary where they could truly unwind without a care. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Lin Kong toyed with the second-tier crystal core he had obtained that day. Regardless of whether it was from the zombie dogs, the giant zombies, or the core he now held, they all bore an uncanny resemblance in shape and color. Su Yuan, currently breaking through his limits, found the crystal core of no use to him. Thus he handed it over to Lin Kong. Over the past few days, they had collectively acquired 3 second-tier crystal cores, and Lin Kong, unable to resist Su Yuan's insistence, had always shared them with him. Though Su Yuan often asserted that Lin Kong should use them to maximize their potential, they were ultimately spoils from their shared battles. Today's outing had been primarily for the sake of this second-tier crystal core. Su Yuan, aware that he could not utilize it, had still accompanied Lin Kong on the excursion. According to Su Yuan, he had satisfied his cravings for action and garnered considerable rewards. While the bond between brothers need not be overly scrutinized, Lin Kong still felt a sense of indebtedness. After mentally noting this, Lin Kong focused on his cultivation. If one were to equate a second-tier crystal core to 5 first-tier ones, Lin Kong had now absorbed the equivalent of 12 crystal cores. Based on Su Yuan's leveling progress, it seemed that the quantity of crystal cores required for advancement remained consistent across different tiers. This implied that Lin Kong would also need 22 first-tier crystal cores to ascend from first tier to second tier. With the core in hand, he estimated that by noon the following day, he would be ready to fully absorb it and break through his limits. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the night deepened. Countless stars graced the once desolate night sky, imbuing it with an inexplicable allure. While the world around them underwent cataclysmic changes, the stars remained unchanged, as if they were merely a painting, consistently unveiled and then drawn back at the appointed hour. After exhaling a breath of stale air, Lin Kong slowly opened his eyes. Today marked the 13th day since the apocalypse had descended, and 3 days had passed since they had helped Lu Hong seek vengeance. Presently, Su Yuan had spent more time in meditation than he had during his previous breakthrough before leveling up. Yet he had yet to reach the threshold for advancing to second tier. This clearly indicated that the higher the tier, the longer the time required to break through one's limits. With a creak, the dormitory door opened slowly. Su Yuan, barefoot and still stained with blood, stepped inside. Kong, there isn't a single zombie within 10 miles. I spent the entire afternoon outside and only managed to slay fewer than 100. This dormitory has become uninhabitable. Without zombies to kill, I might as well be cultivating in vain. Su Yuan complained as soon as he entered. The entire school isn't even 10 miles wide, Lin Kong responded, somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, it was indeed a pressing issue. After spending consecutive days confined to the dormitory for training, they would undoubtedly grow restless. Even Lin Kong would carve out time each day to wander around. Let alone Su Yuan. I originally intended to wait until you leveled up to second tier before leaving, but it seems we can no longer afford to wait, Lin Kong remarked with a smile. No more training. If I keep at it, I'm afraid I might lose my sanity. Upon hearing the word training, Su Yuan immediately shook his head in protest. Are we really leaving? This time, we might never return. Su Yuan surveyed the dormitory, where they had resided for 2 to 3 years, his eyes reflecting nostalgia and reluctance. This dormitory held countless joyful memories from before the apocalypse. While nothing particularly monumental had ever occurred, it was the mundane moments that were far more unforgettable. Those days etched in memory could never return. Let us go. Ultimately, we must depart. I will seal this building inside and out, tightly enough that even a third-tier evolver wouldn't be able to breach it in just a few days. Su Yuan took several deep breaths, speaking slowly. It is indeed time to leave. Lin Kong nodded slightly. With this departure, they were not only bidding farewell to their former dormitory and campus, but also to their lost youth. Only by stepping beyond the campus gates would they truly immerse themselves in the apocalypse. After deciding to set off early the next morning, the two began packing their belongings. Most importantly, they prepared 5 days' worth of food. On one hand, they did not wish to carry too much, as it would hinder their mobility. On the other, while they still had a fair amount of food left, their preferences were limited. For instance, after consuming 2 packets of buckwheat noodles on the first day, they had not touched them again. Besides food, they packed a few sets of clothes and several power banks that still had some charge left. Once they had finished packing, The two refrained from further training and went to bed early. The next day, Lin Kong and Su Yuan strapped on their backpacks, ready to embark. Lin Kong stepped out first, while Su Yuan followed behind, continuously using his abilities to seal off the floors in order to achieve the effect he had described, making it difficult for even a third-tier evolver to damage the dormitory. Su Yuan expended a tremendous amount of effort, finally nodding in satisfaction after multiple exertions. Those who don't know might think you've hidden something valuable in here, Lin Kong teased. Isn't it valuable? Well, it is indeed valuable. Ha ha ha. After a round of laughter, the two strode forward with confidence. There were no zombies in sight. In fact, their absence was almost refreshing. Finally, after crossing 2 streets, they spotted the familiar figures of zombies. A wave of nostalgia washed over them. Kong, don't stop me. I'm going on a killing spree. I won't stop you. Go ahead. Let us have a good slaughter. Lin Kong had also refrained from bloodshed for several days, and now he felt the urge rising again. Seeing Su Yuan charge forward, he dropped his backpack and quickly followed suit. Chapter 28. Fierce Battle with the Zombie Horde. Su Yuan let out a fierce shout, drawing the attention of the surrounding zombies towards him. As he gazed upon the horde of over 100 zombies rushing towards him, Su Yuan could not help but smile wider. Come on, come on. Su Yuan bent down, his hands plunging deeply into the ground. With a sudden exertion of strength, he wrenched a massive chunk of earth from the soil, its size comparable to that of a small room. Empowered by his earth manipulation, Su Yuan effortlessly lifted the enormous clod and hurled it towards the advancing throng of zombies. With a resounding crash, the colossal mass descended, instantaneously crushing more than 21st-tier zombies. However, the sheer size of the undead swarm rendered their demise inconsequential. They simply surged forward like an unrelenting tide. Ha ha ha, splendid! Su Yuan laughed heartily as numerous earthen spikes erupted from the ground, while he donned a formidable armor crafted from soil, charging into the fray with exhilaration. This armor is becoming increasingly impressive. I wonder when I might conjure a set using wood manipulation. Watching Su Yuan plunge into the mass of zombies, Lin Kong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Men have little resistance to such imposing armor. Who could possibly resist its allure? In the next instant, Lin Kong propelled himself forward with over 20 flying daggers in tow. Each dagger sliced through the air like silver bullets, swiftly claiming the lives of countless zombies. Hey, Kong, don't steal my kills. Merely an accident, Lin Kong awkwardly replied. Without further ado, Su Yuan waved his hand, and towering earthen walls sprang forth, seamlessly connecting to divide the expansive battlefield in two. I shall take this side. You take that one. With that, Su Yuan plunged back into the horde without a backward glance. Lin Kong couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head at Su Yuan's childlike antics. However, given that he had ceded half the battlefield to him, Lin Kong resolved to relish his own slaughter. Though effortlessly dispatching zombies with flying daggers was simple, it was still somewhat sluggish. Su Yuan's previous actions had drawn a significant number of zombies to the vicinity. And now, Lin Kong faced nearly 400 to 500 zombies on his half of the battlefield. Taking a deep breath, he observed the approaching wave of undead, arms outstretched with palms facing skyward. Gradually lifting them upwards, in that moment, he resembled a conductor directing an orchestra, his raised hands serving as an irresistible baton. Waves of zombies, as if under his command, ascended uncontrollably into the air. They soared higher and higher until Lin Kong deemed it sufficient. At which point they plummeted like dumplings, crashing to the ground in a gruesome spectacle, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Their lives extinguished. One wave after another of zombies soared and fell, 400 to 500 of them meeting their demise in rapid succession. Goodness, Kong, what commotion is happening over there? Su Yuan was drawn to the ruckus Lin Kong was causing. Have you finished your side already? Lin Kong inquired in surprise. With this few zombies, a mere drizzle. Lin Kong glanced over to Su Yuan's battlefield and was astonished to find not a single zombie remaining, not even a corpse. And you say my side is noisy? What on earth happened to your horde? Oh, they were just too bothersome earlier. I couldn't resist burying them all. Impressive. Lin Kong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Shall we continue to slay? Su Yuan asked eagerly, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of battle. Let us refrain. We're almost at the South Canteen. Making too much noise could have adverse effects, Lin Kong replied, shaking his head. Very well, Su Yuan conceded, somewhat disappointed. The two had decided to explore the South Canteen before leaving the school. At the onset of the apocalypse, they had frequently encountered news about the South Canteen online. Subsequently, upon meeting Yao Linger and her team, their curiosity about the South Canteen had only intensified, prompting them to investigate further. More crucially, Lin Kong wished to inquire about the Blood Temple while at the South Canteen. Having previously eliminated the Blood Temple's second-in-command, it was likely that they would seek revenge if they were not cowardly. This posed a significant risk. Since they were probably already on someone else's radar, it would be better to take the initiative and eradicate the Blood Temple, eliminating potential threats before they could manifest. Although they were uncertain of the exact strength of the Blood Temple's leader, from Yao Linger's descriptions, it was evident that Gao Yuanyu did not possess overwhelming power. Thus, Lin Kong and Su Yuan felt a fair degree of confidence. Even if they could not win outright, they could still seize an opportunity for a surprise attack. Ultimately, survival until the end was of paramount importance. Look, there are 4 big ones. Lin Kong had just spotted several second-tier zombies among the horde. However, to his surprise, these 4 second-tier zombies broke free from his control mid-flight and fell to the ground with little damage. Clearly, these were all second-tier zombies. Hey, leave these to me. Seeing Lin Kong preparing to intervene, Su Yuan quickly stepped forward to stop him, charging ahead without a second thought. If you want to kill them, I'll let you have them. No need to rush. Lin Kong shook his head. Facing 4 second-tier zombies simultaneously would be quite the challenge for Su Yuan. Yet, Su Yuan's abilities in control far surpassed his offensive capabilities. Huangquan Marsh, with a powerful shout, Su Yuan transformed the solid ground beneath the 4 second-tier zombies into a treacherous swamp. The zombies, oblivious to the change, continued their advance. However, after a few steps, their legs became ensnared in the mire, rendering them immobile. Heh, now you can't touch me, Su Yuan chuckled as he watched the zombies flail helplessly. Suddenly, one of the second-tier zombies opened its mouth wide, a searing fireball rapidly coalescing at its lips, hurtling towards Su Yuan with ferocity. Oh no! The previously triumphant Su Yuan was startled by the sudden fireball, darting sideways to evade. Yet, the proximity between him and the zombie left him with insufficient time to fully avoid the incoming attack. Lin Kong, who had been observing from a distance, was equally unprepared to react in time. With a loud bang, the fireball struck Su Yuan's chest, the force propelling him back several meters before he crashed heavily to the ground. Yuanzi? Lin Kong shouted in alarm, rushing over while commanding dozens of daggers to fly towards the fire-wielding zombie with lightning speed. Chapter 29. The South Canteen. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The second-tier zombie, having just unleashed its power, was too drained to continue its assault. Its lower half was already deeply entrenched in the muck, helplessly watching as dagger after dagger pierced its skull. After launching the daggers, Lin Kong paid no mind to the fate of the second-tier zombie, hastily helping the fallen Su Yuan to his feet. Yuanzi, how do you feel? Lin Kong asked anxiously. It hurts like hell. My insides should be fine, but my skin is definitely burnt, Su Yuan replied while removing his shirt. Upon shedding his garment, it became evident that he had a significant burn mark in the center of his chest, blood and flesh mangled, a vivid scarlet. However, it appeared that his internal organs remained unscathed, thanks in no small part to his abilities, which had enhanced his physical defenses over time, even without the full protective coverage of his earth armor. Thank goodness it's not too serious. After assessing the injury, Lin Kong felt relieved and extended his right palm towards Su Yuan's gruesome chest, channeling his wood manipulation powers. A soft green light enveloped Su Yuan's chest. The wound rapidly began to heal at a visibly accelerated pace. Within 2 minutes, the injury had fully vanished, leaving no trace of a scar behind it. Kong, your wood manipulation ability is truly remarkable. We need not fear injury in the future. Rubbing his healed chest, Su Yuan marveled once more at Lin Kong's power. Abilities are merely a safety net. We must strive to avoid injuries whenever possible. Lin Kong said earnestly, concerned that Su Yuan might grow overly reliant on his healing powers and adopt a more reckless fighting style. We were rather careless this time. Fortunately, this zombie's attack was not potent. Had it awakened a more formidable ability, we could have been in grave danger. Lin Kong frowned in reflection. After all, we never anticipated that zombies could awaken abilities. Su Yuan expressed his confusion. We should have considered this possibility earlier. For instance, the giant zombies could be regarded as having awakened physical enhancement abilities. Even the zombie dogs could be seen as having awakened transformation abilities, Lin Kong pondered, recalling previous encounters with second-tier zombies. This time, I indeed underestimated the situation and failed to evade the fireball, suffering significant consequences. Su Yuan admitted his mistake candidly. Alright, it's not a major issue. We learn from our mistakes. Let us absorb this lesson and be more cautious next time. After clearing the battlefield, the two refrained from continuing their loud slaughter of zombies, opting instead for a more efficient and discreet approach to eliminate any remaining obstacles. Soon, after passing through a dormitory building, they were astonished to find that the area ahead was devoid of any zombies. Seems the people from the South Canteen have cleared the surrounding zombies, Su Yuan observed thoughtfully. Lin Kong, bemused by Su Yuan's seriousness, chuckled helplessly. That's quite normal. When we were at the dormitory, you often went down to clear the zombies nearby, so it's no surprise they did the same. As they approached, the entirety of the South Canteen came into view for the two individuals. At this moment, the South Canteen exhibited considerable changes compared to the time before the apocalypse. Particularly striking were the earthen walls, towering over 2 meters high, that encircled the canteen, evoking a sense of familiarity in both of them. Seems that there are Earth-type ability users within the South Canteen. Lin Kong marveled. However, the turmoil in his heart was minimal. Such earthen walls could have been constructed by Su Yuan even before his upgrade, let alone now. The presence of Earth-type ability users was hardly surprising. Perhaps there were even mental-type ability users as well. Su Yuan chuckled. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of mental-type ability users, Lin Kong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Each mental-type ability user represented a treasure trove of experience for him. Although he had developed several new mental-type abilities himself, he had attempted to cultivate additional ones in recent days, yet had found no leads or gains. Clearly, the inspiration he had acquired from Lu Hong had been exhausted, and he was unable to comprehend new abilities for the time being. Thus, seeking out other mental-type ability users to gain inspiration and develop more abilities was a crucial avenue for Lin Kong to enhance his strength. If the South Canteen truly housed mental-type abilities, then this journey would not be in vain. Aside from the encircling earthen walls, Lin Kong also noticed 2 small pavilions atop the canteen's roof, each occupied by a person. He speculated they were scouts observing the surroundings. Just as he and Su Yuan reached the foot of the earthen wall, a gap suddenly opened, and 4 students wielding steel pipes emerged. Which academy are you from? Please provide your student ID. One of them said, their expression worried. We really need to provide our student ID? Lin Kong and Su Yuan exchanged astonished looks. This procedure felt as if it had transported them back to the times before the apocalypse. It's merely a routine registration, primarily to prevent individuals from the Blood God Temple from infiltrating, came the explanation. I see, but even with our student IDs, how can you be certain we are not from the Blood God Temple? Su Yuan inquired, puzzled. We have our own methods for determining that. It's not something you need to worry about. The two refrained from further questioning and provided their student IDs. After one of the students recorded their IDs, he hurried inside the canteen. Brothers, you seem to be doing well. What brings you to the South Canteen? The leader of the group remarked, eyeing the bulging backpacks slung over Lin Kong and Su Yuan's shoulders with curiosity. We wanted to see if there were any acquaintances here, to look out for one another, Lin Kong replied. From the sound of it, is life in the South Canteen not treating you well? Lin Kong countered. Other aspects are all right, but the food has been getting worse. We've been subsisting on porridge for 2 days now, the man sighed. At this rate, we'll soon lack the strength to even fight off zombies. Just earlier, I was so hungry I started hallucinating, thinking I saw hundreds of zombies flying in the sky. Ah, you must be overly hungry. Such bizarre occurrences are impossible. Take care of yourself, brother, Lin Kong awkwardly responded. Su Yuan turned away, fearing he might burst into laughter. At that moment, the student who had just entered the canteen returned. Zhu Gu, everything's fine. You two may enter, but Zhu Gu glanced at their backpacks again. If you go on like this, there will surely be many who wish to engage you in conversation. Lin Kong immediately grasped the implication, responding nonchalantly, if they're girls, my good brother here will probably be thrilled. He pointed at Su Yuan. Hey, Kong, don't slander me. I'm a very upright person. Su Yuan protested vehemently. Observing the playful banter between the two, Zhu Gu was left uncertain whether they genuinely did not comprehend his words or simply chose to disregard them. Chapter 30. Encountering Chu Yun again. Overview of the South Canteen. Lin Kong and Su Yuan crossed the earthen wall, treading along the stone path towards the former South Canteen. This was a three-story gray-white structure, sprawling in size to accommodate the dining needs of over 10,000 individuals simultaneously. The canteen's doors stood wide open, devoid of any security personnel patrolling. Through the entrance, Lin Kong could see numerous figures moving about inside. Yet, in Lin Kong's perception, their auras were not formidable. Nearly all were barely above the first level. As for the powerful auras, Lin Kong raised his gaze to the third floor. There, over 30 second-level auras were exceedingly conspicuous. Unfazed, Lin Kong continued forward. Despite the presence of so many second-level individuals, they seemed rather weak. Few could pose a challenge. Upon crossing the threshold, rows of familiar dining tables and chairs greeted their eyes. With various packages scattered about on this floor alone, there were approximately 400 people. The canteen's spaciousness rendered the gathering of over 400 individuals still relatively sparse. A sense of lethargy and mental fatigue enveloped the atmosphere. This was Lin Kong's immediate reaction upon seeing these individuals. Even those fortunate enough to have survived the first half of the apocalypse were living in dire straits. In truth, compared to others, they were relatively fortunate, as they at least had a safe place to stay and food to sustain themselves. Many gazed at Lin Kong and Su Yuan upon their entrance, their eyes betraying unmasked greed as they fixated on the backpacks behind them. Although the canteen distributed enough food for survival, the quantity and quality were woefully inadequate. A few individuals had already risen to approach Lin Kong and Su Yuan. "Brother, could you spare a little food? Please, I'm begging you." The anticipated scramble did not materialize. These individuals were evidently not foolish. Their strength placed them at the bottom tier within the South Canteen. The two newcomers, swaggering in with bulging backpacks, could hardly be the naive students who would willingly distribute their provisions. Such dreams were futile. Those who thought so had likely been left with little more than bones. Realizing that a forceful approach was futile, they could only gamble on the kindness of Lin Kong and Su Yuan. Lin Kong, observing the individuals pleading with bowed heads, shook his head and continued past them. Undeterred, they pursued, tugging at Su Yuan's clothing and persistently pleading. "Scram!" Su Yuan forcefully yanked back his clothing, casting a fierce glare that sent a few of them retreating before he turned to catch up with Lin Kong. Without lingering too long, the two ascended to the second floor after briefly exploring the first. The conditions on the second floor were not significantly different from the first, housing about 300 individuals. However, these individuals appear to be in a slightly better state than those on the first floor. Lin Kong surmised that these individuals had likely fought zombies and possessed a degree of self-defense capabilities. Lin Kong and Su Yuan wandered about the canteen like curious tourists, observing their surroundings. "Brother Lin, Brother Su." Suddenly, an excited voice called out from nearby. Lin Kong turned to find the source of the voice belonged to a slender girl who looked somewhat familiar, though he could not quite place her. Su Yuan also failed to recognize her at once. "You are? I am Chu Yun's boyfriend." "No, wait. Chu Yun is my boyfriend," the girl stammered, flustered at Lin Kong's failure to recognize her. "Chu Yun?" Lin Kong felt a moment of awkwardness. "The one who can conjure fire chains," the girl reminded him. "Oh, now I remember," Lin Kong exclaimed, slapping his forehead. The time between their initial meeting and parting had been less than an hour, so it was entirely reasonable for him to forget her name. "I believe you are called Zhang Hui, right? Where is Chu Yun? Why aren't you together?" He has arrived, Yun. Over here." Zhang Hui waved towards a spot diagonally behind Lin Kong. He turned to see Chu Yun approaching, carrying a small bag and jogging over. "Hey, Kong Gu, Yuan Gu. What brings you to the South Canteen?" Chu Yun exclaimed excitedly upon reaching them. "Just here for a stroll," Su Yuan replied with a wave of his hand. "It's great to see you again. We have been thinking about repaying you for the help you provided us last time," Chu Yun said, her face beaming with joy. She rummaged through her belongings before finally producing a small bag of snacks. I don't have much to offer right now, just these few snacks. I hope you can accept them. Also, if you ever need my assistance, feel free to ask. No need for that. We did not help you for any reward. It was merely a matter of convenience. Take care of your own food," Lin Kong replied, patting his backpack. "Besides, do we look like we are in need of food?" "Well, all right then." Seeing Lin Kong decline, Chu Yun did not press further. Based on their previous encounter, she had a fair understanding of Lin Kong and Su Yuan's character. They were not the type to profess a lack of desire for reward while secretly anticipating gifts. Could you provide us with an overview of the South Canteen? Lin Kong inquired. Of course, Kong Gu. Although we've only been here a short while, I know quite a bit, Chu Yun replied confidently, patting her chest. Initially, you should have learned a lot about the South Canteen situation from online sources during the 2 days before the apocalypse, so I want to reiterate that. Lin Kong nodded, indicating for Chu Yun to continue. After Teacher Deng led the students to clear out the zombies in the canteen, they quickly gained strength by utilizing the crystals left behind by those zombies. Since then, they have actively taken in students fleeing from other areas and dispatched small teams to various supermarkets to scavenge for food. Thus, they have developed to the present state. Currently, there are over 900 individuals in the Southern Canteen, with nearly all of them reaching the first level. The primary combat strength within the canteen has formed 6 exploration teams, each consisting of approximately 10 members. Following the previous developmental trends, it is estimated that today, they have all advanced to level 2, among whom many possess extraordinary abilities that cannot be underestimated. At this point, Chu Yun paused involuntarily, casting a glance at Lin Kong and Su Yuan. However, it is certain that both of you possess strengths that surpass many within their ranks. Are you suggesting that there are several individuals in these exploration teams who are stronger than us? Su Yuan inquired, his brow furrowed, his tone slightly heavy. That is not my intention, Chu Yun replied, waving his hands in denial. Brother Yuan, I am not entirely certain of your current strengths. However, there are indeed a few individuals in the exploration teams whose powers are quite formidable. For instance, the captain of the first team, Zhang Yunfeng, possesses gravitational abilities, which allow him to. Chu Yun proceeded to introduce the renowned strong individuals within the Southern Canteen. Once he had finished, Lin Kong, perplexed, asked, with your impressive abilities, why have you not joined an exploration team? Chapter 31. Exposed, Lin Kong slays Pan Xiaobo on his bicycle, although Chu Yun's current strength is slightly lacking. Having only reached the pinnacle of level 1, he is merely a short time away from breaking through to level 2. More importantly, his abilities belong to the elemental attack category, boasting a considerable range. Such powers are undoubtedly formidable even within the entirety of the Southern Canteen. Chu Yun awkwardly scratched his head. I have only been here for a few days, and my qualifications are insufficient to immediately join an exploration team. However, I have already applied to become a reserve member, and I expect to receive a response today. Oh, I see. That's quite troublesome, Lin Kong nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Hey, Chu Yun, why haven't you gone out today to fetch food for your little girlfriend? At this moment, 3 or 4 individuals approached from the opposite side of the corridor, one of whom, a rugged-looking young man, spoke to Chu Yun. I just returned. Zhuzi, have you completed your mission? No, we were blocked by a horde of damn zombies and will have to make another trip this afternoon. Wang Zhuzi complained. At this juncture, Chu Yun turned to introduce Lin Kong and Su Yuan. This is Wang Zhuzi, from the 4th team, possessing abilities akin to Brother Yuan's, earth-based powers. You must have seen the earthen walls outside when you arrived. He was the one who created them in a few days. Once I become a reserve member, they will all be my teammates. Oh? You wield earth-based abilities? What can you do? Let us exchange some insights. Su Yuan, unusually not initiating a confrontation, expressed an eagerness to discuss the use of their abilities. Upon learning that Su Yuan also possessed earth-based powers, Wang Zhuzi was thrilled, and the two began discussing enthusiastically. Lin Kong observed Su Yuan finally engaging in productive conversation with appreciation, while also casting an expectant glance at Chu Yu and Do you know anyone who possesses psychic abilities? Psychic abilities? Let me think. Chu Yun pondered, stroking his chin. After a brief moment, he clapped his hands as if struck by a revelation. Ah? There is one individual with psychic perception abilities, which allow him to sense the levels of other individuals within a certain range. However, this person, what, you are Su Yuan? Then he must be Lin Kong. Before Chu Yun could finish, a loud exclamation interrupted him. Lin Kong turned to see Wang Zhuzi dragging Su Yuan hurriedly toward him. Are you truly Lin Kong? Wang Zhuzi immediately inquired. My name is Lin Kong, but whether I am the Lin Kong you know is uncertain. Are you the one who killed Pan Xiaobo, the one whom Captain Yao has invited several times but you declined? Wang Zhuzi asked, his neck flushed with excitement. Lin Kong nodded. In a way. The big shot is right beside me. You are indeed Lin Kong. After receiving confirmation, Wang Zhuzi was ecstatic, jumping up and down as he exclaimed. Wang Zhuzi, what is the issue with him being Lin Kong? Chu Yun asked, his face a mask of confusion. At that moment, due to Wang Zhuzi's loud calls, Many people had gathered around to see what was happening. Goodness, Lin Kong, you don't know? Pan Xiaobo is the second in command of the Blood God Palace. It was he who, from a distance of 40 to 50 meters, was killed in one blow by Lin Kong. The most astonishing part is that no one present saw how he accomplished it. One moment, he was riding a bicycle, and the next, he was inexplicably slain. Wang Zhuzi animatedly gestured, as if wishing to transport everyone back to that moment to witness it firsthand. Is that so? At that time, Pan Xiaobo was one of the few level 2 abilities users, yet he was killed with a single blow. His strength is likely comparable to that of several captains. I don't believe it. How could that be? Exactly. He killed someone from 40 to 50 meters away. Surely he must have had a silenced pistol hidden in his clothes. Ha ha ha. He must have been injured beforehand by Captain Yao. And his wounds just happened to flare up at that moment. Hearing Wang Zhuzi's vivid recount, those around them shook their heads in disbelief. Come on, don't dismiss it. This was told to me directly by someone from the second team. Seeing that the crowd was skeptical, Wang Zhuzi grew anxious. Kong Gu, is it true? Chu Yun, also unable to believe it, turned to Lin Kong for confirmation. Yes. Wow. Chu Yun gasped, astonished. He had not heard of this incident before and was extremely surprised. He had certainly heard of Pan Xiaobo's notorious reputation, brutal and indifferent to killing, possessing defensive enhancement abilities, and becoming impervious to blades and bullets after reaching level 2, after the second team, led by Yao Linger. Returned from a search, news of Pan Xiaobo's death had circulated. However, the specific cause of his demise had not been disclosed, and many believed it was at the hands of Yao Linger. Little did they know it was Lin Kong who had slain him. His strength had earned him the recognition of Captain Yao. This could not be a fabrication. Captain Yao had invited Lin Kong to join her team multiple times, yet he had declined each time. Meanwhile, Wang Zhuzi continued to argue vehemently. Nonsense. Captain Yao must have been deceived by his little tricks. This old ploy of feigning weakness to lure and prey only works on someone as pure and naive as Captain Yao. When Captain Zhang returns, I will certainly inform him of this matter and ensure this kid receives a proper lesson. Another individual, a staunch fan of Yao Linger and a supporter of the Yaozhong ship, passionately chimed in. Watching the heated debate unfold, Lin Kong crossed his arms, chuckling softly. He was not mocking their narrow-mindedness. Rather, he found amusement in the spectacle. Even though this spectacle revolved around him, he remained detached, enjoying the chaos as if it did not concern him. Just as he was savoring the unfolding drama, a familiar psychic wave brushed past him. Oh! Lin Kong subtly glanced sideways, pausing for a moment on an individual before seamlessly returning his gaze to the animated Wang Zhuzi. However, in his mind, he silently reflected on the psychic wave he had just sensed. If he was not mistaken, this person was the psychic perception abilities user that Chu Yun had intended to introduce to him earlier. From Chu Yun's description of this psychic user's abilities, it appeared that their psychic perception differed somewhat from Lin Kong's. Lin Kong's psychic perception enables him to gauge the amount of energy contained within an individual's body within a defined range, allowing him to assess their strength. In contrast, this person seemed only capable of accurately discerning the evolutionary levels of others. It appeared their abilities were weaker than his own. Nevertheless, besides the accuracy of the target's perception, the range and speed of the ability are equally significant. Lin Kong wished to discern whether this individual's abilities excelled in those areas compared to his own. If so, he could integrate those strengths into his own psychic abilities, thereby becoming even stronger. Chapter 32. Rumors? Truth or falsehood? Meanwhile, Wang Zhuzi was still passionately extolling the virtues of Lin Kong, clearly positioning himself as his #1 fan. You all are simply wallowing in self-pity, too insecure to acknowledge the prowess of others. It seemed Wang Zhuzi had struck a nerve, as the surrounding crowd grew increasingly vocal. Hey, are you really the Lin Kong he speaks of? If you truly possess such abilities, why not demonstrate them instead of hiding in the background? Just a big bluff. If he were to show himself, his facade would crumble. Ha ha ha. Feeling discomfort by the sudden shift of attention to him, Lin Kong interjected. You all can continue your ruckus. I am simply here, quietly observing. What is the fuss about pulling me into this? He was merely a level 1 evolver. Naturally, he wouldn't dare step into the limelight. At that moment, from beyond the crowd, a group of individuals approached, led by a red-haired individual who remarked as he walked, "This person is just a level 1 evolver. When Pan Xiaobo died, He probably hadn't even grown his hair yet. Ha ha ha. The crowd clearly recognized the powers of the red-haired individual and accepted his words without skepticism. What? He is merely a level 1 evolver. A level 1 evolver killed Pan Xiaobo? On what grounds? Just his fervor? Ha ha, Wang Zhuzi, how will you explain this? At this point, Wang Zhuzi was utterly dumbfounded. No, wait. How could you possibly be just level 1? What's wrong with being level 1? Can a level 1 not kill Pan Xiaobo? Lin Kong thought to himself, although he refrained from voicing it, wary of affecting the crowd's mindset. The world has descended into chaos, and life has become increasingly arduous for everyone. If further blows are endured, existence may become even more unbearable. Lin Kong remained silent, yet Su Yuan was ready to spring into action. What's the matter with you, first tier? In my eyes, you second tier are worse than dogs. With our first tier abilities, eliminating you is as easy as pie. Su Yuan provocatively gestured with his hands, exuding a palpable air of defiance. Upon hearing this, the second-tier individuals present all displayed expressions of indignation. Su Yuan was openly belittling them all. A few, already hot-headed, clenched their fists and attempted to confront Su Yuan, but were swiftly halted by the red-haired individual. Everyone, let us not act impulsively. The first tier has already killed the notable second-tier member, Pan Xiaobo. Whether this is true or false is clear to all. Yet, they could not be entirely blamed, as they too were victims in this rumor mill. The instigator of this commotion was none other than the leader of the exploration team's second unit. Yao Linger, I have long warned you that the exploration teams have significant issues. Leaving aside the possibility of them hoarding food and bullying the weak, consider this. The first tier evolved, being killed the second in command of the Blood God Temple with a single strike. Isn't that far more intimidating than Yao Linger personally killing Pan Xiaobo? This is what instills fear and leads you to believe in their overwhelming power, preventing any rebellious thoughts. Gradually, as you lack both strength and resources, you will find yourselves at their mercy. Impossible. Captain Yao and her team venture out to seek food and assist fellow students, all for our safety. Someone immediately retorted. However, the red-haired individual remained unperturbed, continuing with even greater patience. Though venturing outside is fraught with danger, it also brims with countless opportunities. Many of you haven't stepped outside in quite some time, have you? You are unaware that numerous second-tier zombies are now roaming outside, and nearly every member of their exploration team is second-tier. But what about you? Have they ever shared a second-tier crystal core with you? No. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became. If this continues, they will grow stronger while you grow weaker. At that point, whatever they say, you will have no choice but to comply, utterly lacking the power to resist. Initially, the crowd was dismissive of the red-haired man's words. Yet, as he spoke with heartfelt conviction, they gradually fell silent. Some even nodding slightly in contemplation. And what about Teacher Deng? Damn it, stop your incessant chatter and just fight me. Then everything will be clear. But before the red-haired individual could continue, he was abruptly interrupted by Su Yuan. Observing Su Yuan rolling up his sleeves and approaching, the red-haired man hesitated momentarily before hastily retreating into the crowd. Everyone, I've made my point. Reflect on it well. With that, he vanished before Su Yuan could settle the score. Fleeing with the swiftness of a rabbit. What a coward, Su Yuan scoffed, his expression one of disdain. Lin Kong, however, remained unperturbed, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This individual was not foolish. And moreover, there were issues with what he had just said. Once the red-haired man departed, the surrounding students no longer debated the veracity of Lin Kong killing Pan Xiaobo, each gradually returning to their respective quarters. Lin Kong, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I was out there defending you vigorously, only to discover you are merely a first-tier evolved being. I even asked you if you were the one who killed Pan Xiaobo. You deceived me too. How disheartening, Wang Zhuji remarked after listening to the red-haired individual. He believed Lin Kong's alleged killing of Pan Xiaobo was merely a farce. Observing the burly man rubbing his eyes, Lin Kong felt a chill run down his spine. What a bore. You back down the moment a fight breaks out. Let us go, Wang Zhuji. We'll continue our research on abilities. Su Yuan, unable to take action, felt quite displeased. Let us go. Wang Zhuji, without hesitation, followed Su Yuan toward the side. At that moment, Chu Yan approached Lin Kong. The person you just saw is Ma Fei, a mental perception ability user. Who is he? His previous remarks seemed rather off. Lin Kong inquired. Ah, that was precisely the reason for my hesitation earlier. Although the cafeteria patrons were under the protection of Teacher Ding and the exploration team, once some found a sense of security, their minds began to churn. This group seizes every opportunity to slander Teacher Ding and the exploration team. Well, at least it appears to me as slander, as they have never presented concrete evidence. Yet, many have been incited by them, forming a small clique. Lin Kong pondered, didn't Teacher Ding and the exploration team address them? Chu Yun shook his head, sighing deeply. Teacher Ding is too soft-hearted. He once apprehended some of them, but within a couple of days, he released them. Lin Kong couldn't help but chuckle softly. This reminds me of your experiences in the teaching building, too trusting, vulnerable to threats, reluctant to take action against classmates. You all are far too indecisive, overly cautious about this and that. If you ask me, when it's time to cut ties, do so. When it's time to kill, do it. The more you hesitate, fearing loss, the less you ultimately gain. That's the principle, but to truly act upon it is far from easy, Chu Yun replied with a bitter smile. Xiao Yun, was your outing today smooth? At that moment, a deep male voice resonated near them. Oh, Teacher Ding? Lin Kong turned to see the well-known Teacher Ding, whose weathered face appeared to be in his 40s, though the balding crown made him seem older. Teacher Ding then looked at Lin Kong. You must be Lin Kong, whom Linger has mentioned several times. You truly exude vitality, far surpassing this old bone of mine. Lin Kong nodded in acknowledgement of Teacher Ding's words. Teacher, you're barely in your 40s, you're still young. How can you refer to yourself as an old bone? Chu Yun remarked with a smile. Compared to you, I'm still an old bone. Xiao Yun, today Team 5 discovered quite a treasure trove. 18 noon. Each of you will receive an extra half sausage. You should prepare, as lunch will be served shortly. Great, there will be sausages, Chu Yun expressed delight, as those sausages would be a delightful treat for him. He immediately rushed off to share the news with his girlfriend, who had been waiting nearby. After watching Chu Yun depart, Lin Kong turned to Teacher Ding. Anticipating his words, Xiao Lin, after your stroll around the cafeteria, what are your impressions? Lin Kong surveyed the area once more before responding slowly. I'm not sure about specific management, but everyone has a secure place to stay and food provided. I think that's sufficient. However, there are some potential hazards. Minor disturbances are inconsequential, but the lack of food is truly fatal. Teacher Ding nodded in agreement. Indeed, while we are striving to find food, it's simply isn't enough. Nowadays, locating food has become exceedingly difficult. The zombies are growing stronger, and some have even evolved with special abilities. Just yesterday, 2 second-tier students in the exploration team tragically fell victim to infection. Upon saying this, Teacher Ding's expression turned sorrowful. Tio ascend to second tier and still be infected by zombies? Lin Kong exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, being scratched by a fellow second-tier zombie does not guarantee infection, but there is a probability. The remaining food we have can last at most 3 more days. Within those 3 days, if we cannot make a change. Teacher Ding left the thought unfinished, but Lin Kong comprehended his meaning all too well. Therefore, I plan to lead all students out of the school the day after tomorrow and head to the military base. A military base? Lin Kong was taken aback. Yes, before the network went down, I learned from a friend that the military plans to establish a survival base about 10 kilometers away, on the western outskirts of Xiaoqing. Lin Kong's school was located on the outskirts of Xiaoqing, in the southwestern corner of the city, and indeed not far from the military base. However, Teacher Ding's tone grew grave. Leading nearly 1,000 students across such a distance in this apocalypse is no small feat. Could we not find a nearby place that is both safe and has food? Like the Han Hai supermarket not far from the school? Lin Kong questioned in confusion in this current world. Aside from the military base, what other safe places exist? As a teacher, I cannot risk taking my students to other locations. Thus, only the military base is the most suitable option. Lin Kong nodded. So, you sought me out because I have heard from Linger that you and your friends possess formidable strength, capable of rivaling the leader of the exploration team. Although she has invited you to join us several times, you have declined each time. Still, I hope you will consider joining us to escort these students safely to the official base. With your involvement, the number of survivors among them will significantly increase. Once we reach the military base, I will inform the officials of your contributions, which I believe will be beneficial for you. Indeed, Lin Kong inwardly sighed. From the moment Teacher Ding approached him, he had anticipated that Ding was seeking to recruit them. After all, Aside from their abilities, there was little else to warrant such a personal visit. Surely it wasn't just for the food in their backpacks. From Teacher Deng's words, he could sense the profound concern the other party had for these students. If time permitted, he would gladly agree to accompany Teacher Deng and escort these students to the official base. However, he was preoccupied with a greater worry that awaited him to seek out. An urgency he could not ignore. I apologize, Teacher Deng, but I am extremely anxious about my family and hope to locate them as soon as possible. Therefore, I cannot join you this time. Upon hearing this, Teacher Deng's expression dimmed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Everyone was preoccupied with their survival. Even when worried about loved ones, the despairing distance often compelled them to relinquish such thoughts. He hadn't expected Lin Kong to be so resolute. Perhaps once we reach the official base, the personnel there will have ways to assist you in finding your family. Teacher Deng persisted in his encouragement. They might indeed have means to help me locate my family. But why should they? I am merely an ordinary university student, lacking both connections and strength. Why would they choose to assist me? Currently, Lin Kong's abilities were commendable within the school, yet the official organization's depth was no trifling matter. He had not become so arrogant as to believe that his current capabilities and potential would suffice to persuade them to aid him in searching for his family. Sigh. Well then, let this matter rest. Shaolin, why don't you join us for a meal on the first floor later? Opportunities for a starch meal are rare. All right, Lin Kong replied with a smile. He watched as Teacher Deng slowly made his way downstairs. His posture noticeably more stooped than when he arrived. It was not until Teacher Deng's figure vanished from Lin Kong's sight that he redirected his gaze towards Su Yuan and Wang Zhuzi, who were still engaged in animated discussion. Zhuzi, I think we, as Earth-based ability users, should go barefoot, feeling the power of the Earth beneath us at all times, Su Yuan proclaimed, pointing at his bare feet. Wang Zhuzi nodded vigorously in agreement, promptly removing his shoes and socks. Lin Kong couldn't help but twitch his lips. How's the discussion going? Brother Su's insights into Earth-based abilities far exceed mine. I've gained a great deal from him. It's just a pity I have little to share in return. Wang Zhuzi lamented. Oh, Zhuzi, don't say that. I've also learned quite a bit, Su Yuan quickly added. All right, you too. Enough with the mutual flattery. Yuanzi, take a breather. After we finish eating, we have more work to do. Lin Kong suddenly remembered something I almost forgot. Zhuzi, do you know anything about the Blood God Temple? Blood God Temple? No. If we had any leads, we would have seized the opportunity to deal with them already. Wang Zhuzi's expression darkened at the mention of the Blood God Temple. I see. It seems this time we might not have a chance. Lin Kong mused, initially believing he could easily gather information about the Blood God Temple in the South Canteen, only to find himself empty-handed. Let us go. It's time for lunch. Heard there's starch sausage today, Wang Zhuzi said with anticipation. After Lin Kong and Su Yuan contemplated the contents of their backpacks, their expressions turned somewhat peculiar, but they said nothing further and followed Wang Zhuzi down the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, Lin Kong noticed the crowd had doubled since their arrival, with people clutching bowls, eagerly awaiting their meal. Captain Zhang and the others are back, came a chorus of surprised exclamations from near the entrance. A team has returned from their mission, Wang Zhuzi said, his face lighting up as he stood on tiptoe, straining to catch a glimpse of the scene at the door. Why are you acting like a star? Su Yuan quipped. By in the South Canteen, even celebrities aren't as popular as Captain Zhang. He is our strongest asset. Is he Zhang Yunfeng, the gravity ability user? Lin Kong asked as he observed the throng of people. In the center stood a tall, handsome boy, over 6 feet tall. Yes, he was the one who initially assisted Teacher Deng in clearing out the South Canteen, becoming the first to rise to level 1 and 2. The team he leads consists of some of the strongest members, aside from the other captains. Wang Zhuzi remarked. Sounds impressive, Su Yuan said, stretching his arms and rolling his shoulders, producing a series of cracking sounds. Of course, just don't get too impulsive, Wang Zhuzi cautioned, concerned that this newly acquainted brother might later deny their association. Brother Feng, how do you plan to distribute the crystal cores from the 3 level 2 zombies we killed this morning? Zhang Mingwei, the vice captain of the team, asked quietly to Zhang Yunfeng, who was surrounded by admirers. It goes without saying. 1 for me, 1 for Linger. As for the last one, aside from me, you contributed the most this morning. So it's yours. Really? Thank you, Brother Feng. Zhang Mingwei beamed up. By the way, could you check if Linger is back? I found a box of milk. She would surely appreciate it. Sure thing. With you spoiling her like this? Sister-in-law is quite fortunate. Hey, Linger hasn't agreed to anything yet. Don't jump the gun, or she might get upset. Brother Feng, it's only a matter of time. Jiang Mingwei laughed. Quit messing around and hurry. Zhang Yunfeng feigned anger as he playfully smacked Jiang Mingwei's head. Yet his smile remained unwavering. Moments later, Jiang Mingwei returned. Brother Feng, sister-in-law, and the others haven't come back yet. However, he leaned in closer and whispered to Zhang Yunfeng. Oh? Zhang Yunfeng narrowed his eyes upon hearing Jiang Mingwei's words. With just over 10 minutes until lunch, Lin Kong toyed with a blade in his hand, contemplating the next steps. After exploring the South Canteen earlier, he had seen all he wanted. If there were still no leads on the Blood God Temple, they planned to leave the school that afternoon. As for where to go and what to do afterward, Lin Kong only had a vague direction, and he needed to devise a more detailed plan. Hey, you are Lin Kong, right? I heard you killed Pan Xiaobo in one move, and Captain Yao has tried to recruit you several times, but you've turned him down. Just as Lin Kong was deep in thought, a boy in a denim jacket approached him. Those are just rumors, Lin Kong replied dismissively, returning to his knife. Oh, you're quite full of yourself. I advise you to be cautious. A person like you doesn't deserve to be with Captain Yao. Oh, if I don't deserve it, does Zhang Yunfeng? Lin Kong scoffed. He was keenly aware that this person was from the first team. You? How dare you refer to Brother Feng by his name? What is he? That I can't call him by name. That ridiculous name is something I wouldn't even utter. Pfft. Su Yuan, overhearing the exchange, stepped forward with a discontented expression. What else with the bravado? If Brother Feng lets it slide, I'll give you two a proper lesson. If you want to fight, I'll gladly oblige, Su Yuan said, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. He had longed for an opportunity to practice. Let us go. Out to the square. Whoever backs down is a coward. With that, the boy waved his hand and strode outside. Hey, don't rush off. Wait for me. Su Yuan rolled up his sleeves and hurried after him. What is going on? I was just in the restroom, and now Brother Su is about to fight the vice-captain. Wang Zhuzi, who had just finished in the restroom, looked at Lin Kong with concern. I have no idea. Let us go check it out, Lin Kong chuckled, patting Wang Zhuzi's shoulder, unperturbed. I don't know. You don't realize, Zhang Mingwei's strength is considered the best aside from a few captains. His ability allows him to petrify his body, making him quite formidable in combat, and no worries. Even if he can't win, I'm here. Lin Kong sensed that Su Yuan's energy intensity was slightly greater than Zhang Mingwei's, but not by much. Thus, the outcome of the confrontation would depend largely on who possessed superior combat skills. In this regard, Su Yuan's earth-based powers were more versatile, making victory over Jiang Mingwei quite feasible. In contrast, he found Zhang Yunfeng quite intimidating. As expected of the strongest in the South Canteen, Zhang Yunfeng's energy intensity surpassed Lin Kong's by a considerable margin. Still lacking in rank, Lin Kong sighed. The first floor was already crowded, and upon hearing that the vice-captain was about to fight, the onlooking students eagerly gathered outside, drawn by the prospect of a fierce battle. Even students on the second and third floors leaned out of the windows to watch. The fierce clash among the top 10 in the South Canteen was irresistible to them. Ready or not? Su Yuan shouted. Watch as I smash your mouth. Jiang Mingwei charged forward wielding a metal pipe. What age are we in? Still using cold weapons? Su Yuan scoffed, placing his foot firmly on the ground as his ability quietly activated. Jiang Mingwei rushed at him. A massive earth spike suddenly shot up just a meter in front of him, aiming straight for his abdomen. What the? Playing dirty? Jiang Mingwei thought in alarm. In a split second, he petrified his abdomen, and with a loud thud, the earth spike struck his hardened flesh, merely pushing him back a couple of steps without inflicting any damage. So tough. Su Yuan initially believed that his earth spikes would be unstoppable, but he was taken aback by Jiang Mingwei's formidable petrification defense. It's my turn. The arena was small, and Jiang Mingwei had already sprinted to a short distance from Su Yuan, raising a steel pipe high and bringing it down with great force. Here it comes. Su Yuan remained undaunted, as his body was instantly enveloped in earthen armor. He crossed his arms to shield himself from the impact of the steel pipe, feeling the immense force slightly compress his frame. After regaining his breath, Su Yuan deftly deflected the steel pipe with his arm and charged forward to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Brother Su, that move is incredible, exclaimed Wang Zhuzi, who was watching from the sidelines. You're also an Earth-type ability user. Can't you manage it? Lin Kong inquired. Chapter 35. Zhang Yunfeng takes action. Wang Zhuzi shook his head, a hint of regret in his eyes. This move, the earthen armor, was just taught to me by Brother Su. Yet I simply cannot replicate it no matter how hard I tries your ability. The power of earth origin, Lin Kong. Also, an ability user should have a clear understanding of the specifics of their powers, which were all self-translated. Perhaps my ability could also be called the power of earth origin, but I've always referred to it as earth control. However, I feel that the difference in names is rather inconsequential. Wang Zhuzi pondered earnestly. So, to put it simply, your abilities are essentially the same, but even if Su Yuan teaches you his techniques, you wouldn't be able to learn them for now? Precisely, Wang Zhuzi nodded, somewhat dejected. I see. Lin Kong observed the fierce battle between the two, stroking his chin in contemplation. Opposite them, Zhang Yunfeng was also leading his team to watch the fight. However, unlike Lin Kong's relaxed demeanor, their expressions were tense, witnessing the stalemate between Su Yuan and Jiang Mingwei as they engaged in a passionate melee point. One threw stone fists while the other retaliated with earthen blows, neither gaining the upper hand. Though each collision caused Su Yuan's earthen armor to sustain considerable damage, he quickly repaired it and pressed on. This unrestrained brawling exhilarated Su Yuan, while Jiang Mingwei found it less enjoyable. Each time he managed to damage Su Yuan's armor, it was restored almost instantaneously, making him feel like a mere sparring partner. Yet, Jiang Mingwei's strength lay in close combat, and he couldn't think of a way to break the deadlock, resorting to throwing punch after punch. Ah, that was satisfying, but I won't play with you any longer. After deflecting a punch, Su Yuan stepped back 2 paces. How arrogant, Jiang Mingwei retorted, unimpressed. Although he hadn't gained an advantage, he was determined that Su Yuan would never defeat him. You think just a few punches can make me falter? Su Yuan scoffed. Ignoring Su Yuan's taunts, Jiang Mingwei swung his stone fist once more, but this time, Su Yuan did not don his earthen armor to block. Instead, he erected a thick earthen wall between them to thwart Jiang Mingwei's advance. In the next instant, numerous earth spikes shot up from the ground surrounding Jiang Mingwei. Humph, another one of those tricks. What difference does it make if there are more? Jiang Mingwei dodged a few earth spikes, but their sheer volume rendered him unable to evade them all in the blink of an eye. His limbs were petrified, blocking several incoming spikes and propelling him upward. Though Jiang Mingwei was thrust into the air, he felt no fear. Whether he fell to the ground or Su Yuan continued to manipulate the earth spikes, he believed he could withstand the onslaught with his petrification. However, much to his surprise, Su Yuan did not seize the opportunity to attack while he was airborne. Instead, he stood there, a smile gracing his face as he watched him descend slowly. This is bad. Even Jiang Mingwei, no matter how dim-witted, realized something was amiss, but being suspended in the air left him unable to respond. He could only remain vigilant for any potential attacks from Su Yuan, ready to petrify at a moment's notice. The next moment, as he glanced down at the ground beneath him, the words "I'm done for" flashed in his mind. Below him, the earth, manipulated by Su Yuan, resembled the gaping maw of an abyss, transforming into a pit with a protruding edge and a hollow center, silently waiting for him to fall into its trap. Unable to leverage his position in midair, Jiang Mingwei inevitably plummeted into the deep pit sculpted from soil by Su Yuan. Subsequently, the soil contracted like petals, wrapping around Jiang Mingwei layer by layer. Let that be a lesson for your arrogance. You're buried, Su Yuan declared smugly, regardless of whether Jiang Mingwei could hear him. Damn it. A member of the first team was already growing anxious. Even Zhang Yunfeng clenched his fists, glaring intently at Su Yuan. The hundreds of students watching were astounded. They had not anticipated that an inconspicuous student, seemingly just an ordinary Earth-type ability user, could actually defeat the vice-captain of the first team. Returning to the battlefield, Su Yuan could not simply leave Jiang Mingwei buried indefinitely. While playful banter was one thing, causing a fatality would take things too far. In the next moment, the mound of earth that had consumed Jiang Mingwei disdainfully expelled him. After a few seconds of suffocation, Jiang Mingwei landed heavily at the feet of his teammates. Brother Jiang, you bastard. If anything happens to Brother Jiang, we won't let you off the hook. Su Yuan observed the agitated group and beckoned with his finger. Come, here's your chance for revenge. All of you, come at me together. Seeing Su Yuan's provocation, the members of the first team instantly erupted in anger. Noticing Zhang Yunfeng's lack of intervention, they hastily grabbed their weapons and charged forward. However, this time, Su Yuan had lost interest in entangling himself with them. Hell's Marsh. With a low shout from Su Yuan, the ground beneath the charging individuals abruptly transformed into a quagmire. They found themselves immobilized, unsure how to respond. Without mercy, Su Yuan watched as they sank into the mire, activating his abilities. The soft mud within the marsh morphed into writhing tendrils, ensnaring them and continuously growing upward, as if attempting to drag them into the depths of the swamp. Just as the individuals were about to be completely engulfed by the mire, an immense pressure suddenly enveloped Su Yuan, causing him to lose control over the marsh. He was forced to half-kneel. Hands pressed against the ground, his expression contorted as he struggled against the overwhelming force. "You dare to strike, Manyu?" From behind, Lin Kong's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity as he glared at Zhang Yunfeng. Unleashing his powers in a frenzy, without warning, a colossal force, akin to a speeding vehicle, collided head-on with Zhang Yunfeng. Caught completely off guard, Zhang Yunfeng had no time to prepare and was sent reeling backward from the impact. Being the strongest fighter in the South Canteen, he quickly regained his composure, applying his gravitational abilities to shed Lin Kong's control and crashing heavily onto the ground, shattering the floor beneath him. As Lin Kong's abilities struck Zhang Yunfeng, the pressure exerted on Su Yuan vanished. Freed from the unusual gravitational influence, Su Yuan shook his head and stood up, refraining from continuing his assault on the individuals trapped in the marsh. Instead turning to face Zhang Yunfeng. "Damn it, playing dirty." He spat on the ground and turned away, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Kong. Was that Captain Zhang who intervened? It was Zhang Yunfeng who launched a sneak attack. I suspected all along that he was no good, and now it's been exposed. Nonsense. Captain Zhang only acted out of concern for his teammates and couldn't hold back. Besides, that guy wasn't even injured. Right? Captain Zhang clearly showed restraint. Was that really restraint? He had no opportunity to act. Didn't you see him get knocked back? Who just struck, managing to repel Captain Zhang? It must have been some other captain. Who else could possibly push Captain Zhang back? But I feel like it was him who made the move. I was just standing right next to him. One person pointed at Lin Kong, speaking to those beside him. Who is he? Chapter 36. Teacher Deng mediates he is affiliated with the one who defeated Jiang Mingwei. Impossible. How could he possess such abilities? You just returned from outside and are unaware. Right? I heard that Pan Xiaobo was killed by him. Is that true? I thought it was just a rumor. If Captain Zhang was repelled by him, how hard could it be to kill Pan Xiaobo? That does seem plausible. The discussions among the crowd grew louder, but Lin Kong and Su Yuan paid them no mind, coldly observing Zhang Yunfeng across from them. At that moment, Zhang Yunfeng's expression was dark and foreboding. He had indeed acted out of concern for his teammates, unable to restrain his impulse. Yet, the root of this impulse stemmed from his fear that Su Yuan alone might overwhelm their entire team. Causing him to lose face, he had anticipated that once he intervened, Su Yuan would swiftly succumb. At that point, even if others accused him of a sneak attack, he could easily dismiss it as a mere accident, providing an excuse to deflect blame. As long as their side maintained its momentum, he thought, it wouldn't matter what others said. However, he never expected Lin Kong's prowess to be so formidable, while not surpassing his own. It exceeded that of the second team's captain, Yao Linger. Caught off guard, he found himself at a disadvantage. Watching his teammates struggle to extricate themselves from the mud, Zhang Yunfeng felt increasingly anxious, uncertain of his next course of action. To attack? One misstep could be dismissed as impatience, but 2 strikes would be indefensible. Moreover, having just struck, he was already in a position of disadvantage. To retreat? The canteen was right there. Where could they possibly go? Apologize? He found that hard to swallow. As he wrestled with these thoughts, a familiar voice broke through. Students, calm down and refrain from acting impulsively. It's beneficial for everyone to engage in friendly sparring, but do not let it escalate to real conflict. The speaker was none other than Teacher Deng. After addressing the crowd, he approached Lin Kong and Su Yuan. Xiao Lin, and this classmate as well. I witnessed what transpired just now. Indeed, Yunfeng's actions were inappropriate, and I apologize on his behalf, hoping you can find it in yourselves to forgive. With that, Teacher Deng produced 3 second-level crystal cores from his pocket. He extended the crystal core in his hand towards Lin Kong. I don't have much here. Consider this a token of apology. There's no need for that, teacher. Lin Kong's words were not yet finished when Zhang Yunfeng had unexpectedly approached, blocking Teacher Deng's hand that held the crystal core. From his own pocket, He produced 3 secondary crystal cores and looked at Lin Kong. I apologize. I was in the wrong earlier. This is my compensation. If you find it insufficient, I will hunt some more this afternoon and make it up to you. After stuffing the crystal cores into Su Yuan's hand, Zhang Yunfeng turned and left before Lin Kong and the others could react. Lin Kong gazed in surprise at the departing Zhang Yunfeng. Ah, this child Yunfeng, he is quite admirable in many ways, but his pride is a bit excessive, Teacher Deng sighed. Teacher Deng, since he has already apologized, let's not hold a grudge. You may return now. All right, Teacher Deng nodded, but did not leave immediately. He glanced at Lin Kong and remarked with a wry smile, your strength is beyond what I had anticipated. Moreover, you are only at the first level. The gap between the first and second levels is considerable. Yet you managed to engage in battles across levels with such ease. How have you accomplished this? Others only noticed how Su Yuan had withstood Zhang Yunfeng's blow, and how Lin Kong had pushed him back a few steps, both demonstrating strength comparable to that of a squad leader. Yet, they failed to recognize that Lin Kong and Su Yuan were merely first-level ability users. Perhaps it is because our abilities are rather exceptional. Lin Kong replied sheepishly. Teacher Deng shook his head. What a pity. If only you were willing to join us. Teacher Deng, we will have opportunities to collaborate in the future. Let us hope for that. Teacher Deng said no more and slowly walked into the cafeteria. What do you think of his abilities? Lin Kong inquired of Su Yuan as they also made their way to the cafeteria. Reflecting on the earlier confrontation, they feel quite formidable. When that gravitational force bore down upon me, my body instantly felt several times heavier. It was an uncomfortable sensation that rendered me nearly incapable of resistance. However, Su Yuan chuckled lightly. Once I reach the second level, that mere pseudo-second level will pose no threat. Lin Kong and Su Yuan had privately dubbed those who advanced without breaking their limits as pseudo-advancers. Lin Kong nodded. It was true that Zhang Yunfeng was stronger than them, but that was solely due to the disparity in their levels. Among peers, they were confident they could easily defeat him. Upon returning to the cafeteria, the moment their figures appeared at the entrance, numerous gazes fell upon them. Is this what it feels like to be a star? How fascinating! Lin Kong marveled as he felt hundreds of eyes converge upon himself and Su Yuan. They had never experienced such attention before. Often, they were the ones casting glances from the sidelines. Suddenly being the focus of so many people stirred emotions within them, yet they outwardly maintained a composed demeanor, presenting an air of nonchalance. Thus, in the eyes of others, Lin Kong and Su Yuan appeared solemn and unperturbed as they gracefully took a seat beside Wang Zhuzai. Under the glow of their strength, their previously unremarkable appearances and demeanor seemed to elevate several notches in the minds of many. Had the internet not been down, surely many girls would have approached them, eager to add their accounts. Brother Su, you were incredibly impressive just now. Your manipulation of abilities was simply extraordinary. How did you manage to transform the ground into a swamp? Upon sitting down, Wang Zhuzai excitedly pulled at Su Yuan, bombarding him with questions. This technique requires first establishing a sufficient connection with that area using the properties of one's abilities. Then, as Su Yuan enthusiastically detailed the intricacies of his signature move, Lin Kong observed Wang Zhuzai's increasingly befuddled expression and surmised that Su Yuan was likely wasting his breath. Within moments, the sound of pots and pans clanging echoed from the serving window. It's time to eat. Form a line. No pushing. Hundreds of students, already accustomed to the routine, promptly moved towards the window, forming an orderly queue as they awaited their turn. Before we begin, there are 2 matters I wish to address. Teacher Deng announced loudly with a megaphone, as he noticed everyone had lined up. Firstly, I believe many of you are already aware that, in addition to the usual rice porridge, each person will also receive half a sausage today. This is thanks to the 5th Squad's members who braved dangers and risks to procure it for everyone. I hope you will join me in bowing to express our gratitude for their contributions. With that, Teacher Deng bowed deeply to several students standing to the side, and the line of students followed suit in gratitude. The members of the 5th Squad accepted the appreciation graciously. After Teacher Deng straightened up, he scanned the rows of students below and continued, his tone growing more somber. The second matter is that, despite our best efforts to conserve food, we can only hold out for so long. After much discussion with the various exploration teams, we have decided to relocate as a whole, leaving the school the day after tomorrow. Chapter 37. The Evacuation Plan, Mealtime. Teacher Deng's words undoubtedly stirred a wave of commotion. What? Leaving the school? The outside world is filled with zombies. Are we just walking to our deaths? No, we don't want to go out. Sob. If we leave the school, where else can we go? Is there anywhere safer than the cafeteria? Can't we send the exploration teams further out to find food? Observing the chaos among the students, Teacher Ding took a deep breath and raised his voice. Everyone, please calm down. I will address your questions one by one. First, after leaving the school, our objective is to head to the military base not far from here. There are official personnel stationed there, and it will surely be safer than the cafeteria. Is that for real? We have a military base nearby. As the plan to head to the military base was announced, many people quieted down in their minds. No place could be safer than a military base. Seeing that the crowd had settled down, Teacher Ding continued, along the way, the exploration teams will do their utmost to ensure everyone's safety. I hope you won't be afraid. Zombies are not as terrifying as they seem. Really? If Captain Zhang is guarding me, I am not afraid of any danger. No way, Brother Feng is supposed to protect me. Where Captain Yao is, I will be. Hearing that the exploration teams would protect them throughout the journey, many began to daydream. The exploration teams frequently ventured out, and they rarely had the chance to interact with them. Now, with such a great opportunity, many loyal fans of the exploration teams began to dismiss the dangers, even starting to think about names for their future children. Teacher Ding, may I ask how far the military base is from the school? A voice suddenly called out from the crowd, and others turned to look at Teacher Ding. As this question was indeed very important, about 10 kilometers, Teacher Ding replied candidly. 10 kilometers, that's so far. Although many had suspected that the military base could not be conveniently close to the school. Hearing the exact distance shocked everyone. 10 kilometers, which would have taken less than 20 minutes by car before the apocalypse, now felt like an unfathomable distance. 10 kilometers? Teacher Ding, you can't be joking. Do you think we can safely traverse 10 kilometers in this zombie-infested world? The boy who had asked earlier spoke up again, and beside him stood the red-haired individual who had previously encountered Lin Kong. Before Teacher Ding could respond, the boy continued, moreover, the exploration team only consists of about 50 to 60 people. While we students number around 800 to 900, how can they possibly protect each and every one of us? Facing the interrogation, Teacher Ding remained silent, a faint sigh escaping his lips. How could I not have considered these questions? But what good is pondering them? We cannot guarantee that every student will safely reach the military base. I have even contemplated the possibility of a mortality rate exceeding 50%. As for a higher mortality rate, I haven't thought of it, nor do I dare to, however. If we do not leave, the number of deaths will certainly be greater. Why can't we find a nearby place, gather enough food, and settle down? Once we grow stronger, we won't need to go to the military base. The boy continued to press. We will definitely be searching for food while making our way to the military base. As for your suggestion of finding a nearby place to settle and develop, Teacher Ding replied earnestly, to be honest, neither I nor the exploration team have confidence in leading everyone to survive in the long term during this apocalypse. Only the military's formidable strength provides us with hope for survival. Your lack of ability does not mean we cannot. The boy looked around at his fellow students. In this transformed world, a new era has dawned, and our era has just begun. Why should we still hitch a ride on the old era's vehicle? Abilities and crystal cores grant everyone the potential to grow stronger. With our own strength, we may very well carve out our own path. Don't you all agree? Yes, absolutely. As the boy finished speaking, many around him immediately voiced their agreement. They were all young, and who had not dreamed of achieving greatness in this apocalypse? Lin Kong nodded inwardly, as this resonated with some of his own thoughts. Who is he? Lin Kong turned to Wang Zhuzhong beside him and asked. That red-haired gang's leader, Bao Mingwu, possesses considerable strength, yet I remain uncertain about the nature of his abilities. Lin Kong nodded slightly and continued to gaze ahead. Teacher Ding furrowed his brow. His sole desire was to lead his students to safety. You never mind. For now, let us just inform everyone so that the students can be prepared. If you have any questions or concerns, feel free to share them with us in the coming days. All right, let us not delay the students' meal any longer. Lao Zhou, please begin serving the food. With that, Teacher Ding walked away, while the cafeteria staff called loudly for students to line up for porridge. Upon hearing the call for meals, everyone immediately emerged from their earlier excitement, eagerly queuing for food. I have extra bowls and chopsticks here. Come on, let's go get some food. Wang Zhuzhong exclaimed, tapping his bowl with chopsticks and beckoning Lin Kong and Su Yuan. Shall we also grab a bowl? Su Yuan asked Lin Kong. Since Teacher Deng has invited us, we certainly ought to partake. The two followed Wang Zhuzhong into the queue, and after a wait of 4 or 5 minutes, it was finally their turn. The cafeteria's lunch was quite simple. Aside from a half piece of starch sausage, each person was allowed only half a bowl of porridge. The porridge was not as thin as one might expect. As water was a precious commodity, however, this scarcity made the portion appear quite meager, barely sufficient to satisfy their hunger. Upon returning to their seats, Lin Kong took a mouthful of plain porridge, finding it initially bland with no discernible flavor. Yet, as he chewed, the delicate aroma of rice filled his mouth. It had been a long time since Lin Kong and his companions had enjoyed a proper staple, and today, they savored a unique taste. However, after a few more bites, the insipid porridge could no longer please their palates. A bite of the starch sausage was quite decent, but it was gone after just a couple of bites. This is insufficient. There's not enough to fill us, Su Yuan frowned. Brother Su, today we received an extra half a sausage, which is quite generous, Wang Zhuzhong reassured him. If we can't fill up, let us just order more. Lin Kong set down his chopsticks and began rummaging through his backpack. Having long since succumbed to temptation, Su Yuan quickly pulled his own backpack closer to rummage through it as well. With wide eyes like copper bells, Wang Zhuzhong watched as Lin Kong and Su Yuan produced an array of snacks from their bags. 2 boxes of cookies, a large bag of marinated chicken wings, a bottle of cola, and a pack of spicy strips. Su Yuan clapped his hands. This will do. Lin Kong tore open the packaging of the marinated chicken wings and offered it to Wang Zhuzhong. Have one. Lin Kong's words jolted Wang Zhuzhong from his stupor, and he excitedly pointed at himself. Me? Really? I can have one? Chapter 38. What you offer is merely chicken wings, while we offer our youth. By heaven's grace, since the onset of the apocalypse, Wang Zhuzhong had not seen a morsel of meat in over 10 days. The best meal he had experienced was when he helped build the earthen wall for the cafeteria and was rewarded with half a pack of breakfast cookies. Trembling with anticipation, Wang Zhuzhong gingerly retrieved a chicken wing from the packaging and promptly placed it in his bowl. He carefully used his chopsticks to dip the chicken wing in the porridge, mixing the flavorful sauce into the bland concoction. Only when the previously tasteless porridge absorbed the rich aroma of the chicken wing did he begin to eat heartily. Meanwhile, those around them noticed the assortment of snacks laid out on Lin Kong's table. Wow, how do they have so much to eat? Is that chicken wings? And spicy strips? I'd love to have one. Don't even think about it. Didn't you see what happened to the first team? They were utterly defeated. Reminded of this, many students who had begun to feel greedy quickly extinguished their desires. Indeed, the first team had suffered considerable losses at the hands of Lin Kong and his companions, making it even less likely for them to succeed. Lin Kong and his friends perceived the furtive gazes directed their way but paid them no mind, continuing to devour the chicken wings and sip cola. Occasionally, they would indulge in spicy strips, reveling in the delight. With each bite they took, others nearby could be seen salivating and swallowing hard. Hello, classmate. I see there's an empty seat here. May we join you? Just as Lin Kong was engrossed in his meal, a melodious voice chimed in beside him. Turning to the source of the sound, he beheld 2 girls standing sweetly behind him. One was tall and had an innocent appearance, the quintessential girl next door. The other was petite and cute, yet her figure was far more mature than her appearance suggested. The one who had spoken first was the innocent-looking girl. In terms of looks, they would easily rank among the top in the entire school, if not as the school beauties, then certainly as the prominent flowers of their respective departments. This stirred a slight warmth in Lin Kong's heart, who was not accustomed to interactions with girls. However, before he could respond, they unceremoniously took seats beside him, causing the fleeting fondness he had felt earlier to evaporate. Hello, I'm Li Xin. May I know your name? The cute girl inquired. I didn't call you. Oh, come on. You know what I mean. You are quite humorous. I believe I overheard them calling you Lin Kong, right? The innocent girl added. Lin Gu, you were amazing just now. You even managed to drive Captain Zhang away. Yuanzi, pass me 2 more spicy strips. Observing Lin Kong with a chicken wing in one hand and spicy strips in the other, the 2 girls became increasingly eager. The innocent girl, gazing at Lin Kong's chewing mouth, said pitifully, Lin Gu, the uncle served me so little porridge that I can hardly fill my stomach. Look at my belly. It's so flat. You can feel it if you don't believe me. No time. Lin Kong shoved more spicy strips into his mouth. Noticing that Lin Kong was ignoring them, the two girls grew more desperate, their eyes fixated on Lin Kong's greasy mouth, swallowing in anticipation. Lingo, we still haven't had enough to eat. Since you have plenty here, would you mind sharing a little with us? Yeah, Lingo, just a tiny bit will do. They spoke in a sweet, coaxing manner, their eyes sparkling with charm as they leaned closer to Lin Kong. Satisfied, Lin Kong swallowed the food in his mouth, turned his head to look at the two girls, and replied earnestly, "No." Then he turned away and continued eating. "But you just shared a chicken wing with him. Why not just give us a little too? We only want one chicken wing each, that's right, Lin Gu. Can you really bear to watch us go hungry?" They called him Lin Gu with such familiarity, and it was clear they had been observing him, having witnessed the earlier exchange with Wang Zhuzhong. "I shared with him because I wanted to, but I have no interest in sharing with you, understand?" Numerous onlookers had gathered to watch the spectacle. After being turned down twice, the two girls could no longer contain themselves. "Lin Kong, we made the effort to come over. You should appreciate that. You really don't know how to seize such a great opportunity?" "Exactly. We are so pitiful. Don't you think you should show us some compassion? You can't even spare 2 chicken wings. How will you ever find a girlfriend like that? In the past, countless boys would line up to take me out for fine dining, and I always turned them down. Now, you only need to offer me 2 chicken wings, and you could dine with both of us. Why don't you cherish this chance?" The two girls spoke haughtily, as though it was Lin Kong who was receiving a favor by being offered their company. Lin Kong was momentarily taken aback. Although he had little experience interacting with girls, he had encountered many pleasant ones, like Yao Linger. Yet, he had never faced such a situation before. "Wait, ladies, do you think I'm foolish or naive? You re-giving me face by saying I should cherish this? What do you mean, Lin Kong? Eating with us only costs you 2 chicken wings, but we are offering you our precious time. Our youth, these are priceless." Lin Kong shook his head, no longer wishing to engage in their banter. He gestured for them to leave. "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. Please leave." When they realized Lin Kong was not yielding, the two girls dared not seize the food. Suppressing their resentment, they huffed and walked away. However, they did not give up but instead approached Su Yuan, hoping to exploit him. Just as they were about to reach Su Yuan, he extended his left hand, and solid earth suddenly manifested, transforming his arm into a spear of dirt. With a look of annoyance, Su Yuan pointed the spear at the two girls. Scram! The girls were immediately frightened, their desire to deceive vanishing as they screamed and hurriedly fled. Lin Kong burped contentedly, watching Su Yuan's actions with a sincere smile. "Dealing with such people, your response is far more effective, Yuanzi. Next time. Ah Kong, you should directly use your telekinesis to throw them away. Next time, for sure." Lin Kong patted his stomach and leaned back in his chair to rest. What a large cockroach! Suddenly, a girl's shriek erupted from the other side of the cafeteria. What is the fuss about? It's just a cockroach. Why make such a big deal?" Su Yuan scoffed. "That's not necessarily true. Don't forget, we're in the apocalypse now. Who knows if the cockroaches have mutated and grown much larger?" Lin Kong teased. "Moreover, there's an old saying that when you see one cockroach, there are countless others lurking in places you cannot see. What of it? No matter how numerous the cockroaches are, they remain mere cockroaches. They have existed for hundreds of millions of years, still residing in the filth of sewers, and even in the apocalypse, they pose no significant threat." Su Yuan remains dismissive of this notion. Lin Kong, in agreement, though driven by curiosity, employed his mental perception to investigate the direction from whence the recent screams had emanated. Upon doing so, he was instantly struck by a sense of dread. Chapter 39. The swarm of cockroaches. Lin Kong acknowledged that he had allowed himself to be swayed by Su Yuan's earlier remarks, causing him to raise his voice unnecessarily. In his recollection, no matter how large or numerous the cockroaches might be, they were never something to fear. However, the sheer quantity of cockroaches he now detected was alarmingly excessive, far beyond his expectations, leaving him feeling somewhat apprehensive. All around the cafeteria, various pipes and the kitchen area were teeming with countless cockroaches, and judging by their erratic movements, they seemed poised to swarm forth. Lin Kong initially thought he must be mistaken. When they first entered the cafeteria, he had scanned the premises multiple times with his mental perception, noting only a few scattered cockroaches. Such insects were not unusual in a cafeteria, and thus he paid them little heed. After that, He had deemed it unnecessary to employ his abilities again. Little did he expect such a drastic change in merely a few hours. He could not even begin to count the number of cockroaches he saw, but it was surely in the tens of thousands. Each cockroach was as large as a fist, densely packed, with no end in sight. Run! So many cockroaches! Lin Kong suddenly leapt to his feet, shouting at the top of his lungs, as he hastily gathered his backpack, ready to flee. Xu Yuan, hearing Lin Kong's frantic shout, was momentarily at a loss as to what had transpired. Yet, he understood that Lin Kong had his reasons and quickly began to pack up as well. The surrounding crowd was startled by Lin Kong's sudden outburst, puzzled as to why he urged them to run. They remained frozen in place, failing to act. However, mere seconds later, their confusion was swiftly resolved. The swarm of cockroaches advanced with alarming speed. By the time Lin Kong had detected them, they were already perilously close to the unsuspecting crowd. At that moment, a massive horde of cockroaches erupted from every corner, pipe, and window, surging towards the defenseless individuals. Cockroaches! Such enormous cockroaches! My leg! Get away from me! Run! Run outside! Where's the exploration team? Hurry and save us! It was at this moment that the crowd finally grasped why Lin Kong had urged them to flee. But everything transpired too swiftly. Even had they heeded his call, there would have been little time to escape. Lin Kong and Xu Yuan had already joined the throng, retreating towards the exit of the cafeteria. During their flight, they witnessed several individuals foolishly ascending the stairs, essentially seeking their own demise. With tens of thousands of cockroaches swarming, the cafeteria was surely untenable. Fleeing outside offered a far greater chance of survival. Whereas ascending the stairs was tantamount to signing their own death warrant, merely delaying the inevitable. Near the kitchen, by the serving window, the relentless tide of cockroaches engulfed person after person. Those who were consumed by the swarm vanished from sight in an instant. Wave after wave of cockroaches surged forth, leaving no trace of those who had been swallowed. This horrifying spectacle caused many students, who believed they had adapted to the apocalypse, to re-evaluate their understanding. Their hearts gripped by terror, their bodies trembling as they retreated. Some of the more timid ones were so paralyzed with fear that, despite their minds urging them to flee, their bodies failed to respond, leaving them helplessly collapsed on the ground, screaming as the swarm drew ever closer. No, don't come near. However, just as some students were on the brink of death, the cockroaches that seemed ready to pounce upon them were suddenly immobilized. As if a colossal weight had pressed down upon them in a short while, these trapped cockroaches, unable to withstand the immense pressure, exploded like overripe tomatoes, spraying pale yellow ichor in all directions, staining the ground. What are you waiting for? Run! Zhang Yunfeng bellowed, exasperated by those who remained frozen in place. Yet, the sheer number of cockroaches was overwhelming. The area that Zhang Yunfeng had just cleared was rapidly repopulated by countless cockroaches, threatening to engulf the crowd once more. With no other choice, Zhang Yunfeng activated his abilities once again to fend off the swarm. Those he had rescued finally broke free from their terror and scrambled backward. At that moment, other members of the exploration team began to arrive, employing their skills to combat the cockroaches. Captain Zhang, the cockroaches are entangled with the crowd. We can't separate them like this. The leader of Team 5 shouted as he hurled ice spikes towards the swarm. Despite the efforts of several exploration teams to hold them back, the cockroaches relentlessly pursued the panicked crowd, refusing to disengage. It's futile. There are too many cockroaches. As soon as we clear one wave, another comes crashing in. Damn it, Teams 2 and 3 haven't returned from lunch. We're severely outnumbered. What of Teacher Deng? Without his abilities, we won't last long, Zhang Yunfeng inquired. Teacher Deng was upstairs. He should be coming down soon. A team member responded. Everyone, maintain your distance from the swarm. Don't let them get too close, the leader of Team 5 warned. The onslaught of tens of thousands of cockroaches was relentless. They fought while retreating, striving to resist. Although several exploration teams were present, only a scant few could inflict real damage on the swarm. The remainder were preoccupied with organizing the evacuation. Despite Zhang Yunfeng and his team's strenuous efforts, they could only protect small sections, stretched thin across their defenses. Outside these areas, large swathes of the crowd continued to be slaughtered by the cockroaches. In less than 2 minutes, over 100 lives had been claimed. Zhang Yunfeng and his team could only watch in despair, powerless to intervene. Hang on, everyone. I'm coming. At the rear, Teacher Deng finally arrived, a surge of peculiar energy enveloping Zhang Yunfeng and his comrades. They felt their energy replenishing at an accelerated rate, prompting several of them to exhale in relief. Teacher Deng's abilities could greatly aid their recovery during prolonged combat, but this merely prevented their strength from waning too quickly and did not directly affect the battle's outcome. The tide of battle continued to push them back toward the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Lin Kong and over 300 others had successfully evacuated outside. With the combined efforts of Su Yuan and Wang Zhuji, the makeshift earth wall that had once surrounded the cafeteria had been reinforced several times. Observing the hundreds still trapped inside, as the swarm of cockroaches advanced menacingly, claiming lives by the minute, Lin Kong felt a pang of conflict within. Logically, he and Su Yuan were not part of the cafeteria's inhabitants and bore no obligation to assist. Thus, upon realizing the impending swarm, he had immediately led Su Yuan to safety rather than rushing to the front lines to confront the cockroaches. Yet, now witnessing the grim toll of lives lost in such a short span, he felt compelled to act. Teacher Deng and Zhang Yunfeng, despite being on the back foot, displayed no signs of cowardice, steadfastly guarding the retreat of those still inside. Sighing heavily, Lin Kong turned to Su Yuan. "Yuanzi, let us join the fray. We owe it to Teacher Deng for that meal. It's time to pay our dues. Let us go. They're just cockroaches. What is there to fear?" Su Yuan laughed heartily, charging forward. After all, they were merely insects. Onward, Chapter 40. Escape to safety at this juncture, the battlefield had retreated to the entrance of the cafeteria, Wanyu. As soon as Lin Kong reached the front lines, he unleashed his abilities, sending hundreds of advancing cockroaches flying. The reason for his dramatic incantation was none other than the peculiar anime that Su Yuan had introduced to him, unwittingly instilling him with this habit. Meanwhile, Su Yuan unleashed his signature move, Yellow Spring Swamp. The effectiveness of this technique was remarkable, freezing many cockroaches in place. Yet, waves of cockroaches continued to surge forward, trampling over their fallen comrades. Wow, this is incredible. Impressive. The arrival of Lin Kong and Su Yuan immediately alleviated the pressure on the exploration team, revitalizing the previously despondent members. Their area of effect abilities were particularly advantageous in such a chaotic battle. Teacher Deng cast a surprised glance at the duo, having initially assumed they would not intervene. He was pleasantly surprised by their participation. A faint smile crept onto his fatigued face as he infused Lin Kong and Su Yuan with his own abilities. "Is this an ability?" Lin Kong inquired, intrigued. "Teacher Deng's powers enable you to recover energy more swiftly," Zhang Yunfeng calmly explained, though his complexion was somewhat pale. While Teacher Deng's abilities could accelerate energy recovery, the replenished rate still fell significantly short of the energy consumption rate. A group enhancement? Lin Kong deduced, realizing that Teacher Deng's ability was not psychic in nature. Otherwise, he would have known its effects without inquiry. It seemed to be a unique supportive ability, quite effective in its own right. "Xiaozhang, isn't your ability related to altering gravity? Why not lift them into the air?" Upon hearing himself referred to as Xiaozhang, Zhang Yunfeng's lips twitched slightly. "Why ability amplifies gravity? It does not negate it." What a letdown. Zhang Yunfeng's expression stiffened, and he chose to remain silent, quietly distancing himself from Lin Kong. He feared that if he lingered too long by Lin Kong's side, he might be unable to restrain himself from striking someone. To be frank, the truth was rather unpalatable. "Since that is the case, allow me to take charge." Just moments ago, Lin Kong had been concerned about exhausting his energy too quickly, attempting to conserve it, but with Teacher Deng acting as a power bank, he felt emboldened to act a little more brazenly ahead. Su Yuan's underworld swamp was continuously proving its worth, ensnaring countless cockroaches and significantly slowing their onslaught against the fleeing crowd. However, at the forefront, numerous cockroaches remained relentlessly pursuing the panicked masses. The chaotic entanglement of humans and cockroaches created a scene of utter confusion. Zhang Yunfeng and his companions were apprehensive about inadvertently harming their allies. Thus, lacking an effective solution, they could only cautiously dispatch the cockroaches as best they could. Lin Kong, perceiving this dilemma, raised his hands skyward. "Up you go." In an instant, where the crowd and the swarm of cockroaches intertwined, both humans and cockroaches were abruptly lifted into the air. "Yuanzi, understood." Following Lin Kong's command, the cockroach swarm was finally severed from the crowd. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan conjured earthen walls that rose from the ground, effectively barricading countless cockroaches behind them. With the chance created by Lin Kong and Su Yuan, the exploration team led the remaining students in a swift retreat. In the distance, Zhu Gu, who had already escaped the cafeteria, was organizing the fleeing students to take refuge in the nearest teaching building. After finishing his tasks, Zhu Gu cast a worried glance towards the direction of the cafeteria. There were only around 400 people here. How many more could have escaped from the cafeteria? Wait a moment. What are those little black dots floating above the cafeteria? It seems like they are individuals. What on earth did we not just eat? Why am I hallucinating again? Zhu Gu rubbed his eyes, and upon looking again, he found that the black dots had vanished without a trace. Am I seeing ghosts? Is something wrong with my body? Or am I about to awaken some extraordinary power? Zhu Gu excitedly mused. Yet, in the next moment, the clamor around him abruptly pulled him back to reality. Shaking his head, he set aside his thoughts and returned to his tasks. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, Lin Kong controlled the dozens of individuals hovering in the air as they descended, effortlessly dispatching the remaining cockroaches to Kong. Are we not going to retaliate? Su Yuan dusted himself off, appearing energized and eager to continue the battle. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong felt a pang of frustration and could not help but tap Su Yuan on the head. What are you talking about? There are still tens of thousands of cockroaches inside. How long must we continue this? Moreover, these cockroaches were incredibly stingy, not even yielding any crystal cores. Killing them would be utterly futile. All right then. Moments later, outside a teaching building, the surviving students squatted on a patch of open ground. Teacher Ding, there are still 613 of us alive. Upon hearing this, Teacher Ding could not help but cover his face with his hands. Overwhelmed with sorrow, they had not yet left the school when they were suddenly ambushed by the swarm of cockroaches. In less than an hour, 1/3 of their number had perished. Each of those lost lives was a vibrant existence. How could he muster the courage to lead the students on a 10-kilometer trek to the military base? The horrors of the apocalypse exceeded his imagination. Teacher Ding, the sudden appearance of the cockroach swarm was unforeseen. Please do not blame yourself, a student comforted him from the side. Teacher Ding shook his head. I am their teacher, and you are my students. How can I face your parents if something happens to you under my watch? Teacher Ding. The surrounding students attempted to continue their reassurances, but Teacher Ding waved them off, standing up to survey the frightened faces of the students. Classmates, the recent attack by the cockroach swarm caught us all off guard. The suddenness of the incident left us completely unprepared, resulting in heavy losses. The terror of the cockroach swarm surpasses our expectations. However, despite enduring such a horrific assault, we have managed to escape, and we still have many of us alive. What cannot kill us will ultimately make us stronger. This, too, is a microcosm of the apocalypse. In this world fraught with peril, humanity will always find its path, rebuilding our civilization amidst the ruins. Finally, every one of us who survived must extend our gratitude to those classmates who bravely resisted the cockroach swarm despite the danger. Teacher Ding glanced at the members of the exploration team, then looked towards Lin Kong and Su Yuan, nodding at them before continuing. Without their courageous intervention, our casualties would have been even more severe. All around, many who had been saved from the brink of death nodded in agreement, casting grateful looks towards Lin Kong and his companions. Yet, after their moment of gratitude, many were again beset by worries about their future survival. But Teacher Ding, the cafeteria has been overrun by the cockroach swarm. What should we do now? Indeed, teacher. Chapter 41. Bao Mingwu's secret technique. The cafeteria, it is no longer a place we can return to. Henceforth, we must leave the school and head to the military base. Only by reaching the military base can we prevent today's events from recurring. Teacher, I disagree with your viewpoint. Just as Teacher Ding finished speaking, a dissenting voice arose from below. The speaker was none other than Bao Mingwu. I believe that as long as we unite, even without the military's assistance, we can thrive in this apocalypse. We could even prosper even more. Therefore, we should establish a base nearby and subsequently develop outward, searching for resources and eliminating zombies. Killing zombies will yield crystal cores. With crystal cores, we can grow stronger and recreate our former glory. The boss is right. Grow stronger and recreate our glory. Bao Mingwu gestured for the crowd in agreement to quiet down before turning his gaze to Teacher Ding and the many members of the exploration team. In my opinion, the recent disaster that led to so many fatalities primarily resulted from your lack of adequate patrols. Such a fundamental issue being overlooked indicates your inability to lead us. Ha, do you mean to say that you possess the capability to lead everyone? The leader of Team 5 scoffed. Bao Mingwu remained unfazed, instead observing the exhausted students around him. Talents should be utilized. And those capable should lead. Shouldn't those lacking in ability step aside to allow more capable individuals to take charge? Isn't that right, everyone? However, apart from Bao Mingwu's group, the other students remained largely unresponsive. Bao Mingwu, what gives you the confidence to believe you are more capable than us? Just because of your spitting ability? Zhang Yunfeng sneered, stepping forward to mock Bao Mingwu. Yet, it was evident that his complexion remained pale, and he appeared quite weak. His recent exertion had taken a significant toll, and Teacher Ding had not yet recovered to assist him in regaining his strength. Zhang Yunfeng, you should just go lie down. Dan Ti ended up collapsing and making a scene. Zhang Yunfeng's expression darkened, as if Bao Mingwu's words had struck home. Humph, you clown. Without Yunfeng lifting a finger, I could easily take you down. The leader of Team 5 stood up, provocatively raising his pinky finger at Bao Mingwu. If you're not afraid, let's have a match, Bao Mingwu declared firmly. Bring it on. I'm not scared of you. The students who had been sitting between the two quickly dispersed to create ample space for the duel. Old 5, you're not in top shape. Don't act rashly. Observing the leader of Team 5's intent to challenge Bao Mingwu, Zhang Yunfeng stepped forward to advise against it. It's all right, Yunfeng. Although I'm not at my best, I can still easily defeat him, the leader of Team 5 responded confidently. Be cautious of his venom. Zhang Yunfeng, seeing the situation, ceased his objections and offered a serious warning. Don't worry. I've seen his ability a few times. As long as I maintain a safe distance, he won't be able to harm me. After patting Zhang Yunfeng's shoulder, the leader of Team 5 approached Bao Mingwu. Are you finally done arranging your affairs? Bao Mingwu sneered. I've already ordered a coffin for you. Stop the chatter. Are you ready? I'm coming in hot. The leader of Team 5 launched the first attack, forming several ice spikes in front of him, which transformed into sharp arrows aimed at Bao Mingwu. Unfazed, Bao Mingwu relied on his agile movements to narrowly evade the incoming ice spikes. Yet, a couple of spikes still grazed his arm and thigh, staining his clothing with blood. Nevertheless, Bao Mingwu was undeterred by these minor injuries. As he closed the distance to the leader of Team 5, a stream of green liquid suddenly ejected from his mouth. This was none other than Bao Mingwu's ability, Venom Spray. The leader of Team 5 had long been prepared, swiftly ducking to the side to avoid the oncoming venom. The green liquid splattered onto the ground, instantly causing smoke to rise as the surface was rapidly eroded, leaving behind a sizable pit. Come on, keep spewing. Let us see how much more you can spray. Ha ha ha. The leader of Team 5 looked down contemptuously at Bao Mingwu. Don't get too cocky, Bao Mingwu retorted coldly, continuing to dodge while searching for an opening to strike. The leader of Team 5 relentlessly directed a volley of ice spikes towards Bao Mingwu. But Bao Mingwu's agility allowed him to evade each attack, slipping away like an eel just before each ice spike could make contact. Previously, I was unaware of this individual's remarkable prowess. The captain of Team 5 felt a surge of trepidation in his heart. The assault from the ice spikes in his grasp showed no sign of abating, relentlessly aimed at Bao Mingwu, as he continued to unleash a barrage of attacks. Is this all the skill you possess? The strength of the exploration team's leader is hardly impressive. Bao Mingwu, continuously evading the onslaught, still found the energy to mock the captain of Team 5. Upon hearing this, a flame of fury ignited within the captain, who glared at Bao Mingwu, summoning even more ice spikes around him, though his complexion paled further. However, before he could launch his ice spikes, another spray of venom from Bao Mingwu surged forth, forcing him to retreat and dodge. Hiss! In his hasty retreat, his right leg was grazed by the venom, an intense pain radiating through him, prompting a cry of agony. Lao Wu, Captain. Witnessing their captain's injury, Zhang Yunfeng and the members of Team 5 felt a tightening in their chests, filled with concern. Heh, did you think this was the end? Bao Mingwu whispered with a cold smirk. Suddenly, he produced dozens of crystal cores from his pocket. Upon closer inspection, they were all first-tier crystal cores. Just as the onlookers were puzzled by Bao Mingwu's sudden display of crystal cores, his palm began to ooze with a swirling mass of green venom. Rather than corroding the crystal cores, the venom enveloped their surfaces in a thick layer. Subsequently, with a forceful motion, Bao Mingwu hurled the venom-coated crystal cores towards the astonished captain of Team 5. How is this possible? The captain could hardly believe that Bao Mingwu possessed such a skill. Zhang Yunfeng, standing behind, wore an expression of shock as well. All along, they had understood that Bao Mingwu's powers were limited to expelling a mass of venom from his mouth. They had never heard of venom emanating from his palms. Moreover, Bao Mingwu had discerned a certain pattern and discovered that the crystal cores could withstand the corrosive effects of the venom, thus developing such a formidable technique. By virtue of this ability alone, Bao Mingwu's strength had multiplied beyond their previous estimations, matching that of several captains. As a second-tier evolved being, even without a power enhancement, Bao Mingwu's force far surpassed that of ordinary evolved beings. The thrown crystal cores demonstrated a significant increase in both range and accuracy. Chapter 42. I will protect you one by one. The glowing green crystal cores shot forth like bullets towards the captain of Team 5. Damn! The captain was momentarily thrown into disarray. While a single stream of venom could be evaded, the sheer number of venomous crystal cores rendered it a futile endeavor for him to dodge them all. With no time to ponder further, he commanded the remaining ice spikes around him to be launched in an attempt to block the incoming venomous crystal cores, simultaneously shielding vital areas with his arms as he dove to the side. Useless. You cannot escape, Bao Mingwu sneered. Lao Wu, Bao Mingwu, how dare you? At this moment, Zhang Yunfeng could no longer remain passive. Channeling the last vestiges of energy within him, he amplified the gravity along the path the venomous crystal cores were set to traverse. In the next instant, as they entered the area, the one straight trajectory of the crystal cores began to descend. However, due to inertia, these cores did not plummet directly to the ground, but rather continued on a downward angle. Heading towards the captain of Team 5, Sizzle, several of the poisoned crystal cores ultimately struck the captain of Team 5. The venom seeped into his skin, causing his flesh to rapidly corrode and decay. Ah! The excruciating pain prompted the captain to wail uncontrollably. Captain, quickly, Xiaorong, come treat him. Several members of Team 5 rushed forward to assist their injured captain, who clutched his wound. Bao Mingwu, are you seeking death? Zhang Yunfeng positioned himself protectively in front of the others, glaring fiercely at Bao Mingwu. Who will die remains uncertain. Zhang Yunfeng, I have endured your presence for far too long, and now, I have finally awaited this opportunity. Today marks your demise, Bao Mingwu scoffed. Mingwu, cease this at once. Seeing the situation spiral further out of control, Teacher Deng hurried over to intervene and halt Bao Mingwu's continued aggression. Bao Mingwu, toying with the crystal cores in his hand, turned to Teacher Deng. Teacher Deng, I respect your contributions as an educator. However, what I desire is to lead my fellow students in establishing our own survival base. Yet you insist on pursuing some military base. I fail to understand what merits the military base holds. We are at an impasse, Teacher Deng. Neither of us is right or wrong, merely striving for survival. Since you obstruct my path, do not blame me for being impolite. A glint of malice flashed in Bao Mingwu's eyes as he hurled the venom-coated crystal cores towards Teacher Deng, Zhang Yunfeng, and the members of the exploration team. Teacher Deng appeared taken aback and incredulous that Bao Mingwu would truly resort to such aggression against them. Arrogant! Zhang Yunfeng snorted disdainfully, but just as he prepared to unleash his powers again, a wave of intense dizziness washed over him. Damn it, I have exhausted too much energy. His complexion turned ashen, and he staggered. Falling to the ground, Yunfeng, whoosh, before Teacher Deng could direct his gaze towards Zhang Yunfeng. Several swift sounds of air slicing through the atmosphere reached his ears. Upon focusing, he saw the venomous crystal cores nearly grazing his face. Just as despair and confusion filled Teacher Deng's heart, a massive earthen wall erupted from the ground, shielding him. After several muffled thuds, the poisoned crystal cores impacted against the earthen wall. While they did not penetrate through, they corroded the wall, creating substantial gaping holes, almost breaching it entirely. The damage was formidable. With anger in his eyes, Bao Mingwu cast a wary glance towards Su Yuan and Lin Kong, who stood calmly to the side. This matter concerns our cafeteria's internal affairs. It seems unrelated to you. Su Yuan remained silent, quietly discarding his shoes. Lin Kong regarded the agitated Bao Mingwu with indifference. If you wish to establish your own influence, then simply depart. It has nothing to do with Teacher Deng and the others. Bao Mingwu's expression darkened, inwardly cursing. A mere dozen individuals hardly constitute a force. He needed to persuade these students to join him to gain strength. With Teacher Ding and the others present, it was likely that few students would be willing to follow him. Bao Mingwu turned to Lin Kong. Brother, when out in the world, the most crucial lesson is to learn to mind your own business. Today, grant me a favor and refrain from intervening. Will you? Not particularly. Your favor holds little value. Bao Mingwu's face twitched as he took a deep breath, retrieving 5 second-tier crystal cores from his inner pocket and tossing them to Lin Kong. Under his control, the 5 crystal cores landed neatly in Lin Kong's hands. After weighing the crystal cores, Lin Kong slowly placed them into his pocket. Seeing Lin Kong accept the crystal cores, Bao Mingwu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it came to a confrontation with Lin Kong, he had little confidence in his chances of victory. Teacher Ding, who was supporting Zhang Yunfeng, looked on in astonishment and anger. The Lin Kong he remembered should not have been a person easily swayed by material wealth. How could he be like this now? Yet recalling the previous conflict between Lin Kong and Zhang Yunfeng, which had seemingly been resolved through the gifting of crystal cores, he couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. Lin Kong, surely he is not that kind of person at this moment. Lin Kong turned to Bao Mingwu. The crystal cores, I have accepted. Bao Mingwu nodded, turning his attention to Zhang Yunfeng and Teacher Ding. This matter I must intervene. Lin Kong's tone shifted, causing the corner of Bao Mingwu's mouth, which had been rising, to fall abruptly, his brow twitching. Moreover, his smile now shifted to the faces of Teacher Ding and the members of the exploration team. What do you mean? Am I being unclear? I said this matter is under my jurisdiction. Bao Mingwu could no longer contain himself, demanding answers. Did you not just accept my crystal cores? How can you go back on your word? Crystal cores? Did you not gift them to me? Lin Kong inquired with feigned confusion. Bao Mingwu's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands clenching involuntarily. He had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. Stop playing the fool. What exactly do you intend? Lin Kong sighed. I have made my position clear. I will ensure the safety of Teacher Ding and the others. I will not make it difficult for you, young man. Pursue your dreams with your companions. Bao Mingwu's countenance turned a shade of deep anger as he glared fiercely at Lin Kong. If he were truly willing to relent, he would have left the cafeteria long ago, rather than waiting until now. You insufferable brat! Since you refuse to recognize the favor I am extending, I shall deal with all of you together. Xiao Wei, advance. Coming forth was a robust man clad in a black tank top, who transformed into a 2-meter-long black-patterned leopard. The aura of a second tier evolved being exuded powerfully. Oh, a little kitty. Su Yuan jested with a smirk. Damn it. Open your eyes and see clearly. I am a leopard. The leopard spoke, glaring at Su Yuan, before launching itself at him with astonishing speed, leaving behind only fleeting afterimages. Boom. A massive wall of earth rose up before the leopard. Humph. The leopard sneered, showing no intent to evade, charging forward with even greater velocity. With a resounding crash, the leopard obliterated the earthen wall, continuing its charge towards Su Yuan. Chapter 43. A true man is one who can bend and stretch. Damn, how ferocious. Su Yuan couldn't help but marvel. The earthen wall he had conjured now possessed a hardness comparable to that of a concrete wall, yet it was still shattered by the leopard's single strike. The strength of his physique is evident. If brute force won't suffice, then I shall employ a more subtle approach. He rubbed his large bare feet against the ground a few times. The abyss of the Yellow Springs. Suddenly, the once solid ground before the leopard transformed into a pool of black and yellow mire. I was already aware of your prowess. The leopard had recognized the effectiveness of this maneuver during the confrontation between Su Yuan and Jiang Mingwei. Once ensnared within, escape becomes nearly impossible. Observing the quagmire ahead, the leopard slightly bent its hind legs, lowering its center of gravity. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, it leaped forward, effortlessly clearing the 8 to 9 meter wide swamp. Goodness! Su Yuan's pupils widened in shock. He had not anticipated that the opponent could leap such a considerable distance. Had he known, he would have expanded the swamp's area even further. However, there was no room for regret now. As the leopard's fearsome visage drew near, its dark, sharp claws swung towards Su Yuan with force. Excellent! Su Yuan laughed heartily, clenching his fists. The earthy, mixed armor formed instantaneously around him. As the claws approached, Su Yuan remained unperturbed. He brought his hands together, conjuring an oval shield. With a resounding thud, the claws struck the shield, leaving deep gashes, yet it did not shatter completely. The immense force pushed Su Yuan back several paces. Leaving his arms tingling, dispelling the shield, he shook off the numbness and regarded the leopard. Not bad. Far superior to that Jiang fellow. Now this is entertaining. With a surge of battle fervor, Su Yuan summoned dozens of earthen spikes to pierce toward the leopard while simultaneously manifesting gigantic gauntlets on his hands. Swinging toward the dodging leopard, on the other side, in contrast to the evenly matched situation between Su Yuan and his opponent, Lin Kong found himself in a decidedly one-sided scenario. Bao Mingwu's most potent attack was the insidious poison crystal core, which was nearly impossible to evade. The venom's damage was terrifying. Even a mere brush could cause excruciating suffering. Yet, this very method of attack happened to clash directly with Lin Kong's area of expertise. No matter how formidable your poison, if you cannot approach, it is merely akin to saliva. Bao Mingwu gazed at the dozens of floating crystal cores surrounding Lin Kong, despair etched on his face. Clenching the two crystal cores in his hand, he hesitated, unsure whether to continue hurling them. Damn it! They simply cannot harm him. Bao Mingwu warily scrutinized Lin Kong, his mind racing to devise a solution. Lin Kong, observing Bao Mingwu's conflicted expression, furrowed his brow. Why had this individual ceased his onslaught? Those poisoned crystal cores were rather intriguing to Lin Kong. Bao Mingwu's venom could rapidly corrode even a concrete wall. If he could substitute these toxic crystal cores for his blades, his power would undoubtedly increase. This thought stirred an unexpected emotion within Lin Kong, who had initially harbored some animosity toward Bao Mingwu. Perhaps he should consider binding this fellow to his side, ensuring a steady supply of poison crystal cores in the future. However, this individual possessed numerous schemes and would likely not yield easily to his control. What to do? Lin Kong's expression became complex as he regarded Bao Mingwu, torn in thought. Bao Mingwu sensed something amiss in Lin Kong's gaze, sending a chill down his spine. No, something is very wrong. Could he be intending to go for the kill? Damn it, I still haven't devised a way out. Bao Mingwu glanced over at the fierce battle between Xiao Wei and Su Yuan, his brow furrowing. Among their group, only he and Xiao Wei possessed high-end combat power. Should he falter here, the situation would turn decidedly unfavorable for them. Hey, did you not just say you would deal with both of us? Why have you stopped? Lin Kong's call nearly startled Bao Mingwu's soul from his body. Was this a final warning? Why, when victory was so close, did I have to contend with these two? Fate itself seems intent on thwarting me. Unwilling to accept defeat, Bao Mingwu's thoughts raced, leading him to a resolute decision. Retreat. A wise man does not court immediate disaster. Today, he simply faltered due to the unforeseen appearance of Lin Kong and his companion. When he subsequently formulates a strategy against Lin Kong's abilities, this mere Lin Kong will no longer be a threat. This confidence stemmed from the recent development of his poison crystal core technique, which had significantly enhanced his combat prowess. I, Bao Mingwu, shall never be outmatched. Xiao Wei, we withdraw. After calling out to the leopard, Bao Mingwu turned to Lin Kong. You shall see today, you merely benefited from my retreat. When I return, it will be your demise. With that, heedless of the consequences, he hurled the two crystal cores in his grasp toward Lin Kong and swiftly turned, leading his subordinates in a hasty retreat. The surrounding students stepped aside, unwilling to obstruct them. Lin Kong caught the last crystal core thrown by Bao Mingwu, watching as he vanished into the distance, a glint of determination shining in his eyes. The desire to capture Bao Mingwu dissipated. This man was exceedingly ruthless. He had even targeted Teacher Ding, who had safeguarded them for so long. This individual. Su Yuan shed his armor and approached Lin Kong, his gaze penetrating as he observed the direction in which Bao Mingwu had departed. Kong. Shall we simply let them go? Su Yuan had overheard Bao Mingwu's words. Xiao Lin, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for you, we might have perished here. At that moment, Teacher Ding approached, his pallid visage still marked by lingering fear. Moments ago, Bao Mingwu's poison crystal core had nearly struck him. Had it not been for Su Yuan's intervention, the consequences would have been dire. No need for thanks, Teacher Ding. It was merely our duty. Lin Kong believed that neither Deng nor Bao Mingwu was inherently right or wrong. Both sought merely to survive in this apocalyptic world. Indeed, Lin Kong found himself more aligned with Bao Mingwu's perspective. While the military base offered safety, it held little allure for those with formidable powers. As for the other advantages the military base might possess, such as access to abundant crystal cores or crucial information about the apocalypse and enhancement, while these may tempt many, the fundamental question remains. Why would they share such valuable resources? They would not do so before the apocalypse, and even less so afterward. Rather than humbly begging for scraps, it would be wiser to seize opportunities to kill and explore. Bao Mingwu harbored ambitions and confidence in building his own faction. Lin Kong, too, possessed unwavering confidence and ambition. Merely possessing a fragment of thought grants him boundless potential. Additionally, the currently understated power of would source energy, although its effects seem limited to healing at present. Lin Kong has begun to formulate ideas regarding its application and development. Ultimately, Lin Kong sided with Teacher Ding due to Bao Mingwu's excessive ruthlessness. The fact that he would go so far as to harm Teacher Ding and Zhang Yunfeng for the allegiance of a few hundred students was intolerable to him. How are the injured? Lin Kong inquired of Teacher Ding. Not very optimistic. Bao Mingwu's venom is extraordinarily corrosive, even damaging bones. Recovery will be slow. Lin Kong nodded and turned to Su Yuan. Yuanzi, I need to use the restroom. Please keep an eye on things for a moment. Chapter 44. To guard against future troubles roar. On the winding path, a zombie had just sensed a disturbance and was about to turn and scream. Suddenly, a deep cut appeared in its neck, and its head rolled to the ground. A red glow shot forth from the severed head, landing in Lin Kong's hand, a level 1 crystal core of little use. After toying with it briefly, he tossed it into a nearby clump of weeds. Following the current trend, it wouldn't be long before level 2 zombies began to appear in droves. At that point, level 2 crystal cores would be as plentiful as grass, rendering level 1 crystal cores worthless. Nevertheless, Lin Kong smiled, summoning a green orb that soared from behind him to hover above his palm. Upon closer inspection, it was composed of numerous crystal cores enveloped in venom. These cores were quite valuable, and he couldn't bear to discard them, so he had to use his abilities to keep them suspended behind him. Ah, Bao Mingwu, I find it hard to part with you. Why must you leave with such harsh words? I, for one, am not one to feel secure. Therefore, do not blame me, as he navigated around the corpses of zombies. Lin Kong strolled leisurely along the path, albeit with remarkable speed. This was a method he had developed long ago through his ability to manipulate objects, though he could not yet lift himself off the ground. Applying his ability to himself significantly enhanced his speed and strength. With this enhancement, Lin Kong's agility and power could rival those of ordinary speed and strength-enhanced ability users. However, he preferred to keep his hands in his pockets, utilizing his mental prowess to eliminate foes from a distance. Why haven't I spotted them yet? These fellows sure can run fast. Lin Kong couldn't help but grumble. His mental perception remained active, seeking the whereabouts of Bao Mingwu and his group. Finally, after passing an intersection, Lin Kong caught sight of them. This group consisted of around 17 or 18 individuals, all sprinting at a rapid pace. Bao Mingwu was even seated atop the transformed Xiao Wei, the leopard. Had they not been concerned for their companions, they would have likely vanished long ago. Damn, no wonder I couldn't catch up. They all run so fast. It's as if they're being pursued, Lin Kong scoffed, quickening his pace to follow. However, considering that the other party has a psychic ability user, they did not approach too closely. In truth, even if they discovered Lin Kong, they would still find it difficult to escape disaster. Yet, to kill them so ostentatiously would be utterly tedious. Lin Kong merely wished to eliminate Bao Mingwu and a few other ability users. There was no need for him to take action against the rest. Although he was cautious, accustomed to nipping danger in the bud, not everyone could be deemed a threat. These individuals were not the leaders, and their strength was hardly commendable. Lin Kong was not a bloodthirsty person. There was no necessity for him to eradicate everyone. Bao Mingwu, farewell, he said, glancing at Bao Mingwu, who was riding a leopard, as if bidding adieu to an old friend. Yet, in the next moment, several unnoticed ripples surged forth, swiftly slicing towards Bao Mingwu's group. Even the psychic ability user remained entirely oblivious. Boss, now that we've left the school, where are we headed? Asked Xiao Wei, transformed into a leopard beneath Bao Mingwu. There are likely numerous zombies in the big supermarket. Since we are few in number, we should first head to the small supermarket to find some food. Once all of us reach level 2, we can locate a larger supermarket or shopping mall to gradually establish a stronghold. With a stronghold, we can both slay zombies to enhance our strength while recruiting other survivors to expand our team. Bao Mingwu articulated his plans, as if the recent setback had never occurred. But in the next instant, a trail of blood appeared on his neck, abruptly halting his dreams for the future. Boss, since we are building a force, shouldn't we come up with a formidable name for it? Boss? Xiao Wei, the leopard, inquired, perplexed by Bao Mingwu's silence. That moment, Bao Mingwu's head fell from his neck, tumbling to the ground and rolling several times before coming to a stop. Roar, Xiao Wei howled in disbelief. Filled with rage, Boss, Bao Gu. At this time, those around them also witnessed this horrifying scene, erupting in shock and chaos. Who did this? Xiao Wei scanned his surroundings, attempting to locate the perpetrator who had slain Bao Mingwu. Yet in the next moment, a red line appeared silently on both his and the psychic user's neck. With two thuds, their heads fell, their lives extinguished on the spot. Wei Gu. Who did this? I don't know. I didn't see anyone strike. It must have been Lin Kong who pursued us. His attacks come without any warning. What? It's him. We're finished. The boss has been killed by him. We stand no chance against him. Fear spread throughout each person's heart. They dared not flee, paralyzed in place. Since Lin Kong had pursued them so swiftly, it meant that no matter how fast they ran, it would be futile. I don't want to die. Lin Kong, I beg you, spare me. We will never dare oppose you again. Yes, all these deeds were done by Bao Mingwu and the others. It has nothing to do with us, the dozen or so individuals. Unaware of Lin Kong's position, could only plead for mercy, hoping to win his forgiveness. After a while, Lin Kong's scythe of death did not descend upon them. Could it be that Lin Kong has already left? He must have forgiven us. He won't kill us. The wave of relief washed over each person, and they hurriedly gathered their scattered belongings, fleeing into the distance. After finishing off Bao Mingwu and the other two, Lin Kong did not linger further and quickly returned at this moment. He had already returned to the teaching building where Teacher Ding and the others were temporarily residing. Su Yuan looked at the returning Lin Kong and asked, "Did you resolve it?" "It's done." Lin Kong nodded as Su Yuan glanced at the mass of toxic crystal cores behind Lin Kong, his expression peculiar. "Are you really going to carry this around?" Lin Kong chuckled wryly. "For now, I'm a bit reluctant to part with it. I'll hold on to it. If it proves unnecessary today, then I'll dispose of it." Lin Kong stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "That should be enough. It's already 2 o'clock. Since there's no news from the Blood God Temple, we shouldn't linger any longer." Su Yuan observed that many students had now emerged from the shadows of the cockroach swarm, engaging in conversation with those beside them. Several individuals occasionally glanced towards Lin Kong and Su Yuan, their eyes gleaming with admiration. "Shall we leave?" Lin Kong patted Su Yuan on the shoulder, smiling. "You're usually so carefree. Yet when the situation calls for it, you act so timidly." "Huh?" Su Yuan suddenly showed a hint of confusion as he looked down. Following his gaze, Lin Kong saw a person rushing into the perimeter of the teaching building in a fluster, colliding with numerous individuals still resting. However, she did not pause to apologize, her expression filled with urgency as she hurried towards Teacher Ding. As the girl approached, she called out loudly to Teacher Ding and Captain Zhang. "Teacher Ding, Captain Zhang, quick! Our captain and Captain Yao have been trapped by Gao Yuanyu." Chapter 45. The team is trapped. What? What happened? Take your time and explain. Teacher Ding immediately recognized her as a member of the Exploration Team 3 and hurriedly transferred some of his abilities to help her recover quickly. The girl took the water cup from Zhang Yunfeng, gulping down a few mouthfuls. After catching her breath, she looked at Teacher Ding and Zhang Yunfeng. "Teachers, Captain Zhang, both our Team 3 and Team 2 have been cornered in the gymnasium by Gao Yuanyu. The situation is extremely perilous." The girl recounted the specifics. Upon hearing about the Blood God Temple, Lin Kong and Su Yuan also approached, listening intently. They had initially come to the cafeteria to inquire about news from the Blood God Temple. And now, unexpectedly, they had stumbled upon it.as. The girl spoke, panting. She recounted that this morning, Teams 2 and 3 had gone to the school gymnasium to investigate. The girl, an auditory enhancement ability user from Team 3, had followed the team leader's command to investigate alone after sensing some unusual movements. The other team members followed the leader into the gymnasium first. After several rounds of inspection, she confirmed there was no danger and returned to the gymnasium to search for the others. But soon, she heard a fierce sound of fighting. It didn't seem like a clash between humans and zombies. Sensing something was off, she dared not approach and found a suitable position to eavesdrop. A minute later, she finally grasped the situation inside. The combatants were none other than the two exploration teams and the group led by Gao Yuanyu. Moreover, judging from the vague shouts she heard, it appeared that the two exploration teams were subtly at a disadvantage. Realizing the seriousness of the situation and considering her own strength, she knew that even if she joined the fray, she wouldn't be of much help. She rushed back to the cafeteria to call for reinforcements. However, upon returning, she found the cafeteria surrounded by thick walls of earth, the countless insect sounds within leaving her mind blank and disoriented. It was one thing for the exploration to have encountered problems, but how could she return to find her home invaded? Regaining her senses, she keenly noticed the signs of students evacuating. With the aid of her auditory enhancement ability, she finally managed to locate this place. Bastard, Gao Yuanyu, if Linger suffers any harm, I will not spare you. Zhang Yunfeng cursed vehemently, but after calming down, he felt a deep sense of confusion. It shouldn't be. Linger and Songen teamed up, and even I struggle against them. I had a standoff with Gao Yuanyu a few days ago, and neither of us gained the upper hand. How could he simultaneously suppress both of your teams? Songen, the captain of Team 3, the girl shook her head. I don't know. From what I overheard, the captain seemed very shocked by Gao Yuanyu's strength, which appears to be significantly greater than yours. Captain Zhang Yunfeng furrowed his brow but could not deduce the reasoning. In any case, he shouldn't have broken through to level 3. Otherwise, Linger and her team wouldn't merely be at a disadvantage. Does Gao Yuanyu know that you escaped? Mao Mao shook her head. I was hiding far away at the time. They shouldn't have known. Zhang Yunfeng turned to Teacher Ding. Teacher, Lao Wu is seriously injured. Even if other teams go, it won't make much difference. I can only take Team 1. Teacher Ding's expression darkened. Yunfeng, your body hasn't fully recovered. I'm afraid, teacher. Linger is in grave danger. We can't afford to wait. I don't trust the other teams going, Zhang Yunfeng said anxiously. Teacher Ding lowered his head in silence, his heart lamenting. Today has truly been a series of unfortunate events. If it weren't for the cockroach swarm and Bao Mingguo's disruptions, this would have been a perfect opportunity to wipe out the Blood God Temple. Unfortunately, the timing is poor, and they have fallen into a predicament instead. How about, let the two of us go? Just as everyone was in a state of anxiety, a voice suddenly rang out. The speaker was none other than Lin Kong. You? Who are you? The girl looked at him in confusion. Lin Kong ignored her and instead focused on Teacher Ding and Zhang Yunfeng. Xiao Lin, you both have just experienced several battles, and your energy must be low. Are you able to fight again? Teacher Ding asked with concern. Don't worry, teacher. Since I've spoken up, I have considerable confidence. That's just boasting, the girl muttered beside them. Lin Kong, don't underestimate Gao Yuanyu. From what Mao Mao said, he is now even stronger than I am. Zhang Yunfeng paused before continuing. I acknowledge that your strength is commendable, but I can sense that even at your peak, you wouldn't match mine. Not to mention Gao Yuanyu. Lin Kong, upon hearing this, did not offer a rebuttal in his perception. In terms of the intensity of the energy within him, he and Su Yuan were inferior to Zhang Yunfeng. After all, Zhang Yunfeng was the strongest fighter in the cafeteria. Had it not been for the excessive consumption of energy in repelling the swarm of cockroaches today, Bao Mingwu would likely not have dared to intervene. Although Bao Mingwu's venom posed a significant threat to Zhang Yunfeng, if Zhang Yunfeng could fully harness the gravitational amplification, Bao Mingwu would not even have the opportunity to unleash his toxins. However, energy intensity can only represent a significant portion of one's strength, not the entirety. Take Zhang Yunfeng, for example. Even in peak condition, without any defenses, if Lin Kong wished to eliminate him, it would merely be akin to a strike from an invisible blade. Thus, Lin Kong retained confidence in confronting Gao Yuanyu. Rest assured, I have my methods. Besides, there are still 2 squads over there. As long as I join the fray and assist them in escaping, it will suffice. There is no need for a deadly confrontation. Lin Kong explained with a smile, though internally he mused. Having finally learned of the Blood God Temple's whereabouts, such a golden opportunity could not be missed. You, Zhang Yunfeng, I cannot rest easy with you going. What if the people from the Blood God Temple escape? Zhang Yunfeng still furrowed his brow, hesitating. How about I accompany you? Lin Kong chuckled and shook his head. You should focus on recovering. What if, midway through the battle, you faint again? That would only hinder us. Zhang Yunfeng recognized that Lin Kong was teasing him about his earlier collapse and chose not to argue. All right, if this drags on. Your Linger might suffer. Let's go, Mao Mao. Lin Kong turned to the girl named Mao Mao with a smile. Zhang Yunfeng and Teacher Deng ceased their persuasion, seemingly acquiescing to Lin Kong and Su Yuan's decision to proceed with the rescue. What? You? No. Who are you? Do you know how formidable Gao Yuanyu is? Lin Kong shook his head. He had never encountered Gao Yuanyu, so how could he know of his prowess? Upon seeing Lin Kong's response, Mao Mao's expression turned even more disdainful. You? She intended to continue but was interrupted by Teacher Deng. All right, Mao Mao. Lin Kong and his team are quite powerful. Just take them to rescue your captain. And on the way, brief them on Gao Yuanyu. But time is of the essence. Quickly go. Mao Mao, left with no choice, nodded reluctantly. Little Lin, I entrust Linger and the others to you. Teacher Deng looked at Lin Kong and Su Yuan earnestly. Zhang Yunfeng also glanced over. Though he said nothing, his intentions were unmistakable. Rest assured, when we go, however many people are with her, that is how many will return. Teacher Deng nodded, then took out several level 2 crystal cores from his pocket. However, as he reached halfway, Lin Kong pressed his hand down. Teacher Deng, this is inappropriate. I, Lin Kong, am not that kind of person. Lin Kong smiled, not waiting for Teacher Deng to continue speaking, and turned with Su Yuan to depart. Chapter 46. There will be good fruits for them, in the campus, by the roadside. A girl tightly gripped a hefty steel pipe that was incongruous with her appearance, walking ahead with a tense expression. Despite her auditory enhancement abilities, she remained perpetually vigilant of her surroundings. I say, aren't you an auditory enhancer? Why are you still so jumpy? Lin Kong, with his hands in his pockets, spoke lightly from behind. Mao Mao snorted disdainfully, turning to Lin Kong with a furrowed brow. In this apocalyptic world, surprises can happen at any moment. I truly wonder how you all have survived this long. While auditory enhancement can serve a reconnaissance purpose, it also has its limitations. If there are some special zombies lurking in silence, waiting to strike as we approach, it would spell disaster. Lin Kong was somewhat surprised. This girl was not as rash as he had initially thought. This level of vigilance is indeed crucial in the apocalypse. However, if one possesses mental perception abilities, they could stroll through the streets with hands in pockets, much like Lin Kong and Su Yuan at that moment, as if wandering in their backyard. After comprehending Hong Mao's mental perception earlier that day, Lin Kong's abilities had seen significant enhancement, particularly in the range of perception, which expanded to 150 meters. This meant that as long as Lin Kong activated his mental perception, he could detect any living creature's movements within an area of nearly 1,800 square meters centered around him. On this path, Lin Kong had already dispatched numerous zombies that Mao Mao had not yet noticed. Tell me about Gao Yuanyu, Lin Kong prompted. Mao Mao tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear and spoke gravely. Gao Yuanyu, the leader of the Blood God Temple, possesses an ability called Frenzy. When he unleashes his power, his 5 senses, strength, speed, defense, impact resistance, and recovery capabilities are all greatly enhanced, extremely terrifying. According to Captain Zhang, in a state of frenzy, Gao Yuanyu can withstand the effects of his abilities and even retaliate. That's quite impressive, Lin Kong mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. While he had not personally experienced Zhang Yunfeng's powers, he could sense their might. Earlier that day, Su Yuan had struggled to lift her head under the weight of his gravitational amplification, rendering her immobile. This alone spoke volumes. Yet, Gao Yuanyu could withstand the gravitational enhancement, indicating his formidable strength. It seemed they needed to devise a strategy to avoid a direct confrontation, or to severely weaken him before engaging directly. Yuanzi, let us strategize, Lin Kong suggested as he began to discuss battle plans with Su Yuan. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the gymnasium, in a table tennis room, 2 groups appear to have just engaged in combat and were now in a brief respite point. One side comprised approximately 30 individuals, led by a slender boy standing at least 185 centimeters tall. He gently adjusted his slightly drooping black-framed glasses, a silver ring on his index finger glinting faintly. He gazed at the opposing side. Linger, cease your resistance. What is so bad about being with me? Opposite him were the members of the encircled exploration teams, whose condition was markedly worse compared to the slender boy's group. Many bore grave expressions, with several stained by traces of blood. Leading the team, Yao Linger, with a face of disdain, raised her golden sword, pointing it at him. Gao Yuanyu, do not harbor delusions. Even if I die, I will not join forces with a murderous fiend like you. The slender boy sighed. Linger, How could I bear to let you perish? You know, I have been without an appetite since I last saw you a few days ago. Once I deal with these bothersome pests, we can have a proper exchange of feelings. Yao Linger glared at Gao Yuanyu, wishing fervently to cleave him in two. Captain Yao, do not act impulsively. Seeing Yao Linger agitated, Songin urged, placing a hand on her shoulder. Rest easy, Songin. I know my limits. Yao Linger glanced at Songin, who was covering his abdomen, her expression filled with concern. Songin, is your injury all right? Songin shook his head. I can hold on a bit longer. Earlier, during the skirmish, Gao Yuanyu had landed a punch on his abdomen, nearly causing him to vomit. Just a little longer. Once Mao Mao brings reinforcements, there will be good fruits for them. Songin consoled Yao Linger while internally speculating on who would come to their aid. Most likely, it would be Captain Zhang, given Yao Linger's presence here. Chapter 47. I would not even deem to dodge the sword you strike. Surrounding the two, members of the exploration teams sat on the ground, making the most of their time to recuperate. Among them was an old acquaintance of Lin Kong's, Lu Hong. After joining the South Cafeteria, Lu Hong had sought to hone his skills and soon became a member of Yao Linger's exploration team. However, he looked at Gao Yuanyu's group across from him, a bitter expression crossing his face. After the apocalypse, he felt as if he had drawn the ire of the Blood God Temple. Just recently, he had fought alongside Lin Kong and others to eliminate the second-in-command of the Blood God Temple, and now he found himself face-to-face with Gao Yuanyu. He suspected that the other party must possess some special ability to have so conveniently crossed paths with him. This morning had begun as a simple reconnaissance mission to assess whether there was any large horde of zombies in the vicinity of the gymnasium. Yet, as they entered, they were blocked at the exit by Gao Yuanyu's group. Initially, upon being cornered, the two team leaders had not panicked. In fact, they had felt quite exhilarated. With the combined strength of both teams, how could Gao Yuanyu possibly resist? After exchanging a few taunts, they eagerly engaged in combat. However, as the fight progressed, their initial confidence began to wane. The high-level combatants, who had once felt assured of victory, found themselves at a disadvantage after just a few exchanges. Gao Yuanyu seemed to be on a rampage, unleashing an overwhelming assault on the two leaders. Had he not refrained from seriously injuring Captain Yao, the situation could have been far worse. In terms of high-level combat power, they had not gained any advantage. Lu Hong's exploration team included himself, a mental confinement ability user, a cognitive interference ability user, along with 2 strength enhancers and 1 speed enhancer, making for a formidable lineup. Yet, Gao Yuanyu's side, while they had fewer combatants, each was exceptionally powerful. One of the ability users, who could morph into a mantis, transformed his arms into 2 long blades, wielding immense destructive power that left Lu Hong and his companions unable to confront him directly, forcing them to resort to constant interference and control. Another ability user could strip people of their vision. From a vague sense of familiarity, Lu Hong suspected that this individual was likely a mental-type ability user. Lu Hong had just fallen into the trap set by this person. At that moment, he was unleashing his mental confinement to disrupt the abilities of his adversary. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, causing a momentary panic. He staggered backward, evading imagined foes, until his back collided with a wall, and his vision gradually returned. Upon opening his eyes, he was immediately met with the mocking gaze of his opponent, an image that would linger in his memory. Thus, in the midst of repeated confrontations, although they found themselves at a disadvantage, they never fully retreated, continuously resisting with all their might while awaiting reinforcements. However, as time passed, their disadvantages grew increasingly severe, with injuries mounting among their ranks. Should this continue, they might not endure long enough to see their allies arrive. Lu Hong let out a deep sigh. The apocalypse is truly a wretched affair. A few minutes later, seemingly having regained his composure, Gao Yuanyu stood up, removed his black-framed glasses, and set them aside before turning to Yao Linger. Linger, this is the final opportunity. Obey me. Do not resist. As long as you are with me, I can fulfill all your desires. A flash of golden light enveloped Yao Linger, and clad in golden armor, she gazed at Gao Yuanyu. I desire only your life. Now, grant it to me. Gao Yuanyu did not display anger upon hearing her words. Instead, he was captivated by Yao Linger's spirited and defiant demeanor. Perhaps, it is precisely this aspect of you that I am drawn to. He instinctively placed a hand over his chest, feeling the exhilarating rhythm of his heartbeat. Ah, is this what it feels like to love someone? Observing Gao Yuanyu's frenzy, Yao Linger's expression turned increasingly disdainful, disgusting. Without hesitation, she charged forward, sword in hand. Fear not, Linger, I will make you aware of my feelings for you. Gao Yuanyu rushed towards her as well. In just a few strides, his physique expanded dramatically. The once slender frame had now transformed into a robust figure. Standing at 6 feet 1 inch, he suddenly towered at 7 feet 2 inches. Wildly powerful, he experienced an all-encompassing enhancement. Witnessing their leader's assault, the minions from both sides surged forward. Clang! Yao Linger's sword struck against Gao Yuanyu's outstretched arm, producing a dull thud. A shallow wound appeared on his arm. Yet upon closer inspection, one could see the edges of the wound slowly mending. Gao Yuanyu paid no mind to his injuries, regarding Yao Linger with adoration. I wouldn't dare evade a strike from you. A wave of goosebumps coursed through Yao Linger's body, and without a moment's pause, she swung her sword again. At that moment, Song joined the fray, forming a circular motion with both hands. The surrounding air swiftly converged within, compressing relentlessly. Then, with a resounding boom, the compressed air transformed into a powerful vortex directed at Gao Yuanyu. Gao Yuanyu appeared to sense the impending attack and swiftly sidestepped. However, his subordinates were not so fortunate. The seemingly innocuous air cannon, upon striking one of his minions, disintegrated instantaneously, unleashing a violent whirlwind. The fierce gust tore through the minion's shirt, and with a thunderous crash, it collided with his chest. The overwhelming force sent him flying, leaving a myriad of crimson lacerations across his torso. Gao Yuanyu observed his fallen subordinate, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. No longer toying with Yao Linger, he turned and charged towards Song, and yet Yao Linger was determined not to let him have his way. She hurled her massive sword at him. Hearing the sound of slicing air behind him, Gao Yuanyu hesitated momentarily, but soon regained his composure and narrowly dodged to the side, evading her attack. After sidestepping the flying sword, Gao Yuanyu pressed on towards Song, and with Yao Linger's interference, Song readied his air cannon once more. But instead of firing immediately, he focused intently on the approaching Gao Yuanyu. Nerves taut. 1 second, 2 seconds. Gao Yuanyu was now less than 2 meters away from him. This is it, Song mentally shouted. Fire! In the next instant, the air cannon was unleashed, aimed directly at the unavoidable Gao Yuanyu. Gao Yuanyu quickly crossed his arms for protection. Boom! The searing pain of flesh being torn apart and the tremendous force struck him, propelling him backward with great momentum. He crashed against the wall with a resounding thud. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Gao Yuanyu locked his gaze on Yao Linger, who was entangled with him. And despair washed over him. Is this how it ends? Mao Mao, why haven't you arrived yet? Hurry up. My captain is about to die. Meanwhile, on the second floor across from the ping-pong room, several individuals peered through the heavy windows, observing the chaos below. Seeing their captain on the verge of defeat, Mao Mao frantically shook Lin Kong's arm, anxious for action. Lin Kong was intently watching the battlefield. Though his focus was not on Gao Yuanyu and his group, but rather on the psychic ability user capable of instantly stripping someone of their vision. What an intriguing power. I hadn't anticipated such an unexpected discovery. What are you mumbling about, Mao Mao? Perplexed by Lin Kong's murmurs, inquired. Oh, nothing. Hurry and take action. My captain is going to die. All right, just let go of my arm. Mao Mao quickly complied, fearing to disturb Lin Kong's concentration. That Gao seems quite formidable, Su Yuan remarked. Indeed, he surpasses Zhang Yunfeng by a considerable margin. However, his strength seems to harbor some secret. Lin Kong stroked his chin, fixating on the silver ring adorning Gao Yuanyu's hand. Perhaps this is the reason for his sudden surge in power. Yet now that we have encountered him, he will soon belong to me. Yuanzi, are you ready? Su Yuan signaled an okay gesture. Lin Kong nodded, his gaze resolute as he focused on Gao Yuanyu. After being struck back, Song remained on the ground, slow to rise. Gao Yuanyu continued to grapple with Yao Linger, but his attacks lacked the ferocity he had displayed against Song. As if he were guiding her. Linger, your abilities are not weak. In fact, they are quite versatile, balancing offense and defense. However, this very versatility renders your powers rather commonplace, lacking a defining characteristic. Gao Yuanyu continued to converse with Yao Linger amidst the skirmish. Intrigued by his words, she found herself drawn in, momentarily pausing her swordplay. Gao Yuanyu noticed her curiosity and smiled gently. That is because, danger, you're going to die. Before he could finish, a bone-chilling sensation coursed through Gao Yuanyu's body, as though every cell was issuing a warning. Get away! Get away! Without overthinking the source of the threat, he instinctively dodged to the side. Ah! Suddenly, a deep gash appeared on his shoulder, revealing bone beneath. Damn it! I still couldn't he evade it. Damn it! How did he manage to evade me? On the second floor, Lin Kong turned his gaze to Mao Mao. Didn't you say his senses were heightened? Why does it seem like his sixth sense has been enhanced as well? How would I know? Mao Mao sulked, yet was profoundly astonished by Lin Kong's prowess. Just moments ago, this man nearly took down Gao Yuanyu in a single blow. Truly terrifying. Despite the setback, Lin Kong was not disheartened. He continued to observe the unfolding scene. Who? Which bastard? Show yourself. Gao Yuanyu swiftly tore away a piece of fabric to bind his wound, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance and ire. What kind of technique is this? It's astonishingly powerful. Had I not sensed the danger, I might have perished right here. Across from him, Yao Linger, wielding her sword and shield, initially wore an expression of shock at Gao Yuanyu's grievous state. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, her eyes alight with surprise and joy. He has come. Quickly, Yao Linger suppressed her elation and advanced towards the retreating Gao Yuanyu, yet she refrained from closing the distance. Wary of potential collateral damage from someone else, beside him, Lu Hong, who was engaged in combat with the enemy, wore a face brimming with excitement, even more fervent than that of Yao Linger. His heart surged with the desire for battle as he frantically urged his extraordinary abilities. Gao Yuanyu stood in the center of the classroom, clenching his fists and scanning the surroundings, his mind shrouded in confusion and alertness. Suddenly, he felt an unusual movement beneath his feet. A warning? Doubt flickered in Gao Yuanyu's mind. Before he could react, tendrils of earth, formed from soil, erupted from the ground, swiftly coiling around his feet, constricting him with relentless force. Whoosh! At that moment, a chill swept over him. The warning of danger re-emerged. Gao Yuanyu dodged with great speed, only to discover that the muddy tendrils entangling his feet had solidified without him realizing it, rendering his legs immobile. Damn it! Gao Yuanyu cursed inwardly, bending his upper body with all his might to evade the unseen attacks. Splatter! Splatter! Blood sprayed forth. A small chunk of Gao Yuanyu's scalp was severed, and his left forearm was cleanly sliced off, tumbling to the ground. A deep gash marred his chest, though it seemed less severe compared to the previous two wounds. Ah! Gao Yuanyu gazed at his severed arm on the ground, the excruciating pain causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Run! Quickly, run! Gao Yuanyu shouted desperately to his subordinates. In just a short while, he had sustained such grievous injuries that he no longer possessed the courage to continue fighting. Remaining here could very well mean death in the next moment. The members of the Blood God Temple had long been paralyzed with fear. The invincible war god in their eyes was now in such a disheveled state. It was simply unimaginable. One by one, they fled in a panic. The 20 or so members of the exploration team, aside from Yao Linger and Lu Hong, were equally astounded. They had never witnessed such a fantastical method of attack. After the initial shock, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration replaced it. Just moments ago, they had been teetering on the brink of life and death. Now, the tables had turned completely, and having survived, how could they not feel joy? Subsequently, they picked up their weapons and pursued the retreating foes. Chapter 49. Spoils of war. When the members of the exploration team reached the door, they were once again struck dumb by the scene before them. Outside the door, the members of the Blood God Temple, who should have been fleeing, were instead lying in pools of blood, their bodies emitting wisps of black smoke, corroded into numerous bloody pits, lifeless and motionless. Only a handful, including Gao Yuanyu, remained frozen in place, their expressions filled with terror. Gao Yuanyu, in particular, bore several large wounds, surrounded by dozens of small glowing specks. Opposite them stood 2 men and 1 woman. Mao Mao. Upon seeing the girl, many members of Team 3 lit up with joy. Mao Mao also spotted her teammates and waved her hands enthusiastically. Why? In the midst of the blood, Gao Yuanyu roared in fury. Entrusted by others and to root out the problem at its source. In truth, Gao Yuanyu did not care for Lin Kong's response. His furious question was more about his unwillingness, resentment, and despair. With a thud, Gao Yuanyu collapsed to the ground. Having lost all hope of survival, he could no longer summon the resolute will to endure the unbearable pain inflicted by his grievous injuries. Just half a month ago, he had merely been a student. That he had persevered until now was already a tremendous miracle. "Can I ask you a few questions?" Lin Kong and Su Yuan approached Gao Yuanyu. Speaking up, Gao Yuanyu continued to stare blankly at the blood-stained ground. Refusing to respond, Lin Kong paid no mind and continued, "That ring on your right index finger. Where did it come from?" Upon hearing this, Gao Yuanyu let out a cold laugh, seemingly having anticipated the question, and replied candidly, "The principal's office, in the safe." Lin Kong nodded. "Thank you." Then, a green crystal core pierced through Gao Yuanyu's heart. The leader of the Blood God Temple, Gao Yuanyu, was dead? The ring on his finger slowly floated into Lin Kong's hand. "Who are you?" a voice inquired. Lin Kong looked up to see Yao Linger and Song An approaching, followed closely by dozens of members of the exploration team. Aside from a slightly pale complexion, Yao Linger appeared largely unscathed in contrast. Song An seemed far worse off. One hand pressed against his chest, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked quite ghastly. It was Song An who had just spoken. Lin Kong regarded him, noticing that although he was inquiring about his identity, his gaze subtly lingered on the ring in Lin Kong's hand. "Captain, he is Lin Kong, the reinforcements I brought from the cafeteria," Mao Mao exclaimed excitedly, waving her hands. Song An nodded, looking at Lin Kong. "Brother, we are immensely grateful for your timely rescue. Without you, we would have faced dire consequences." Song An clasped his hands together in sincere gratitude. "Just fulfilling the request of Teacher Ding and the others. Now that you are all safe, we can consider the mission accomplished." Yao Linger, though filled with joy, bore a hint of confusion. "Lin Kong, how is it that you two came here?" "We happened to be at the cafeteria and came over out of boredom. Is that so?" Yao Linger felt that the explanation was unlikely to be so simple, but she refrained from pressing further. With Gao Yuanyu now dead, the greatest threat had been eliminated. Next, it was time to reap the spoils. They had certainly amassed a trove of valuable items. Song An smiled at Yao Linger. Yao Linger nodded but hesitated slightly. It seemed as though neither of their teams had contributed significantly to this victory. Do they truly have the right to claim the spoils? Song An continued to smile at Lin Kong. "Brother Lin, I believe I saw you acquire a ring from Gao Yuanyu just now. Could you please take it out for everyone to distribute later?" The smile that had been gracing Lin Kong's lips faded, and he coldly replied, "This is my spoils of war. What right do you have to share in it?" Song An's expression froze momentarily before he quickly donned an awkward smile. "Brother Lin, you are mistaken. If it weren't for our prolonged struggle with Gao Yuanyu and his men, how could you have so easily defeated them? We contributed a significant effort and therefore deserve a share of the spoils." Bang! Su Yuan manifested a massive hammer from the earth, slamming it heavily onto the ground. "Humph! Without you, we would have dispatched them even more swiftly. If you don't believe me," Su Yuan raised the colossal hammer. Pointing it at Song An. "One fight is all it takes." Song An, already in a poor state, instinctively took a few steps back at Su Yuan's provocation, fearing that the hammer might strike him. "Captain Song, we indeed did not exert much effort. Besides, if it weren't for their assistance, we would have likely." Yao Linger supported Song An and could not help but persuade him. Song An cursed inwardly, whispering to Yao Linger in frustration, "Captain Yao, Gao Yuanyu's sudden prowess is most likely due to that ring. If we could obtain it, our strength would undoubtedly increase, allowing us to protect more classmates." Yao Linger looked astonished. "Ah, so that's how it is." But Yao Linger struggled internally. And no need to say more. Lin Kong, indifferent, gazed at Song and Yao Linger and the throng of students behind them, stating, "I have made myself very clear. The spoils are ours. Once we have chosen, the remainder will be yours if you disagree." With a swift kick, Lin Kong sent Gao Yuanyu's corpse flying towards them. "He is the next one." Afterward, he paid no further attention to the stunned crowd and silently utilized his telekinesis. Gao Yuanyu's belongings began to tremble, eventually cascading down before Lin Kong and Su Yuan. Among them, along with the now familiar second-level crystal cores and various assorted items, a darkened red crystal core caught the attention of Lin Kong and the others. Many felt their breath quicken and their hearts race upon seeing it. A third-level crystal core. It is indeed a third-level crystal core. One must understand that while second-level zombies are not uncommon, One would only encounter a second-level zombie in an average of 40 to 50 encounters. As for third-level zombies, they had not even considered such a possibility. Yet, here lay a third-level crystal core on Gao Yuanyu's body. An utterly unbelievable sight. Lin Kong gazed at the crystal core in his hand, equally astonished. He hadn't anticipated that Gao Yuanyu had killed a third-level zombie and, crucially, had yet to absorb it. Lin Kong turned his gaze to the visual deprivation ability user whom Gao Yuanyu had intentionally left behind. Where did Gao Yuanyu acquire this third-level crystal core? Upon being questioned by Lin Kong, the individual trembled and stammered. We happened to encounter a third-level zombie this morning, and after losing several brothers, the boss managed to kill it. Shortly thereafter, we encountered you. Haha, no wonder it hasn't been absorbed yet. Lin Kong chuckled lightly, considering it a fortunate windfall for them. He then tossed the crystal core to Su Yuan. Yuanzi, I want that ring, and you can have this crystal core. Sure. Su Yuan accepted the crystal core without hesitation. It would serve him well, as he was about to break through to the second level. Afterward, Lin Kong collected the 10 second-level crystal cores from Gao Yuanyu and turned to Yao Linger. The rest is for you. Chapter 50. Su Yuan breaks through to the second level. Thank you. Thank you. Yao Linger expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Lin Kong's intervention had already constituted a tremendous favor, and she dared not ask for more. However, Song beside her did not share the same sentiment. With a darkened face and head bowed, he was lost in thought. The ring deeply captivated him. If he could obtain it, he would ascend to become the strongest in the entire South Cafeteria. However, the person across from him was exceedingly terrifying and exceedingly ruthless. He had no confidence whatsoever in reclaiming the ring from Lin Kong's grasp. Now that the matter was concluded, there was no longer any concern for us. Yuanzi, let us depart. With that, Lin Kong utilized his extraordinary abilities to lift the individual with the power of visual deprivation and, together with Su Yuan, exited the gymnasium. So, is this how we leave? Yao Linger gazed at the receding figures of Lin Kong and the others. Her heart stirred with a peculiar unease. Moments later, in a room within a dormitory building, Su Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, immersed in deep meditation. In the adjacent room, Lin Kong observed the anxious student before him. Do not be afraid. I have brought you here primarily out of interest in your abilities. From this point on, you need only continuously unleash your powers upon me. Once I am satisfied, I assure you, I will not harm you, and you will leave unscathed. Really? The student exclaimed in astonishment. He had initially thought his demise was certain, only to discover a glimmer of hope for survival. Truly, if I had intended to kill you, I would have done so long ago, Lin Kong affirmed. Very well, I shall heed your instructions. The student nodded vigorously, overwhelmed with excitement. He then directed his visual deprivation ability towards Lin Kong, who was instantly engulfed in an abyss of darkness. This sensation was entirely different from merely closing one's eyes. When one closes their eyes, they possess the clear knowledge that they can simply open them to see again. However, now, even with his eyes wide open, he could perceive not a single object. This feeling was accompanied by an overwhelming sense of disorientation and boundless fear. Lin Kong had previously noticed that this ability differed from the earlier mental powers he had encountered, making it difficult to master. Thus, he had specifically retained this individual to expedite the learning of visual deprivation. Merely a visual deprivation ability would not have captured Lin Kong's full attention, but if this capability could be expanded to encompass the deprivation of all 5 senses, that would yield yet another unfathomable power. While others might struggle to achieve such an expansion, Lin Kong's mental prowess could indeed facilitate it. The visual deprivation user, watching Lin Kong succumb to his control, displayed a glimmer of unusual light in his eyes. However, moments later, he sighed and shook his head slightly. It is impossible, unachievable. Even the boss met his demise at this person's hands. Even with this fortuitous opportunity, he could not possibly turn the tables on Lin Kong. Better to simply accept my role as a tool. Since Lin Kong did not resist, the ability would remain effective upon him until the energy within the user was fully expended. Before long, the energy was depleted, and Lin Kong emerged from the darkness. Recover for now. We shall continue shortly. All right. After a prolonged experience, Lin Kong retrieved the ring he had obtained from Gao Yuanyu. This ring was entirely silver. Yet Lin Kong sensed it was not crafted from pure silver. The exact material of its composition remained a mystery to him. However, considering it was acquired from the principal's office safe, one could surmise its uniqueness. The ring appeared to be constructed from overlapping silver scales, quite aesthetically pleasing. Nevertheless, it was the ring's function that truly excited Lin Kong. He slowly slipped the ring onto his right index finger, channeling his energy into it. Instantly, images of the ring's functions and effects manifested in his mind. After a brief assessment, Lin Kong gazed in astonishment at the ring adorning his finger. Incredulous, he had anticipated the ring to be extraordinary, but he had not expected it to be so incredibly powerful. Wow! Lin Kong could not help but exclaim softly. Within his perception, once his body established a connection with the ring through his own energy, it seemed to amplify his abilities. When Lin Kong subsequently activated his powers, the strength of the techniques he unleashed was suddenly enhanced by 30%. In other words, with this ring, Lin Kong's overall prowess had surged by 30%. No wonder Gao Yuanyu, even without ascending to the third tier, could dominate two captains of equal rank. Yet, there was more to discover. In addition to the 30% enhancement, this ring possessed its own miniature space. Through the ring, Lin Kong's mental energy revealed a compartment measuring 10 meters in length, width, and height, which housed numerous items belonging to Gao Yuanyu. This, a storage space. Thus, this ring could be classified as a storage ring. The existence of such objects in the apocalypse was truly astonishing. If this ring existed, there must be other similar items out there as well. However, such artifacts would likely be quite rare. Lin Kong withdrew his thoughts and surveyed the contents of the ring's space. 7 or 8 second-tier crystal cores, an assortment of food items, and a few inappropriate items caught his eye. Lin Kong couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth upon seeing those items. Continuing his examination, Lin Kong discovered a few books tucked away in a corner. Gao Yuanyu truly a scholarly type. Reading during the apocalypse? Intrigued, Lin Kong extracted the books from the space in the next instant. Several books soared out from above the ring, and Lin Kong levitated them into his hands. He glanced at the cover of the topmost book. How to Make the One You Love Fall for You. Lin Kong raised an eyebrow and flipped to the next book. How an Elegant Gentleman is Cultivated. The next one. Charm Begins with Posture. What nonsense is this? Lin Kong tossed the books aside, turning to the visually deprived user who was still in a daze. Continue. Oh, right. The individual hurriedly adjusted his state and resumed unleashing his abilities. After a considerable time, while Lin Kong was resting, a sudden surge of energy radiated from the adjacent room. Yuanzi has broken through, Lin Kong thought with delight and rushed toward the sound. On the bed, Su Yuan clenched his fists, brimming with excitement. Finally, I have ascended to the second tier. Seeing Lin Kong rush in, Su Yuan exclaimed with enthusiasm, Kong, I did it. Lin Kong nodded with a smile and teased. You're not about to say you can knock me over with one punch, are you? Su Yuan, upon hearing this, scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. You've already stolen my line. You actually intended to say that? Lin Kong raised an eyebrow. Hey, just kidding, just kidding. The young man from the Blood God Temple looked at the two of them joking and sighed. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humanity are seldom shared. Chapter 51. Leaving the school. Kong, I still need to adapt to this newfound power. Please give me a moment, in no rush. I have yet to finish up here. Su Yuan nodded in response. He did not inquire why Lin Kong had brought back the user with the visual deprivation ability, just as he refrained from asking Lin Kong how, aside from his initial manipulation and with source powers, he had acquired abilities like the invisible blade. Although Lin Kong had not explained the reasons to him, he had not intentionally concealed any of these powers either. Lin Kong would share whatever needed to be said, and that was sufficient. Then, as Su Yuan remained behind to familiarize himself with his surging strength, Lin Kong returned to the other room to continue his insights. After numerous personal experiences, Lin Kong had completely mastered visual deprivation. He turned his gaze towards the energy-exhausted young man from the Blood God Temple, his eyes narrowing in an instant. The young man was plunged into a boundless darkness. How is this possible? The young man trembled, unable to believe what he was experiencing as he felt that familiar darkness. At this moment, he comprehended why Lin Kong had specifically chosen to keep him around for the continued demonstration of his powers. Yet, this was beyond comprehension. Lin Kong had actually learned his ability. However, he soon found himself engulfed in an icy dread. Lin Kong was unreservedly showcasing this power to him. Would he truly let him go? He dared not ponder further, unwilling to shatter the hope of survival he clung to. All right, you may leave now. As the darkness gradually receded, Lin Kong's voice reached his ears. Really? Is that true? Lin Kong waved his hand and exited the room. Disregarding him. Overwhelmed with joy, the young man dashed out without a second thought. On the balcony, Lin Kong and Su Yuan watched the Blood God Temple's young man sprinting into the distance. I promised him I wouldn't kill him. Lin Kong stated calmly. Su Yuan nodded in agreement that it is better to be honest and trustworthy in life. Let us go. It is getting late. We should find a nearby place to rest for the night and resume our efforts tomorrow. After several battles, both were quite fatigued. Yet, having decided to leave the school today, they were determined to follow through. It is better to be honest and trustworthy in life. The same goes for oneself. By the way, let me show you the dragon scale. Lin Kong removed the ring from his right hand and tossed it to Su Yuan. Lin Kong had named this ring Dragon Scale. After Lin Kong detailed the ring's abilities, Su Yuan was equally astonished. Curiously, he toyed with the dragon scale for a while before returning it to Lin Kong. With this ring, it would be a shame not to fill it up. We must find a supermarket tomorrow to stock it, Lin Kong chuckled. Subsequently, he casually placed their backpacks into the dragon scale space and exited the dormitory building. Taking a circuitous route, the two arrived at the nearest school wall. With a leap, they vaulted over the wall, one after the other. It was already late. We should find a place to rest nearby. Over there. There is an unfinished building. Let us make do there for the night. Su Yuan pointed to a dilapidated structure not far away. Excellent. Lin Kong directly used his ability to levitate Su Yuan in the air, while he himself, bolstered by his powers, raced toward the unfinished building with remarkable speed. Yuanzi, how does it feel after advancing to level 2? Lin Kong inquired curiously, glancing at Su Yuan. The sensation? Well, the energy within me has significantly increased and become much purer. In practical application, my speed and strength when using my powers have escalated to a whole new level. For instance, previously when I used earth spikes against Zhang Yunfeng and Gao Yuanyu, they could easily evade it, and even if it hit them, it wouldn't inflict much damage. But now, Su Yuan chuckled softly. I am not boasting, but with just the earth spikes, even if I can't defeat them, I won't be at a disadvantage. Wow, that sounds impressive. Lin Kong gasped, recognizing that earth spikes were a fundamental attack technique for earth-type ability users. Even Wang Zhuji could wield them. Now, Su Yuan, with just this move, felt confident he could hold his own against Zhang Yunfeng. The enhancement to level 2 was indeed evident. Kong, don't you believe me? Why don't we give it a try? Let us hold off on that for now. Perhaps after I break through to level 2, we can test it. Lin Kong shook his head, aware of his own limitations. At present, his abilities likely wouldn't harm Su Yuan. Even his invisible blade probably couldn't penetrate Su Yuan's layers of defenses. When you achieve level 2, I won't even bother fighting you. Would I be seeking punishment? Su Yuan shook his head repeatedly. Before long, the two arrived at the rooftop of the unfinished building. Lin Kong retrieved 2 dormitory beds, 2 stools, and a chair from the dragon scale space. They munched on snacks and sipped cola while gazing at the city beneath the dusk sky. Looking toward the city center, Lin Kong could sense the chaos and clamor, even without hearing it. Many high-rises were ablaze and several buildings had already collapsed in the city center. There's probably not a single living person left, Lin Kong murmured after taking a large sip of cola. Very unlikely. If we had started in the city center, given our abilities, I doubt we would have survived, let alone others, Su Yuan replied helplessly. With a permanent population of over 4 million in Xiaoqing, the city center, it must have become a paradise for zombies. However, with so many zombies, there must be a chance for higher-level zombies to emerge. There are definitely quite a few level 3 ones. Lin Kong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Kong, don't be impulsive. Millions of zombies are no joke. Su Yuan grasped Lin Kong's arm, fearing he might be blinded by the allure of the level 3 crystal cores. Relax, I'm not foolish. Lin Kong chuckled, brushing Su Yuan's hand away. But we must acquire some level 3 crystal cores. Otherwise, our progress will lag behind others. Not too many, just 5 or 6 will suffice for us to swiftly advance through level 2. Su Yuan nodded thoughtfully, glancing down at the city once more. Yet, what he truly wished to see were the survivors scattered throughout the urban landscape. Their experiences over the past few days had made it abundantly clear that the dangers of the apocalypse stemmed not only from zombies, but also from mutated animals and humanity itself. Thus, merely possessing strength that exceeds that of zombies was far from sufficient for survival in this new world. They had to stay ahead of the majority of creatures. So, does that mean we need to explore the city center? Su Yuan tilted his head, questioning Lin Kong. Yes, it's inevitable. Moreover, the remaining human factions likely resemble military bases, constructing their strongholds on the outskirts of the city. By exploring the city center, we can also avoid unnecessary conflicts with them. We should find a base as well. Otherwise, we won't have anywhere to rest at a base. I've already thought it through. Lin Kong cast a mysterious glance at Su Yuan, smiling lightly. Oh? A Kong, are you referring to the Sanqing Villa district? Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly, seemingly eager to visit this renowned villa district of Xiaoqing. Don't even mention that. All you think about is the villa district. Child, this is the apocalypse. Lin Kong playfully tapped Su Yuan on the head. Huh? Not the villa district? Then where are we going? What place could be more comfortable than a villa district? Su Yuan pondered, scratching his head in confusion. First of all, I did consider that Sanqing Villa district, but its location isn't central enough for our exploration purposes in the city center. Secondly, Lin Kong stroked his chin, continuing slowly. If we can think of it, many others likely can too. I suspect there are already numerous people there, and it would be wise to avoid unnecessary troubles and conflicts. Lin Kong had always wished to minimize disputes with others. In his view, conflicts merely wasted his time without yielding any benefits. So, where should we choose then? Su Yuan, persuaded by Lin Kong, eliminated the villa district from consideration yet remained puzzled. Lin Kong shook his head with a smile, gazing at Su Yuan. Yuanzi, you possess the power of earth, and I wield the power of wood. Constructing a dwelling more comfortable than the villa district is a simple task for us. Our combination of earth and wood is no joke. Su Yuan clapped his hands. Right? I'm skilled at building houses, Lin Kong continued. Songhu Park.its vast, featuring mountains and lakes, and connects to the city. Living there not only provides a pleasant environment with minimal disturbances, but also boasts an excellent location. Songhu Park? Su Yuan blinked in surprise, not expecting Lin Kong to suggest a park. Recalling his impressions of Songhu Park, he increasingly felt it was indeed an excellent choice, without any flaws. All right, then let South go with Songhu Park. After making the decision, both began to rest. Su Yuan took out the level 3 crystal core and hurriedly absorbed its energy, while Lin Kong meditated nearby. The night passed in silence. The following morning, after breakfast, the two picked up 2 abandoned bicycles from the roadside and rode toward a large supermarket they frequently visited. Originally, Lin Kong intended to use his ability to move faster, but considering the inevitable battle that awaited them in the supermarket, they opted for the low-key approach of riding bicycles to conserve energy. Thus, they swiftly navigated the streets on their bicycles. Their physical abilities had far surpassed those of ordinary people, and their speed on bicycles rivaled that of four-wheeled vehicles. A horde of zombies trailing behind could not catch up to them. Yuanzi, wait. As they approached the supermarket, Lin Kong suddenly braked and called out to Su Yuan. Skid. Su Yuan quickly stopped, perplexed at a Kong. What's wrong? Lin Kong dismounted and looked at a shop beside the street, a farmer's seed store. Yuanzi, wait for me to grab some good stuff. He then headed straight for the shop. Su Yuan's eyes lit up upon spotting the store. Creating an earthen wall to fend off the pursuing zombies, he hurriedly followed. Lin Kong gently opened the door and rushed toward the shelves stocked with various vegetable seeds, corn, baby bok choy, cucumbers, green beans, everything one could desire. Lin Kong's expression brightened as he selected 2 bags of each type to store in the dragon scale space. Then, he casually opened a packet of baby bok choy seeds and placed 1 seed in his palm. As a green glow emanated from his hand, the seed began to grow at a visibly rapid pace. Within seconds, a mature baby bok choy appeared in Lin Kong's hand, far surpassing anything typically found in the supermarket. Wow, incredible, a Kong. Now we want lack vegetables. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the baby bok choy in Lin Kong's hand. Their current food supply consisted mainly of fast foods like biscuits and bread. While it was fine for a short duration, relying on such food long-term would undoubtedly lead to nutritional deficiencies. With Lin Kong's cultivated vegetables, their situation had greatly improved. Don't get too excited. Although we have vegetables now, we don't have fire to cook them. That's true. Su Yuan's enthusiasm dampened again. but keeping these seeds will definitely come in handy. Later, we'll go to the supermarket. Although the fruits inside have long spoiled, the seeds will surely be intact. Once we collect them, we can enjoy fresh fruit, right? Fruits can be eaten raw. Let us hurry. I can't wait. Su Yuan rubbed his hands together, his earlier disappointment vanishing in an instant as he eagerly pulled Lin Kong to leave. As they rode their bicycles, the distance to the supermarket shrank, while Lin Kong used his mental perception to scout for the movements of nearby zombies. He also noticed survivors hiding in the houses flanking the streets. However, their conditions appeared dire. Though Lin Kong couldn't see their specific situations, the feeble energy radiating from them indicated that they were struggling to survive. Many seemed on the brink of death, as if they could perish at any moment. Lin Kong had never encountered such a state during his time in school. With a creak, Lin Kong looked up to see a window on the third floor being pushed open. Two girls, around 10 years old, poked their heads out, curiously observing Lin Kong and Su Yuan. The girls looked pale and gaunt, their unkempt hair suggesting they hadn't been cared for in quite some time. Lin Kong sensed the room and discovered that besides the two girls, there were no other living beings present. Their parents. Lin Kong withdrew his gaze, which had momentarily lost its focus, a hint of sorrow tinging his heart. Previously, at the school, their perceptions of the apocalypse remained rather vague. Within the institution, an abundance of university students thrived in the vitality and exuberance of their youth. The outbreak of the apocalypse would undoubtedly have a lesser impact on them compared to individuals of other age groups. Children and the elderly possess a significantly weaker resilience against such calamities. Increasingly, more people from the surrounding buildings had noticed Lin Kong and Su Yuan peering through their windows. For those who had not ventured beyond their doors since the onset of the apocalypse, the sight of two individuals cycling down the street was particularly striking. Not far away stood a large supermarket. Soon, Lin Kong and Su Yuan arrived at the supermarket's entrance. Lin Kong constantly attuned his senses to the interior. Yet the supermarket was expansive. Standing at a single vantage point, he could not ascertain the entire situation within. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Kong rode his bicycle around the supermarket in a circle. Approximately 20 level 2 zombies and around 1,000 level 1 zombies were present. Upon completing his reconnaissance, Lin Kong relayed his findings to Su Yuan, revealing the absence of any level 3 zombies. Su Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Considering the scarcity of level 2 zombies, the lack of level 3s was to be expected. Gao Yuanyu's luck was remarkable, having encountered a level 3 zombie. Chapter 53. Entering the supermarket, Su Yuan cursed Gao Yuanyu with considerable resentment. The previous night, he had burned the midnight oil to absorb a level 3 crystal core. The horrifying effect of a level 3 crystal core was equivalent to that of 5 lower level ones, igniting a fervent desire within him for such power. If anything, it was they who had been fortunate, intercepting the opportunity before he could absorb it. Let us go. We should head inside. With that, the two made their way toward the supermarket's entrance. Surely they don't intend to enter the supermarket? Are they unaware of the horrors within? Observers from the streets murmured amongst themselves as they noticed Lin Kong and Su Yuan's apparent intention to enter the supermarket. The zombies inside could potentially exceed 800. Countless individuals had previously attempted to enter in search of food, yet none had returned. A few well-meaning souls leaned out of their windows, wildly waving their arms in an effort to catch the attention of Lin Kong and Su Yuan, urging them not to proceed. However, while Lin Kong sensed their concern, he did not halt his advance, continuing toward the supermarket. Look at these two young men. They appear to have nothing on them, likely driven by hunger to risk everything in search of sustenance. On the second floor of a nearby small restaurant, a group of individuals peered through the glass at Lin Kong and Su Yuan. One of them, a man in his 40s, had just spoken. Alas, yet another 2 lives are about to be extinguished. Once we exhaust our remaining supplies, we shall meet the same fate. Rather than waiting here to perish, we might as well take a gamble like them and head into the supermarket. Nearby, several young people, observing Lin Kong and Su Yuan, who were of a similar age, felt a surge of emotion. This damned apocalypse is truly a nightmare. In the meantime, as Lin Kong and Su Yuan approached the supermarket, several zombies lunged at them frantically. Yet, in the next moment, they were inexplicably repelled back into the supermarket. This scene went unnoticed by the onlookers outside due to the angle of their observation. In the blink of an eye, Lin Kong and Su Yuan vanished from sight. A shared thought lingered in the minds of the onlookers. Yet another 2 lives on the brink of loss. Death had become an all-too common occurrence in this apocalyptic world, yet witnessing it firsthand inevitably evoked sorrow. Boom. Crash. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from within the supermarket. This must be their final struggle for survival, the man remarked, continuing to address the young people beside him. They were not surprised by such commotion. When faced with death, any individual would instinctively fight for their life. Listening to the relentless sounds emanating from the supermarket, the young people couldn't help but imagine the dire predicament Lin Kong and Su Yuan found themselves in. Countless zombies clawing at them, their flesh being torn apart by rancid bites. Would this be their fate before long? Wait, why, after all this time? Are there still sounds coming from within? After a while, a young woman in her 20s voiced her confusion. Indeed, it's been several minutes. Could they still be alive? The middle-aged man was equally perplexed, questioning how this scenario diverged from the previous ones. Perhaps they are remarkably strong, managing to hold on until now. It's almost unimaginable. The girl's eyes sparkled with hope as she boldly posed the question. Is it possible they might escape? Everyone fell silent for a moment, and then instinctively shook their heads. Escape? How could that be possible? It's inconceivable. There are hundreds of zombies inside. Even if both of them are level 2. Their chances of survival are virtually non-existent. Have you forgotten about Li Chong and his group? Over 40 people, with 4 or 5 at level 2, yet not a single one returned. The girl's expression dimmed upon hearing this. The Li Chong group had once been the most formidable faction in their vicinity, driving out all rival factions unwilling to submit before turning their sights on the supermarket. Yet ultimately, they had vanished without a trace. The girl found it hard to accept that the young man she had just seen cycling moments ago would soon meet a tragic end. But what if they are stronger than Li Chong's group and truly manage to escape? She clung to a glimmer of hope. Inside the supermarket, a tide of level 1 zombies surged toward the two. However, these zombies were swiftly halted by an impenetrable earthen wall. Su Yuan and Lin Kong had neither the time nor the luxury to deal with them. Suddenly, a powerful force shattered the wall before them, and several formidable zombies emerged. The female zombie at the center radiated an aura distinctly superior to the others, as if on the verge of advancing to level 3. It was she who had obliterated the earthen wall with a single blow. Accompanying her was a childlike zombie that appeared harmless, yet Lin Kong's gaze narrowed and focused. To his astonishment, the first space-type ability user they encountered was a zombie. In their initial skirmish, they discovered that the child zombie possessed the ability to teleport. Had it not been for Su Yuan's thick armor blocking its attack, it might have succeeded. Aside from these two exceptional zombies, the others were merely ordinary level 2 zombies, varying in strength. To Kong, keep an eye on that teleporting child. I'll handle the others, Su Yuan declared, shaking off his arms as he faced the approaching zombies. Undeterred in their first encounter, they had treated these zombies as mere level 2 threats, so any minor setbacks were hardly unexpected. Now that they had grasped the enemy's capabilities, there was nothing to fear. Rest assured, I will surely take care of that one. As Lin Kong spoke, his invisible blade unleashed its power, severing a portion of the child zombie's head in an instant. Had it not been for its timely teleportation, it would have lost half its skull. Roar! A sudden roar erupted from behind Lin Kong. It was the teleporting child zombie, having already detected him. Just as it was about to grasp Lin Kong's neck, he swiftly repelled it with his telekinetic force. Meanwhile, the female zombie on the verge of breaking into level 3 found her legs ensnared by a mire crafted by Su Yuan. Unlike before, the center of the mire now featured a massive whirlpool, relentlessly pulling the struggling female zombie deeper. Surrounding level 2 zombies were pierced by numerous earthen spears, causing them to howl in agony. Yet they were helpless against their fate. The advantage for Lin Kong and Su Yuan grew ever larger. After 2 more rounds of confrontation, aside from the 2 of them and a few dismembered limbs scattered about, only some level 2 crystal cores remained in their possession. Lin Kong pocketed the cores and turned to Su Yuan. Yuanzi, leave not a single zombie behind. Not a problem. In the next moment, the earthen wall that had previously shielded them from the horde of zombies crumbled, and the multitude of zombies surged forward. Chapter 54. The park. Su Yuan's earthen spears struck with the precision of laser beams, toppling zombies like stalks of straw in their wake. Behind him, Lin Kong leisurely selected supplies: rice, flour, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, cigarettes, alcohol, canned goods. Anything that caught his eye was swiftly gathered. Outside, in the restaurant, the onlookers had grown numb to the incessant sounds emanating from the supermarket. These sounds had attracted many nearby zombies, who gravitated towards the supermarket, yet they, much like the humans who had entered before them, vanished without a trace upon entry. After a prolonged period, the supermarket finally fell silent. Moments later, two figures emerged from the supermarket's entrance, Lin Kong and Su Yuan. Lin Kong basked in the sunlight, warming his skin, which mirrored the brilliance of his current mood. Initially, he had assumed that the supermarket would be devoid of usable food due to power outages, leaving only packaged goods to spoil. However, to his astonishment, they discovered a fully operational cold storage room in the basement, stocked with an abundance of frozen foods. Chicken legs, ribbon fish, shrimp, dumplings. Recovering from their shock, Lin Kong quickly discarded a significant portion of the junk food, crowding his dragon scale space, filling it instead with the frozen delicacies. Subsequently, they also gathered some kitchen appliances, such as rice cookers, ovens, and steamers. Now, they had everything they needed, save for fire and a chef. Yet, those two elements would have to be left to fate. Lin Kong raised his head, feeling the multitude of gazes directed at him from the surrounding buildings. A subtle smile graced his lips as he launched several pristine throwing knives, etching 4 significant characters into the supermarket's vast wall. All zombies dead. After calling out to Su Yuan, the two hurried off to retrieve the bicycles they had hidden in a corner. All zombies dead. All zombies dead. Could it be? They had exterminated every last zombie in the supermarket? Surely, that was impossible. The supermarket was teeming with zombies, formidable as they were. How could they have killed them all? Yet, if they hadn't, how could they have emerged unscathed? This revelation left the hundreds of survivors residing nearby utterly awestruck by Lin Kong's bold proclamation. Have you noticed? These two young men carried not a single bag, indicating they had not taken even a morsel of food with them. They had risked everything to eradicate the zombies in the supermarket for our sake. What? Upon this realization, the crowd turned their gaze towards Lin Kong and his companion. Indeed, neither of them bore any bags. Good heavens, these two young men are truly kind-hearted. Several older women were moved to tears. Others were equally astonished, reflecting on their own hearts and asking themselves whether, had they been in their position, they would have been capable of such noble deeds, even if they had the strength to clear the supermarket. The actions of Lin Kong and his companion evoked a deep sense of respect within them. The girl who had once fantasized about Lin Kong and his friend's successful escape quickly retrieved her nearly depleted phone, powered it on, and captured their images, holding the phone close to her chest as she gazed longingly at the two departing figures. This journey had certainly filled the dragon scale space to its brim. Lin Kong, unable to contain his joy, repeated his excitement to Su Yuan again and again. I know you're happy, but I am even more so. However, do try to temper that exuberant smile of yours lest others think we are fools. Su Yuan, observing Lin Kong's unyielding grin, could only shake his head in resignation. Phew? Lin Kong shook his head, realizing that they must not be too ostentatious. Humility is key. With a change of expression, Lin Kong's demeanor immediately grew calm. He glanced back at the throng of zombies pursuing them and then turned his attention forward, where the number of zombies on the street was increasing. The abandoned vehicles cluttering the road formed an impassable barrier. This won't do. There are simply too many zombies ahead, and riding a bicycle will be cumbersome. Yuanzi, let us abandon the bike. I'll carry you with my mind. The further they advanced, the closer they approached the city center, naturally increasing the number of zombies. Lin Kong levitated Su Yuan into the air, enhancing his own speed as they sped towards the distant, vaguely visible entrance of Songhu Park. Bang. After swiftly dispatching a few oblivious zombies, the two finally stepped into the park. Songhu Park, arguably the largest park in Xiaocheng. Right? Observing the winding green paths, Su Yuan inquired. Indeed, after all, Songhu is the largest lake in the city. How could it be anything less? Next to Songhu, there's Songshan. I even visited last year for some leisure. A few minutes later, the two emerged from the trail, greeted by the serene and expansive surface of Songhu Lake. A refreshing lake breeze caressed their faces, offering a long-awaited sense of comfort. Su Yuan stepped forward, arms outstretched as if to embrace everything before him. Refreshing. Su Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Lin Kong too reveled in the rare beauty before him, releasing a long sigh as if expelling the lingering tension and pressure of recent days. Puffed! Suddenly, a geyser erupted from the lake, spraying directly at Su Yuan's face. Ouch! Taken by surprise, the water struck him squarely, knocking him onto the ground, soaking his upper body. Ha ha ha! Lin Kong roared with laughter, clutching his stomach. A Kong? Why didn't you warn me? Su Yuan scrambled to his feet, shedding his damp shirt as he glared at Lin Kong, who was still doubled over in laughter. He was well aware that Lin Kong possessed perceptive abilities and must have known what lay beneath the surface. It's just a first-level fish. It won't harm you. Why should I bother to warn you? Ha ha ha. Watching the drenched Su Yuan, Lin Kong explained between fits of laughter. How annoying. Su Yuan picked up a stone and hurled it into the water. Bang! The stone splashed down, sending up a massive spray. Well now, you're battling a fish? Lin Kong chuckled. Shaking his head at Su Yuan's childlike antics, he retrieved a towel and a fresh shirt from the dragon scale space, offering them to Su Yuan. Kong, are there many high-level fish in this water? Su Yuan asked, drying himself off. Lin Kong sobered, gazing out over the lake surface, before slowly responding several seconds later. Quite a few. Just in the small area I can sense, there are 4 second-level fish and a second-level snake. Hiss! Su Yuan gasped, staring wide-eyed at the vast expanse of lake before him. If Lin Kong detected 5 second-level creatures in such a small region, how many second-level beings must inhabit the approximately 10 square kilometers of Songhu Lake? And, could there be any third-level creatures? No need to worry. We're not here to fight them, so what is there to fret about? Lin Kong patted Su Yuan's shoulder reassuringly. Let us go. Let us explore further. The two continued along the lakeside path. The trails end Lei Songshan, adjacent to Songhu. Though referred to as a mountain, it was merely a small hill rising 150 meters high, enveloped by layers of lush greenery. From a distance, a few small pavilions dotted the mountainside. Oh, there's even a small island in the lake. Su Yuan exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the nearby lakeshore. Lin Kong followed his gaze and indeed, there was a small island in the lake's center. This island? Lin Kong contemplated as his eyes sparkled with growing excitement. Looking at Su Yuan, he proposed, Yuanzi, why don't we build a house on that island? Chapter 55. Building a house. Third-level Cedar. Lin Kong's initial plan had been to construct a house atop Songshan. But upon seeing the island, he had an instant change of heart. What? Live on the island? But what about the fish in the lake? Su Yuan's eyes lit up at Lin Kong's suggestion, but he soon grew concerned. Fish? As long as we build it high enough and sturdy enough, there shouldn't be an issue. If they truly have no sense and come causing trouble, we'll stew them all. All right, then it's settled. Since Lin Kong was undeterred by the prospect of fish causing chaos, Su Yuan too felt resolute and eager to proceed. A Kong, watch over the fish for me. I'll get started. No problem. Boom! Su Yuan extended a dirt bridge from the shore towards the island. The small island was about 140 to 50 meters from the bank, making it impossible for him to extend his abilities that far. Fortunately, the dirt bridge he crafted was quite solid, and the shallow water near the shore allowed him to create supporting piers. While Su Yuan was hard at work, Lin Kong kept a vigilant eye on the lake below, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, after a good 10 minutes, the other end of the dirt bridge finally reached the island. Standing on the soft earth, Lin Kong watched as Su Yuan, breathless, shook his head with a smile. Let us take a break for a moment. Su Yuan nodded, sitting down to rest. Lin Kong continued to sense the lake's depths, lost in thought. After a brief moment, Su Yuan rose, stretching his stiff shoulders and cracking his knuckles. Let us continue. First, we need to reinforce the foundation beneath us, then raise the island as a whole by 7 or 8 meters. That should ensure the fish don't bother us. Lin Kong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Huh. The moment Su Yuan heard there was still so much work ahead, his initial enthusiasm waned. Oh dear, keep it up. Yuanzi, you handle the foundation. I'll take care of the house afterward. Lin Kong encouraged Su Yuan with a pat on the shoulder. Fine. Su Yuan stomped his foot and waved his hands, diving back into the task. To Lin Kong's surprise, until Su Yuan completed the entire project, not a single fish or shrimp emerged from the lake to cause trouble, saving them considerable effort. Phew, a Kong, it's your turn now. Su Yuan collapsed onto the ground, not wanting to lift a finger. Lin Kong nodded, moving Su Yuan aside. and focused on the solid ground beneath them. Bending down, he pressed his hands against the earth. The ground trembled as several thick trees erupted from the soil. The bark and branches shed automatically, leaving behind smooth and polished trunks. They grew thicker and taller, gradually ceasing their ascent at Lin Kong's subtle nod. Immediately, the once smooth trunks sprouted branches, intertwining and extending. "Wake up!" A voice called out faintly. Xu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, realizing he had somehow fallen asleep. Rubbing his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. "Huh? Not awake yet?" He rubbed his eyes again, blinking in astonishment. "What? A Kong? What is happening?" Seeing the unfamiliar scenery around him, Xu Yuan hurriedly inquired. "This is our future residence," Lin Kong's relaxed yet slightly fatigued voice replied nearby. "No way? This?" Xu Yuan still felt dazed as he rushed outside to behold an extraordinary villa before him. It spanned over 500 square meters, stood nearly 20 meters tall, and was entirely constructed of wood. Its body presenting a square shape. It boasted 3 stories, with the first floor reaching a height of approximately 8 meters, and the second and third floors each standing 4 to 5 meters tall. The outer walls of the villa are entirely cloaked in a myriad of lush green leaves, allowing the entire structure to harmoniously blend into the surrounding natural environment, appearing in no way out of place. Interspersed among the verdant foliage are a plethora of flowers, each exhibiting a unique hue at each corner of the building. There are elegant eaves that add a distinctive charm. All of these elements contribute to the villa's enchanting allure, rendering it a stunning sight to behold. "Wow, this is impressive, a Kong that I absolutely adore it," Xu Yuan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. This construction far surpasses the homes he had previously built using the power of earth. The interior is quite spacious. Once he retrieves some furnishings, it will be even better. Lin Kong, with his hands tucked into his pockets, gazed at his recent masterpiece with considerable satisfaction. Moments later, on the winding paths of Songshan, Xu Yuan held a forked branch, leisurely strolling ahead. Behind him, Lin Kong busied himself along the roadside, occasionally touching this tree and poking at that flower. After constructing the house and taking a brief respite, the two decided to survey other areas of the park. They planned to reside here for some time, so it was prudent to familiarize themselves with the park's surroundings. The speed at which the plants evolved rivals that of zombies. As Lin Kong plucked a flower, he murmured to himself. The plants he had just touched were all, without exception, of the second level. Among the plants he had yet to touch, many had also reached the second level. However, due to their inherent characteristics, these plants, despite their elevated status, still lacked any clear consciousness, making it impossible for them to mount any form of defense or offense. For someone like Xu Yuan, who lacked perceptive abilities, distinguishing their true level would be utterly impossible without direct interaction. The rapid advancement of these plants must be attributed to their enhanced efficiency in absorbing energy from the environment. More precisely, it should be the energy within the soil. Could I possibly achieve something similar? As he twirled the flower in his hand, Lin Kong pondered incessantly. His wood source power forged a unique bond with the plants. Not only could it enable him to manipulate them, but he could even transform a small part of himself into wood before reverting it back, if plants can upgrade at such a swift pace. Perhaps he could too. Suddenly, an unfamiliar and powerful wave of energy pulsated nearby. Yuanzi, over here, a third level. After a moment of consideration, Lin Kong deduced that the source of this energy fluctuation was likely a third-level plant. Third level? A plant? Xu Yuan turned to Lin Kong, his expression one of astonished inquiry. Most likely. The two hurriedly made their way in the indicated direction. Within a mere 100 meters, a clearing appeared before them. At the center of the clearing stood a towering yellow fir tree, exceeding 40 meters in height, its trunk so robust that it would require at least 2 people to encircle it. How magnificent! Xu Yuan marveled at the lofty tree that seemed to pierce the clouds. As they approached, Lin Kong could discern the energy emanating from the fir tree with greater clarity. This tree was indeed third level. Lin Kong's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the fir, their first encounter with a third-level organism filling him with exhilaration. It's truly third level. Do you think it possesses a crystal core? Don't get your hopes up. It likely does not. Have you forgotten about the roach swarm? Non-mutated organisms lack crystal cores, though Lin Kong harbored hopes that the fir might contain a third-level crystal core. Alas, it seemed not to be the case. What a disappointment. The absence of a crystal core rendered it of little use to them. Yet, even without it, it still holds value for us, Lin Kong continued. Observing Su Yuan's dejected demeanor, a third-level fir tree must have significantly enhanced the hardness of its trunk, potentially rivaling that of certain metals. Such materials are indeed of high quality. Well, you do make a valid point. The two continued towards the grand tree. However, just as Su Yuan's foot barely touched the clearing, the fir tree suddenly trembled. With a rustling sound, a flurry of green lights shot forth from the tree, swiftly darting towards them. Chapter 56. The third-level anomalous plant. What in the world are those leaves? Lin Kong scrutinized the green lights and discovered they were, in fact, comprised of numerous tree leaves. Countless leaves from the fir tree flew toward them like a barrage of sharp arrows. However, what astonished Lin Kong even more was the realization that this fir tree had developed a semblance of consciousness, capable of launching an offensive against intruders encroaching upon its territory. Humph! Su Yuan snorted, stamping his bare foot on the ground, causing a wall of earth to rise swiftly, shielding them from the onslaught of leaves. The fir tree, observing that the two remained unharmed, shook once more, sending forth an even greater volley of leaves. Is it never-ending? As Su Yuan regarded the relentless barrage of leaves, he snorted again, preparing to retaliate with his powers, only to be halted by Lin Kong's outstretched hand. Yuanzi, hold off for a moment and cover me while I advance. Without hesitation, Su Yuan positioned himself in front of Lin Kong, erecting a circular passage with an earthen barrier. Lin Kong quickly traversed the passage, moving towards the fir tree. The leaves continued to pummel the outer edges of the earthen wall, gradually eroding it, but were swiftly repaired by Su Yuan. Sensing Lin Kong's approach, the fir tree intensified its assault, even launching its branches at them. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, placing both hands against the earthen barrier and channeling his powers more vigorously. Meanwhile, Lin Kong had already arrived at the base of the great tree. The deep brown trunk, thick and gnarled, was riddled with deep crevices. He extended his right hand, gently resting it upon the bark. The fir tree began to shake violently, seemingly attempting to dislodge Lin Kong's hand. Ignoring the tremors, Lin Kong closed his eyes, a faint green light emanating from his palm. After several moments, the tree's agitation began to subside, and it ceased its assault of leaves. Should an observer measure the height of the fir during this brief interval, they would be astonished to find it had grown by several centimeters in mere seconds. Though this increment was negligible relative to its overall height, the rapidity of such growth was nonetheless remarkable. Lin Kong gradually withdrew his hand, retrieving several second-level crystal cores from his pocket and placing them at the foot of the fir. The tree extended a branch, enveloping the crystal cores, and then several branches, as if in natural decay, fell before Lin Kong. He picked up the fallen branches, brushed his hand against the trunk once more, and then turned to walk back towards Su Yuan. Kong, have you tamed it? Su Yuan inquired, eyeing the now docile fir and Lin Kong holding the branches with curiosity. Lin Kong tucked the branches into his backpack, shaking his head. It's third level, and I'm only first level. How could I possibly tame it? I merely engaged in a form of communication with it. You conveyed that we mean no harm and that we can assist in its growth. All I required were a few of its branches. Is it truly that simple? Su Yuan expressed skepticism, unable to believe that a third-level tree could be so easily placated. Indeed, it is merely a tree that has recently developed a rudimentary consciousness. It possesses no complex thoughts. Seeing Su Yuan's incredulous expression, Lin Kong chuckled and urged, "Let us continue onward." The two resumed their ascent up the mountain. During their journey, Lin Kong sensed another third-level plant, a loquat tree. In mid-May, the tree was laden with an abundance of loquats. To their surprise, as they approached, the loquat tree did not attack them as the fir had. Even when they stood beneath its branches and plucked a few loquats to taste, the tree exhibited no signs of aggression. The energy contained within these loquats is astonishing, Su Yuan remarked, astonished, after taking a bite. After finishing a loquat, Lin Kong quietly contemplated. He discovered that the energy within a single loquat was only about 10% less than that of a second-level crystal core, making it an excellent substitute for crystal cores. Moreover, compared to the cores, the energy from the loquats was much easier to absorb. If they utilize loquats as a source of energy for upgrading from second to third level, their evolution speed would increase by 30%. After a brief exchange with the loquat tree, Lin Kong unraveled the mystery and reflected on the significant disparities among trees. The reason the loquat tree did not attack them was that it lacked any notion of offense. In its consciousness, there existed only the desires to grow, flower, and bear fruit. Nothing more, as was his custom. Lin Kong activated his powers to aid the loquat tree in its rapid growth, then extracted several crystal cores. After harvesting some loquats, he and Su Yuan continued towards the mountaintop. From the very beginning of their ascent, Lin Kong had noted that plants could utilize crystal cores for accelerated growth and evolution. Whether absorbing energy from the environment or from the cores, plants seemed to possess a significantly higher efficiency than humans. This insight sparked numerous thoughts and hypotheses in Lin Kong's mind. Several minutes later, the two finally reached the summit of Songshan. After the loquat tree, they encountered no more third-level organisms. Standing atop the mountain and gazing down, they finally beheld the entirety of Songhu Park. Apart from Songhu Lake and Songshan, the area was dotted with only a few scattered small woodlands. With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Kong summoned a wooden pavilion from the ground. For the time being, he would need to enter seclusion again. Until I reach second level, I shall not emerge. In addition to upgrading, the development of their powers would proceed concurrently. They had made considerable gains during their journey today, and it was imperative to take time to digest these experiences. Taking a seat on a wooden bench within the pavilion, Lin Kong smiled at Su Yuan. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. It is indeed time to settle down and cultivate for a while. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had quietly passed. On the afternoon of the 19th day of the apocalypse, atop Songshan, Lin Kong sat cross-legged in the wooden pavilion while, not far above, a first-level sparrow glided gracefully through the sky. When Lin Kong's gaze fell upon it, somehow, it seemed to suddenly lose its direction, its wings flailing in a state of panic, emitting incessant, terrified chirps. It could only spiral helplessly in the air. Unable to escape, instead plummeting relentlessly toward the ground, seemingly oblivious to its plight. Just as it was about to crash to the earth, it appeared to regain its awareness of the world and hurriedly flapped its wings. Fleeing into the distance, it is likely that it shall never return here again. Observing the hasty departure of the sparrow, a faint smile graced Lin Kong's lips. Kong, I knew you would be here when I didn't see you on the island. At that moment, Su Yuan's voice resonated in his ear. Back already? Did you encounter any level 3 beings today? Lin Kong inquired with a laugh, gazing at Su Yuan, who had just emerged from the mountains. Clad in nothing but a pair of shorts, I did encounter them, but I came across 3 at once and I couldn't handle them. As Su Yuan recounted his experiences of the day, his spirits instantly sank. His mood turning gloomy. 2 days prior, he had attained full mastery of level 2 and began to push his limits. However, after 2 days of pent-up frustration, he had no interest in meditative calmness and rushed out without a second thought. In the subsequent day and a half, he successfully eliminated 2 level 3 zombies. But since he could not use them immediately, he had given them all to Lin Kong. Similarly, 2 days ago, Lin Kong had smoothly completed his breakthrough. Stepping into level 2, with the 2 level 3 crystal cores provided by Su Yuan, he quickly absorbed half the amount needed to ascend to level 3, firmly establishing himself as a mid-level tier 2 ability user. Do not be disheartened. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to take revenge, Lin Kong said, patting Su Yuan on the shoulder, chuckling heartily. Chapter 57. Roots beneath the feet. Kong, have you finished your training? That's wonderful. With you by my side, fighting will be much more enjoyable. Lin Kong nodded. In recent days, his ascension had progressed smoothly, which was not unexpected. What truly satisfied Lin Kong was the development of his abilities, especially the power of wood source. Previously, for various reasons, he had not devoted much time to cultivating the power of wood source. However, upon arriving at Songhu Park and witnessing the towering cedar and loquat trees, he experienced many insights concerning the power of wood source. Though he had not yet transformed all these insights into skill techniques over the past few days, he had still gained a great deal. Let us go. We shall return and feast well. Tomorrow we will vanquish those beasts. Su Yuan, in high spirits, eagerly pulled Lin Kong down the mountain. Wait for me a moment, Lin Kong replied, closing his eyes and remaining still. However, Su Yuan, who possessed the power of Earth Source, distinctly felt vibrations emanating from beneath his feet. Oh? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, activating his abilities to sense below, and discovered that these tremors were caused by the writhing roots of numerous plants underground. The mountain was abundant with vegetation, with dense roots intertwining beneath the earth. This was not surprising. Yet at that moment, these roots seemed to be contracting, as if in a state of withdrawal, following the source of the movement. Su Yuan discerned that it originated from Lin Kong's very feet. A Kong. What technique is this? Without needing to ponder, Su Yuan guessed that this commotion was the result of Lin Kong utilizing the power of wood source. By mimicking plant root systems with his feet, he could absorb external energy more rapidly. In combat, it would accelerate his energy recovery. In non-combat situations, it could assist in hastening the absorption of crystal cores, as well as accelerating the meditation process for breakthroughs. Lin Kong's eyes sparkled with excitement, thoroughly pleased with this newly developed technique, which he considered the greatest gain from his recent training. Having dual abilities gave him a significant edge over ordinary ability users. However, the rate of advancement at each level was considerably slower, requiring more crystal cores and extended meditation time. Therefore, he had deliberately researched this skill to expedite his training. This technique would become a crucial trump card in distinguishing him from others. Wow, that's incredible, a Kong. You can essentially become a human perpetual motion machine, plus a set of upgrade hacks. Su Yuan was left speechless in astonishment. Lin Kong chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. Yuanzi, you can consider this technique as well. Your Earth source power grants you an extraordinary perception of the land. Perhaps by sensing and absorbing the energy within the Earth, you can also accelerate your absorption speed. Su Yuan's mind felt as if it had been struck by a bell. Reverberating with Lin Kong's words, of course, I can do that. Without hesitation, Su Yuan promptly seated himself on the ground to begin his attempts. However, after a few minutes, his expression shifted numerous times before he slowly opened his eyes. Sighing, a Kong, it seems I am unable to do it. Lin Kong approached and casually patted Su Yuan on the shoulder. It's perfectly normal. Who succeeds on their first try? I took several days to find the method and only succeeded this morning. Your mindset is too anxious now. It will be even harder to find the opportunity for insight. Really? Su Yuan exclaimed, springing to his feet, hope rekindling in his eyes. If he could master a technique akin to Lin Kong's rooting, it would provide him with sustained endurance and a faster upgrade pace. The potential for his improvement would be immense. As Lin Kong observed Su Yuan's eager anticipation, he understood Su Yuan's fervent desire to learn this technique. Reminiscent of his own elation when he had just discovered the rooting ability. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? The development of abilities cannot be rushed. It requires careful sensation and reflection. I will share my experiences with you. It will undoubtedly help you learn more quickly. That's fantastic, a Kong. I adore you. Su Yuan exclaimed, leaping at Lin Kong in a bear hug, nearly causing Lin Kong to topple to the ground. Get off me, you rascal. After a playful scuffle, Lin Kong and Su Yuan took to the skies, soaring towards the small island. Flying. Previously, Lin Kong could only make other objects airborne, while he himself remained earthbound. After ascending to level 2, Lin Kong, with the aid of 30% from his dragon scale, was finally able to fly himself. However, without the dragon scale's enhancement, even at level 2, he still could not achieve flight on his own. In any case, he was grateful to Gao Yuanyu. Soon, the two landed on the small island. The island had undergone significant changes since 4 days prior. Outside the green building, rows of various fruit trees were planted. Among them, a towering loquat tree stood out prominently. This was, without a doubt, the level 3 loquat tree that Lin Kong and the others had encountered earlier. Initially, Lin Kong had intended to cultivate a new loquat tree from its seeds. Unfortunately, he could only rapidly cultivate a level 1 loquat tree, and the fruits it bore were inferior to a level 1 crystal core. Considering that this loquat tree posed no resistance, Lin Kong decided to simply bring it back with him. At that moment, beneath the loquat tree, a giant turtle, larger than a basketball, was feasting on the loquats. Turtle bro, tomorrow we will be heading out. We will need you to guard the island for us. We'll bring you some delicious food when we return. Upon landing, Lin Kong called out to the giant turtle. The turtle nodded slightly, continuing to munch on the loquats. Seeing the turtle acknowledge him, Lin Kong no longer disturbed it and walked towards the house. This giant turtle was the strongest level 3 creature they had discovered in Songhu Lake so far. Interestingly, it was not Lin Kong and the others who had stumbled upon the giant turtle. Rather, after Lin Kong had planted the fruit trees, the turtle had climbed onto the small island to eat the fruits, which is when they found it. The turtle harbored no hostility towards humans and was quite intelligent. able to understand human speech. After several friendly exchanges, Lin Kong and Su Yuan quickly became familiar with the giant turtle, coexisting harmoniously. Entering the villa, various luxurious furnishings were neatly arranged, fully meeting their living needs. These pieces of furniture were scavenged by Su Yuan over the past 2 days with the help of the dragon scale. After a simple meal and some rest, they retired for the night. The following morning, at the north gate of Songhu Park, the closest entrance to the city center among the several gates of the park, stood 2 men in black. The man on the left was barefoot, munching on a bag of chips, continuously stuffing them into his mouth. The man on the right was wearing a pair of slippers backward. Although he held nothing in his hands, each time his right hand dropped, a chip would appear between his fingers, which he would then toss into his mouth in front of the two. Several dozen zombies wandered aimlessly along the street. At this distance, they had yet to notice Lin Kong and his companion. Crossing this street would lead them to a bustling commercial district, one of their targets for the day. With a crack, a window on a nearby building shattered, and an odd red-haired zombie leaped out, claws bared as it lunged towards them. Chapter 58. The Red-Haired Gorilla Goodness. It's a level 3 red-haired monster, Su Yuan shouted. The next moment, spikes of earth erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots, shooting toward the creature. However, the agile red-haired beast deftly dodged the barrage of spikes. Wait, this is not a mutated zombie. It's a mutated gorilla. Lin Kong scrutinized the creature for a while before finally realizing it was not a zombie at all, but a mutant gorilla. A gorilla? How on earth did one end up in this city? Su Yuan was utterly bewildered. It probably escaped from the Xiaoqing Zoo, Lin Kong conjectured, waving his right hand to deflect the oncoming assault from the red-haired gorilla. I remember the zoo is quite far from here. How could it have made it here? Who knows? Just be careful. This gorilla possesses formidable physical strength. Do not let it get too close, Lin Kong cautioned. Don't worry, it won't attack from a distance. It poses no threat. Just as Su Yuan was speaking, he witnessed the gorilla lift a car and hurl it towards them. What the heck? The gorilla is remarkably intelligent, Su Yuan exclaimed, conjuring an earthen wall to shield himself. Attack! Lin Kong directed his gaze towards the agile gorilla leaping across the building's walls, his eyes narrowing as an invisible blade sliced through the air. With a sickening squelch, a vivid crimson gash appeared on the gorilla's neck, blood gushing forth. Such severe injuries would have claimed the life of an ordinary level 3 ability user, yet this gorilla was still clinging to life. It clutched its wound in shock, casting a terrified glance at Lin Kong before hastily turning to flee. Is this what a mutated beast is like? Its physical prowess is evidently superior to that of a human. Lin Kong pondered as he watched the gorilla retreat into the distance. However, he had no intention of letting it escape and unleashed 2 more invisible blades, ensuring its demise. Approaching the gorilla's lifeless body, the two examined it with curiosity. Aside from its red fur and slightly larger physique, this gorilla bore no significant differences from an ordinary one. Nevertheless, its remarkably robust and muscular frame still packed a considerable punch. These creatures' evolutionary speed is not to be underestimated, especially when compared to humans. I have yet to reach level 3, and it has already achieved that. Kong, do you think these mutated beasts require meditation to break their limits? Su Yuan inquired. Lin Kong stroked his chin. They are undoubtedly oblivious to the concept of meditation. However, judging by this gorilla's strength, it likely rivals a level 3 human who has not yet broken their limits. Perhaps, they possess a method akin to meditation that enables them to transcend their limitations. Su Yuan nodded, somewhat understanding. Let us not dwell on this further. It is not our immediate concern. Onward, to be honest. If this were any other creature, Lin Kong would have taken it back to make soup. Alas, it was a gorilla, and he found himself unable to indulge in that thought. Before long, the two crossed the street and gazed ahead at the bustling commercial district. Instinctively slowing their pace, across the way, the streets of the marketplace were devoid of the usual flow of vehicles. All that remained were heads, countless heads, an immeasurable sea of faces. Even a blind man with a rifle could hit his target with ease from this vantage point. I have never witnessed such a grand spectacle before, Su Yuan remarked, gazing ahead with a mix of awe and disbelief. Today, they seem quite eager to welcome us. Looking at the approaching horde, Lin Kong jested. We certainly cannot disappoint them, can we? He chuckled. Well then, let us entertain our guests. Kong, Are there any living souls around? None. Upon hearing Lin Kong's answer, Su Yuan grinned widely, raising his gaze toward the oncoming zombies. The first course, dumplings, with a thunderous shout, Su Yuan stomped his feet, and with a series of booming sounds, fissures appeared in the ground, radiating from his position. The cracks widened and intertwined, ultimately forming a massive pit in the pavement. Hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies plummeted into the abyss. Boom. Another tremendous noise erupted. From a nearby multi-story building, jagged cracks spread upward, until the structure could no longer maintain its integrity, collapsing with a resounding crash. Half of the building landed squarely in the street, crushing an untold number of zombies beneath its weight. However, the horde before them seemed endless. Su Yuan's assault merely momentarily halted their advance, as the dust from the fallen debris settled. The zombies surged forth like relentless waves, continuing their assault on the two, unfazed. Su Yuan remained composed, arms crossed, calmly uttering, "The second course, hot pot." As he spoke, the ground beneath the zombies began to bubble as if boiling water, transforming the once solid concrete into a quagmire. Tendrils of earth emerged, pulling the zombies deeper into the abyss. The swamp was riddled with whirlpools, expanding outward and hastening the consumption of the undead. This tactic proved far more effective than the previous one, as countless zombies became ensnared, never to resurface. Yet, even so, a significant number of zombies remained unharmed. Some were nearing level 3, while others were already at that level. Su Yuan's previous maneuvers failed to inflict any substantial damage upon them. Having evaded Su Yuan's onslaught, they pressed forward with alarming speed. 3 level 3s, 5 level 2s. Lin Kong remarked coolly. "They are the same 3 from yesterday," Su Yuan retorted with a hint of anger. "Just perfect for settling old scores. Let us eliminate them together. Then for the third course, Kong, it's your turn." "So you mean your third course is me?" Lin Kong retorted, somewhat speechless, yet understanding that the first 2 extensive attacks had likely drained Su Yuan significantly. He glanced ahead. The approaching zombies were closing in. Among them, one stood out, towering at 8 meters tall, while the others resembled typical zombies. The lower-level zombies had already been dealt with by UNZ, leaving only these formidable ones. "I must be cautious. They might possess awakened abilities." Lin Kong contemplated. In the next instant, he sprang into action, not with his usual invisible blades, but rather with thick wooden vines that erupted from the ground, coiling around the zombies like constricting serpents. The vines emerged right beneath their feet, and by the time they realized, it was too late to evade. In the blink of an eye, they were ensnared. Unable to move, the vines tightened their grip, continuously sprouting new tendrils to strengthen their hold. Within moments, the zombies were bound like dumplings, rolling helplessly on the ground. "Humph." Lin Kong scoffed at the sight of the captive zombies. While Su Yuan was attacking, he too had not been idle. Roots beneath him extended deeper into the earth, spreading outward. Boom, roar. With 2 resounding explosions, the bundles burst apart, revealing the forms of several zombies, including the 3 level 3s. Upon breaking free, the towering level 3 zombie wasted no time, hurling a massive chunk of concrete at Lin Kong. Using all 4 limbs, it lunged toward him. It seemed that the level 3 zombie was not as feeble as he had imagined. Lin Kong, shaking off his earlier lethargy, casually deflected the concrete block, sending it veering off course. As he dodged the massive claws reaching for him and Su Yuan, Lin Kong leaped upward, taking Su Yuan with him to evade the onslaught. At the same time, 2 swift slices of an invisible blade severed the head of one level 3 zombie. However, the creature reacted with remarkable speed, managing to shift its body just enough to survive the blow. Though it had lost a substantial portion of its head, it continued its assault. Yet, upon realizing that its targets had ascended above, it found itself momentarily perplexed. The other level 3 zombie, also struck by the blade, was not so fortunate. Its head fell cleanly from its shoulders. Lin Kong's expression remained calm as he observed the gigantic zombie below, which was attempting to leap and grasp at them, yet failing to even touch their heels. He unleashed 2 more invisible blades. Squelch. Unfortunately, the towering zombie was not only large but also remarkably swift. As it maneuvered, Lin Kong's blades struggled to find their mark, merely leaving superficial wounds upon its form. "Think you can evade so easily? How will you escape from this multitude of blades?" Lin Kong raised an eyebrow. his voice icy, and with a flicker of his gaze, a deluge of blades surged toward the two zombies below. Chapter 59. Hungyu Base. The two zombies seemed to sense impending danger and hurriedly split, sprinting in opposite directions. However, before they could take more than a few steps, several wooden vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring their lower halves and rendering them immobile. Before the zombies could shake off the vines, a series of sickening squelches silenced their movements as their heads fell to the ground. Lin Kong and Su Yuan descended slowly, and from the corpses of the surrounding zombies, crystalline cores emerged, one by one, floating into Lin Kong's hands before vanishing from sight. Roar! A cacophony of deafening howls erupted as they had not yet finished clearing the battlefield, and a swarm of zombies surged toward them from all directions. Lin Kong looked up, and across the ruins, an innumerable horde of zombies was closing in once more. "Let us keep moving to the shopping mall." Lin Kong called out to Su Yuan, who was fiddling with something nearby, and with a wave of his hand, the two soared into the sky, heading toward the city center, leaving behind the incessant growls of the undead. After traversing two more streets, they finally laid eyes on one of their objectives, the Sanfeng shopping mall. Without pausing, Lin Kong continued to guide Su Yuan forward. With a crash, a glass window shattered from a nearby high-rise, and a dark figure emerged, wielding a curved blade and charging directly at them. Yet, halfway through its approach, the figure was abruptly immobilized in midair, unable to move. Lin Kong and Su Yuan wore grim expressions as they hovered before the man in black. The young man appeared to be in his late 20s, his expression one of surprise, yet devoid of palpable fear. Su Yuan wasted no time, delivering a swift kick that sent the man hurtling backward, only for Lin Kong to pull him back swiftly. "Who the hell are you? Why did you attack us?" Su Yuan demanded, gripping the man's collar tightly. The man in black scoffed dismissively, responding nonchalantly. "I was curious about how you could fly." He twisted his stiff neck and continued, "You don't look like military personnel." "We're not. Are you?" Lin Kong stepped forward, gazing down at the man in black. The man disdainfully spat towards the ground below. "I am not. I belong to Hungyu." "Who do you think you are? Clean up your mouth." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuan swiftly hurled a powerful strike at him. "Hungyu? That name seems familiar." Lin Kong pondered while stroking his chin. "Bah!" The man spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at the two of them. "You idiots, did you not hear? I am from Hungyu Base. Do you want to die?" Lin Kong approached and gently patted the back of the man in black, as if to comfort him. "Calm down. We truly have no knowledge of Hungyu Base. Please enlighten us." After speaking, he thoughtfully produced a cup filled with water and offered it to him. The man's expression softened somewhat as he accepted the cup and gulped it down, wiping the corners of his mouth. He smiled at the two. "Since you are unaware of Hungyu Base, I shall not hold your earlier actions against you. There is no need for me to elaborate on the glorious history of the base. Suffice it to say, it is the most formidable survival base besides military bases, without exception." At this point, the man snorted contemptuously. "Humph. Perhaps soon Hungyu Base will truly become the foremost base in Xiaoqing." "Oh? Is it truly that powerful?" Lin Kong inquired with curiosity. "Have you encountered third-level zombies? You seem to have not. Our base has eliminated countless third-level zombies. As for third-level ability users, we have them in abundance." "Wow, that's impressive. Indeed, it's laughable that the military base thinks they can compel us to submit to them, without even considering their own capabilities. Kid, what do you think? Are you impressed? You both seem capable. Would you like to join us?" Lin Kong did not respond to the man in black, but instead engaged in idle chatter. "Are there any mental-type ability users in your base?" "Mental-type ability users?" The man in black was unsure why Lin Kong asked this. "Of course, there are. I know a third-level ability user who is a mental type, but I can't disclose their abilities unless you join us." "Hee hee." Lin Kong nodded. In the next moment, the man's gaze became unfocused, spinning repeatedly until he saw Lin Kong's indifferent face, and then his own headless body. Whoosh! Lin Kong and Su Yuan continued soaring above the shopping mall. "A bunch of third-level zombies. Hungyu seems quite formidable," Su Yuan exclaimed, though there was no hint of fear in his eyes. "Level is not what matters. Strength is what counts," Lin Kong replied nonchalantly. Soon, the two arrived above the shopping mall. Looking down, they saw the mall completely filled with countless zombies, totaling perhaps 70 or 80,000. In an instant, Lin Kong sensed dozens of third-level zombies. "Unz, you go first to provide cover." I'll prepare. Su Yuan nodded, his expression serious as he gazed below. Lin Kong led him downward. Before they even landed, zombies from the surrounding upper floors began to leap over the railings, frantically clawing at the two. Su Yuan spread his arms wide, resembling two machine guns, and from his palms shot forth a barrage of small earthen spikes, knocking the zombies away one by one. With a loud bang, they landed heavily. Suddenly, dozens of vines sprouted around, wrapping Lin Kong tightly. After donning his armor, Su Yuan created a quagmire within a several-meter radius around him, and then earth walls rose from the ground, segmenting the surrounding zombies. His hands did not pause for a moment, continuously launching thick earthen spikes. With each spike thrown, a line of zombies fell to the ground. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air emerged. Su Yuan turned to see a zombie hurling back one of the earthen spikes he had thrown. He quickly ducked to avoid it. Third level. Without a doubt, this is a third-level zombie. Just as he rose, sensing something amiss, he instinctively punched backward. Bang! His fist, encased in rocky armor, struck like a hammer against steel, producing a dull thud. Su Yuan focused his gaze and saw a zombie had crept up behind him, exhibiting tremendous strength. With a snort, he unleashed tendrils of earth from his arm to swiftly ensnare the zombie. In the blink of an eye, the zombie was wrapped tightly and slammed to the ground. Not bothering with it further, Su Yuan turned to the few third-level zombies eyeing him hungrily, clashed his fists together, and bellowed, "Come on, let us continue." Chapter 60. Harvest. Hongzhu's team. As soon as the words left his mouth, several zombies leaped and pounced, brandishing their glistening black claws towards Su Yuan. He stomped his left foot, and from the ground, massive earthen spears erupted like spring bamboo shoots, fiercely stabbing at the airborne zombies. However, while this maneuver thwarted a few, many more zombies evaded the attacks and continued their assault. Seeing this, Su Yuan was about to act when he noticed the vines that had ensnared Lin Kong unfurling, transforming into giant serpents that instantly wrapped around several third-level zombies. The remaining unbound zombies were seemingly swatted away by an invisible force. One after another. Yuanzi, take the dragon scales and gather supplies. I'll distract them, Lin Kong instructed, tossing the dragon scales to Su Yuan with calm composure. Seeing Lin Kong ready, Su Yuan sighed with relief, received the scales and ventured into the interior of the mall. He had only taken a few steps when several third-level zombies set their sights on him. Yet before they could act, they were knocked away by an unseen force. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan swiftly retreated, clearing out the lower-level zombies along his path while scavenging for supplies. If he encountered a third-level zombie, he would create distance, knowing Lin Kong would handle them in the next moment. Watching Su Yuan distance himself from the center of the battlefield, Lin Kong shifted his gaze back to the countless zombies that continued to approach, all of which he was knocking away. 37, Lin Kong muttered to himself, then smiled as he observed the zombies gathering. He raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. The sound of the snap, the previously roaring zombies all fell silent, rendering the once chaotic center of the mall inexplicably quiet. However, this calm was soon replaced by an even more frenzied cacophony of roars. The zombies, as if blinded, deafened, and bereft of scent, including the third-level zombies, could not escape the phenomenon. They howled madly, clawing at their surroundings as if driven mad. Many zombies began to scratch and bite at each other amidst the chaos. In this endless turmoil, another snap rang out. Instantly, countless objects soared into the air, including the surrounding zombies. They spun in the air, forming a colossal vortex. Tables, chairs, shattered bricks, glass, first, second, and third-level zombies. All were caught in the swirling chaos. Some lower-level zombies were reduced to scattered limbs and fragments in the blink of an eye. The nearby zombies, drawn by the tremendous noise, rushed closer, joining the vortex. Snap! Another sharp snap echoed. Those second and third-level zombies, though injured in the vortex, still retained mobility, were next subjected to relentless slicing as if thrown into a shredder. Unable to resist except for their anguished roars, the orchestrator of this chaos, Lin Kong, sat cross-legged at the center of the vortex, quietly observing and collecting crystal cores. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Su Yuan returned to the center with the dragon scales full. He gazed at the blood-red vortex above and Lin Kong seated atop a mound of corpses, momentarily lost in thought. The overpowering stench of blood was almost tangible. causing even this man, who had survived in the apocalypse for over half a month, to frown and hesitate to step forward at a Kong. Doesn't he smell? After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan pinched his nose and approached to ask. I have deprived myself of my sense of smell. You, impressive, do the same for me. In the next moment, Su Yuan realized he could no longer perceive any odors. Curiously, he inhaled deeply, unable to suppress his astonishment. What a fascinating sensation, a Kong. How many zombies have you killed? It must be at least 10,000, right? Observing the pile of corpses several meters high beneath his feet, Su Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Kong pointed to the backpack beside him filled with crystal cores. Not that many. Your earthen walls slowed their gathering rate. I collected over 3,200 second-level crystal cores and 43 third-level crystal cores. Wow, that's quite a lot. Su Yuan marveled, waving his hand to store all the crystal cores into the dragon scales. Lin Kong stood up, surveying the seemingly endless stream of approaching zombies, a hint of frustration rising within him. There were simply too many zombies. Despite his efforts, he had barely managed to kill fewer than 5,000. Xiaoqing has a permanent population of 4 million. Excluding the unaffected humans and those already slain, there were still nearly 3 million zombies remaining in the city. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he took flight with Su Yuan, departing the mall. Outside the mall, in a dilapidated building, several figures stood behind a window. Among them, 2 individuals nervously scanned their surroundings, eager to take in everything around them. The remaining few silently observed the vast pit in the center of the street below, littered with numerous zombie corpses. Remaining quiet for a long time. Captain, apart from the causes of death resulting from slicing and impact, the other causes of demise among the zombies appear rather peculiar, making it difficult to ascertain the perpetrator. Judging by the traces left behind, they must have departed not long ago. However, from a few Tier 3 zombie corpses, it can be inferred that the opposing force possesses considerable strength, likely comprising multiple Tier 3 ability users. And their combat prowess is not to be underestimated. At this moment, a bespectacled girl addressed the middle-aged man beside her. The man nodded and nonchalantly replied, If we cannot determine the cause, let it be. We will record it as usual and report back. Xiao Yu, do we still have time to return to the base for lunch? The girl raised her hand to check her watch. There's only half an hour left before mealtime. We won't make it. The man flopped onto a large bed, retrieving a pack of compressed biscuits from his pocket, muttering, No warm meal again. I suppose. He was Hong Zhuo, the captain of this inspection team. The girl continued to gaze out the window, her thoughts seemingly heavy with concern. Suddenly, she spotted 2 figures sprinting towards them from the end of the road leading to the city center. Captain Hong, there are people. Another individual seemed to have noticed the 2 figures as well and shouted immediately. Hong Zhuo sprang up from the bed in a swift motion and approached the window. In the distance, 2 young boys, dressed in tattered clothing stained with blood, were being relentlessly pursued by a large horde of zombies, even barefoot. The newcomers were Lin Kong and his companion. Quick, save them. Observing their dire predicament, he urgently instructed his subordinates, then leaped through the window, rushing towards the boys. Young brothers, this way. As he reached halfway, Hong Zhuo waved his arms, signaling for them to take shelter behind him. Without hesitation, Lin Kong and his companion dashed past Hong Zhuo and continued to flee. Once they had retreated behind him, Hong Zhuo turned to face the advancing zombies, chuckling ominously as he extended his hands. In the next instant, a flash of crimson light erupted, and 2 blazing columns of fire surged forth from his palms. Incinerating the zombies, the Tier 1 and Tier 2 zombies engulfed in flames were instantly reduced to ashes. Accompanying the formidable fire columns were waves of scorching heat that temporarily hindered the progress of the horde behind. Sensing a brief respite in the zombie onslaught, Hong Zhuo chose not to linger in combat and swiftly retreated. Chapter 61. The Revelation of Meditation. Young boys, what brings you to the city center? It's exceedingly dangerous there, Xiao Yu inquired while examining their injuries. Upon hearing the girl refer to him, Lin Kong's lips twitched slightly. We intended to search for food, but we never anticipated such a multitude of zombies within. Thankfully, you came to our rescue. Sister, are you from the military base? The girl nodded. We belong to the military base. To be precise, we are from the Xiaoqing base. At that moment, Hong Zhuo approached from outside. His tone somewhat irritable. Searching for food should not entail venturing into the city center. You aren't foraging. You're merely delivering food to the zombies. Lin Kong forced a smile, opting for silence. Hong Zhuo refrained from admonishing their recklessness further and instead retrieved 2 bags of biscuits from his pack, offering them to the boys. Here, have a bite to stave off your hunger. Lin Kong repeatedly waved his hands, then reached into his backpack, producing 2 packs of instant noodles. Thank you, big brother, but we have enough to eat. You should keep it for yourselves. Although Lin Kong declined the offer, he felt a surge of appreciation for Hong Zhuo. While he had never been in want of food, he was acutely aware of its scarcity. Hong Zhuo and his team had not hesitated to assist them when they were in peril and were now providing sustenance. Even if these actions were part of their duties, Lin Kong felt a sense of goodwill towards them. Seeing Lin Kong pull out food, Hong Zhuo ceased his insistence and resumed munching on his biscuits. The other members of the inspection team gathered around, also extracting food to savor. Young brother, judging by your age, you must be a student, right? Xiao Yu asked with curiosity. Su Yuan nodded. We are students from Blue Sea University. Blue Sea University? That's quite a distance from here, Xiao Yu exclaimed, somewhat incredulous. Su Yuan seemed to realize he had misspoken, glancing at Lin Kong, who was eating noodles. The school has run out of food, compelling us to venture out, Lin Kong explained. Upon learning that the two came from Blue Sea University, Hong Zhuo paused mid-bite, surprised, and gazed at them. A few days ago, one of our teams encountered a group of teachers and students from Blue Sea University. Perhaps you know them. How many were there? Lin Kong inquired. Quite a few. They mentioned having over 500 individuals. That must be Teacher Deng and the others, Su Yuan interjected. Lin Kong nodded, recognizing that Teacher Deng had fortuitously made contact with the military shortly after leaving the school. A stroke of good fortune. For the military, over 500 vibrant youths represented invaluable human resources, and they would undoubtedly strive to offer assistance. I heard the military? The Xiaoqing base is about 10 kilometers from the school. This place is even farther. What brings you here? Lin Kong expressed his confusion. Aside from the main Guardian Corps, there are numerous teams assigned various responsibilities at the base. For instance, our inspection team is tasked with patrolling remote areas to gather intelligence. Hong Zhuo patiently elucidated. I see, Lin Kong replied, then continued, is your inspection team composed of the strongest forces from the Xiaoqing base? The reason for Lin Kong's inquiry stemmed from his early realization that Hong Zhuo was, in fact, a Tier 3 ability user, the first Tier 3 human they had encountered thus far. Hong Zhuo pondered for a moment before nodding, though he quickly shook his head. In terms of levels, I indeed rank among the first-tier forces at the base. However, in terms of true strength and potential, that is not the case. Lin Kong felt puzzled by Hong Zhuo's statement. Observing their confusion, Hong Zhuo chuckled softly. You may not understand, but this involves a concept known as meditation and limit breaking. Captain! Upon hearing Hong Zhuo's words, several of his teammates exclaimed in surprise, attempting to prevent him from elaborating further, but Hong Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. This matter will be disclosed by the base in a couple of days anyway. Saying it a bit earlier is inconsequential. Besides, these two young brothers do not appear to be ill-intentioned, so it matters even less. At this moment, Lin Kong and Su Yuan were both somewhat astonished. Lin Kong had long suspected that he was no genius. If he could conceive of meditation, others must have as well, especially those practitioners of Taoist or monastic traditions who were accustomed to meditation and might have discovered it even earlier than he. Given the military's wealth of talent, this was even more probable. Initially, he had constantly urged himself that if he ever encountered a formidable entity like the military, the advantage of meditation would likely dissipate. So he must carve out his own path to create advantages in other aspects. The direction he had chosen early on was the development of abilities, particularly focusing on divine consciousness, which allowed him to gain insights far beyond the average person. Subsequent experiences had opened his eyes to additional avenues. For instance, acquiring dragon scales had sparked new ideas. Just 2 days ago, he successfully enhanced his leveling speed significantly through a technique called rooting. Thus, even if others had been aware of meditation and limit breaking from the outset, he would eventually create a widening gap. Observing their astonishment, Hong Zhuo, unfazed, continued, you may not realize that after absorbing 11 crystal cores at a particular level, humans can further enhance their strength through meditation, continuing to absorb energy. Although the strength gained through meditation is minimal and exceedingly time-consuming, the cumulative advantage over time is formidable. You may not believe me immediately, but you can attempt meditation right now, Hong Zhuo suggested. But Lin Kong shook his head vigorously. No. We believe you wholeheartedly, big brother. Please continue. This time, it was Hong Zhuo who looked somewhat taken aback, but after contemplating, he reasoned that perhaps young people were quicker to accept new information and paid it no further mind. Continuing, thus, the truly formidable individuals at the base dedicate considerable time to limit breaking at each level. Currently, they are merely Tier 2. And those like me and the other inspection team captains have chosen not to break the limits, prioritizing raising our levels to lay a solid foundation for the base's early development. In that case, aren't you at a disadvantage? Su Yuan questioned, perplexed by Hong Zhuo's decision to forego limit breaking. Hong Zhuo shook his head. Choosing this path allows the base to provide us with all the crystal cores and decent treatment. Without this option, individuals like me might fare worse. Furthermore, not everyone possesses potential or a promising future. Seizing the present is what I aspire to. Hong Zhuo paused for a moment, allowing Lin Kong and Su Yuan to absorb the information he had just shared. After a brief interval, he resumed speaking casually. In truth, this news will be made public by the base tomorrow, so it isn't really a secret anymore. Chapter 62. Combat Power Levels. Lin Kong stroked his chin in contemplation. The military had likely known about the information regarding meditation and limit breaking long before, and chose to release it only tomorrow for certain self-serving reasons, which was understandable. Now, on the 19th day of the apocalypse, anyone capable had already reached Tier 2, with some even having broken through to Tier 3. When they learned through military channels about meditation and limit breaking, they had already missed at least 2 opportunities for advancement. This, to a certain extent, maintained the military's leading position. After enlightening the two on meditation and breaking limitations, Hong Zhuo returned to the initial topic. Within the base, I consider myself one of the earliest individuals to transcend level 3. Apart from those 2 aberrant individuals at the A grade, I remain quite confident in my combat prowess. As for potential, those stronger than me may well exceed 5 fingers worth. At this moment, Xiao Yu leaned forward eagerly and exclaimed, "In my heart, the captain is the strongest. Those B-grade individuals still struggling to break through Haven T, they all been defeated by you, Captain. As for the A-grade, you haven't even fought them yet. So who knows if you're not better?" The other team members nodded in agreement, clearly holding Hong Zhuo in high regard. "You little rascal," Hong Zhuo chuckled helplessly, yet he was acutely aware that although he was currently at mid-level 3, he could indeed triumph over those B-grade ability users who were still at level 2. However, facing A-grade individuals, even though those 2 had yet to surpass level 3, he harbored no hopes of victory. He had witnessed firsthand the prowess of one A-grade individual, who, surrounded by several opponents of equal rank, maneuvered effortlessly, like a cat playing with a mouse, ultimately achieving victory with overwhelming force. This individual could even engage in battles across levels, leaving no glimmer of hope for him. At this moment, Lin Kong and Su Yuan, seated across from him, appeared somewhat bewildered. "What are A and B grades? I don't understand," Su Yuan inquired, puzzled. Hong Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, then smacked his forehead in realization. "Forgive my forgetfulness, I neglected to mention. A, B, C, D are the 4 combat power levels established by the military to differentiate the strengths of individuals within the same evolutionary tier. These levels also reflect a person's potential to some extent." Lin Kong, still confused, asked, "How is one classified into these levels? Is it certified by your military?" Hong Zhuo shook his head with a smile. "Not at all. The method of assessment is quite simple. It involves the use of crystal nuclei." "Crystal nuclei?" Lin Kong and Su Yuan exclaimed in unison, astonished that the determination of combat power was connected to crystal nuclei. "Yes, indeed. Have you ever attempted to infuse your energy into a crystal nucleus?" Su Yuan scoffed. "Which fool would do that?" Hong Zhuo's lips twitched slightly, and after a deep breath, he continued, "When energy is infused into a crystal nucleus, it will shatter after absorbing a certain intensity of energy. The time it takes from infusing energy into the nucleus to its destruction can roughly indicate your combat power level, of course. This is under the condition that the nucleus's level matches your own." Hong Zhuo's explanation plunged Lin Kong and Su Yuan into contemplation. They had never considered utilizing crystal nuclei in this manner before. Upon reflection, they found this method to have some merit. Within the same level, greater combat power correlates to a deeper understanding and utilization of one's own energy. Thus, it follows that ability users generally surpass evolutionary beings without abilities for this very reason. The existence of abilities serves to refine one's energy, enabling it to yield better results. How does the destruction time of a crystal nucleus correspond to different combat power levels? Lin Kong inquired. Hong Zhuo immediately produced a level 2 crystal nucleus and handed it to Lin Kong. If the destruction time is between 0 to 5 seconds, it belongs to A grade, 5 to 15 seconds, B grade, 15 to 45 seconds, C grade, and over 45 seconds, D grade. You can try it now. Lin Kong accepted the crystal nucleus, curious to ascertain his own level. However, with Hong Zhuo and the others present, he was reluctant to reveal his full strength. Although Hong Zhuo and his companions appeared friendly, one must always guard against the unknown. After pondering for a few seconds, he decided to only utilize his wood source power for the test. Preparing himself, Lin Kong pinched the crystal nucleus between his fingers and began channeling his energy into it. 1 second, 2 seconds, crack. The crystal nucleus shattered in his hands. 4.5 seconds. A grade. I am A grade. Just as the crystal nucleus broke, Xiao Yu exclaimed in astonishment, clutching her stopwatch tightly. The young man before her was indeed a genuine A grade. A grade? Under 5 seconds? Holy cow! Our base only has 2 A grades. And this kid, you are A grade? The surrounding inspection team members could hardly believe their eyes, astonished that the youth before them possessed A grade combat prowess. Hong Zhuo's mind was blank. The disheveled young man he had just rescued was an A grade? What a joke! There was no doubt that Lin Kong and the others were merely putting on an ACT for the reason for this charade. It was understandable to be wary of strangers in a post-apocalyptic world. Had they known Lin Kong's combat power was so formidable, they would have been more cautious and might not have offered their assistance at all. One was more aware of the value of A-grade individuals than Hong Zhuo. Just a couple of days ago, during a routine meeting, the leader had mentioned that there were only 5 A-grade ability users in the entire Shao City. Today, he had stumbled upon one by sheer luck. Naturally, Lin Kong was not among the 5 mentioned by the leader, but rather a newly discovered A-grade. With this realization, Hong Zhuo gazed at Lin Kong with fervor, as if he were gazing upon an exquisite delicacy. At that moment, Lin Kong was being shaken by a few excited team members, his hands and shoulders nearly coming apart, feeling somewhat helpless. Damn it! I was too careless. I thought I could keep a low profile without using my divine sense, but I never expected this crystal nucleus to be so fragile, shattering in mere seconds. Beside him, Su Yuan sat munching on instant noodles, the most composed among the crowd. What a fuss! What A grade, B grade! None of that can withstand a single blow from my Kong. With a dismissive snort, Su Yuan continued eating. Since we've met for a while now, I haven't asked your name, young brother? Hong Zhuo rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. A grade, if I can recruit you. The leader would surely bow down to light my cigarette. I'm Lin Kong, and this is Su Yuan, and please don't touch my hands, Lin Kong replied. Apologies. It's my first time seeing an A grade, so I got a bit too excited, one of the team members said, repeatedly apologizing. Lin Kong waved his hand dismissively. Hong Zhuo pressed further. May I ask, Lin brother, which aspect does your ability lean towards? Attack, defense, or support? Pretty good at attack, decent at defense, and can also assist, Lin Kong replied. Hong Zhuo raised an eyebrow. A versatile fighter, eh? I wonder if you might be interested in joining the Shao City base? He got straight to the point with his invitation. Chapter 63. News from Jiang City. Classification of abilities. Lin Kong pondered for a moment before refraining from answering, instead asking, I've heard the military plans to unify Shao City. Is that true? Hong Zhuo was somewhat taken aback, but quickly nodded. Indeed. Initially, our base had no intention of unifying Shao City. If other factions and bases could also shelter survivors, we would gladly coexist harmoniously with them. However, here, Hong Zhuo's expression turned to one of indignation. Some bases, including Hengyu, publicly profess assistance while ruthlessly oppressing the weak and exploiting the ordinary. The ordinary people in their bases live lives worse than dogs. The A-grade ability users, high and mighty, can kill them at will, and with a mere beckon, they can have any girl brought to them. These are the accounts of a few survivors who managed to escape Hengyu. Because of this, the higher-ups decided to unify Shao City. Hearing this, Lin Kong could not suppress a flicker of disdain on his face. The black-clad man they had encountered earlier, who had charged at them with a knife without a word, had already instilled a significant aversion to Hengyu. At this moment, his disdain only deepened. Su Yuan erupted in anger. Damn it! These bastards treat people like this. If I ever cross paths with them, I'll kill them all. Noticing Lin Kong and Su Yuan's reactions, Hong Zhuo nodded slightly, then sighed. Who wouldn't he want to kill them? But we must admit, they are quite powerful. Lin Kong turned to gaze out the window, slowly articulating, Hung Yu, is it really that strong? Very strong. When a person unleashes the malice within their heart, it can be terrifying. They thrive on oppression and exploitation, not only reaping immense profits but also attracting many others with similar malevolent intentions. Over time, their combat power has become formidable, boasting 3A-grade individuals, albeit none have surpassed level 3. Additionally, they have over 100 level 3 evolutionists. Over 100? And what about you? Su Yuan inquired curiously. We have only about 20 level 3s because many have chosen to break their limits, Hong Zhuo admitted, a touch of embarrassment in his tone. Then shouldn't you wait for your A-grade to break through to level 3 before announcing meditation? Why disclose it so early? Lin Kong asked, puzzled. Although the Shao City base may not match Hung Yu in terms of numbers at their respective levels, they had the advantage of many choosing to break their limits. Once these ability users leveled up, their advantage would significantly increase. Hong Zhuo shook his head. I'm not sure about the specifics. I just heard the leader mention it in passing. He said that news from Jiang City indicated that a major event is about to transpire. One that could alter the current landscape of humanity. The leader fears that this might incite chaos, which is why he made this decision. Lin Kong's expression grew serious. Jiang City, one of the top 10 cities in Long Country, with a population exceeding 10 million. From there, such shocking news unexpectedly emerged. In the heavy atmosphere, Hong Zhuo chuckled softly twice. And no matter how significant the matter, we merely need to flow with the tide, allowing the surging waves of fate to carry us forward. After all, no one can swim against the current. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Lin Kong. So, are you willing to join us? Perhaps you lack the basic supplies such as crystal core food, but the base can certainly provide you with superior conditions and treatment. Moreover, there are many invaluable pieces of information, like meditation, which we can offer you free of charge once you join. Lin Kong looked at Su Yuan, who appeared indifferent, evidently implying that the decision rested with Lin Kong. After pondering for a few seconds, Lin Kong slowly spoke in response to Hong Zhuo's eager gaze. We can collaborate with you. We seek your resources and information, while you desire us as your enforcers. A mutually beneficial arrangement, of course. It ultimately depends on whether your higher-ups deem us qualified for cooperation. Upon hearing Lin Kong's last statement, Hong Zhuo hastily replied, of course, you are qualified. The importance of a Class A designation is no joke. He was not surprised at all when Lin Kong chose not to join the base. After all, if Lin Kong had intended to join, he would have already gone to the base on his own. The fact that Lin Kong proactively proposed cooperation was already a pleasant surprise. After contemplating for a moment, he continued, then it's settled. If you wish to go to the base, we can guide you. If not, you can leave your information in this room. Our team frequently operates in this area. Following that, Hong Zhuo produced a map, marking the location of the base and handing it to Lin Kong and Su Yuan. How can we find you? Seeing Lin Kong carefully stow away the map, Hong Zhuo inquired. Songhu Park. Lin Kong did not conceal the information, responding candidly. Large bases like Xiaoqing Base and Hengyu Base are not afraid of others knowing their locations because those who wish to know will find a way, while those who do not wish to know will remain unaffected even if they do. Similarly, Lin Kong felt the same way. Oh, it is this place. Excellent. To celebrate our successful collaboration, I can offer some compensation up front. What would you like to know? Hong Zhuo readily stated. Without hesitation, Lin Kong immediately asked, do you have any news regarding Shunqing and Suicheng? Shunqing and Suicheng are the hometowns of Lin Kong and Su Yuan, the last known locations where their parents had contacted them. Hong Zhuo shook his head after a brief moment of thought. Although bases affiliated with the military can communicate with each other, the communication is rather challenging. We can only contact our superior base, Jiangqing Base, and are unaware of news from other bases. Lin Kong and Su Yuan felt a wave of disappointment. It seemed they would have to rely on themselves. After calming himself for a moment, Lin Kong continued, what information do you have regarding supernatural abilities? Supernatural abilities. There is indeed a wealth of information. Hong Zhuo cleared his throat, adopting a lecturing demeanor. Opposite him, Lin Kong and Su Yuan sat attentively on small wooden stools, fully engaged. The military categorizes supernatural abilities into 6 types: elemental, transformation, assistance, enhancement, mental, and special. Elemental, mental, and assistance abilities are straightforward and need no further explanation. Transformation refers to the ability to transform into animals, such as tigers, leopards, and wolves. Assistance abilities do not have direct offensive methods but can provide support during combat, such as slowing down or healing. Hongjue took a sip of water before continuing. Enhancement refers to the amplification of inherent human abilities, such as strength and speed. Any supernatural abilities that do not fall into the first 5 categories are classified as special. Among these 6 different types of supernatural abilities, enhancement type users comprise the largest proportion, accounting for a full 30%. Following closely are assistance and special types, each making up 20%. Transformation occupies 15%, while elemental and mental types together account for only 15%. Of course, these classifications and proportions are rough estimates and should not be taken too literally. Lin Kong nodded, having heard of the allure of statistics. Chapter 64. Talent. I have previously encountered 2 Earth-type supernatural users whose abilities seemed identical, yet there was a distinction in their practical application. Why is that? Lin Kong posed the question that puzzled him most. Brother Lin, that's an excellent question to him. Suppose supernatural abilities are represented by textbooks. The weaker Earth-type user you encountered possesses a first-grade textbook. Conversely, the stronger Earth-type user possesses both first and second-grade textbooks. The latter, having access to more materials, naturally learns more and becomes stronger, so, ultimately, it boils down to just 2 words, talent. So that's how it is. Lin Kong nodded slightly. He recalled that neither he nor Su Yuan had encountered any bottlenecks in developing their supernatural abilities thus far, indicating they possessed decent talent. However, he quickly remembered the rain before the apocalypse. Could it be related to that rain? Beside him, Su Yuan also nodded in feigned understanding, secretly pleased. It turns out my talent surpasses that of the pillar. Ha ha! Learning of his superior talent, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of smugness. What exactly caused that rain the night before the apocalypse? Did it bring about the end of the world? Lin Kong asked solemnly. Upon hearing this question, Hongjue fell silent as well. After that rain, everything changed. As for that rain, I only know that it likely triggered the apocalypse. Additionally, those who were drenched in that rain tend to be stronger than those who were not, with a higher awakening ratio for supernatural abilities. Beyond that, I cannot say. Lin Kong nodded, rising to dust off his clothing. I have no other inquiries for the moment. We will contact you again if anything arises. We shall take our leave now. As Lin Kong and Su Yuan leaped out of the window, they left behind the reluctant gazes of Hongjue and his companions. Don't look. Quickly pack your things and return to the base. Hongjue scolded with a laugh as he observed the team members clinging to the window. Just the thought of having acquired Class A intelligence made his smile involuntarily widen. Just as Lin Kong and Su Yuan departed from Hongjue and the others, several unfamiliar figures appeared in Songhu Park. This group of 7, 6 men and 1 woman, all appeared to be in their early 20s, gathered together, walking along the lakeside of Songhu. However, their faces bore no signs of relaxation or ease. Instead, they appeared quite disheveled. Damn it, have these trees gained sentience? They're attacking us like mad. One person spat out a mouthful of blood, seething with anger. I never expected these trees could evolve and possess such outrageous strength. Thankfully, they feared Jiang Dai's flames. Otherwise, we would have been in dire straits. Another person patted their chest, trembling with fear. At this moment, Song Bing, who walked at the forefront, chuckled lightly. The more formidable these trees become, the more advantageous it is for us residing in the park. They can serve as our natural sentinels, aiding us in repelling enemies. He then glanced at a girl beside him. Such a wonderful place. We owe it all to Dyer for thinking of it. The girl, with her pure and delicate features, had skin as fair as snow. Her tall figure was captivating, and with each step, her snug black hoodie subtly swayed up and down. The loose-fitting casual pants she wore, caught by the lake breeze, faintly revealed her graceful curves, drawing the sidelong glances of the boys behind her. Jiang Dai nodded in agreement with Song Bing's words, gazing at the swaying green branches by the roadside, momentarily lost in thought. Before the apocalypse, she attended university in Jiangcheng. During the May Day holiday, she returned to her hometown, Xiaocheng, as usual on the evening of May Day. She was invited to a gathering with her high school classmates. Perhaps due to the long absence, the classmates chatted and played joyfully, losing track of time and staying up all night. The next morning, the apocalypse struck. After experiencing countless life and death moments, the 20 or so classmates who had attended the gathering were now reduced to just the 7 of them. Look, there's a bridge over there. On the other side is a small island that seems to have a villa on it. Oh, there really is a villa, and it looks quite beautiful. Could it be a villa built by some wealthy individual before the apocalypse? The exclamations pulled her back from her reverie. She looked towards the lake and indeed saw a small island. The island was home to many large trees, and beyond the forest, a uniquely designed green structure could be faintly discerned. Though the distance was great, preventing a clear view, the entire island emanated a tranquil and distant aura, as if it were a paradise untouched by the apocalypse. However, she soon furrowed her brow slightly. Before university, she had visited Songhu Park many times, and she had seen this small island on numerous occasions. Yet she could never recall there being a villa on the island. I don't remember there being a villa on this island before the apocalypse. Could it be that it was built after? She questioned with doubt. Built after the apocalypse? How could that be? Who has the time to build a house during the apocalypse? Besides, there are no construction workers. Who would do the building? One person immediately shook his head, completely disbelieving her words. After listening to Jiang Dai, Song Bing chuckled nonchalantly. That possibility does exist. After all, many people can awaken supernatural abilities after the apocalypse, so it wouldn't be too strange for someone to build a house. The other classmates nodded in agreement, but a few among them exchanged glances. Even if someone lives there, so what? Among the 7 of them, 3 are at level 3. There are plenty of supernatural users as well. Aside from large bases, they have never feared anyone. Brother Bing, why don't we go up and take a look? Such a beautiful villa. It would be a shame not to see it up close, a boy suggested to Song Bing. Exactly, Brother Bing. I took a look, and it seems like there is no one inside right now. Let us just take a quick look. The young man with the gaping mouth is a wielder of enhanced vision abilities. Persuaded by a few others, Song Bing, who already harbored some intentions, clapped his hands decisively. Let us go. We should take a look, he exclaimed. With such a grand villa, there must be numerous vacant rooms inside. Perhaps we could negotiate with the previous owner to allocate some space for us to reside in as well. As he spoke of negotiation, an unusual glint flickered in his eyes. Clearly, his notion of negotiation was far from straightforward. Seemingly catching on to Song Bing's insinuation, several young men exchanged sly smiles and headed towards a nearby earthen bridge. You all, this is someone else's property. How can we trespass without their consent? Jiang Dai exclaimed, her anger bubbling over as she watched the group conspiring together. One young man chuckled nonchalantly. Jiang Dai, we are already in the apocalypse. There are no rules left. We're merely going in for a quick look. It's nothing serious. Exactly. The owner of this house could be dead or alive. Who knows, they might not even have bones left. It would be a pity for such a splendid villa to remain uninhabited. Jiang Dai continued to shake her head, a sense of unease lingering within her. No. What if the owner is not someone to be trifled with? We could be in serious trouble. The 65th chapter. A level 3 turtle. Could those who swiftly thought to establish a stronghold at Songhu Park and brazenly constructed villas in the center of the lake truly be so simple-minded? Yet upon hearing Jiang Dai's words, the others merely chuckled dismissively. Jiang Dai, we have 3 level 3 experts. Didn't you hear the survivors mention that the strongest individuals at the military base and Hengyu base are only level 3? Besides those 2 bases, who could pose a greater threat to us? Jiang Dai's expression froze, realizing that, indeed, they possessed 3 level 3s. Apart from the 2 major bases, who could bring them down? However, does strength grant one the liberty to act without restraint? Jiang Dai understood that the so-called exploration was merely a pretext. Their true intention was to claim the villa as their own. Why don't we wait for the owner to return and have a proper discussion with them? Jiang Dai suggested hesitantly, glancing at Song Bing. Song Bing, selecting Songhu Park as our stronghold does not necessitate residing on that island. For instance, Song Mountain Peak is also a splendid choice, Song Bing replied confidently, thumping his chest. Dai, you merely need to observe from behind us. We will handle any situation that arises. If danger presents itself, I will protect you at the first opportunity. With that, Song Bing, accompanied by several young men, strode purposefully towards the bridge. Jiang Dai, aren't you coming? The last young man hesitated. Jiang Dai shook her head, settling on a stone by the lakeside. I'm not going. I'll stay here. Then, I won't go either. The young man stammered, cautiously taking a seat beside Jiang Dai on the bridge. The group continued to chatter and laugh, having reached the midpoint of the earthen bridge. Song Bing, it seems Ahu has taken a liking to Jiang Dai. One young man in a black tank top remarked to Song Bing. Song Bing snorted disdainfully. With his cowardly demeanor, Jiang Dai would hardly be interested in him. If it weren't for his recent elevation to level 3 and his usefulness to us, I would have long dismissed him. Humph, with that, he quickened his pace, moving ahead. Noticing Song Bing's irritation, the young man dropped the topic and followed suit. Before long, they were less than 20 meters from the small island, where the green villa came into clear view. Rows of fruit trees were laden with a variety of fruits. The fragrant aroma of flowers wafted through the air, making them question whether the apocalypse had ever occurred. This place is truly a paradise, one exclaimed. From now on, we'll reside here. Ha ha. Song Bing laughed heartily, unable to suppress his joy. The earlier quarrel with Jiang Dai faded from his mind as he strode forward. Brothers, hurry and keep up. A young man turned back, waving to rally the others. However, just as he turned, an object hurtled toward him. What on earth? Before he could comprehend, the object crashed into him. Boom! The tremendous force sent him flying several meters away. Is that Brother Bing? He looked toward the shadow that had collided with him, only to discover it was indeed Song Bing. Soaked to the skin, Song Bing lay on the bridge, appearing quite serene. What just happened? The young man was baffled, unsure of what had transpired. But soon, he spotted several water columns, thicker than barrels, surging toward the remaining few, and he was not spared. Cries of distress erupted, and within moments, everyone scrambled to their feet. Brother Bing, what is going on? Is there someone inside? Song Bing shook his head, his expression grim as he spoke. There's no one. It's a turtle, a level 3 turtle. A turtle? The others glanced toward the island, where indeed, beneath a loquat tree, a turtle leisurely feasted on loquats. Why would there be a level 3 turtle on the island? One queried in confusion. Could this turtle be the owner of the villa? With a resounding smack, Song Bing slapped the young man's forehead. If you are going to be dim-witted, just donate your brain. Do you think your pet turtle can build villas? Two others nearby stifled their laughter. This turtle, it's likely a pet of the villa's owner. Though reluctant to believe it, Song Bing articulated his perspective. What? No way. A level 3 turtle is merely someone's pet. Its owner must be extraordinarily powerful. The others expressed disbelief. At that moment, Song Bing chuckled lightly. Haha, just because this turtle is level 3 does not necessarily imply that its owner is stronger. I surmise its owner raised it before the apocalypse, and after the world changed, its power surged, yet it still obeys its master. Upon hearing Song Bing's explanation, the others finally understood, their confusion lifted, and they marveled. Its owner must be extraordinarily lucky. Indeed. How wonderful it would be to have a turtle like that. After venting their frustrations, the group fell into another bout of worry. Brother Bing, with this turtle guarding the place, what should we do? Should we attack it? At the mention, Song Bing's lips twitched. Did you not see how it just sent me flying? Although I was caught off guard, the disparity in strength is evident. He cleared his throat and stated, ahem, attacking? Use your brains. We must be clever. Did you notice how it was munching on food? Clearly, it's a gluttonous turtle. With that, he rummaged through his backpack and produced a sausage. Likely this is something it has never tasted before. It should drive it wild with desire. The sight of the sausage in Song Bing's hand brightened the eyes of the others. Right? How did I not think of that? It's all thanks to Brother Bing. Song Bing gestured for silence, then peeled the sausage, taking aim at the turtle devouring loquats, and tossed it. Slap! The sausage rolled a few times before settling right in front of the turtle. At that moment, the turtle, looking at the dirty sausage thrown by Song Bing and savoring the sweet and delectable loquats in its mouth, glanced back at the group on the bridge, their faces beaming with smiles. And its expression twitched in what could only be described as human-like discontent. The next instant, several even thicker water columns erupted from the lake, shooting toward the group on the bridge. Damn it. Not again. Is it picky and doesn't he like sausage? The group hurriedly dodged backward, while Song Bing, having sensed the impending danger, had already sprinted several meters away. However, this time, the turtle's attack was clearly fueled by emotions, and the water columns surged with greater ferocity. Including Song Bing, the group was struck by the water columns and fell into the lake. I can't swim. Someone save me. There's something in the water. My leg is being bitten, Brother Bing. Help. As they plummeted into the water, chaos ensued. Though Song Bing wished to assist, the sheer number of pleas for help overwhelmed him. Fortunately, Jiang Dai and another person, recognizing the dire situation, rushed over to provide aid, preventing further casualties. Moments later, the group emerged from the lake, disheveled and scattered along the shore. 2 or 3 of them bore bloodstains from being attacked by the fish in the water. So, you mean to say, you didn't even reach the island before being driven away by a turtle? Chapter 66. Do you want to teach me a lesson? Jiang Dai's words seemed to rip open the wounds in their hearts, further grinding the hurt with metaphorical sandpaper. It was painful, excruciatingly painful. Jiang Dai, that was a level 3 turtle, and it must have been at that level for quite some time, which is why we were unable to defeat it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dai let out a relieved sigh. This was undoubtedly the best outcome. Aside from a few minor injuries, they had suffered no significant losses, and they had not offended the island's owner. In that case, let us leave quickly and search for a new shelter. However, a few seconds passed without a single response from anyone. She felt a twinge of confusion. Are you all still unwilling to give up? The others fell silent, while Song Bing gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede. Just that the turtle is a bit stronger. We still have opportunities. We can wait for its owner to return and take them down. That turtle wouldn't be able to do anything to us. At that moment, several young men echoed his sentiments. Jiang Dai, you should have seen how beautiful the island was, with so many fruit trees. The fruits there could last us for months. Exactly. Jiang Dai found it hard to believe, astonished that the others still held aspirations for the small island after being repelled. Are you not afraid that the master of that tortoise may be even more formidable than you? And upon discovering your intention to invade his abode, he might retaliate against you, or even take your lives. Jiang Dai bellowed furiously, attempting to rouse the few misguided classmates back to reality. Enough, Jiang Dai, Song Bing shouted in anger. This is the apocalypse. An apocalypse. Do not cling to your naive notions from school days. Haven't we suffered enough pain and despair in this new world? In the apocalypse, the only thing that matters is strength. As long as I possess strength, I can do as I please. Our trio consists of 3 level 3s. That is our strength. You say the island's master might be stronger than us? Ha! They are merely a bunch of lucky fools. If they dare to be unwise, I will teach them a lesson with my fists. Song Bing clenched his fists tightly, seething with rage as he directed his fury towards Jiang Dai. Opposite him, Jiang Dai's expression froze, seemingly shaken deeply by his words. At that moment, a faint voice emerged from behind him. You say? You want to teach me a lesson? Song Bing jolted in surprise, swiftly turning to adopt a defensive stance. The others, who had previously been resting, suddenly rose alertly, having not noticed the approach of strangers. Before their eyes stood 2 men, of similar age, but clad in tattered clothing, lacking even a backpack, appearing far more destitute than they, who had just suffered defeat. A strong gust of wind could likely knock them over. This disheveled appearance caused the tense group to instantly relax. After all, it was quite rare to encounter such disarray after merely stepping outside. Song Bing resumed his nonchalant posture, scoffing dismissively, and in an interrogative tone asked, Is it you two who reside on this island? This disdainful tone caused Lin Kong to frown, yet upon glancing at their own attire, he felt a sense of understanding. It seemed they had forgotten to change out of the ragged clothes they had just used to deceive Hongzhua and the others. What else with your attitude? Show some respect. Su Yuan stepped forward, pointing a finger at Song Bing's forehead, shouting loudly. Seeing the veins bulging on Song Bing's hands, ready for a fight, Jiang Dai quickly moved between them. After glaring at Song Bing, she turned to Lin Kong and his companion, saying, Classmates, do not act impulsively. This is all a misunderstanding. We were merely passing by, and will leave shortly. And no sooner had she finished speaking than Song Bing, displeased, shouted, Jiang Dai, step aside. This is none of your business. Those 2 over there, do you dare to come over and face me? Whoever wins, the island belongs to whom? Do you dare? Once those words were uttered, could Su Yuan still hold his temper? Yet, before he could even speak up to accept the challenge, he saw the girl blocking the way suddenly engulfed in flames, a scorching wave of heat radiating outward. Song Bing, if you wish to fight, then fight me first. Jiang Dai, her body enveloped in flames, coldly declared as she faced Song Bing. You? Jiang Dai? Why? Song Bing was momentarily stunned, not expecting Jiang Dai to go to such lengths for these two. Song Bing, we were indeed in the wrong first. Yet you continue to force others repeatedly. I want to ask you. Why? Jiang Dai pressed on, unyielding, bullying the weak. Are you referring to us? Su Yuan, standing behind Jiang Dai, looked at Lin Kong bewildered. Lin Kong, irritated, gave him a light smack. Can't you see? She is definitely talking about those over there. But I don't think that person over there is strong. That's because we Haven team made a move. They were deceived by our clothing. Oh. Lin Kong and Su Yuan, unfazed by the provocation, felt it unnecessary to be concerned. After all, their opponents were far too weak to warrant their attention. Jiang Dai, how can you still be so naive? Xiao Hao, help me hold her back. I'll take care of those two. A level 3 ability user stepped forward behind Song Bing, clenching his fists, his aura radiating as he glared at Jiang Dai. Jiang Dai, I'm sorry. With that, he leaped towards Jiang Dai. Jiang Dai, resolutely staring at him, prepared to counter. Yet at that crucial moment, both were horrified to find themselves unable to move. Clap, clap. All right, there's no need for such trouble. At that moment, the sound of applause resonated from behind Jiang Dai. Everyone turned to see Lin Kong, including the immobilized Jiang Dai and Xiao Hao, stiffly turning their heads to look at him. Lin Kong pointed at Su Yuan, who was eager to fight, and smiled at them. You wanted to fight, right? Well, this gentleman beside me is also quite eager for a bout. Even if you lose, we will still allow you to leave safely. One of the opponents instinctively asked, what if we win? Lin Kong frowned slightly. What? You, young man, how can you joke in such a serious situation? All right, enough chit-chat. Let us get started. Lin Kong whispered something to Su Yuan's ear. Dan Ti let it turn fatal. Afterward, he stepped back, crossing his arms, ready to watch the spectacle. According to his usual temperament, Song Bing and his group should have already lunged forward to send them packing. Yet, the girl named Jiang Dai piqued his interest. It was not merely because she was attractive, with a striking figure. It was primarily her steadfast adherence to her principles that he found commendable. Just now, was it him who made the move? He managed to immobilize both me and Xiao Hao in an instant. His strength likely far surpassed our expectations. Coming back to reality, Jiang Dai regarded Lin Kong with a hint of fear. Fortunately, she had just managed to prevent Song Bing and his group from committing a grave mistake. Otherwise, their fate would have been dire. However, behind her, Song Bing and his companions were left bewildered. Did those two novices not realize that they had several level 3s on their side? Did they not understand the disparity between them? How dare they challenge them? Did they really think that with Jiang Dai's intervention, they would not dare to act? Hee, since they have taken the initiative to challenge us. We shall not hold back. Xiao Hao, go. Song Bing shouted to Wang Hao. Yet he found that the previously imposing Wang Hao remained frozen in place, not moving an inch. Xiao Hao, what's wrong, Xiao Hao? Jiang Dai had now stepped aside, and with no one to block them, Song Bing was confused as to why Wang Hao was still standing there, repeatedly calling out, Bing Bing brother Bing, they. Wang Hao finally spoke. Yet he lacked the bravado he had shown earlier, even stuttering. What are you stammering about? Hurry up. Seeing Wang Hao's inability to articulate, Song Bing grew displeased and barked, no need for such trouble. I think you can all go at once. At that moment, Su Yuan, standing alone in the center of the road, beckoned to the group with a casual gesture. Chapter 67. Absolutely true. Brother Bing, be careful. They pose a threat. Just now, for some reason, I suddenly found myself unable to move. Wang Hao finally managed to voice what he had been trying to say. What? How is that possible? Song Bing exclaimed incredulously. Yet upon seeing Wang Hao's serious expression, he felt doubt creeping in. Gazing warily at Su Yuan, Su Yuan ceased the banter with them. A flash of yellow light appeared in his palm, and a slender earth spear materialized instantly. With a whoosh, the earth spear was hurled towards Song Bing. Song Bing's expression shifted slightly, but he did not panic unduly. He bent down and sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the speeding earth spear. Although he evaded it, the spear struck the ground with force, creating a deep crater. Looking at the pit behind him, Song Bing finally believed Wang Hao's words. Realizing Su Yuan's extraordinary strength, perhaps even equal to his own. With this thought, disregarding his pride, he immediately shouted to his classmates, "He is not weak. Let us all attack together." With that, he charged towards Su Yuan. His fighting style does not resemble that of an elementalist. If Kong didn't mention it, he should not be a psychic type either. Su Yuan analyzed the incoming group swiftly, estimating the abilities of Song Bing and his companions. Having formed an estimate in his mind, the earth armor enveloped him instantly as he wielded a massive sword and swung it down. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Su Yuan's gigantic earth sword collided forcefully with Song Bing's fist. Hiss! Song Bing winced, rubbing his slightly swollen fist, astonished. He was a level 3 strength enhancer. With a single punch, he could shatter an ordinary concrete wall. Yet, Su Yuan's sword not only easily withstood his attack, but also dealt him considerable pain. Bang! Just as Song Bing was lost in his astonishment, one of his male companions was sent flying by a single punch from Su Yuan, unable to retaliate in the slightest. In the blink of an eye. Aside from Song Bing and Wang Hao, both level 3s, the rest of their group had been taken down by Su Yuan, each with a single blow. As for the other level 3 among them, Ahu, he had quietly retreated to a distance near Jiang Dai, showing no intention of intervening. Damn it! Xiao Hao, let us charge together! Song Bing cursed, clenching his fists tightly as he rushed towards Su Yuan. Wang Hao also roared in anger, following Song Bing as they charged at Su Yuan. Come on! Su Yuan showed no fear. With a wave of his left hand, a wall of earth rose up to block Song Bing, while his right fist, encased in rock armor, swung toward Wang Hao. Bang! Su Yuan and Wang Hao's fists collided with tremendous force, yet neither gained the upper hand. It was astonishing that both were from the enhancement category. Su Yuan mused quietly. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed. Su Yuan turned to see Song Bing ruthlessly shattering the earthen wall he had constructed. This was where the excitement lay. Su Yuan grinned, and the rocky armor enveloping his body thickened at a visible pace. Even his height swiftly increased, soon surpassing 3 meters. With a whoosh, the sound of air being sliced filled the air as Song Bing, refusing to allow Su Yuan to continue fortifying himself, swung his fist towards Su Yuan's face. Reacting quickly, Su Yuan crossed his arms to shield himself. Although he managed to block Song Bing's attack, the still-forming earthen armor on his arms suffered considerable damage. Swiftly repairing the damaged armor, Su Yuan laughed instead of fuming. Clenching his fists tightly, poised to strike at the two. However, his punch halted midway, and in the next instant, 7 or 8 earthen spikes erupted unexpectedly from beneath Song Bing and his companion. This was a quick flash, caught off guard. Song Bing and his companion could only react too late. Thud. The spikes pierced deeply into both, blood gushing forth. Song Bing, clutching his injured thigh, glared furiously at Su Yuan. You despicable fiend. I scoff at your accusations, Su Yuan retorted disdainfully. If you cannot evade, must you label others as vile? Do you think this is merely child's play? With that, Su Yuan raised his right hand and, amidst Song Bing's terrified expression, delivered a resounding slap across his fair cheek. No, please. Before Song Bing could finish his plea, Su Yuan's mighty slap sent him flying, landing several meters away. Su Yuan then turned his gaze towards the injured Wang Hao. I concede. I no longer desire the island. Seeing Su Yuan's attention shift, Wang Hao hastily retreated while waving his hands in supplication. Humph. Is that all it takes for you to surrender? How dull. Disappointed, Su Yuan waved him off and approached the disheveled Song Bing, who now resembled a battered swine with a swollen left cheek and a bleeding thigh. However, due to Lin Kong's earlier admonitions, Su Yuan refrained from delivering a lethal blow, holding back considerably during the encounter. Moreover, he bore no deep animosity towards Song Bing and his companions, so while their injuries appeared severe, they had not struck at their core. Classmate, no, brother, I was wrong. We were truly mistaken. Please spare us. Song Bing, disregarding his wounds, repeatedly bowed in supplication. Su Yuan stepped closer, chuckling lightly. Weren't you the one who proclaimed you would teach us a lesson? And no, you must have misheard. Who would dare to teach you a lesson? I would be the first to oppose such a notion. Song Bing frantically shook his head. What you just did, that was merely a moment of excitement upon witnessing your magnificent prowess. Is that so? Absolutely, brother. A moment later, Lin Kong and his companions were seated atop the villa on the small island, calculating their gains for the day. After being subdued by them, Songbing and his group became exceedingly compliant, clamoring to acknowledge Lin Kong and Su Yuan as their leaders. Lin Kong and Su Yuan had no intention of such a title. They exchanged a few words before sending them on their way. Over 40 third-tier crystal cores, more than 3,000 second-tier crystal cores, and a bounty of dragon scales. Just these crystal cores alone would suffice to cultivate 300 third-tier evolvers. Gazing at the mountain of crystal cores before them, Lin Kong chuckled. However, with so many cores, we won't be able to use them all. Su Yuan was equally pleased with their harvest, yet as he mentioned, they appear to have no need for so many crystal cores. Lin Kong shrugged nonchalantly. No one ever complains about having too many crystal cores. While we may not need them, we can trade them with the military base. Worst case, we can treat Brother Turtle and Xiao Pai with them. They certainly won't go to waste. With that, Lin Kong produced 2 third-tier crystal cores and tossed them to Brother Turtle, who had been watching eagerly. With a crunch, the crystal cores landed perfectly in his mouth. Su Yuan nodded in agreement, glancing at the contented Brother Turtle. We owe our gratitude to Brother Turtle for guarding the home. Otherwise, who knows what those rascals would have done to the island. After a simple meal, they wasted no time diving into their training. Lin Kong absorbed the third-tier crystal cores while Su Yuan meditated on breaking through his limits. The afternoon slipped away in the blink of an eye. The sun had dipped halfway below the horizon, casting vibrant hues across the sky. Just as they concluded their training, Lin Kong sensed an uninvited guest approaching. Chapter 68. Su Xiao, brother, you are quite the character. Hongzhua? How did he arrive so swiftly? Lin Kong murmured softly. The visitor was none other than Hongzhua, the leader of the military base S patrol team and a third-tier ability user. Ah Kong, what's wrong? Su Yuan inquired, puzzled by Lin Kong's muttering. Hongzhua has arrived. After Lin Kong spoke, he ascended to the rooftop to gaze towards the distant lakeshore, on the path by the lake. Hongzhua was seen carrying a backpack and holding something in his hands, glancing around. Hey, over here. Su Yuan also spotted Hongzhua and shouted across the water. Initially startled, Hongzhua turned to Lin Kong before hastening toward the earthen bridge. Crossing the bridge, he quickly reached the island. Upon arriving, Hongzhua was akin to a child entering a city for the first time. His eyes wide with curiosity and astonishment at the dozens of meters-tall villas, rows of unique fruit trees, patches of vegetable gardens, and 2 wooden pavilions resembling works of art, all surrounded by a pool enclosed by wooden fences. Each sight thrilled him as he explored the island. In the pre-apocalyptic world, such a scene would not have elicited such a reaction from him. Yet now, amidst the apocalypse, where the majority struggled to meet basic needs, Lin Kong's domain resembled a vacation paradise, leaving him momentarily unable to comprehend. While everyone else is grappling with survival, you're here on holiday? Old Hong, you're welcome to visit, but why bring all this? It's truly unnecessary. Su Yuan laughed as he approached, taking the 2 oversized thermal containers from Hongzhua's hands. With a chuckle, Hongzhua handed over the containers. These are specially requested by the higher-ups for you too. You must savor them. Although your living conditions seem decent, these exquisite dishes are crafted by top chefs and are truly exceptional. Really? Let us go inside. Su Yuan exclaimed, carrying the items inside. After a brief exchange with Lin Kong, Hongzhua followed him into the grand hall on the first floor. The villa was brightly lit, and as Su Yuan eagerly opened the thermal containers, he revealed a feast of dompa pork, roasted duck, steamed base, and spicy chicken. Goodness, Old Hong, do you all eat this well at the base? Lin Kong was equally taken aback. Nearly 20 days into the apocalypse, it was astonishing that the military could present such splendid dishes. This is only prepared for you. Before today, I had never seen anyone at the base dine so lavishly. Don't fret, I have more. Hongzhua then produced a fried chicken and a bottle of cola from his backpack. The commander mentioned you youngsters might prefer these. Following that, he sheepishly pulled out several fruits from his bag. I thought these fruits were something special, but seeing how many fruit trees you have here, it seems I've brought them for nothing. Lin Kong nodded slightly. Please extend our gratitude to your commander for such a generous gift. These delicacies stirred a longing within Lin Kong, while they had ample ingredients. The quality and taste of these dishes were beyond their capabilities. Hongzhua chuckled and shook his head. There are no outsiders here, so I won't mince words. These dishes were specifically prepared by the base leaders to win your favor. Lin Kong was not surprised. Without the morning test, The military base would not have been so generous. He patted the empty chair beside him and smiled at Hong Zhuo. Old Hong, with so much food? You should join us. Hong Zhuo gazed at the bountiful spread, swallowing hard. Then I shall graciously accept. The three of them dove into the feast, their hands moving swiftly. The flavors were exquisite, a testament to the chef's skill. Even in the pre-apocalyptic era, few would have had the opportunity to enjoy such high-quality cuisine. Yes, he savored the tender morsels. Hong Zhuo couldn't help but marvel. No wonder these dishes are crafted by a master chef. Such delicacies are rare, even before the apocalypse. Lin Kong raised an eyebrow. From what you say, it seems you've indulged in such meals before. You surely weren't an ordinary person before the apocalypse. Were you? Hong Zhuo waved his hand dismissively, sighing, I merely thrived in a small company, nothing extraordinary. Yet, it was warm and fulfilling, with no regrets. Who could have known that everything would change overnight, as he spoke? Hong Zhuo's voice grew choked with emotion. Old Hong, you're alive and well now, which is already a triumph over many. Su Yuan reassured him while munching on fried chicken. Hong Zhuo wiped his mouth, his demeanor lightening as he smiled that I'm nearing 40. Do I really need a 20-something to console me? After these few days, I've come to terms with it. He cleared his throat, looking earnestly at both of them. I nearly forgot the main point, why primary purpose for coming here is to sincerely invite you both to join our Xiaoqing base on behalf of the higher-ups. He gestured towards the table laden with food. The base offers independent villas for you to choose from. Dishes like these will be provided daily. There will also be arrangements for a caretaker to attend to your daily needs. Furthermore, at this point, Hong Zhuo chuckled softly, exchanging knowing glances with the two men, an understanding that only men could perceive. Moreover, if you require, we can also arrange for a charming and empathetic older sister to assist you with your troubles. He said as Su Yuan, filled with excitement, immediately inquired, Old Hong, is there a caring little sister available? Su, my young brother, you are quite bold. Hong Zhuo's expression shifted back to seriousness. In any case, as long as you join the base. Whatever the base can offer will be provided to you without charge, Lin Kong calmly remarked as he picked at his food. Without charge? It is likely to be with conditions. There is no such thing as a free lunch, except for the meal of the condemned. Upon hearing this, Hong Zhuo returned to his relaxed demeanor, leisurely stating, I merely hope that you can assist the base in dealing with Hongyu. I must not hide from you. Before departing, the commander told me that even if you two are unwilling to join the base or collaborate with it, you must not develop any aversion towards the base, which could lead you to side with Hongyu against us. Just dealing with Hongyu has already overwhelmed the base. Should another formidable enemy emerge, the base would likely stand little chance, so you will not be siding with Hongyu, will you? Hong Zhuo fixed his gaze on Lin Kong, slowly asking. Lin Kong returned his gaze, remaining silent for several seconds. Just as a bead of cold sweat trickled down Hong Zhuo's forehead, Lin Kong chuckled softly, we will only stand with the people. Hong Zhuo was taken aback for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Indeed, we are all on the side of the people. Chapter 69. The announcement of meditation the following day, after Lin Kong and his companion awoke and had a light breakfast. They commenced a new day of training. While they diligently continued their practice, outside the park, the various factions within Xiaoqing were already in a frenzy. Early that morning, apart from the central district, the streets of Xiaoqing were filled with flyers bearing information about meditation and breakthroughs. Leaving the entire city in astonishment, meditation can actually enhance one's realm. Goodness, is this true? Does this mean we no longer have to slay zombies? Don't be naive. Didn't you hear the military say? While meditation can enhance one's realm, the efficiency is too low. We still depend on crystal cores. The primary purpose of meditation is to allow us to break through after fully absorbing the crystal cores. Oh no, does that mean we've missed 2 opportunities for breakthroughs? It's never too late to mend the fold. We just need to prepare for breakthroughs in the future. The military has been incredibly generous to share such valuable information. Indeed, it is the military that possesses such magnanimity. Unlike Hong. Sure, are you trying to get us killed? There are only the 2 of us here. What is there to fear? Be cautious. Walls have ears. Do you think the higher-ups were aware of the breakthrough information? With so many high-level individuals, they probably weren't aware. What will happen when they learn of this information? They will likely become restless. We must quickly distance ourselves from here to avoid unwarranted disaster. Within Xiaoqing, aside from the military base and Hongyu base, Numerous factions and gangs existed, some numbering in the thousands. Conversations similar to the one earlier echoed among these various groups. The military's announcement regarding meditation and breakthroughs was so shocking that many found it hard to believe at first. However, as more individuals personally verified the authenticity of meditation, they finally accepted that it indeed existed. What followed was an overwhelming surge of excitement and joy. These smaller factions were far from the strength of the military and Hangyu, and meditation provided them with a new path to enhance their power. Especially for ordinary people who dared not venture out to slay zombies, meditation enabled them to increase their strength even without crystal cores. Though this method was inefficient, it was certainly preferable to doing nothing and merely waiting for death. However, not everyone reacted with joy upon hearing this news. In a renowned villa district within Xiaoqing, dozens of individuals were seated in the grand hall of a massive and luxurious villa. The atmosphere tense in the center of the hall. A man was bound by sturdy iron chains, his body covered in blood and barely clinging to life. Damn the military for concealing such crucial information and only revealing it now. It is clearly an act against us. The muscular Xia Daizhuang, with bronze skin and explosive muscle definition, cursed vehemently. After venting his anger, he seemed unsatisfied and swung his fist, striking the bound man squarely in the face. Bang! The punch sent blood flying from the already weakened man's mouth, knocking out 2 teeth and causing his consciousness to fade further. This treachery from the military is utterly sinister. They have robbed us of 3 opportunities for breakthroughs. We must make them pay dearly, so they understand the consequences of toying with us. Zhao Wen, the leader of the Hangyu base, said with a grim expression from his position at the head of the table, "Himph, Brother One. I told you long ago that the military would become our greatest obstacle in ruling Xiaoqing. You always insisted it wasn't the right time and to wait. Now, we find ourselves in a passive position." A middle-aged man with a hawkish nose, Zhu Shang, spoke ominously, gripping the armrests of his chair tightly as if they might break. "Hot, cough, cough. You filthy insects from the sewers dare to dream of ruling Xiaoqing? What a delusion!" At that moment, the bound man, recovering some consciousness, shouted defiantly at the assembly. Feeling provoked, Zhu Sheng shot him a cold glare, causing the man's face to contort in agony as he seemingly succumbed to immense pain, his head drooping lifelessly. The entire exchange took less than a second. Everyone, do not panic. Based on what we know, although we lag behind the military in breakthroughs, our actual combat strength far surpasses theirs, Zhao Wen declared. Following this, a dark aura manifested in his hand, shooting towards the man who had just ceased to breathe. Sizzle! The dark energy enveloped the man's body in an instant, leaving behind a shadowy figure exuding black mist. Before long, the mist dissipated, and the man's form vanished completely. Zhao Wen's casual display of power left many in the vicinity filled with awe. One individual swiftly approached the center of the hall, surveying the others as he spoke. Indeed, the leader is correct. Many individuals within the military are only at level 2 regarding breakthroughs. Our base has far more level 3 experts than they do. Capturing the military base would not be difficult. Absolutely. Capturing the military base will cement Hangyu's dominance. Capturing the military base will cement Hangyu's dominance. The surrounding individuals echoed loudly. However, amidst this fervent atmosphere, a discordant voice suddenly emerged. But the military base possesses many firearms. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd turned their furious gazes towards the speaker. Zhang Yao, are you looking for trouble? What of firearms? We have all reached level 3. Are we afraid of those things? Use your brain. Do you really think you are the only smart one? Exactly. You seem more like a coward. I suggest you leave Hangyu before it's too late. The harsh rebukes from the crowd forced Zhang Yao to retreat repeatedly, lowering his head as he attempted to explain in a buzzing whisper. I just wanted to remind everyone, but his voice was too soft for anyone to hear. Zhao Wen observed the commotion below without rushing to intervene. It was only when someone attempted to strike Zhang Yao that he spoke slowly. Enough. We are all brothers. Why resort to violence over a disagreement? What would that say about our reputation if word got out? Upon hearing the leader's admonition, the crowd fell silent. However, Zhang Yao's concerns did hold some merit. While they were not afraid of ordinary firearms, the power of more substantial weaponry was something they could not withstand. I wonder if the military possesses any. Zhu Shang's ominous voice echoed in the hall. Zhao Wen did not conceal his thoughts. Responding candidly, based on my information, They likely do have such large-scale weaponry. What? They really have them. What shall we do? Should we abandon our plans to attack the military base? Zhu Sheng's comments had initially been brushed off, but the leader's confirmation sent waves of panic through the crowd. They had not anticipated the military might indeed possess such a trump card. Many felt a sense of trepidation, particularly since they would be the ones leading the charge. However, a few individuals who heard Zhao Wen's words felt a sense of relief instead. The fact that the leader was aware of the military's possible possession of large-scale weaponry but still intended to attack the military base and unify Xiaoqing suggested he likely had a strategy in mind. True to form, as the crowd grew restless, Zhao Wen lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, signaling for silence. Once the atmosphere settled, he chuckled lightly. There is no need for concern. Since I am aware of this information, I certainly have a plan. Chapter 70. Hung Yu. Is that true, boss? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to him. Even Zhu Sheng and Xia Daizhuang glanced towards Zhao Wan. Ordinary firearms cannot harm us. Even some basic artillery, while capable of inflicting damage, would not pose a significant threat. However, they would not foolishly stand idly by, allowing their enemies to strike. With the speed of a Tier 3 evolver, evading the blast radius before the shell detonated was a trivial task. The only real threats to them were large artillery, tanks, and other formidable weaponry. Yet, Zhao Wan, their leader, surprisingly possessed a method to counter these weapons. Zhao Wan smiled enigmatically. These weapons are indeed formidable, and I would struggle to withstand them. However, weapons always require operators. While dealing with the weapons may be complex, neutralizing those who wield them is considerably simpler. The method will remain confidential for now, but rest assured, I will inform you in due time. It is no wonder he is the leader. He possesses solutions to such daunting dilemmas. Indeed, the intellect of a leader is beyond our imagination. The crowd immediately expressed their genuine admiration. Zhao Wan, satisfied with their response, smiled softly but soon adopted a serious demeanor, addressing the group with gravity. Since the military has made its move, we need not conceal ourselves any longer. Xiao Sheng, the military's rats in the base should no longer remain. Deal with them promptly. Understood, Brother One. As for those obstinate small factions and bases, if they refuse to submit to us, their existence will be rendered unnecessary. Xiao Dazhuang immediately proclaimed loudly, leave this matter to me. Boss, Zhao Wen nodded, continuing, tomorrow, we will mobilize everyone. I wish to demonstrate to those old-timers in the military that Hung Yu is not to be trifled with. I want all survivors in Xiaoqing to recognize who truly stands as the foremost base. Hung Yu. On this day, Lin Kong and Su Yuan remained in quiet contemplation and training within the villa on the island. Meanwhile, in Xiaoqing, the clamor persisted, with undercurrents swirling. The following day, at Songhu Park, on the island. I recall there being a gas station on Chonghang Road. There must be plenty of fuel there. Su Yuan's voice echoed in the hall. Opposite him, Lin Kong sat in a recliner, stroking his chin before slowly nodding. A few days prior, they had acquired over a dozen generators, utilizing gasoline to restore their power, but regrettably, their supply of gasoline was limited, and it had run out in a matter of days. Thus, today, they planned to seek out a gas station and stock up. Lin Kong also had a vague recollection of the gas station Su Yuan mentioned. It was not far, positioned at a reasonable distance from the city center. Let us head there. The two quickly prepared and set out. Many of the streets in Xiaoqing, if one were to speak kindly, were imbued with the marks of time. However, if one were to speak bluntly, they were dilapidated and aging, neglected for years without maintenance. After nearly 20 days of turmoil in the post-apocalyptic world, the area was now in utter ruin, resembling the aftermath of a bombardment. At this moment, two figures swiftly darted through the streets, leaving behind fleeting shadows that evaded clear perception. The numerous zombies wandering the streets seemed oblivious to their presence. Even as they brushed past, the zombies remained unperturbed. Continuing their aimless wandering, as Lin Kong advanced, he continually sensed his surroundings. Among the clustered buildings, apart from a few burly men wielding weapons in search of something, no living survivors were visible. It appeared these men were organized. Lin Kong reflected silently but chose to remain uninvolved, continuing onward with Su Yuan. Within moments, they arrived at Chonghang Road, the distinctive sign of the gas station becoming faintly visible several hundred meters ahead. What's wrong, Kong? Observing Lin Kong halt, Su Yuan turned his head in confusion. Lin Kong glanced toward a nearby small shopping center, his eyes flickering. After a brief hesitation, he spoke. There are people over there. Let us take a look. People? Great. If it catches your interest, there must be a reason. Su Yuan agreed after a moment's consideration. The two dashed toward the small shopping center. Inside the shopping center, Song Bing let out a pained hiss as he removed his upper garments. Wrapping them around his severed left arm, blood instantly soaked the fabric, turning the white material a deep crimson. Enduring excruciating pain, he tied a knot, his eyes ablaze with rage as he glared at the adversaries before him. Opposite them stood 6 men whose appearances and attire suggested they were far from virtuous, engaged in conflict with 2 or 3 male students who were clearly outmatched. "I'll fight you," he shouted angrily, clenching his fists and charging forward once more. Meanwhile, cries of shock and fear erupted nearby. "Ahu! Wake up! Don't scare me! Why are you standing in front of me? Why?" Jiang Dai pleaded, cradling Ahu in her arms, yet Ahu offered no response apart from the warm blood seeping from his wounds. "Ahu! Ahu! You beasts!" Just as she rose in fury, a severed head soared through the air, rolling twice before landing before her, face up. Recognizing the identity of the head, her body trembled violently, her mind going blank. Su Gue, a former high school classmate of Jiang Dai, who had once shared a desk with her for several months. Though Jiang Dai had not appreciated Su Gui's carefree demeanor, she had to admit he was a decent person, often concocting little antics to make her laugh. Now, that classmate would never again make her smile. Yet before she could wallow in sorrow, a devilish voice rang out before her. "Beautiful lady, if you take off your clothes and dance a few numbers for us, I'll spare this kid's life. What do you say?" "Ha ha ha." Jiang Dai looked up to see a scruffy, bald man, his physique unremarkable apart from his enormous right arm, which he used to grip a male student effortlessly, rendering him immobile. This giant man leered at Jiang Dai, grinning lasciviously while his squinting eyes roamed her body. The filthy words pierced Jiang Dai deeply. As a sheltered university student, she had never encountered such vulgarity. Instinctively, she glanced down. Despite shielding herself with flames during the earlier skirmish, she had been struck multiple times. Although her injuries were not severe, her clothing had been torn to shreds, leaving her to clutch at what remained and bind the tattered pieces tightly. Yet, this only heightened their fervor, their eyes glued to her, and one man's excitement visibly rising. "Exactly, beautiful lady. If you had just agreed to serve us from the start, your classmates wouldn't have to die. What ill intentions could we possibly have? We merely wish to invite you to dinner. You needn't lift a finger. We'll feed you ourselves. Ha ha ha." The group continued to toy with the students before them while lewdly taunting Jiang Dai. Suddenly, a massive fireball materialized from thin air, sending a powerful wave of heat cascading toward them. The flames surged forward, forcing them to shield their eyes from the blinding light as they staggered back. Once the blaze subsided, Jiang Dai approached with an impassive expression, a steel pipe engulfed in flames, glowing red from the heat in her grasp. She surveyed her surroundings, her previously resolute gaze now dimmed. Out of their party of 7, only Song Bing, Wang Hao, and she remained alive. In contrast, their 5 adversaries, though fewer, were all bona fide Tier 3 evolvers. After a brief skirmish, she recognized that the 5 opponents hailed from the Hengyu base. One of the ability users could enlarge his arms, another could transform into a wild boar, and yet another possessed healing powers. Damn Hengyu. With this thought, Jiang Dai raised her right hand, hurling the blazing steel pipe at a Tier 3 evolver devoid of abilities. The individual, caught off guard by her attack, scrambled to evade it. Just as he was about to be struck, a dark, pig-like hoof appeared, swatting the pipe away. This little lady has some fight in her. The owner of the hoof, a grotesque figure with a pig's head and a human body, chuckled. The burly man laughed heartily. "No problem. I will treat her well." He then casually tossed the lifeless body of a male student at Jiang Dai as if it were a toy. Jiang Dai remained unperturbed, executing a roll to evade, and upon rising, clapped her hands together with a resounding smack. The bald man, witnessing her gesture, seemed to realize something, his expression shifting dramatically as he hastily shielded his head with both hands. Yet, in the next moment, his head remained intact, while a fiery spot appeared in his nether region. Boom! The spot detonated like a bomb. "Ah, my little brother!" The bald man cried out, clutching his groin. That moment, A bespectacled man beside him conjured wisps of white light, which drifted toward the bald man. Instantly, the bald man sighed in relief. "Thank you, Ahui, my little brother is saved." He then glared fiercely at Jiang Dai. However, Jiang Dai had vanished without a trace. The bald man quickly scanned his surroundings. Bang! With a deafening sound, he felt a sharp pain in his forehead before losing consciousness. "Xiao Zhao!" The wild boar man shouted as he saw the bald man collapse. Kicking aside the person before him in a frenzy, "He is fine. He is just unconscious," the glasses-wearing man replied calmly, placing a hand on the bald man's head while casting a dark look toward Jiang Dai. "To be able to counter a Tier 3 with a Tier 2, your abilities are quite extraordinary. Your combat level must be considerable. However, this move seems to have drained quite a bit of your energy. I suspect you lack the power to unleash it again." Jiang Dai's complexion was pallid, leaving one to wonder whether her state was simply poor or if the words of the bespectacled man had struck a chord. "Xiao Hao!" A piercing scream resonated from the other side. Jiang Dai turned her gaze to find Wang Hao impaled through the chest by the elongated tusks of the boar man Wang Hao. She could not help but cry out in despair. Unfortunately, Wang Hao had already succumbed, discarded by the boar man like refuse. "I'll fight you to the end," Song Bing shouted furiously, charging forward with clenched fists. As a level 3 enhanced ability user, he held his ground against the boar man, whose advantages were rapidly dwindling under his relentless strikes. However, just as Song Bing was gaining momentum, Hung Yu, a level 3 evolver, stealthily circled behind him and delivered a debilitating blow to the back of his head. Seizing the moment of Song Bing's disorientation, the boar man landed 2 heavy kicks to his chest. Bang! Song Bing was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, his eyes glazed over, on the verge of unconsciousness. The boar man and several others from Hong Yu paid no further heed to the incapacitated Song Bing. Instead, their focus sharpened on the panicked Jiang Dai. "Song Bing, Wang Hao," Jiang Dai murmured, her spirit waning. "My dear, do not concern yourself with those worthless fools. In this apocalyptic world, strength reigns supreme. Aligning yourself with us is the wisest choice. You beasts, deluded in your fantasies, even if it costs me my life, I will not let you prevail," Jiang Dai retorted vehemently. "Death? At your level. Even if you were to perish, we would not mind. Ha ha ha." Despite their bravado, they were reluctant to let Jiang Dai truly take her own life, keeping a vigilant eye on her to prevent any sudden moves. You. May you all meet a terrible end." Jiang Dai could hardly believe the shamelessness of her adversaries, her impotent curses escaping her lips. Yet, her disheartened demeanor only fueled the ambition of the boar man and his companions. "Stay away from her. If you have the guts, come at me." From a distance, Song Bing, regaining consciousness, shouted towards them. The boar man snorted dismissively, leaping before Song Bing, his massive hoof crashing down upon his skull, blood and tissue erupting as his furious cries were abruptly silenced. "No! Song Bing, no!" Jiang Dai knelt helplessly on the ground, her voice a wretched wail. "My dear, do not force our hand. We would prefer you take the initiative. Should we be pleased, there may be extra rewards in store for you." The members of Hung Yu encircled Jiang Dai, their eyes glinting with malice as they leered at her. Across the street, atop a building, Lin Kong and Su Yuan had just landed, observing through the window the dire situation unfolding in Jiang Dai's room. "So it was them," Lin Kong murmured. "Who was the other group?" Su Yuan inquired, puzzled. "They belong to Hung Yu," Lin Kong replied coolly. Though he had only just arrived, his spiritual perception had long since extended to this location, revealing much, particularly the intriguing light surrounding Jiang Dai, which piqued his interest. "Hung Yu? Truly a pack of scoundrels, a Kong. Let us rescue her." Had Lin Kong and Su Yuan not declined, Song Bing's group would have become their subordinates. Jiang Dai had left a favorable impression on them, and seeing her in distress stirred Su Yuan's concern. "Fear not, I am here. Those from Hong Yu are already as good as dead. She will not come to harm. However, let us wait a moment longer," Lin Kong stated calmly. Upon finishing his words, he turned his gaze forward to eye in his perception. Outside the room where Jiang Dai was, a boy of about 14 or 15 was stealthily observing the commotion. To Lin Kong's astonishment, this boy, although merely a level 2 ability user, possessed an energy intensity that rivaled several level 3 evolvers from Hung Yu. Did he break limits from the onset, or was his combat prowess exceptionally high? Perhaps both? Inside the shopping mall room, hurry up, stop dawdling like a woman. Fourth, she is a woman. Only you are clever. Do not interject, my lady, make haste, lest I be forced to take matters into my own hands. Laughter erupted among the men, their words like venomous thorns piercing Jiang Dai's heart. Ku, Song Bing, Wang Hao, they are all dead. What am I to do? Jiang Dai murmured in agony. She longed to fight back, to exchange one life for another. Yet her current condition was too poor. Even conjuring a fireball felt like an insurmountable task. She contemplated suicide, but she knew that even the slightest movement would be thwarted by these men. Memories flooded her mind of how, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, she had rushed home, hoping to find her parents alive, only to discover their lifeless bodies embraced in death, alongside a blood-stained note. Little Dai, your mother has turned into a zombie. You know she fears the dark and being alone, so I had no choice but to accompany her. I know this is selfish of me, and I apologize. Yet, no matter what, I hope you can survive. I'm sorry, Father. This world is too filthy. I wanted to find you. She wished desperately to be like a spy from a television drama, hiding poison in her teeth, ready to escape this cruel world with a mere bite. After a few more jests, the men grew impatient with Jiang Dai's inaction. If you want to act, then I shall assist you. The bald man grinned wickedly as he stepped forward, his hand reaching for the hem of Jiang Dai's garment. Chapter 72. You all deserve to die, beasts, die. Just as the bald man was about to grasp Jiang Dai's attire, an authoritative shout rang out. Before the members of Hong Yu could react, a flash of silver light streaked by, and the bald man clutched his throat, blood gushing forth. He had barely emitted a pained gasp before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Only when the bald man fell did onlookers see that the source of the silver light was a palm-sized metallic disc, its edges razor-sharp and stained with blood. Brother Zhao. Zhi. Before they could examine the bald man, another series of whistling sounds erupted from the side. The little brat is courting death. The boar man turned to the direction of the sound, spotting the boy he had previously overlooked. The boar man recognized that the whistling was caused by bullet-like metal projectiles and snorted disdainfully as his coarse fur rapidly grew, enveloping him like a ball. Just then, several metal projectiles struck him. However, the boar man merely shook his body, causing the projectiles to fall harmlessly to the ground. Immediately afterward, he leaped towards the boy. The boy glared at the boar man with hatred. Waving his right hand as the metal crates piled around him morphed into liquid metal, gathering before him. In the next moment, this liquid metal solidified into a wall of metal. Countless steel spikes jutted from the side facing the boar man. Glistening ominously, hiss! The boar man gasped in shock at the iron wall bristling with spikes and hastily halted, fearful of being skewered like a hedgehog. Meanwhile, a thought arose in the minds of all present, including Lin Kong and Su Yuan in the distance. This boy possesses the ability to manipulate metal. The boy's ability was indeed the most formidable of the elemental abilities, metal manipulation. Lin Kong also noted that the boy's powers were not limited to the single transformation seen in others, but rather exhibited diverse developmental potential. While it remained uncertain how formidable his abilities were, his current performance indicated great promise. Altogether, after the boar man suffered a minor setback, he chose to abandon reason and engage in a coordinated assault. Alongside him, Hong Yu had 5 members, all at level 3. 2 remained to guard Jiang Dai, while the others flanked left and right, converging with the boar man to confront the boy. Zizi, you all deserve to die, the boy bellowed, as the metal wall morphed from flat to curved, forming a semicircular shield that could protect against attacks from 3 directions. Simultaneously, the steel spikes launched forward, hurtling towards the 3 approaching adversaries. The boar man, protected by his thick fur, pressed on without fear, while the other 2, seeing the incoming spikes, seized the nearby corpse as a makeshift shield. Release them! Jiang Dai cried out in anguish, witnessing her classmates' bodies being so desecrated. The 2 from Hong Yu beside her merely scoffed. Do not fret, my dear. Once Brother Li and the others finish off that little boy, we shall attend to you. Ha ha ha! Countless steel spikes pierced the corpse used as a shield, rendering it grotesquely mutilated. Once the spikes were exhausted, the 2 discarded the corpse and charged towards the boy, fists raised. Though they had no weapons, The physical prowess of level 3 evolvers was formidable enough that low-level opponents could not easily challenge them. As the boy saw the men closing in, he knew he was in peril. He launched dozens of iron spikes before swiftly retreating to create distance. Unexpectedly, the boar man leaped, flipping in midair to intercept most of the iron spikes. The two on either side seized the opportunity and lunged toward the boy. Bang! The boy, lacking experience, was caught off guard and was struck by a powerful punch. His frail body sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground. As he struggled to rise once more, the boar man's sharp tusks were already poised against his forehead. Throw. Keep throwing. The boar man's ally, dressed in a floral shirt, delivered a harsh slap to the boy's face, berating him loudly. The boy spat out a shattered tooth, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the men before him. The wild boar man gazed at the boy with indifference, inquiring, "Why did you attack us?" The boy, possessing remarkable abilities, scoffed, "Do I need a reason to kill you? You have slain Xiao Zhao. Logically, I should seek vengeance for him. However, you still hold some value, so this is your final chance. Either join me, or face death." The wild boar man gestured towards the shattered corpse on the ground, his tone icy. Meanwhile, Jiang Dai, seizing the moment when the two men beside her relaxed, had regained a considerable amount of strength and energy. She watched as the boy was encircled by three men, her hands instinctively clenching. This boy, significantly younger than her, had saved her in a dire moment, but in doing so, he had also plunged himself into peril. She could die, but she could not allow this child to lose his life because of her. Though she had regained some strength and energy, she possessed only one opportunity to strike. The boy was formidable. If she could kill one of them to draw the wild boar man's attention, the boy might find a chance to either counterattack or escape. As for what would happen to her after taking a life, she no longer cared. Resolute, Jiang Dai prepared to unleash her light spot once more. But just as she was about to act, a youthful yet chilling voice interrupted her, causing her to pause. "If you kill him, I will join you." The boy pointed at the man in the floral shirt who had just slapped him, addressing the wild boar man. "Kid, you must be dreaming if you think." The man in the floral shirt laughed disdainfully. But before he could finish his sentence, his head was pierced by the wild boar man's tusks, dead beyond revival. The other man in the tank top, standing beside the wild boar man, was instantly struck with terror. Staring in disbelief at the wild boar man, "Brother, son, you?" The wild boar man ignored him, instead fixing his expressionless gaze on the boy. "Humph, truly worthy of being from Hungyu. I've changed my mind. Add him to the list. If you kill him, I will join you." The boy looked at the tank top man, speaking nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the tank top man was immediately frightened and fled, terrified that the wild boar man would turn on him. However, the anticipated attack did not come. "You were playing with fire." The wild boar man, not a fool, quickly realized he had been outwitted by the boy in an instant. His bloody tusk pierced the boy's left shoulder. "Ah!" The boy cried out in pain but soon gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating agony while mockingly gazing at the wild boar man. "I was indeed toying with you. What are you going to do about it? If you have the guts, kill me. As you wish." The wild boar man's eyes turned frigid as he raised his tusk to plunge it into the boy's head. Chapter 73. Take me along. Now is the moment. Jiang Dai's gaze sharpened as a minuscule light spot formed behind the head of a Hungyu man before her, rapidly enlarging. Dodge. Just as the light spot was about to explode, another bespectacled man shouted and kicked the man in the lower back. The man let out a pained grunt and stumbled forward. Boom! The next instant, a violent explosion erupted where he had just stood. "Damn it!" Jiang Dai cursed, regretting that she hadn't anticipated the bespectacled man's vigilance against her ploy. "You think you can trick me, you woman? Let me show you my strength." The man who had been ambushed by Jiang Dai stood up, seething with rage as he advanced toward her. The wild boar man heard the commotion from Jiang Dai's side, but merely hesitated for a moment before continuing his assault on the boy. Jiang Dai watched the blood-stained hands reach for her, and the bespectacled man did not intervene but instead fixated on her every move. The boy stared wide-eyed at the tusk, which seemed to grow larger in his vision. "Sister loves to eat pig-s trotters." At this thought, tears welled in the corners of his eyes. However, in the next instant, those filthy hands halted before Jiang Dai's chest, frozen in place, the tusk no longer advancing an inch. Jiang Dai was the first to sense the anomaly, glancing up to see the two men before her immobile, their eyes fixed in place. This scene reminded her of a few days prior when she herself had been similarly paralyzed. With no warning, she vividly recalled that when she broke free from such a restraint and turned to see those profound eyes, it was as if all attacks and chaos faded into insignificance under their gaze. Was it him? Is he nearby? After a surge of emotions, Jiang Dai glared at the man before her, rose, drew the short knife from his waist, and swung it fiercely at his neck. This time, there were no unforeseen developments. The knife sliced through flesh as easily as cutting tofu, severing his head cleanly. The boy, having never experienced such a situation, was momentarily dazed, only snapping back to reality when Jiang Dai killed the man. Metal objects scattered around transformed into steel needles, hurtling rapidly toward the wild boar man's unprotected face. Moments later, in the once desolate room, only Jiang Dai and the boy remained, weakly collapsed on the ground. Staring at the numerous corpses in a daze, tap, 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 at that moment, a series of unhurried footsteps echoed from outside, growing louder and drawing nearer. The boy quickly sprang to his feet, dozens of metallic projectiles floating around him, vigilantly watching the door. Yet, he cast a curious glance at Jiang Dai, who remained seated on the ground, showing no signs of panic. The footsteps abruptly ceased, and the boy looked to see two students standing at the entrance. The one on the left was not only short but also lacked shoes, likely shorter than himself even without them. However, the bulging muscles on this individual hinted at formidable strength. The boy swiftly turned his gaze to the person on the right. This individual appeared ordinary in looks, attire, and demeanor, yet he exuded an inexplicable aura of confidence and detachment. Fortunately, neither of them made a move, allowing the boy to breathe a sigh of relief. It's really you. Guys, Jiang Dai's voice, though weak, carried a distinct note of joy. Passing by, Lin Kong said, looking at the frail Jiang Dai with an expression devoid of emotion. One had to admit, at least the people from Hengyu were not blind. Jiang Dai, in her disheveled clothing, revealed glimpses of her pale skin, appearing both vulnerable and alluring, causing Lin Kong to momentarily lose his train of thought. However, what truly piqued Lin Kong's interest was her abilities and potential. Fireballs, fire pillars, flame enchantments, explosive light spots, and the fiery armor akin to Su Yuanyan's earth armor exhibited at the park lakeside. Each of these applications not only represented her formidable combat prowess, but also her immense potential. At this moment, Lin Kong was genuinely tempted to recruit her. Previously, he had resisted allowing others to join, partly due to the lack of suitable candidates, bluntly because they were not strong enough. On the other hand, he was wary of betrayal, fearing a knife in the back. Yet now, with Jiang Dai being an elemental ability user, he held high hopes for her strength and potential. As for the fear of betrayal, it was not that Lin Kong was blindly infatuated, believing Jiang Dai would never resort to such treachery. Rather, it was his current strength and abilities that gave him the confidence to dismiss such fears. At present, Lin Kong had merely reached level 2, just breaking through his limitations. But one must not forget, he was a dual ability user. Each level up consumed far more cores than others. The excess energy from these cores allowed him to progress at an extraordinary rate. Merely his wood source ability could qualify him as a grade A ability user, shocking military bases, not to mention his mind ability, a bug-level power enabling him to learn and comprehend mental abilities infinitely. After parting ways with Hong Zhua and his patrol team, Lin Kong had not tested how long it would take him to destroy cores of the same level at full strength. Since even the wood source ability was grade A, his mind ability would undoubtedly be grade A as well. Given that both were grade A, there was little need for further testing, of course. Being strong did not mean he was immune to betrayal. What truly assuaged Lin Kong's fears was his mental perception ability. Through continuous practice and the recent realization of his grounding ability, which served as an unending power source, his mental perception had gradually transitioned from an active skill to a passive one. Now, he kept his mental perception activated nearly 24 hours a day without any burden, hardly affecting his other activities. Even while sleeping, activating mental perception did not hinder his dreams. For instance, last night, when the turtle brother got hungry and crawled from the lake to the island for fruit, he sensed it effortlessly. Because of this, Lin Kong entertained the thought of recruiting Jiang Dai. Had he not intended to bring her into the fold, he would have simply walked away anonymously after doing a good deed. However, upon seeing Jiang Dai's current state of disorientation, he found it difficult to voice his intentions. After all, she had just suffered the tragedy of losing her entire team, and he couldn't help but feel it would seem opportunistic to extend an invitation to join him. "Hey, where are you running off to?" Su Yuan's shout interrupted Lin Kong's contemplation. It turned out the boy had stealthily begun to slip away while the others were distracted. "Forget him," Lin Kong said, shaking his head as he held back the eager Su Yuan. "That boy has decent abilities, but he seems a bit reclusive and peculiar. I haven't even thanked him yet," Jiang Dai murmured, watching the direction in which the boy had departed. She could not comprehend why he had chosen to save her, knowing full well he could not defeat the Hongyu men. But she quickly turned her gaze back to Lin Kong and the others, sincerely expressing, "Thank you for saving me." Lin Kong nodded slightly, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. Su Yuan scratched his head and chuckled foolishly a couple of times. For the next few seconds, the three of them stood there in silence, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. "Let us go," Lin Kong sighed inwardly, still refraining from speaking, and after a nod towards Su Yuan, he prepared to leave. The two turned and made their way toward the door. Jiang Dai watched the retreating figures of the two, glanced down at the bodies of their classmates on the ground, gritted her teeth, lowered her head, and struggled to suppress something within her. As Lin Kong and Su Yuan's footsteps grew fainter, it seemed that Jiang Dai made up her mind. She raised her head to look at the two, just about to step out the door, and asked loudly, tinged with hope, "Can you take me with you?" Chapter 74. Because I want to live. Lin Kong and Su Yuan paused in their tracks. Su Yuan turned around, his eyes brimming with delight. A stunning beauty wanting to join them was something no man would refuse. The key was that she was not merely a delicate girl but a formidable warrior, undaunted by challenges. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze shifted back to Lin Kong, and no matter how beautiful she was, nothing could surpass the bond of brotherhood. Lin Kong also turned in surprise to look at Jiang Dai. Just moments ago, he had been lost in his own thoughts, and now she had taken the initiative to speak. Seeing the two looking at her, Jiang Dai hurriedly added, "I won't hold you back or cause any trouble. I may not be as strong as you, but I can cook and handle some logistical tasks." "I can definitely be of help. You can cook?" Lin Kong and Su Yuan exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes lighting up. "I can. My father is a renowned chef in Shao City. He taught me how to cook since I was little." Jiang Dai nodded vigorously as she explained. Lin Kong keenly noticed the heaviness in her tone when she mentioned her father, but he chose not to dwell on that detail and instead asked earnestly, "Why do you want to follow us?" Jiang Dai hesitated for a moment, the memory of a note left by her father surfacing in her mind. After a brief pause, she softly replied, "Because you are strong. And because I want to live." After a few seconds of silence, Lin Kong took off a sports jacket from his back and handed it to Jiang Dai. "Put this on and keep up." He then turned and headed towards the door. Jiang Dai stared at the jacket in her hands, momentarily dazed. Then she glanced at her tattered clothes, a flush creeping onto her face as she hurriedly put on the jacket and followed suit. Not long after they exited, they found a clothing store where Jiang Dai changed into suitable attire. Throughout the journey, she refrained from asking Lin Kong and Su Yuan where they were headed, silently trailing behind them. Within 2 minutes, they stopped in front of a gas station. "UNZ?" Lin Kong pointed to the ground, calling to Su Yuan. Su Yuan immediately understood. Approaching the front of the gas station, squatting down and plunging his hands into the ground like two shovels. "Ha!" With a thunderous shout, he exerted force, and the solid concrete floor instantly fractured into a spiderweb of cracks. Following this, he lifted his hands, tearing out a large section of the floor and tossing it aside. Beneath the uprooted pavement lay 4 massive oil tanks, 2 of which were leaking due to Su Yuan's excessive force. "Hurry, quickly, a Kong." The oil leaking out isn't just oil. It's the cherished memories of our teachers stored in Su Yuan's fully charged phone. Su Yuan urged Lin Kong to gather the oil. Lin Kong, equally concerned, dashed to the top of the oil tank, pressing his dragon-scaled right hand against it, continuously absorbing the oil. Before they left, Lin Kong had emptied all the dragon scales, storing frozen food in large refrigerators. This way, they could fill up to 1,000 cubic meters of oil. Unfortunately, the 4 tanks at this gas station only held a total of 120 cubic meters, equating to 120,000 liters. However, this would be sufficient for their needs for a period. Jiang Dai observed Lin Kong's actions with confusion. "Is this how you gather oil? But how can you collect it just by touching the tank?" To an outsider, It might have seemed as if Lin Kong was merely showing off. After about 10 minutes, Lin Kong had successfully drained all the oil from the tanks. Looking at the emptied tanks, he felt a twinge of regret. If only the spatial passage of the dragon scales were larger. He would have taken both the oil and the tanks with him. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he called to the two who had been waiting patiently. All done, let us head home. Although Jiang Dai was filled with questions, she remained silent and kept closely behind the two. However, after walking only a few steps, she noticed that a large horde of zombies had gathered on the street ahead. Their claws outstretched as they charged towards them. 4 notably swift zombies, evidently at level 3, were leading the charge. One of them had armor-like growths covering its body, clearly indicating formidable defenses. I can handle one, Jiang Dai declared, eyeing the approaching zombies warily and calling out to Lin Kong and Su Yuan. No need for that, Lin Kong replied calmly, shaking his head. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the fierce-looking level 3 zombies were swiftly dispatched, their heads severed and rolling to the ground, while several level 3 crystal cores soared through the air into Lin Kong's hands. The remaining horde of level 1 and level 2 zombies posed no threat, collapsing as they ran. Jiang Dai stood frozen, astonished at how effortlessly Lin Kong had dealt with the 4 level 3 zombies. Just yesterday, she and Song Bing had struggled against a horde led by 3 level 3 zombies, ultimately succeeding after a grueling 10-minute battle. It seemed she had yet to adjust to having such a powerful ally as Lin Kong by her side. Suddenly, a few glowing level 3 crystal cores were tossed toward her, and she quickly reached out to catch them. What is this, for you? But I didn't even contribute, just level 3 crystals, they're not that rare. Alright then, Jiang Dai thought, feeling a bit sheepish about her earlier comments. Just as she was about to stow the crystal cores in her pocket, a strange, mocking voice rang out. You lot! Where did you come from? Don't you know this area belongs to Hongyu? Hand over everything you've taken. Don't hide it. I see the crystal cores in your hands. Hand them over immediately. On the other side of the street, a group of fierce-looking individuals approached, brandishing various weapons. Hongyu! The moment Jiang Dai heard this name, her anger flared, and she glared at the group, exclaiming, I want to kill them myself. Filled with rage, she declared, 5 level 3, 2 level 2, I'll help you. Lin Kong replied. Thank you. Jiang Dai drew a short blade and charged forward. Whoa! I didn't see it clearly from afar, but this little beauty is stunning. The leader of the Hongyu group, a man wearing sunglasses, lifted his shades, greedily eyeing the approaching Jiang Dai. Although her sportswear was loose and she wore a black baseball cap, it did little to conceal her exquisite features and the immense energy she exuded beneath her attire. Kuren-gu, this isn't just a pretty girl, she's a knockout, someone exclaimed, making a clawing gesture while guffawing. Bang! A loud noise erupted, abruptly silencing the laughter. Old 3. The man beside him screamed in shock. As the smoke cleared, they saw him collapsed on the ground, his head blown apart. Chapter 75. The past will eventually pass. There is light ahead. Jiang Dai's explosive attack was indeed powerful, akin to Lin Kong's invisible blade, both capable of catching opponents off guard. If the enemy was unaware of such a technique, even a stronger opponent could hardly evade it without preparation, just like Old 3, a level 3 evolver who fell victim to Jiang Dai's strike, lacking any defensive advantage and completely unprepared. Damn it, brothers, attack! Avenge Old 3. The Hongyu members, startled by Jiang Dai's display, quickly armed themselves, warily watching the advancing Jiang Dai. Jiang Dai did not let the thrill of the kill distract her. Her goal was to eliminate all in front of her. Given her strength, successfully ambushing a level 3 evolver was already a remarkable feat. With her greatest move now revealed, she faced 4 level 3 and 2 level 2 evolvers. However, since Lin Kong urged her to charge boldly, she felt no hesitation, focused solely on the fight. With this thought, the blade in her hand erupted with brilliant light. Engulfed in fierce flames, she swung it toward the man in sunglasses. Clang! As Jiang Dai's blade came down, the sunglass-wearing man transformed his hands into 2 swords, easily parrying her attack. At that moment, a member of Hongyu darted to Jiang Dai's side, swinging a steel pipe toward her back. As Jiang Dai prepared to evade, the sunglass man deftly deflected her short blade, thrusting his sword directly at her. Jiang Dai opened her mouth, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy that shot towards the man in sunglasses. forcing him to retreat in haste to avoid the searing flames. However, this counterattack left her vulnerable to the assault from behind. Just as she braced herself to endure the blow from the steel pipe, the attacker suddenly froze, unable to move. Lin Kong had intervened. From behind, Lin Kong had been observing the battle closely. Recent experiences had filled Jiang Dai with intense hatred for Hung Yu, and the total annihilation of her teammates, including Song Bing, had left her emotional state unstable. Though these individuals from Hung Yu did not voice their thoughts, both Lin Kong and Su Yuan could distinctly sense the undercurrents of tension. Given the fortuitous encounter with these people, it presented an opportune moment for Jiang Dai to unleash her pent-up frustrations. Since the intention was to allow Jiang Dai to vent, Lin Kong refrained from directly aiding her in eliminating the adversaries. Instead, he chose to protect her while granting her the chance to confront them herself. Only through such an experience could Jiang Dai swiftly emerge from her previous tribulations. As the steel pipe remained suspended above her back, Jiang Dai soon realized that it was Lin Kong who had intervened. The initial worries and panic that had clouded her mind dissipated in an instant, and her gaze turned icy as it fell upon her foes. With Lin Kong safeguarding her, she felt no trepidation. Kill. Eliminate them. Jiang Dai brandished her crimson short knife, charging forward with fervor. In no time, the scene was dominated by Jiang Dai's fiery figure, her blade dancing with relentless fury. Conversely, the remaining 6 from Hung Yu found themselves ensnared in an abyss of terror and frustration. Although the woman before them exhibited considerable combat prowess, attempting to match her strength was akin to chasing phantoms. What was more alarming, however, was that each time they aimed to strike Jiang Dai, their bodies would inexplicably become immobilized, only regaining movement once she had evaded their attacks. Within mere exchanges, 2 of their number had already succumbed to her hand. This bizarre phenomenon unfolded repeatedly, and it dawned upon them that they were mere pawns in a cruel game. There must be a formidable expert present, toying with them at will. This was untenable. If this continued, they stood no chance of survival, destined to be gradually dispatched by this woman. No, she was insignificant. The true threat lay with those 2 young men behind her. This was all their machination. The man in sunglasses, observing the unstoppable Jiang Dai, cast a glance back at Lin Kong and Su Yuan, who sat placidly atop an abandoned car, his eyes flickering with apprehension. The ability to toy with them from such a distance was beyond the capabilities of even the elite forces of their base. Stronger than the elite? Could they possibly be the fabled grade A ability users, akin to their leader? The thought sent beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. If that were the case, their chances of survival would be bleak, if not impossible. No, he needed to flee immediately. Resolving himself, he abandoned his subordinates engaged in fierce combat with Jiang Dai and swiftly turned to escape. Humph! Thinking to escape? Su Yuan scoffed derisively, and with a thunderous crash, towering earthen walls rose around them, ensnaring the Hung Yu members and Jiang Dai in an unyielding grip. The man in sunglasses felt a chill run down his spine as he swung his arms, transforming them into massive axes to strike the earthen barrier. Bang! After a dull thud, half of the axe became embedded in the wall, failing to breach it, and instead trapping his hands within, rendering him powerless to extract them no matter how he strained. Damn it! Get me out of here! He pushed against the ground, exerting every ounce of strength to pull free. At that moment, Jiang Dai's calm yet chilling voice echoed from behind him. Just you left. The man in sunglasses whipped around to find that, aside from Jiang Dai, who was steadily closing the distance, none of his comrades remained. All of his subordinates lay lifeless in pools of blood. Jiang Dai, clad in freshly stained garments, bore a frozen gaze and an expression of serene beauty, her blade still dripping crimson, surrounded by flickering flames. The flames, whether due to the lighting or some other factor, appeared more vibrant and otherworldly than any ordinary fire. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm not human. Just treat me like a passing breeze and let me go, I beg you. The man in sunglasses immediately cowered. Attempting to kneel in supplication, but with his hands trapped in the wall, he found himself in a ridiculous position, suspended mid-kneel. Jiang Dai approached, her expression unchanging, until her blade fell, severing his head from his shoulders. After dispatching the last of her foes, Jiang Dai collapsed to the ground, akin to a deflated balloon. Though Lin Kong had assisted her, the ordeal had been one of bloodshed and the cathartic release of her boundless anger and resentment. Each strike had been wielded with all her might. While the demise of the Hengyu squad brought her a sense of relief, a profound melancholy lingered within her, for although her enemies lay defeated, the memories of those lost would never return. In that moment, a hand extended towards her from the dim haze of her vision, seemingly seeking to help her rise. Jiang Dai looked up, momentarily dazed, to find Lin Kong and Su Yuan standing before her, smiles gracing their faces. The sight of them sent a tremor through her heart, dispelling the shadows that had clouded her spirit. Unbeknownst to her, her lips had unconsciously curved into a faint smile. The past would inevitably fade, and ahead lay the promise of light. Chapter 76. The Power to Suppress All. After a tranquil journey, the trio returned to Songhu Park after several minutes. Standing before the island and gazing at the serene beauty of the landscape, Jiang Dai felt as if she were in a different realm, as if the harrowing experiences of the past half-month were but a fleeting dream. Yet, she was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion. Had Lin Kong and Su Yuan not appeared this morning, she shuddered to think of the alternative. She dared not dwell further on that thought. Lin Kong surveyed the island, now filled with vegetable patches, fruit trees, and various arrangements, and awkwardly remarked, "Initially, I hadn't anticipated others would reside here, so I constructed only one house. The second floor is for Yuanzi, and the third is for me. However, I can build an additional floor for you. No, that's unnecessary, if you don't mind. I can simply choose an empty room to stay in," Jiang Dai responded hastily. After the catharsis of battle and the subsequent alleviation of tension, her spirits had lifted considerably. There were indeed many vacant rooms on both the second and third floors. Feel free to select one. Then, I shall reside on the third floor, Jiang Dai said, her gaze evasive and hesitant. "Oh," Su Yuan exclaimed, as if relishing the unfolding spectacle. Lin Kong shot him a glare before leading Jiang Dai inside to tidy up. Along the way, Lin Kong had collected several of the girl's essentials. After a brief rest in the afternoon, as evening approached, Jiang Dai volunteered to prepare dinner, much to the anticipation of Lin Kong and Su Yuan. After all, since the onset of the apocalypse, aside from the meal provided by Hong Zhuo, they had not tasted proper cuisine again. Without hesitation, Lin Kong produced every type of ingredient they possessed, allowing Jiang Dai to choose freely. Startled by the variety of ingredients, Jiang Dai quickly regained her composure and set to work in no time. The air filled with enticing aromas, and an array of visually stunning and delectable dishes emerged one after another. "My goodness, Jiang Dai, you weren't exaggerating. This food is truly exquisite," Su Yuan exclaimed, unable to resist sampling a few bites before all the dishes had been served, showering her with praise. "Indeed, it is delicious, surpassing even what Hong brought last time," Lin Kong remarked, a hint of surprise evident as he glanced at Jiang Dai, who had just taken a seat. He had not anticipated that this young girl would possess such remarkable culinary skills, rivaling those of professional chefs. Flushed with embarrassment from their compliments, Jiang Dai shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, "As long as you enjoy it, come, let us eat quickly. It will lose its flavor if it gets cold." After a frenzied feast, Lin Kong set down his utensils and turned to Jiang Dai with earnestness. "And no matter what, we welcome you to join our little team. We may be few in number, but our strength is commendable. We have no grand ambitions. We simply wish to survive in this wretched apocalypse." Jiang Dai nodded earnestly, recalling the note left by her father. "I too wish to live well." At that moment, Lin Kong's tone grew somber. "While we desire nothing more than to endure, the reality is harsh. Zombies, mutated beasts, anomalous plants, and even humanity. This entire apocalypse will not spare us. Instead, it will continually reveal its fangs. Thus, if we wish to truly survive, there is only one path: strength. Only with the power to suppress all can we overcome every obstacle." Lin Kong's words stirred memories of the tribulations Jiang Dai had faced since the onset of the apocalypse. Over 20 classmates, some consumed by zombies, others brutally killed by malicious humans, and others unable to bear the immense pressure of this new reality, resorting to suicide. Now, she stood alone, the sole survivor. These experiences made her deeply resonate with Lin Kong's sentiments. Yet an inner voice questioned, could such power truly be attained? Were it not for the speaker being Lin Kong, she would have labeled him an arrogant fool, a deluded youth. Seemingly sensing Jiang Dai's doubts, Lin Kong remained unfazed, smiling as he said, "Speaking of which, I haven't properly introduced myself. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Lin Kong, but you may also call me a Konged. I hail from Shen City and was a junior at Blue Ocean University before the apocalypse. I am a Grade 2 ability user, but I will soon break through to Grade 3. My ability is mental manipulation, classified as Grade A in combat power. You're only a Grade 2? Zhang Dai's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning her own hearing. Today, she had witnessed Lin Kong effortlessly dominate several Grade 3 evolved beings, leaving them without a shred of resistance. With such formidable strength, how could he claim to be merely Grade 2? Did he not wish to live? Lin Kong nodded. That's due to my high combat rank. Let me explain. Combat ranks are determined by the military. Lin Kong elaborated on the specifics of combat ranks to Zhang Dai. After absorbing this information, she still found it difficult to accept. Even if your combat rank was grade, it shouldn't translate to such incredible prowess. Zhang Dai nearly let slip a curse, quickly substituting her words. Indeed, it is remarkable. The Grade A designation signifies the pinnacle of combat ranks, but it does not encapsulate a Kong's true strength. Su Yuan chimed in with a grin. Zhang Dai, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean?" Lin Kong remained silent as he retrieved a second-tier crystal core from his possession. With a surge of energy, infused with a hue of white intertwined with green, Zhang Dai anxiously counted in her mind while observing the crystal core in Lin Kong's hand. 0, 1, crack, the crystal core shattered. Zhang Dai exclaimed. Within 5 seconds, it was deemed Class A, and yet yours broke in just 1 second. Does the crystal core possess no dignity? At that moment, she finally comprehended the meaning behind Su Yuan's earlier words. Oh my, a Kong. How can you be so swift? Su Yuan, who had never witnessed Lin Kong's full testing capabilities, was astonished, his speech faltering. Despite his unwavering confidence in Lin Kong, 1 second felt excessively rapid. Speak clearly. What do you mean by me being fast? Clearly, it's my speed in breaking the crystal core that is remarkable, Lin Kong nearly retorted in frustration. Hee. Su Yuan scratched his head awkwardly, then turned to Zhang Dai, saying, My name is Su Yuan. Feel free to call me Unz. I'm from Suicheng, and I share a room with a Kong. I am a second-tier ability user currently breaking through limits, wielding earth element abilities with Class A combat power. Upon finishing, Su Yuan similarly produced a second-tier crystal core. 1, 2, 3. After 4 seconds, the crystal core shattered, undeniably Class A. Zhang Dai cast a surprised glance at Su Yuan, not realizing he was also a Class A ability user. From Lin Kong's earlier introduction, she learned that there were only 5 Class A users in the entire Xiao City, each one capable of standing against 10, a decisive factor in determining the outcome of battles. The fact that both Lin Kong and Su Yuan were Class A, particularly Lin Kong, whose strength likely far exceeded that of an ordinary Class A, explained why he could toy with several third-tier evolvers as if they were mere playthings. With the two of them, they could easily rival the 2 major bases in Xiao City. In a daze, Zhang Dai recalled Lin Kong's earlier words echoing in her ears. Only with the strength to suppress all can one resolve every obstacle. The notion of possessing such overwhelming power was not mere rhetoric, nor was it boastful bravado or an adolescent fantasy. Despite the astonishing strength Lin Kong and Su Yuan currently exhibited, Zhang Dai remained skeptical about the feasibility of achieving such dominance. Perhaps this statement served more as a belief, a goal to strive for. After a lengthy reverie, she noticed Lin Kong and Su Yuan were both gazing at her. Oh, my apologies, I was lost in thought. Zhang Dai adjusted her posture, sitting up straight with her chest out. My name is Zhang Dai. You may call me Xiao Dai. I'm originally from Xiao City and was a sophomore at Chuzhou University before the apocalypse. I am a second-tier ability user currently breaking through limits. However, I missed the first 2 opportunities to break through. Pausing, she saw the 2 did not interrupt and continued. I wield fire element abilities with the capability of flame control. And as for combat power, she produced a second-tier crystal core, a surge of fiery red energy rushing into it. Chapter 77. Ability mutation. Seconds passed, and the crystal core shattered. 0.7 seconds. It seems I am Class B now. Zhang Dai sighed with a bitter smile, feeling somewhat disheartened, as if she were lagging behind. Lin Kong offered a light laugh for comfort. For those whose abilities could no longer be developed, combat power levels were fixed and nearly impossible to change. However, for individuals like them, who had yet to fully develop their abilities, their combat power levels would grow as their capabilities improved. Although your current combat power does not reach Class A, with further development and training. There is still a chance for you to attain Class A. Really? My abilities can still be developed? Jiang Dai queried, doubting whether Lin Kong was merely offering her consolation. And of course, Yuanzi and I have progressed step by step in the same manner. Your abilities have already demonstrated the potential to manifest various forms and uses, indicating significant developmental potential. You might not have noticed, but during your battle with Hung Yu's group earlier, the color of the flames you summoned seemed to change, becoming a more vivid blood red, significantly increasing in power. This likely signifies an unknown transformation in your abilities, enhancing their strength, Lin Kong stated earnestly. Yes, I noticed that too. Just now, during your test, the colors did not exhibit such changes. Su Yuan nodded vigorously from the side. Is that so? Jiang Dai raised her head to recollect, but could recall no such detail. After a few moments of thought, unable to remember, she lifted her hand, summoning a small flame in her palm, which appeared indistinguishable from ordinary fire. No change at all. Could it be that you two are mistaken? Jiang Dai inquired. Impossible. Maintain that flame for a moment. Let me think. Lin Kong stroked his chin in contemplation. After a while, he seemed to grasp something and looked toward Jiang Dai. Were Song Bing and the others your university classmates? No, they were my high school classmates. The night before the apocalypse, we had a reunion, and the next day, the end of the world arrived. Jiang Dai was uncertain why Lin Kong suddenly mentioned Song Bing, but she answered truthfully. How many were initially in your group? More than 20, but now, only you remain. Yes. What happened to them? Some were killed by zombies, others by factions like Hung Yu's. Jiang Dai's tone darkened, seemingly unable to bear recalling that painful experience. Do you harbor resentment towards them? The zombies Hung Yu, those men who eyed you hungrily. Do you not wish for revenge? Do you not want to kill them? Lin Kong pressed, inching closer. Images of the past flashed rapidly through Jiang Dai's mind, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. The flames in her hand turned a deeper shade of red, until they resembled blood itself. It's red. It's changed. Su Yuan exclaimed in excitement, producing another crystal core and handing it to Jiang Dai. Looking down at the blood-red flames, which seemed to embody her yearning for vengeance, she realized, I understand now. She took the crystal core, and the fiery orb enveloped it instantaneously. Crack. 5.3 seconds. I'm very close to Class A. You're still a bit unfamiliar. Once you master the mutated abilities, stepping into Class A will not be a challenge, Lin Kong smiled. Feeling the surge of power, Jiang Dai's confidence soared, though confusion about her transformation lingered. Can abilities truly undergo further mutation? Uncertain. We have never encountered such a situation before. Perhaps today's events had a profound impact on you, leading to this transformation by sheer coincidence, Lin Kong speculated. Jiang Dai nodded, no longer troubled by the matter. The thought of possibly becoming a Class A user, admired throughout the city, caused her lips to involuntarily curve into a smile. Simultaneously, an unrecognized pressure dissipated within her. With Lin Kong and Su Yuan as Class A users, she felt the weight of being left behind, and even if they were unconcerned, she would struggle to accept that reality. Now that her strength had the potential to rise, the hope of catching up to them alleviated that pressure. Indeed, Kong was correct. Her strength was the key to everything, Jiang Dai mused. But soon, her cheeks flushed. Wait. When did I start calling him Kong so naturally? After some idle chatter, Lin Kong and Su Yuan learned of Jiang Dai's parents' passing and fell into a thoughtful silence. After a while, their conversation shifted back to the main topic. With the military announcing their meditative practices, Hung Yu would undoubtedly strike before the military could elevate their Class A to Class C. However, none of that mattered. The priority was to enhance their strength and break through to Class C as soon as possible. Sensing Jiang Dai's impatience, Lin Kong turned to her and continued, I know you are eager for revenge, but do not rush. We are not short on time. Once I break through to Class C, I will take you along. But based on projections, breaking through from Class B to Class C will take at least 6 days. Currently, the average time for everyone to break through is only 2 days. So we won't set out until at least 4 days from now. By then, the military and Hung Yu may have already determined the victor. Jiang Dai exclaimed anxiously. 2 days. What do you mean? 2 days? Jiang Dai asked, puzzled. Within 2 days, I will break through and ascend to Class C, Lin Kong asserted confidently. Under normal circumstances, given the dual abilities he possessed, it would take him considerably longer to break through. However, With his development of earth element abilities and the emergence of roots beneath his feet, he could absorb crystal cores at a rate 4 times faster than that of an ordinary person. And his meditative breakthrough speed had increased to 3 times that of others. This allowed him to finally overcome the slow progression that had plagued him for so long and even surpass others. Breaking through to Class C at an astonishing pace. 6 days was the time others required to break through from Class A to Class B, and it was also the minimum time they estimated for breaking through from Class B to Class C, which would undoubtedly take longer in practice. 2 days was the maximum time Lin Kong projected for his own breakthrough, 2 days. How is that possible? Jiang Dai exclaimed, standing abruptly, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Lin Kong. Having such extraordinary strength is one thing, but how can the speed of your advancement be so outrageous? How is this even achievable? Unable to contain her curiosity, Jiang Dai pressed for answers, and Su Yuan beside her was equally astonished. He knew that Lin Kong had the advantage of abilities that accelerated his breakthrough speed, but when such a disparity was quantified in terms of time, it left him breathless. Ability development is not something everyone can achieve. Not wishing to delve further into the subject, Lin Kong shifted the conversation to Su Yuan. After reaching Class C, our strength should suffice to tackle most challenges. At that point, we can set out together to find Uncle Lai in Suicheng, and then seek my parents in Shancheng. How does that sound? Chapter 78. Hong Zhu's return visit. Traveling from Shao City to Suicheng and then to Shancheng may take a longer route, but it remains acceptable. Thus, Lin Kong planned for them to act together rather than to disperse and return to their respective homes. Kong, I will follow your lead, Su Yuan replied with a smile. As Lin Kong ascended to level 3, he was still mostly at level 2, relying heavily on Lin Kong to forge a path ahead. Though Sui City was closer to Shao City, Lin Kong's decision to first visit Sui City stirred a sense of gratitude within him. Then it's settled, Lin Kong declared, and no sooner had his words left his lips than he sensed something amiss. Turning his head to gaze out the window, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Kong, is someone coming? Su Yuan inquired immediately upon noticing his demeanor. Lin Kong nodded, casting a strange glance at Su Yuan, then at Jiang Dai. Hong Zhu, along with several women? Su Yuan's expression shifted as if a realization dawned upon him. Not long prior, at the entrance of Songhu Park, Hong Zhu was strolling towards the park, accompanied by 4 exquisitely dressed young women. These 4 girls, all in their mid-20s, possessed striking features that rivaled many minor stars. Despite being of similar age, they exuded vastly different vibes. 2 of them appeared innocent and charming, one clad in a black JK short skirt paired with black stockings, the other in a pink and white pleated skirt adorned with lace-trimmed white stockings. Any one of them, in the pre-apocalyptic era, would have drawn countless admiring glances. At that moment, the 2 sisters stood together, one in black and the other in white, a harmonious duo that was simply enchanting. The remaining 2 girls were equally captivating in their attire. 1 donned a purple bodycon dress complemented by standard black stockings, radiating a mature allure. The last wore snug yoga attire that showcased her alluring curves to perfection. Together, the 4 girls caused Hong Zhu to fidget with excitement, while he repeatedly recalled the mission assigned to him by his superior before their departure, striving to suppress his inner tumult. Given the capabilities of Lin Kong and Su Yuan, they could seek what the base could provide on their own. However, as history has shown, even the mightiest heroes struggle to resist the allure of beautiful women. Lin Kong and Su Yuan were both at an age where their desires ran high, making it even more challenging to navigate this obstacle. In a bid to entice the 2, especially Lin Kong, the esteemed A-class powerhouse, the base leadership had deliberately chosen the most beautiful girls within their ranks for Hong Zhu to escort to Songhu Park. Unbeknownst to them, during a previous light-hearted conversation, Su Yuan had jokingly mentioned a confidant, prompting Hong Zhu to request the selection of girls with corresponding styles. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, many attractive women quickly aligned themselves with the powerful for survival. Yet, after fulfilling certain needs, some of the most stunning girls, under the base's careful protection and grooming, still maintained their virtue. Nevertheless, both the higher-ups of the base and these girls understood that such protection came at a price. When the base required them to step forward, refusal was not an option. These 4 girls were among them. Hong team, haven't we arrived yet? We've been out for quite a while. Shouldn't you give us a hint about our counterparts? The girl in the bodycon dress asked Hong Zhu, unable to contain her curiosity. Hong Zhu glanced towards Songhu, where a faint light shimmered ominously over the darkened lake. After pondering for a few seconds, he turned to the girls. No need to rush. We'll be there shortly. As for their identities, Hongzhu paused, then countered, Captain Wang, you should be aware of him, right? The four girls nodded eagerly, the leader of the ability team. An A-class powerhouse, the highest combat capability in the base. How could we not know? Tonight, one of your guests is also an A-class ability user. What? An A-class user? How is that possible? Didn't they say that apart from the 2 A-class users in our base and 3 from Hangyu, there are no other A-class users in Shao City? The girl in the black JK skirt questioned. Puzzle point one among them is a newly discovered A-class user. In addition to those 5, remember, this information must not leak. If it weren't for your upcoming interaction with them, you wouldn't have been privy to such confidential news, Hongzhu stated seriously. The girls nodded repeatedly, aware of the gravity of the situation. Goodness, to think it's an A-class powerhouse. With over 100,000 people in our base, there are only 2. Upon learning that their guest was an A-class user, the trepidation they had accumulated dissipated significantly, replaced by excitement. Girls of comparable beauty within the base had only managed to connect with mid-tier ability users. Yet now, they were effectively aligning themselves with the upper echelon represented by Captain Wang. After a wave of exhilaration, the girls' earlier impatience vanished, and they curiously inquired, Captain Hong, how many people will be there? How old is the A-class ability user? What did they do before the apocalypse? As they neared their destination, Hongzhu, no longer holding back, smiled at the girls. There are 2 of them, both university students before the apocalypse. In fact, they are a few years younger than you, Dotto. They're still just 2 little brothers. The girls chimed, their spirits lifted. Don't worry, Captain Hong. We will definitely charm these 2 little brothers. Upon hearing that their counterparts were still university students, the girls felt a surge of confidence. Though they were young and inexperienced, their stunning appearances had always attracted many admirers, and handling naive university students was hardly a challenge. Noticing the girls relaxing, Hongzhu quickly cautioned, do not let their status as university students lead you to act recklessly. Remember, they are A-class powerhouses, and winning them over is crucial for the base. You all must have heard about the recent situation. The front lines of the base have been steadily losing ground to Hangyu, and ordinary ability users in such a grand battlefield are merely akin to foot soldiers. Only A-class combatants can change the tide of battle. Reflecting on the recent clashes between the base and Hangyu, a bitter taste rose in Hongzhu's heart. They had just released news about the meditation session, and Hangyu had promptly dispatched dozens of combat teams. All at level 3, totaling over 200 individuals, overwhelming the base's forces stationed outside. Though the higher-ups had not been blind to the threat, their intelligence had indicated Hangyu had only slightly over 100 level 3 ability users. To their astonishment, Hangyu had unleashed over 200, forcing the base to retreat without the ability to resist. Earlier that afternoon, the base leadership had urgently sought him out, imploring him to enlist Lin Kong's assistance. Rest assured, Captain Hong, we understand the stakes, the girls replied earnestly. Hongzhu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and continued guiding them forward. 2 minutes later, a formidable man in military attire arrived at the spot where Hongzhu and the others had just paused. Glancing at the distant lights on the lake's surface before casting his gaze at Hongzhu and the girls in a flash, he melded back into the shadows. How strange, where's the bridge? There was clearly an earthen bridge nearby last time. Why can't I find it now? Hongzhu scratched his head in confusion by the lakeside. Captain Hong, could you be mistaken? One girl ventured. Impossible. It was just a few days ago. How could I forget so quickly? Wait, what's happening? As soon as Hongzhu's words fell, an invisible force enveloped him and the girls, propelling them towards the island. Chapter 79. Promise him, 3 pearls on the island. Within the villa, Hongzhu and the others found themselves seated on the sofa. Feeling somewhat awkward, while the girls gazed around curiously, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, constantly looking about. After the apocalypse, they had never encountered such a tranquil and pleasant environment. In stark contrast, Hongzhu was plagued with disquiet, watching Jiang Dai seated next to Lin Kong, his heart heavy with frustration. The brief introduction had revealed Jiang Dai's identity to him. The fact that she could gain the acceptance of Lin Kong and Su Yuan, beyond her beauty, suggested she possessed something extraordinary. Yet, this was inconsequential. What mattered was that he had brought 4 girls along with an obvious intention. Such an action would undoubtedly provoke discomfort in Jiang Dai, who was also a girl. Damn it. Why did they have to bring a girl in at such a crucial moment? What if they VE already? Then I would have brought these four for nothing. Hongzhu mused, exasperated. While Hongzhu was concerned about Jiang Dai's perception, the four girls were oblivious, eagerly engaging in conversation with Lin Kong and Su Yuan. Lin Kong, I heard you studied at Blue Sea University? What a coincidence. I graduated from Blue Sea University just last year. In fact, I'm your senior. The girl in the purple bodycon dress, Zhang Xiaoming, leaned against Lin Kong, her upper body pressing forward as she laughed softly. Is that so? Lin Kong replied nonchalantly, stealing a glance at the composed Jiang Dai, who was quietly enjoying some fruit. Despite not having strong feelings for Jiang Dai, Lin Kong couldn't ignore her beauty and figure, which inevitably sparked some fondness within him, stirring a few thoughts in his mind. Hongzhu's intention to introduce these girls, combined with his previous comments, was a clear invitation for affection. Tio considered Jiang Dai's feelings. Lin Kong intentionally maintained a distance from the overly affectionate Zhang Xiaoming and her companion. However, Su Yuan, sitting opposite him, although somewhat cautious, was much more open than Lin Kong. While Jiang Dai had spent little time with them, Su Yuan could sense her growing fondness for Lin Kong through their brief interactions. Nevertheless, Su Yuan bore no resentment towards Lin Kong. His own feelings for Jiang Dai were merely a fleeting infatuation, hardly representative of true emotion. Su Ge, let me pour you another cup. Oh no, I spilled some on myself. Su Ge, could you help me grab some tissues to clean it up? Don't worry, I'll help you right away. After a few minutes, Jiang Dai could no longer endure the incessant chatter of the girls, and, not wishing to intrude on Lin Kong and Su Yuan, decided to leave for the rooftop to rest. Though their acquaintance had been brief, she couldn't deny the immense fondness she felt for Lin Kong. Perhaps it was due to the hardships she had endured post-apocalypse, or perhaps it was the way Lin Kong had rescued her from peril today. Either way, she cherished the feeling of safety and comfort that enveloped her when he was near. However, she was not narcissistic enough to demand that Lin Kong refrain from engaging with other women. On the contrary, she harbored a hint of insecurity. There were countless beautiful girls out there, and she was not irreplaceable. Yet, individuals like Lin Kong, whose power far surpassed that of the so-called Class A ability users, were exceedingly rare, and she likely would never encounter another in her lifetime. To be honest, she had been quite anxious moments ago, fearing that Lin Kong would embrace both girls, showering them with affection. However, upon witnessing Lin Kong's cold demeanor towards them, she felt a surge of happiness within her heart. Gazing at the stars dotting the clouds in the sky, her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Old Hong, just say it plainly. What is the matter? Lin Kong casually clinked glasses with Zhang Xiaoming and then turned his attention to Hongzhu, who had scarcely spoken throughout the conversation. I told you. There's no way to keep this from you. Hongzhu chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together before continuing. The base would like to request your assistance in detaining a Class A member of Hongyu. And the compensation? Lin Kong asked directly. Hongzhu gestured towards the four girls. No, if that is insufficient or unsatisfactory, you can always request a replacement. Of course, a few women are hardly worth the effort of someone of your caliber. Therefore, the leadership has instructed me to inquire about your desires. As long as we can afford it, we will certainly provide. Lin Kong nodded slightly, realizing that the military was not foolish enough to think they could placate him with mere women. Knowing that the military would eventually request his aid, he had already contemplated his demands. I require interaction with all the mental and elemental ability users at your base to exchange experiences regarding the application of abilities. The location to be Songhu Park. Engaging with a Class A like myself is not a loss for you. Furthermore, all 5 of the 4th-level crystal cores your base acquires must be given to us. Upon hearing this, Hongzhu was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating Lin Kong to propose such compensation. He and the base leadership had speculated that Lin Kong would likely request some supplies from the military, even manpower and firearms, and had meticulously calculated those aspects. However, they never expected him to ask for none of those. Hongzhu recalled the authority granted to him by the leadership, and after a brief silence, he slowly spoke. Engaging with these 2 types of ability users is not an issue, but given the current tense situation on the front lines, it would be impossible to extract so many individuals simultaneously. They will likely need to come in batches. That's acceptable. Lin Kong nodded in agreement. As for the 4th-level crystal cores, 5 is too many. The highest allowance given to me by the superior is 1. Hongzhu hesitated, saying 2 cores would be critical. Just 2 can swiftly produce a fully evolved Class 3 user. That essence sufficient, Lin Kong responded. Point 5 is definitely out of the question, even if the superior were present. He wouldn't agree to that. Can we settle for at least 3? Hongzhu bit his lip, knowing the significance of the 4th-level crystal cores. Just 2 could yield a fully evolved Class 3 user in a short time. All right, 3 it is. As he wrestled with this decision, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Hongzhu stifled the urge to turn and seek the source of the voice, then looked at Lin Kong, who seemed oblivious to the sound, and he let out a quiet sigh, recalling some vague rumors he had heard. All right, 3 it is. When shall we proceed? Tomorrow afternoon. Good, Brother Lin, rest assured, based on our experience, while a Class 2 breaking the limits may not be a match for Hongzhu's Class 3, we will dispatch 2 elite ability teams to accompany you. Though we may not gain the upper hand, it will be no trouble to hold them off. After the formalities were settled, Hongzhu, in high spirits, pulled Lin Kong into a few more rounds of drinks. Half an hour later, Lin Kong ascended to the rooftop alone, taking a seat beside Jiang Dai. Have they left? Jiang Dai tilted her head in inquiry. Yes, what about Su Yuan? He took his 2 good friends to the villa on Songshan Peak to play games. Did you not take your 2 friends to play games as well? Do you wish for me to go? Lin Kong looked at Jiang Dai, amused. Himph. I don't care whether you go or not, Jiang Dai huffed, turning her back to Lin Kong. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Dai had changed into a pink sleepwear set. The sheer, translucent fabric subtly hinted at her alluring curves, partially concealed. Lin Kong felt his mind whirl at the sight, and upon realizing he was somewhat lost in thought, he awkwardly touched his nose and turned his gaze to the starry sky. The 2 sat in comfortable silence until it grew late. Lin Kong suggested to Jiang Dai that she should rest early before heading downstairs to his bedroom, where he washed up and lay down. However, before he could drift off to sleep, a sudden knock resonated from outside the bedroom. P.S. The emotional scenes in this book will not be heavily emphasized. Thus, these 2 chapters will be briefly covered. Appearing somewhat rushed, I hope the esteemed readers will understand. Chapter 80. Xiao Dazhuang. Lin Kong had not locked the door, and before he could even inquire, it was gently pushed open. Jiang Dai? Lin Kong asked. Yes, came her voice, faint as a whisper. What brings you here so late? He queried, perplexed. Jiang Dai, still clad in her thin pink sleepwear, quietly settled at the foot of Lin Kong's bed. She did not answer immediately, her tone trembling as she spoke. Kong, do you know how terrifying today's events were for me? Lin Kong remained silent, allowing her to continue. Jiang Dai summoned her courage, as if conversing with herself, and recounted her once warm and peaceful life prior to the apocalypse. She described the struggles of surviving alongside her high school classmates, tirelessly fighting for each day of existence. She recounted the moment she returned home to find her parents' bodies and that small note. Had it not been for that note, she might have departed this world alongside her parents that very day. Yet she gritted her teeth and continued to live, aimlessly. Today, for the first time, she had deeply felt the brutality of the apocalypse, a harshness so profound that she found herself unable to embrace death. For a sheltered female university student, the experiences of today were more terrifying than descending into hell. Until, at that moment, I felt as if the entire world had plunged into darkness, where nothing existed, and nothing was visible. The appearance of that little boy was like a beacon of light, rekindling my hope, and your presence, Kong, illuminated my world. Jiang Dai gazed intently at Lin Kong, her tone laden with unexpressed emotions. In that instant, I seemed to understand what my purpose for living was. Jiang Dai's words were unmistakably clear. Even Lin Kong, despite his naivete, grasped her meaning, yet he still asked, "What is it?" "You." The pink sleepwear slipped away. Not long after, their heavy breaths filled the room. The next morning, around 10 o'clock, Jiang Dai remained tucked in bed, and Lin Kong reluctantly helped himself to a couple of snack packs to stave off hunger. It was not until 11 that Jiang Dai, rubbing her sleepy eyes, cautiously descended the stairs. Observing Jiang Dai's unsteady gait and recalling the previous night's fervor, Lin Kong could not help but chuckle softly. "It's your fault. You're laughing," Jiang Dai retorted, but was immediately pulled into Lin Kong's embrace and kissed. "You, rest for a bit. I'll cook later." After a while, they separated and Lin Kong said, "All right." 2 hours later, Jiang Dai had prepared a meal, and Su Yuan returned from outside. "Congratulations, Yuanzi," on successfully completing your transformation into a man, Lin Kong teased, eyeing Su Yuan's beaming face. Congratulations to you as well, Su Yuan, noticing the evident intimacy between Lin Kong and Jiang Dai. Guessed what had transpired and playfully returned the gesture. Jiang Dai, feeling flustered by Su Yuan's teasing, shot Lin Kong a reproachful glance before rushing to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Moments later, Lin Kong and Su Yuan stared at the array of dishes on the dining table, lost in thought. Stir-fried chives with kidney, ginger scallion stir-fried oysters, chestnut braised chicken. Jiang Dai had even thoughtfully prepared Lin Kong a full cup of goji berry tea. This, Su Yuan exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Lin Kong. Did a Kong go wild last night? Dyer, why did you make all these dishes? Lin Kong asked, bemused. I watched videos on how to make them. Jiang Dai replied, puzzled. Lin Kong face-bombed inside, taking a sip of goji berry tea. You should refrain from watching such random videos in the future. Given my physical condition, I don't need such things. It's a joke. Indeed, Jiang Dai, as a Class A ability user, Lin Kong doesn't require such supplements at all. Su Yuan chimed in, devouring the kidney. Is that really the case? Absolutely, truly. Then I won't make these anymore. To be fair, the stir-fried chives with kidney taste quite good. You can make that more often, right? And the oysters are quite delicious too. Having them every few days wouldn't be bad. After a satisfying meal. Hearing that Lin Kong would assist the military in fending off a Class A ability user from Hengyu that afternoon, both Su Yuan and Jiang Dai inquired in unison, do we need to go with you? No need. You two should focus on your training. I can manage alone. Besides, they are only paying for me. If you both go, wouldn't that be a windfall for them? Lin Kong pulled Jiang Dai into his embrace. Chuckling softly, there's still someone here, Jiang Dai protested, her face flushing as she lightly punched Lin Kong's chest. I've stripped him of all his senses. Just consider him non-existent. How annoying, Su Yuan interjected. I thank you. In the afternoon, Lin Kong found himself inside the same building where he had first met Hong Zhu. Xiao Dazhuang, a power-enhancing ability user? Class A? Lin Kong examined the information in his hand, looking incredulously at the person beside him. Indeed, it's the most common type of power enhancement ability. Nevertheless, even so, he is still a genuine Class A powerhouse. The man's eyes glimmered with palpable wariness as he spoke earnestly. His power enhancement stands in stark contrast to that of other power enhancers. If we denote the strength of an average level 3 evolver as 1, the strength of a typical level 3 power enhancer ranges from 3 to 5, whereas his strength is at least 50. As fellow Tier A, you should be acutely aware of the disparity between Tier A and other lower levels of combat power. Lin Kong understood that even with the same ability, there exists a vast chasm, simply due to the differences in their innate talents for powers, resulting in varying levels of strength. May I ask how to address you? Lin Kong inquired. I am Chen Xing, captain of the 3rd Elite Squad of the Xiaoqing Base S ability team. At that moment, a middle-aged man strode in through the door, smiling at Lin Kong as he said, I am Han Hu, captain of the 4th Elite Squad. A pleasure to meet you. Vague? Lin Kong's expression turned peculiar. What sort of names were these? Lin, time is of the essence. We can discuss the specifics while on the move. We should depart swiftly, Han Hu remarked. All right, as they journeyed. Lin Kong gleaned from their casual conversation that the elite squads, including Han Hu's, had initially chosen to gradually break their limits for a better future. However, given the dire circumstances, most of them had abandoned that path and opted for immediate advancement to level 3 in order to better resist Hengyu. Lin Kong held great admiration for such a noble decision. If he were in their position, he likely wouldn't make the same choice of sacrificing his own future for the greater good. He recognized his own selfishness. Despite his exceptional strength, he had not chosen to join the South Canteen to protect his classmates, nor had he opted to ally with the military base to safeguard ordinary people. Yet, he felt no remorse for this, for he was not merely an individual. He was also a son to his parents, a brother to Su Yuan, and a partner to Jiang Dai. For the sake of these individuals, he must continuously enhance his power. Though selfish, he was not entirely so. Along the way, he had offered hope for survival to some, assisted Chu Yun and others in escaping peril, and cleared the canteen for the starving survivors. This was not an act of kindness, nor could it be deemed altruistic. It was merely a reflexive behavior inherent in humanity, driven by the fear of suffering a similar fate as those undergoing hardship. Before long, they arrived at a wooded area outside a small villa district. Han Hu, holding a communicator, repeatedly called out to the other party. Unfortunately, apart from the cacophony of static, he received no response. Damn it. Han Hu cursed, nearly throwing the communicator to the ground, but recalling its value, he restrained himself, reluctantly stating, I left 2 team members to monitor. They are likely. Qian Xing approached and patted his shoulder, offering silent comfort. They had endured far too much of such occurrences. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Han Hu turned to Lin Kong. According to the message from my team members sent a few minutes ago, Xiao Dazhuang and several level 3 evolvers just entered this villa district. Our objective is not to engage in battle, but to intercept them and buy time for others. However, Tier A is not easily obstructed, so we must rely on you at this critical moment. Chapter 81. I excel in stealth. Lin Kong nodded and asked, are we to remain outside like this? Han Hu affirmed, if Xiao Dazhuang does not emerge, we will have completed our mission. Should we initiate an attack, it might yield adverse effects, leading to an unwarranted loss. Han Hu was tempted to voice his concern that should they attack and fail to stop Xiao Dazhuang, it would spell disaster, but with Lin Kong, the Tier A powerhouse, standing beside him, he refrained from speaking. Very well, then we shall wait, Lin Kong replied nonchalantly. If they could fulfill their mission without engaging, who wouldn't relish the opportunity to reap rewards without effort? Half an hour later, observing the stillness of the villa district, Lin Kong grew somewhat impatient and inquired, how long are we to wait? Qian Xing awkwardly replied, the command given to us was to hold them for at least 4 hours. 4 hours? That's far too long. Here is the plan. You all stay put, and I will scout ahead. I excel in stealth, Lin Kong insisted, shaking his head. Lin, it's too risky for you to go in alone. It would be wiser to wait patiently with us. Han Hu expressed concern, fearing Lin Kong might act impulsively. Rest assured, I will merely observe the situation, and if anything seems amiss, I will exit immediately. Moreover, if that Dazhuang has already slipped out the back door after all this time, we would be waiting in vain. Han Hu and Qian Xing hesitated. Have faith. I am Tier A. It won't be so easy for me to falter. Lin Kong chuckled, swiftly dashing into the villa district. Upon entry, several zombies charged at him, only to be sent flying by his kicks, crashing against the wall, lifeless. Unfazed, Lin Kong turned and continued deeper into the area. Vanishing from sight, behind the small grove, Han Hu and the others exchanged glances. Did Lin just say he excels in stealth? Han Hu questioned uncertainly. So that's why he hasn't emerged for so long. He sharpening his skills, Lin Kong mused while observing a pulsating energy mass within the villa before him, suddenly enlightened. Truly, Tier 3A levels possess formidable strength. Lin Kong's spiritual perception enabled him to gauge the size and intensity of the energy within others, allowing him to discern their strength with ease, surpassing mere classifications of combat power. Now in his field of vision, he detected one energy mass of standard level 3 intensity, alongside another clearly exceeding typical level 3 standards. Undoubtedly, the owner of this energy mass was Xiao Dazhuang, one of the 3 Tier A members of Hinjiyu.asa Tier 2A level. Yuan's eye was indeed stronger than ordinary level 3 evolvers, yet he was considerably weaker than Xiao Dazhuang. Lin Kong pondered. If we consider Su Yuan's energy intensity as 1 unit, then the strength of an unbroken level 3 evolver would be approximately 0.65 units. Although Han Hu, as an elite squad captain, had not reached Tier A, he was certainly among the elite of Tier B and had broken his limits twice. His strength would be around 1 unit. In contrast, Xiao Dazhuang's strength was a terrifying 9 units. While Su Yuan might not be considered strong among Tier As, Xiao Dazhuang's combat power likely wasn't exceedingly high either. Given that Su Yuan had broken his limits 3 times more than Xiao Dazhuang, he would certainly be stronger at the same level. However, Xiao Dazhuang's superiority over Su Yuan stemmed entirely from his higher tier. Thus, it appeared that breaking limits did not offer a cost-effective alternative to direct advancement. Nevertheless, one must not only focus on the immediate. Communication channels exist among various military bases. The continued promotion of limit breaking among dozens or even hundreds of military bases unequivocally indicates its significance. Therefore, Lin Kong never regretted spending a considerable amount of precious time on limit breaking during the early days of the apocalypse. What if his level was temporarily lower? As long as I can ultimately defeat you, that is sufficient. Lin Kong reflected on his energy intensity of 2.2 units, silently considering. Indeed, as a Tier 2 limit-breaking A level, Lin Kong's actual combat strength was nearly 2.2 times that of Su Yuan. This is the might of dual abilities. This is the dominance of spiritual consciousness. After scanning the area once more, Lin Kong suddenly spotted a familiar energy mass, feeling puzzled. Why is he here again? The follower of Heng Yu. He must be targeting Xiao Dazhuang and his group. Yet, where does he derive such confidence? Shaking his head, Lin Kong chose not to dwell on it and focused back on Xiao Dazhuang, who was still laboring under pressure. I can't wait for you to finish. I have limited time. With a cold glint in his eyes, he sprang up and soared forward. Inside the villa, Xiao Dazhuang was straining with effort, his female companion before him already unconscious. Just as he was about to unleash his pent-up energy, a sharp, searing pain suddenly coursed through his neck. He barely had time to react. However, the muscles surrounding his neck instinctively engaged in muscle memory, quickly tightening and contracting. Although it could not completely thwart the terrifying force, the brief moment of delay allowed Xiao Dazhuang to finally respond by swiftly tilting his head. Who the hell? Someone, find him, Xiao Dazhuang shouted, clutching his neck as he scanned the surroundings, yet no one answered him. Bursting out of the door, he found the 8 level 3 evolvers stationed outside had already fallen lifelessly to the ground. Damn it, Xiao Dazhuang cursed, not pausing as he rapidly traversed between the villas, evading further attacks. This guy's ability resembles Zhu Sheng's. It's invisible and intangible, likely another mental type ability user. Thankfully, I had already anticipated Zhu Sheng's tricks and have some countermeasures against mental types. Otherwise, today might be my downfall, as Xiao Dazhuang evaded and maneuvered, at times entering rooms and at others leaping through windows. He searched for the assailant's location. Indeed, Tire possesses considerable prowess, Lin Kong mused from above. However, he remained unhurried. As a hunter, one must exhibit patience. Before long, Xiao Dazhuang found himself in the heart of the villa district, surrounded by a grove. Upon entering, he began to strike the trees with controlled punches, ensuring that while the trees remained standing, leaves fell continuously. In mere moments, dust rose, and leaves scattered throughout the grove. Although this fellow appeared rugged, he was surprisingly astute. Lin Kong, observing the commotion below, couldn't he help but chuckle softly. Xiao Dazhuang quickly deduced Lin Kong's ability characteristics. Though invisible, it was not without substance. Any attack would inevitably disturb the leaves or dust, and with his Tier 3 physical prowess, he could sense the surroundings to anticipate incoming strikes. By analyzing the direction of the attacks, he could also backtrack to determine the assailant's position. Very well, I shall grant you your wish, Lin Kong thought, his eyes flashing with insight as he glanced down at Xiao Dazhuang. In the next instant, dozens of invisible blades erupted, hurtling toward him from various angles. Huh? So many? Damn it! Below, Xiao Dazhuang seemed taken aback by Lin Kong's ability to unleash such a multitude of attacks simultaneously, quickly evading. Puchi, Chapter 82. Thus ends. The proximity was too close, and the sword's speed was too swift. Even with his early awareness, Xiao Dazhuang found it exceedingly difficult to entirely evade, resulting in multiple lacerations across his body. Observing his wounds, Xiao Dazhuang remained unfazed. After years of licking blood from his blade, he had endured far worse injuries. As he shifted his gaze, contemplating for a brief moment, he suddenly looked up, finally spotting Lin Kong hovering above him. A smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Found you. A psychic ability user, whose methods of attack were unfathomable, yet once caught in close quarters, he became like a fish on a cutting board, vulnerable to slaughter. With his knees bending and his center of gravity lowering, Xiao Dazhuang propelled himself off the ground, shooting upwards towards Lin Kong like a rocket. Upon witnessing this, Lin Kong's expression turned frantic. As if genuinely frightened, hastily fleeing towards the villa complex. Escape. Do you think you can get away? Xiao Dazhuang fixated on Lin Kong's figure, pursuing him with the speed of a cannonball, wherever he passed. Walls crumbled as if made of paper, easily shattered by his force, as he closely tailed Lin Kong, the gap between them diminishing. Outside the villa area, in a small grove, Han Hu, alert to the commotion within the villas, seemed to sense something amiss, turning to Qin Xing and inquiring, Old Chun, did you hear anything unusual? The villa complex was vast, and by the time the sounds reached them, they had become indistinct. Qin Xing, appearing somewhat distracted, turned his head to listen upon Han Hu's questioning. I haven't, Old Han, don't be too anxious. Lin Kong merely mentioned he excels in stealth, just gathering intelligence. Rest assured, There won't be any issues. Indeed, bang! With a thunderous crash, Xiao Dazhuang emerged from a collapsed building, glaring at the rapidly retreating Lin Kong, cursing under his breath. Is this bastard a mudfish? Every time. I'm just a hair's breadth away from capturing him. Yet he always manages to slip away. After finally seizing the opportunity to land a punch, this lad seemed unfazed, which was quite peculiar. One must understand, a single blow from him would incapacitate an ordinary level 3 psychic. Yet this boy merely slammed against the wall and continued to flee with remarkable speed. Perhaps the angle of that punch was slightly off, allowing him to evade. The next blow would surely teach him the harsh realities of society. Xiao Dazhuang mused, continuing his pursuit. Almost there, sensing Xiao Dazhuang closing in behind him, Lin Kong silently reassured himself. Though he possessed strength superior to Xiao Dazhuang, it did not imply he was entirely confident in his ability to eliminate him. The enhancement of Class A capabilities was not merely a matter of increased strength. During their recent skirmish, Lin Kong discerned that Xiao Dazhuang's speed, defensive capabilities, reflexes, and environmental awareness were all markedly superior to those of an ordinary level 3. These were likely the supplementary enhancements afforded by his power augmentation. To ensure he could eliminate Xiao Dazhuang while minimizing his own consumption, Lin Kong resolved to feign weakness, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike decisively. Now, the moment had arrived. As Xiao Dazhuang re-entered his line of sight, Lin Kong prepared to make his move when an unexpected figure suddenly intruded. Huh? What is he doing here? Is he seeking death? Lin Kong pondered, contemplating for a moment before evading Xiao Dazhuang and moving away from the approaching figure. However, to his surprise, the figure did not retreat, following closely behind him and Xiao Dazhuang with utmost caution. Only revealing its presence due to Lin Kong's psychic perception. Forget him. Lin Kong halted, turning to unleash several sword blades at Xiao Dazhuang, just as they had done during their previous chase. Humph, I have you figured out? Xiao Dazhuang scoffed, though even as he dodged, 2 blades grazed him, but he remained undeterred, seizing the opportunity to close the distance. Yet at that moment, a flurry of silver streaks erupted from the nearby ruins, hurtling towards him with astonishing speed. These silver streaks were none other than a barrage of metallic flying blades. With his focus entirely on Lin Kong, Xiao Dazhuang became careless, resulting in several blades striking his abdomen. Damn pesky insect! The damage inflicted by the flying blades was evidently far inferior to that of Lin Kong's sword blades. In an instant, Xiao Dazhuang assessed that the assailant's strength was meager. Yet, the weaker the opponent, the more incensed he felt. It was akin to the fury of Hua Yun Xieshen upon being struck by a Xing during a battle with Yang Guo. In that moment, Xiao Dazhuang abandoned his pursuit of Lin Kong, pivoting towards the ruins, his fists smashing through cement walls until he finally spotted a frail figure attempting to escape. This figure, small and seemingly around 14 or 15 years of age, was none other than the young boy with metallic psychic abilities whom he had encountered not long ago, who had crossed paths with Lin Kong. The boy turned upon seeing Xiao Dazhuang closing in. Realizing that continuing to flee would inevitably lead to capture, he halted, raising his hands, commanding the nearby metallic objects to morph into a spiked metallic wall before him, while the ground around him transformed into stout, tree-like metallic spikes aimed directly at Xiao Dazhuang. What a show! Xiao Dazhuang rushed in close, effortlessly lifting a cement block several times larger than the boy's metallic wall and hurling it. Bang! The immense force of the cement block obliterated all the metallic constructs surrounding the boy. This ends here. Behind them, Lin Kong silently thought. Just as Xiao Dazhuang intended to proceed and deliver a fatal blow to the pesky insect that had ambushed him, he suddenly plunged into an abyss of darkness. Unable to hear, see, or move, visual and auditory deprivation, mental confinement, in that instant, his brain crashed into an incomprehensible void. This crash was not due to his brain failing to respond promptly, but rather a complete inability to comprehend what was unfolding. At that moment, a searing pain shot through his neck, finally rousing his blank mind, but it was too late. Even as he swiftly broke free from the inexplicable force that had seized his body, it was insufficient to evade the impending danger. The blades that tore through his neck came one after another, and in less than a second, he was severed in two. Thus, Xiao Dazhuang became the first casualty of Class A in Xiaoqing. Lin Kong gently landed before the boy, who was now staring blankly at Xiao Dazhuang's corpse. You killed him. My life is now yours. After a long silence, the boy finally spoke. Your life holds no value for me. Lin Kong replied flatly that I vowed that whoever killed him, my life would belong to them. I can control metal. I can fight at the forefront for you. The boy gazed at Lin Kong with reddened eyes. In my view, you are merely a fool rushing towards death. Had it not been for me, you would have perished twice by now. Why would I want you? No, it's different. With him gone, I will no longer act recklessly. Please, let me follow you, to repay a favor, even if it leads to my death in the next moment. In that instant, the boy finally exhibited the vulnerability befitting his age, breaking down into tears. Lin Kong silently observed the boy. From his previous actions, Lin Kong surmised that the boy had likely been harmed by Hung Yu in the past, and the true culprit was probably Xiao Dezhuang. Lin brother, what has transpired? Lin Kong turned at the sound to see Han Hu and Chan Xing approaching from a distance, accompanied by 20 others, all rendered speechless. Particularly upon recognizing the identity of the corpse on the ground. They stood frozen in place. Chapter 83. Reinforcements from Jiangsheng. Lin brother, you said you were merely gathering intelligence, right? Han Hu stammered. I was gathering intelligence. Indeed, I have ascertained how many people Hung Yu has and their strength. Lin Kong replied, you've killed everyone. How could you not know? Han Hu retorted, unable to mask his incredulity. It was unfathomable that this young man could slay a Class 3 A-level psychic. They were aware that their base's Class A-level psychics were still at level 2, requiring 2 Class 3 teams to barely hold off a Class 3A level. The fact that Lin Kong had managed to kill one while merely gathering intelligence was beyond comprehension. Does this count as completing the mission? Lin Kong inquired. Of course, it counts. Han Hu promptly responded. Then I have no further business here. Lin Kong dusted himself off, turning to the boy. What are you standing there for? Let's go. The boy, initially startled, soon displayed joy and hurriedly followed. I am allowing you to accompany me, but that does not mean I agree to your joining. I need to observe your further performance. Understand? Understood. The boy replied decisively. Before long, Lin Kong returned to the villa on the island. The boy was left in a room halfway up Songshan Mountain, with a few words of direction on improvement before Lin Kong departed. Jiang Dai followed Lin Kong's advice, training her abilities on the opposite side of the park. Hoping to swiftly master her altered powers, Su Yuan was breaking through on the second floor. Both were acutely aware of the considerable gap between their strengths and Lin Kong's, seizing every moment to enhance their abilities. After a quick shower, Lin Kong sat by the lakeside, meditating to break through his limits. That moment, the external world was already abuzz due to his slaying of Xiaodong on the western outskirts of Xiaocheng. Within a unique complex enclosed by towering walls, a group of individuals stood in a dimly lit room, gazing at the dismembered body of Xiao Dezhuang in the center of the living room. The atmosphere palpably eerie. After a prolonged silence, a man nearing 60 years of age at the forefront turned to a middle-aged man in military uniform beside him, inquiring, Xiao Zheng, can you and Shan Jun work together to kill Xiao Dezhuang? Zhang Qian decisively shook his head. The two of us together could gain the upper hand, but to kill him is nearly impossible. Yet Lin Kong managed to accomplish this, and he is merely a level 2 A-level psychic like you. The elder noted. Zhang Qian's eyes flickered with disbelief. He still could not fathom how that young man in his 20s could be so formidable. After a soft sigh, he remarked, Old Wang, there are indeed disparities among classes psychics. According to Jiangqing's classification, Shan Jun and I are merely lower A, whereas Lin Kong is likely at least a middle A, if not upper A. Elder Wang nodded. It seems that Lin Kong is far more formidable than we had anticipated. Xiao Zheng, I am aware that the base's emphasis on Lin Kong has caused some discontent from Shan Jun. Please keep a close watch on him these days. We cannot afford any incidents. As for the remuneration proposed by Lin Kong, we will endeavor to find a level 4 ability user. If we cannot, there is little we can do. However, the arrangements for communication with the base's ability users must be expedited. We cannot afford to delay for long. Upon concluding his instructions to Zhang Qian, Elder Wang turned his gaze towards the crowd in the hall, who were exchanging glances with one another. Although Lin Kong had alleviated a significant concern for us, the overall strength of Hung Yu still far surpasses ours, and we must not let our guard down. At that moment, a woman wearing black-rimmed glasses posed a question. Chief Wang, could we request Lin Kong's assistance 2 more times to eliminate the remaining 2 level A entities from Hung Yu? Would that not be ideal? Elder Wang shook his head in resignation. He conveyed through Hongjua that he would not assist us further until this round of remuneration is settled. What? How can he be like this? With great power comes great responsibility. If he possesses such formidable strength, why does he not eliminate those scoundrels from Hongyu and save thousands of innocent lives? The bespectacled woman inquired, her voice tinged with frustration. Elder Wang cast a calm glance her way. Why don't you go and ask him yourself why he won't intervene? The woman trembled slightly, taking a couple of steps back, choosing silence. After all, she was not foolish. The fate of Xiao Dazhuang was a stark reminder, and she dared not approach. Elder Wang addressed the crowd once more, however. There is no need for alarm that I had requested reinforcements from Jiangcheng some time ago, and they are expected to arrive in Shaocheng within 3 days at the latest. Reinforcements from Jiangcheng? Chief, is that true? How wonderful! The reinforcements are finally on their way. The crowd erupted in cheers. Over the past few days, the number of level 3 strongmen dispatched by Hongyu had exceeded 300. Under immense pressure, many level 2 ability users within the military, having broken through their limits halfway, opted to advance to level 3 prematurely. Nonetheless, even with this, the number of level 3 entities from Hongyu remained several times greater than that of the military, resulting in relentless defeats and significant casualties. Were it not for the presence of firearms, the military's losses would have been multiplied several times over. Even with Lin Kong's intervention in eliminating Xiao Dazhuang, the disparity in overall strength between the military and Hongyu remained unchanged. Thus, the news of reinforcements from Jiangcheng naturally stirred great excitement. Chief, how many personnel is Jiangcheng sending? One person inquired. While others turned their heads in anticipation, Elder Wang replied, 20 individuals. What? Only 20? Jiangcheng cannot possibly be jesting with us. The crowd was taken aback, the flicker of hope they had just ignited extinguished in an instant. Elder Wang chuckled. Although there are only 20, 5 of them are level A. This even includes 2 mid-level A strongmen, 5 level A, 2 mid-level A. Even Zhang Qian was slightly taken aback, evidently hearing this for the first time. Truly, Jiangcheng was generous. Shaocheng had a total of 6 level A abilities. Oh no, now it is 5. Yet they are sending us 5 level A individuals. How formidable, the crowd murmured. Elder Wang raised his hand to quiet them. Continuing, according to the leaders from Jiangcheng, this team embarked on a mission to Shancheng on the first day of the apocalypse. Having completed their task, they fortuitously passed through Shaocheng and decided to assist us along the way. Otherwise, such a powerful contingent would not have been available. Therefore, I urge everyone to persist for another 2 to 3 days. Understood? Useless, useless. All of you are utterly useless. You returned without even retrieving the bodies. What are you doing here? Upon entering the room, Zhu Shang was met with a barrage of curses from Zhao Wen. Wengu, Dazhuang really? There's no mistake. Zhao Wen's expression darkened. Who could have killed Dazhuang? Even if Zhang Qian and Wang Shanjun teamed up, it wouldn't be possible, right? Zhu Shang questioned, puzzled. It is said to be a rogue level A who has collaborated with the military. Zhao Wen replied bitterly. Damn that old Wang. He kept this under wraps. Our spies had no inkling of this. What do we do now? If this rogue level A could kill Dazhuang, he could likely kill me as well. Zhu Shang said, fear creeping into his voice. His concern for Dazhuang's fate was minimal. His own safety was paramount. Zhao Wen's eyes flickered. The spies reported that this level A seems unlikely to intervene again for the time being. Wengu, is the information reliable? If there's any mistake, Hongyu may face dire consequences. Absolutely reliable. Once the spy revealed this information, he was immediately silenced by the military. Zhu Sheng nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He then inquired, what should we do next? Wengu. Chapter 84. Military psychic ability users. What next? Zhao Wen snorted coldly. Do we have any choices left? We either fight to the end or flee immediately. How do you wish to decide? Zhu Sheng understood the implications if they fled. The foundation they had built would crumble, and he was unwilling to accept that. But if they fought, could they prevail? Wengu? Can we win? The military's 2 level A entities are not as strong as us, and they have far fewer level 3 ability users. Thus, the crux of this battle lies with that rogue level A. If he does not intervene, victory is assured. But if he does, as long as Zhang Yao's side succeeds, we may not necessarily lose. At the mention of Zhang Yao, a colossal figure loomed in Zhu Sheng's mind, and fear flickered in his eyes. Yet, following that fear, an immense confidence surged within him. Indeed, as long as Zhang Yao succeeded, they might still have a chance. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This time, that little brat Zhang Yao truly benefits." Zhao nodded, recalling something. "Xiao Sheng, how did your visit to Hongwei Base and Changxing Base go?" "Wengu, I almost forgot to mention that. Strangely enough, when I led the team there this afternoon, aside from the traces of fierce battles and a few mangled corpses, there was not a single person in either base." Zhao Wen was taken aback. "Were they wiped out? Aside from us and the military? No other force in Shaocheng could quietly eliminate them within half a day. Is it possible that it was zombies? Although Hongwei Base and Changxing Base are not as strong as the military in Hangyu, they still host thousands of survivors each, making them formidable mid-sized bases. Any force capable of eradicating them without a sound must be taken seriously." Zhu Sheng shook his head. "If it were zombies, there should have been a significant horde lingering in that area. However, when we arrived, aside from some wandering low-level zombies, we found no large groups whatsoever." After hesitating for a moment, he decided to voice his speculation. "Wengu? Could it be that it was a beast?" Zhaowen pondered for a couple of seconds before slightly nodding. "That is also a possibility. For now, let us not dwell on it. Dealing with the military is our top priority. You will replace Da Zhuang in continuing to lead the assault on the military, and I will urge Zhang Yao." "Understood." Wengu. The following day, the 22nd day of the apocalypse. Despite the late-night commotion, Lin Kong and Jiang Dai rose early. Sitting together beneath the loquat tree, Lin Kong observed the blood-red flames in Jiang Dai's hand, which morphed continually, nodding in approval. After yesterday's training, Jiang Dai had become adept at wielding her transformed flames. Curious about the differences in Jiang Dai's flames post-transformation, Lin Kong reached out towards the flames in her hand. "Hey!" Before Jiang Dai could intervene, Lin Kong's fingers made contact with the flames, and astonishingly, the flames latched onto his fingertips, burning steadily. The searing pain coursed through him, prompting Lin Kong to furrow his brow in endurance, yet soon a look of confusion and astonishment crossed his face. He distinctly felt the energy within the flames wriggling like tiny worms, incessantly crawling along his fingers, towards his palm and forearm, scorching and destroying. "Is everything all right?" Jiang Dai asked worriedly, observing the flames that lingered on Lin Kong's finger. Lin Kong shook his head, channeling the wood's source power. A surge of green energy swept over his arm, immediately dissipating the blood-red energy emanating from the flames, extinguishing the fire on his fingertips. "Your flames are quite exceptional. Once they make contact, they incessantly erode and damage the enemy's body. Without special means, it would be exceedingly difficult to extinguish them." Lin Kong remarked with a smile. "Is that so? I thought you were unbothered by it, extinguishing it with a flick of your wrist, and assumed it was nothing remarkable." Subsequently, Lin Kong shared some insights on ability development based on his and Su Yuan's past experiences with Jiang Dai before they parted ways to continue their training. As time passed, afternoon arrived, and Lin Kong was meditating atop a large rock by the lakeside when he suddenly noticed a group approaching from a distance. 2 minutes later, the group spotted Lin Kong seated on the stone and quickened their pace towards him. Upon closing the distance, the leading woman spoke. "Mr. Lin, I am Qianing, and I have been sent by the base's commander to lead these psychic ability users to exchange experiences regarding the use of our abilities. Given the tense situation, a portion of the remaining psychic ability users and elemental ability users will be coming in batches for exchange thereafter." "Why isn't Hongzhuo leading the team?" Lin Kong inquired. "The front lines are critical. Captain Hong is currently occupied with an urgent matter and sends his apologies." Qianing replied sincerely. Lin Kong nodded, regarding the 10 psychic ability users behind her. "Let us begin. Please introduce your abilities." The 10 ability users below looked at the formidable figure before them, who had slain a level A entity, with excitement, eagerly introducing their powers. "Mr. Lin, my ability is psychic linking. Mr. Lin, I possess psychic defense." "Mr. Lin." An hour later, watching the departing group, Lin Kong stretched lazily, reflecting inwardly. Indeed, it is a military base, and the presence of extraordinary individuals is abundant. I can only assume that Hangyu has its fair share of them as well. Once I break through, I shall explore thoroughly. Reflecting upon my recent gains, I find the mental defense ability quite impressive, as it allows one to construct a barrier of mental energy around the brain, shielding against psychic attacks from others. Not bad at all. The mental link capability enables communication with teammates, allowing not only the awareness of their locations, but also the exchange of information through this connection. This is quite beneficial too. The mental shock ability can generate an invisible wave of psychic energy. If the adversary is significantly weaker, they could be rendered a mere shell of their former selves. Even if the enemy is formidable, they might still be momentarily dazed. Such remarkable powers. As for the enchantment ability, as a grown man, it seems somewhat inappropriate to learn such a thing. Nevertheless, I shall commence my studies. Additionally, there are two mental perception abilities that can complement each other and refine my psychic awareness. The mental impact ability, akin to that of mental shock, can be merged. The final ability, mental division, allows one to detach a part of their consciousness and attach it to other entities. According to the military's extraordinary individual, this can only be affixed to inanimate objects, thus categorizing this power as merely B tier. However, based on the insights I have garnered, it appears that the divided consciousness can indeed attach to any entity, including living beings. Most likely, this is due to the resistance posed by living beings, which would disrupt the attachment. Yet, just because he cannot achieve it does not imply that I cannot. A glint of determination sparkled in Lin Kong's eyes as he soared into the depths of Song Mountain. Eager to hone the myriad of extraordinary abilities he had just acquired, the sound of gunfire erupted in a commercial district of Xiaoqing, deafening and relentless. Damn it! At the corner of the street, a man furiously hurled his spent rifle to the ground. He had warned that it was futile. They could not hit anything, yet he refused to believe it. Prepare for close combat. Another man beside him gazed gravely at several figures rushing toward them from the opposite end of the street. In an instant, the two sides clashed. Initially, the military personnel managed to hold their ground, but as more individuals from Hangyu gathered, the situation grew increasingly dire. This is untenable. There are too many of them. Retreat! One of the military shouted. They hastily fought and fell back, but scarcely had they retreated a few steps when several individuals appeared behind them, brandishing knives and charging forth. It was over. A profound despair enveloped their hearts. Just then, two brilliant pillars of fire descended from the heavens, engulfing the Hangyu individuals who had surrounded them before they could evade, drowning them in flames. After a few agonizing seconds of wails, silence ensued. As the flames dissipated, a figure emerged. It was Hong Zhuo, captain. Seeing Hong Zhuo, the military personnel were overwhelmed with joy, rushing toward him. Yet, in stark contrast to their elation, Hong Zhuo's expression was devoid of joy as he cast a stern gaze at the opposing Hangyu forces. Captain, what's wrong? Sensing the unease, one inquired. I just received word. Zhu Sheng has arrived, and the entire second team has perished. Hong Zhuo paused, looking at the teammates he had shared half a month with, and continued, this line of defense cannot hold. You must withdraw immediately and find Commander Wang and the others. One of them noticed that Hong Zhuo referred to you instead of we and asked in confusion. Captain, what about you? Hong Zhuo's voice turned severe. Why should I report my actions to you? Enough chatter, just leave, Captain. Simultaneously, in a suburban forest of Xiaoqing, beneath a tree, a massive tiger lay prone on the ground, its height reaching 3 to 4 meters even while lying down. At this moment, the mighty tiger exhibited none of the regal aura of the king of beasts. Its body was marred with wounds, some deep enough to expose bone, rendering it powerless. Not far off, two figures stealthily observed the tiger, whispering, Zhang Yao, how goes it? Any progress? The speaker was none other than Zhao Wan, the leader of the Hangyu base. The other individual was Zhang Yao. Chief, there has been some progress, but fully controlling it proves quite challenging. Zhang Yao replied nervously, excitement barely contained in his eyes. Originally, he was an ordinary psychic ability user within the elite group of the Hangyu base, possessing a power known as beast taming, granting him the ability to tame animals. At first glance, this ability seemed formidable, yet Zhang Yao was rated merely as B-tier combat power. The reason was simple. While his ability could tame beasts, strong extraordinary creatures were rare, and if an extraordinary beast was powerful enough, it could easily escape his control, resulting in backlash that would leave him mentally shaken, requiring considerable time to recover. Had he not fortuitously tamed 2 level 3 huskies, he might not even measure up to an ordinary level 3 extraordinary user. He had resigned himself to a life of mediocrity until a colossal opportunity suddenly befell him. That day, the chief and Zhu Gu found him, bringing him here to witness the gravely injured tiger and urging him to attempt its taming. At that time, the tiger still possessed a modicum of resistance. Even in its injured state, the chief and Zhu Gu could not secure an easy victory. They speculated that the tiger's strength was at least equivalent to a human who had reached the pinnacle of level 3, perhaps even among the stronger entities within that tier. Ultimately, as its injuries worsened, Zhang Yao glimpsed a sliver of hope and continued to strive ever since. Any progress? What do you mean? Zhao Wen, surprised and delighted, pressed for details. I have only established a preliminary connection, allowing me to sense some of its psychological activities and vague memories. Zhang Yao explained awkwardly, really? That's splendid. Even as the leader of a base, Zhao Wen could not suppress his excitement upon hearing this. The tiger represented their sole opportunity for victory. How could he not rejoice at the prospect of hope? After a moment of elation, Zhao Wen pondered for a couple of seconds before asking, what information can you gather from it? For instance, why is it injured? Zhang Yao recalled for several seconds and replied, from the hazy perceptions, I learned it was once a tiger kept at the Xiaoqing Zoo. When the apocalypse occurred, it not only underwent physical enhancements but also awakened extraordinary abilities, rendering its body harder than metal. Zhao Wen nodded along, as these were suspicions they had previously entertained. Zhang Yao continued, after asserting dominance over the zoo, it led other extraordinary beasts to expand its territory towards the city center, only to encounter the zombies that had taken hold there, the city center. Zhao Wen's expression grew grave. Despite leading one of the foremost bases in Xiaoqing, the city center remained a veritable forbidden zone for them. They had previously dispatched several reconnaissance teams to ascertain the situation there, yet whenever an exploration team ventured even slightly deeper, they would vanish without a trace, with no one ever returning. Realizing this, Zhao Wen began to connect the dots. Its injuries were inflicted by the zombies of the city center? Zhang Yao nodded. Indeed, the other zombies posed no obstacle to its advance, but the emergence of one particular zombie changed everything. Its memories of that zombie are extremely vivid, or perhaps filled with loathing. Elaborate, Zhao Wen urged. That zombie appeared as a woman, indistinguishable from other zombies, yet there was a faint purple light emanating from a point on her forehead, and she wielded a bone whip that appeared white as bone. Cut to the chase. What was her strength? Zhang Yao shook his head. Unclear. Unclear? Zhao Wen's anger flared. They were at the crux of the matter. And he was being told it was unclear? Zhang Yao hastily explained, Chief, I genuinely do not know. The moment the tiger saw that female zombie, it was struck by an inexplicable force. Had it not possessed exceptional physical qualities, it might have been cleaved in two on the spot. Under such circumstances, it had no inclination to continue fighting and fled at once. Hiss! Zhao Wen inhaled sharply. Such a formidable tiger had nearly been slain by a single strike from that female zombie. It was difficult to fathom the extent of her power. This strength likely transcended the bounds of level 3. With this realization, he sighed. The conflict between Hengyu and the military had escalated to a life-and-death struggle. Yet to the other side, it must have seemed like mere child's play. Even if Hengyu ultimately triumphed, with that zombie around, they could forget about dominating Xiaoqing. After all, it appeared that the female zombie was the undisputed queen of Xiaoqing. Moreover, could there be more entities of her caliber lurking in the city center? It was hard to say. Should they withdraw at this juncture? Zhao Wen glanced at the distant silhouette of the tiger. No, they would wait a bit longer, at least until Zhang Yao had successfully tamed the tiger. Furthermore, he and Zhu Sheng had now absorbed 10 level 3 crystal nuclei. They needed only one more to reach the pinnacle of level 3. If they continued to pursue breaking through limits, they could achieve level 4 tomorrow. When that time came, the balance of power would remain uncertain. Chapter 86. Breaking through level 3 at dinner, Lin Kong introduced a new intern of their team. Xie Ming, to Su Yuan and Jiang Dai, accompanied by a young boy. Jiang Dai held a profound impression of the boy who had once stepped forward to save her, promptly expressing her gratitude. After some casual conversation, they discovered that Xie Ming had early knowledge of the meditation breakthrough and had not missed a single opportunity to break through thus far. Consequently, he, like Lin Kong, was also at level 2 and was currently in the process of breaking through. When Lin Kong inquired how Xie Ming had come to know about the meditation breakthrough, Xie Ming merely stammered that his sister had taught him, after which he fell silent, and no one pressed further. However, after their light-hearted chat, Lin Kong presented his conditions. Within a month, if Xie Ming's combat power did not reach A tier, he would not be allowed to formally join them. Should he fail, he would leave on his own. Afterwards, Lin Kong and a few others exchanged their recent insights on cultivation. Xie Ming silently listened from the side before departing alone to continue his training. Not long after, Su Yuan also left the small island to head to the villa atop the mountain. Since Jiang Dai's arrival and the night Hongzhou brought Su Yuan his little sister, Su Yuan had been residing at the mountain villa, only returning for meals. That night, Jiang Dai nestled in Lin Kong's embrace, while Lin Kong continued to seize the moment to meditate with his eyes closed. Soon, the breakthrough is near. The following morning, in Songhu Park, beneath the loquat tree, Lin Kong sat in solitude, immersed in meditation. Several dozen meters away, Jiang Dai and Su Yuan watched as Lin Kong's aura intensified, their tension palpable. Minutes later, the energy surrounding Lin Kong gradually dissipated, forming swirling mists of white and green hues. Soon, the energy ceased to disperse, and Lin Kong transformed into a humanoid vortex, voraciously absorbing the ambient energy, even causing a stir in the energy within Su Yuan and the others. Goodness, is the commotion from breaking through to level 3 really this immense? Su Yuan, calming the tumult within his body, exclaimed. Jiang Dai beside him shook her head. When Song Bing and the others broke through to level 3, there wasn't such a grand display. Finally, at a certain moment, Lin Kong's aura reached its zenith, culminating in a resounding explosion as a violent wave of energy surged outward. Holy cow! Su Yuan gasped, hurriedly leading the two beside him to retreat, but they were still too late to escape. Just as the energy wave was about to strike them, it abruptly halted, then scattered, revealing Lin Kong's smiling figure, "Ah Kong. You nearly scared me to death," Su Yuan complained, quickly moving closer to Lin Kong to inquire. "Ah Kong, what does it feel like to break through to level 3? Lin Kong responded earnestly. "I feel like I could knock you over with one punch." Su Yuan's lips twitched in surprise. He never expected his earlier jest to have been remembered by Lin Kong for so long. As Lin Kong spoke, he exhaled softly. Due to his dual abilities, his advancement had always lagged behind Su Yuan's. Although he was confident in his strength, the disparity in realms had inevitably caused some frustration. Now that he had finally surpassed Su Yuan, breaking through to level 3 first, how could he not be elated? Having ascended to level 3, his overall strength had doubled compared to before, and the energy stored within him had significantly increased, allowing for more prolonged combat. His mastery over his abilities had also become more adept. These changes were not vastly different from his previous breakthroughs. After some playful banter, Lin Kong thoughtfully summarized. As for my specific strength, I was at 2.2 units before the breakthrough, and now I am approximately at 4.7 units, Su Yuan retorted. Hey, are you a big shot? Someone is infringing upon my reputation, and I intend to sue. Jiang Dai stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. The young boy Xieming also cracked a smile. Hey, you two with your 0.5 units still have the audacity to laugh. Su Yuan snapped, feeling displeased at their mockery. The ridicule shifted onto Jiang Dai and Xieming, though Xieming had not yet reached the limit-breaking threshold. His combat rank was still below A grade, making him worth only 0.5 units, slightly weaker than Jiang Dai. Jiang Dai, having missed 2 limit-breaking opportunities, was also valued at 0.5 units. However, Lin Kong believed Jiang Dai's true strength exceeded 0.5 units. Her anomalous abilities were peculiar. Despite a noticeable enhancement in her strength post-mutation, Lin Kong's spiritual perception revealed no change in the energy mass within her. Thus, Jiang Dai's 0.5 unit valuation did not account for the boost from her mutated abilities. Having just ascended to level 3, I need some time to adjust, Lin Kong said. Looking at Su Yuan, Su Yuan understood Lin Kong's intent. Ah Kong, there's no rush. This little time won't make a difference. I think it would be wise for you to acquire a couple of level 4 crystal cores to ensure your strength doesn't fall behind. Subsequently, the group dispersed to continue their training, with Lin Kong seated alone beneath the loquat tree, caressing its trunk. You two are on the verge of a breakthrough. The tree trembled slightly. In the afternoon, Qianing brought another group of mental-type ability users. During their exchange, Qianing delivered unexpected news. The patrol team leader Hongzhou had died at the hands of Hong Yu yesterday. Lin Kong was somewhat taken aback and felt a pang of melancholy, yet he did not exhibit any other more fervent reactions. His calm demeanor gradually dulled Qian Ying's expectations, leaving her slightly disheartened. She had hoped Lin Kong would seek revenge for the fallen comrade by dealing with Hong Yu. But alas, he did not. Meanwhile, within a lavish villa in Xiaoqing, Zhao Wen and Zhu Sheng were locked in a stare, bewildered. Brother Wen, what is going on? Could it be that meditation and limit breaking are merely a ruse? Zhu Shang could not help but ask. Having just absorbed their 11th crystal core to achieve level 3 perfection, they were curious to try meditating for breaking limits together. However, 2 hours had passed, and despite their numerous attempts, they felt no elevation from meditation. Zhao furrowed his brow tightly and shook his head. Many in our base have attempted meditation. It should be legitimate, but we can't break through. What could be the reason? Zhao Wen's frown deepened, and after pondering for a couple of seconds, he declared, "Regardless of meditation, let us attempt a direct breakthrough to level 4. An hour later, their expressions were grave, and silence enveloped them, creating an eerily tense atmosphere. Finally, Zhu Sheng broke the silence with a bold speculation. "Brother One, could it be that we missed the previous limit-breaking opportunities, hence we are now unable to break through to level 4? After an hour of trying, they stumbled upon a disconcerting truth. They could not advance to level 4. Based on their past experiences, even without limit breaking, absorbing 11 crystal cores should have brought their energy to a saturation point, requiring only a slight additional energy infusion to break through. However, although their internal energies were indeed nearing saturation, no matter how hard they tried, they could not shatter this state and achieve a breakthrough. Zhao Wen stared at the crystal core in his hand, shaking his head. Not for this reason. Seeing Zhao Wen shake his head, Zhu Sheng's heart flickered with a glimmer of hope. That we simply do not know. I too cannot fathom why this is happening. Zhao Wen's frustration bubbled over, and he couldn't help but shout a few words. Zhu Sheng quickly fell silent, taking a couple of steps back and refraining from further comment. After a prolonged silence, as if to reassure Zhu Sheng and himself, Zhao Wen spoke. Let us not be pessimistic. It has only been a month since the apocalypse, and there are countless unknowns. Perhaps this is not our issue, but rather that the transition from level 3 to level 4 is inherently different from previous upgrades. Zhang Yao mentioned a zombie that appeared to be level 4. Its head glowing with a purple aura. I suspect this might very well be a level 4 crystal core. The stark transformation from level 3 to level 4 crystal cores indicates that level 4 represents an entirely different realm than the preceding 3 levels. Does it not? There must still be hope. Chapter 87. People borrowing the tiger's might. Brother Wen's theory seems to carry some weight. Zhu Sheng pondered. Regardless of the truth, this explanation undoubtedly provided the duo with the best rationale. A glimmer of hope is certainly better than none at all. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Kong, leveraging his diverse experiences with various mental type abilities, swiftly mastered the newly acquired powers. By merging some effects that were similar or overlapping, the abilities Lin Kong now possessed included Invisible Blade. Forms an invisible blade to inflict physical damage on opponents. Mental Shock. Releases an invisible mental shockwave to cause mental harm. He also had 2 mental defense abilities, each constructing an intangible barrier, one defending against mental attacks and the other against physical ones. His auxiliary abilities comprised mental perception, mental confinement, charm, deprivation of sight, hearing, and smell, mental link, mental splitting, along with 3 new abilities learned that day. Emotional perception. Can sense the emotional activities of a target. Mental healing. Heals mental trauma. Mental isolation. Isolates all forms of perception. Wow! Over the past couple of days, my abilities have expanded significantly. I wonder how much my combat power has increased. Lin Kong conjured a level 3 crystal core in his palm and infused it with energy. In an instant, the crystal core shattered. It broke just from a touch. Lin Kong chuckled helplessly, realizing he needed to remind the military to expedite their research on new combat power testing methods. However, he also recognized that despite possessing such a multitude of abilities, it was challenging to deploy all of them simultaneously in direct confrontations. In other words, while having more abilities greatly raised his lower limit, it did not markedly enhance his upper limit. After some contemplation, he resolved to concentrate his efforts on 2 or 3 abilities for development and research. The other abilities would serve as support, to be utilized only when necessary. This might be the most efficient method for his enhancement. Now that he had prepared all he could, it was time to go out for a stroll. The next day, in the morning, Lin Kong stood atop a tall building, flanked by Jiang Dai and Xie Ming, both covered in blood. How do you feel? Lin Kong inquired. Jiang Dai sighed deeply. Much better. Xie Ming silently nodded in agreement. An hour prior, Lin Kong had safeguarded the two while they wreaked havoc on Hong Yu's members throughout the city. After an hour of venting their frustrations, their hatred for Hong Yu had largely subsided. Let's head back. I can manage the rest on my own, Lin Kong stated. Be careful, Jiang Dai warned, stepping forward for a heartfelt kiss, only to be halted by Lin Kong. He pointed at the dirt on her face, chuckling. You're too dirty. Go wash up and wait for me to return. Get lost? Jiang Dai playfully scolded. As the two departed, Lin Kong fixed his gaze in a particular direction and soared into the sky. In the Sanqing Villa district, once the most opulent and renowned residential area in Xiaoqing, it had been seized by Hung Yu after the apocalypse, becoming the stronghold of Hung Yu's base. Lin Kong descended from the heavens, surveying the myriad empty villas before him, rendered speechless as the leader of Hung Yu a rabbit. He moves with such swiftness. Just moments ago, accompanied by two others, he had scoured the area in search of adversaries to eliminate. Although Lin Kong did not engage directly, it was clear that Hung Yu had sensed something amiss and made a hasty retreat. After casually collecting a substantial amount of supplies left behind by Hung Yu, Lin Kong began to ponder. Since Hung Yu could not be dealt with, it was time to seek a new target, the level 4 crystal core. If there was anywhere in Xiaoqing where level 4 zombies were likely to appear, it would undoubtedly be the city center, teeming with millions of undead. A veritable forbidden ground for humanity, a forbidden ground. There is no place I cannot traverse. The formidable power he possessed instilled in Lin Kong an unwavering confidence, rendering him unafraid of this so-called forbidden territory. He retrieved from his pocket a level 3 crystal core, devoid of its radiance, and casually tossed it aside, pulling out another to continue his absorption. Lacking a level 4 crystal core, Lin Kong did not squander a moment, making do with the level 3 instead. Whoosh! A flurry of sound echoed as Lin Kong vanished without a trace in the outskirts of Xiaoqing. Amidst the trees, Zhao Wen's voice could be heard cursing under his breath. Damn it, he has struck again. Why must he oppose us at Hung Yu? Zhu Sheng stood beside him, a bitter expression on his face. They had fled in utter disgrace without even catching a glimpse of their foe. Nonetheless, losing face was far better than losing their lives. Just then, a fierce roar reverberated through the air, shaking the very heavens. What is happening? The two hastily rose, turning their attention toward the direction of the giant tiger's lair, where a figure was racing toward them. Leader, leader. Upon seeing Zhang Yao approach with evident joy, Zhao Wen's excitement surged as he inquired. Zhang Yao, have you succeeded? Although he had not yet completely tamed it, he could already command it to perform simple actions. Zhang Yao replied with enthusiasm. Hearing this, Zhao Wen's expression dimmed. If they could not fully control the giant tiger, they remained at a disadvantage. Leader, while I cannot make it fight for us, I can wield its might to command its subordinates, Zhang Yao quickly added, sensing the leader's disappointment. Subordinates? Zhao Wen and Zhu Sheng exchanged puzzled glances. Look, they are coming. Following Zhang Yao's gaze, enormous silhouettes began to emerge. Giant snakes, giant elephants, giant crocodiles, giant apes. One by one, these monstrous creatures, akin to prehistoric beasts, materialized before them. They were all brought out by the Tiger King from the zoo. Though not as powerful as the Tiger King, their strength was still formidable. Zhao Wen felt a chilling power emanating from 4 or 5 of these beasts, rivaling his own. Excellent, truly splendid. Zhang Yao, you are a great benefactor to Hung Yu. Should we unify Xiaoqing in the future, I shall surely appoint you as my deputy leader, ruling alongside me, with riches and beauties at your disposal. Zhao Wen proclaimed, clapping Zhang Yao on the shoulder. Zhang Yao chuckled foolishly. As long as I can assist the leader, that is enough. Zhao Wen's face lit up with satisfaction, but a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes as he continued. Zhang Yao, you must immediately arrange for them. In the heart of Xiaoqing, towering skyscrapers loomed, their streets choked with a sea of zombies. These undead were not the aimless, common variety, wandering without purpose and occasionally groaning. Instead, they stood in eerie silence, resembling soldiers awaiting commands. Within the unseen underground parking lot, an equal number of zombies lurked, all fragmented limbs and severed appendages. None were intact on the rooftop of a high-rise. Lin Kong landed and surveyed the scene. 40% were level 1 zombies, 30% level 2, and 20% level 3. As time passed, the proportion of level 3 zombies would inevitably increase. However, still no sign of level 4? That is unexpected. I must search further. With that thought, Lin Kong leaped into the air, weaving through the skyscrapers in search of his target. Chapter 88. The Enchanting Female Zombie. At last. I have found you. Lin Kong's gaze fell upon a dilapidated office building, his eyes alight with excitement and a tinge of suspicion. In his perception, that slightly crumbling edifice was guarded by over 1,000 level 3 zombies. But within, only a single, unique zombie resided. Unique, because the energy within this zombie differed from any he had encountered before. Typically, the energy within living beings coalesces in a singular mass, yet this zombie's energy radiated evenly throughout its entire being. At a glance, it gave Lin Kong the impression that this entity existed on a different plane of life altogether. Is this what level 4 life is? The disparity between level 3 and level 4 is indeed staggering. Lin Kong found himself momentarily stunned. Bang! In that moment of distraction, the level 4 zombie seemed to take notice, bursting through the wall like an arrow aimed at Lin Kong atop the rooftop. It was then that Lin Kong finally discerned the true form of this level 4 zombie. She was a female zombie, her skin covered in peculiar azure scales, her physique indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human. In her grasp was a 4-meter-long bone whip. To Lin Kong's surprise, the female zombie possessed striking features. Her allure undiminished. It was not that Lin Kong felt hungry, but rather that this zombie was undeniably beautiful. Before the apocalypse, she must have been a goddess capable of captivating countless men. Yet, the coldness etched upon her face rendered the scene rather unappealing. Indeed, a chill typically found upon human faces now manifested on this zombie. Lin Kong did not let his guard down. With all his strength, he summoned his telekinetic abilities, causing the walls of the adjacent buildings to shatter, sending massive chunks of debris hurtling toward the female zombie. She sensed the danger instantly. Her whip, originally 4 meters long, elongated to 8, shattering the incoming concrete before swinging back toward Lin Kong. Can it extend? Could it possibly be a special item akin to dragon scales? Lin Kong's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he raised his left hand, conjuring a transparent barrier before him. Bang! The whip struck the barrier. While it did not break through, it left a network of cracks. 2 more hits like that, and it would surely shatter. Hiss! Truly, this is the might of a level 4. But as long as you cannot smash through with a single strike, you shall never succeed. At that moment, the female zombie landed on the rooftop where Lin Kong stood, closing the distance with an almost imperceptible speed. Swinging her whip once more, Lin Kong flipped his hand downward, exerting immense force upon a specific area before him, compressing it downward. This was Lin Kong utilizing his telekinetic abilities to simulate a gravitational amplification effect. The tremendous pressure would be insufficient to harm the female zombie, yet the floor beneath her feet crumbled instantly, causing her to lose her footing and plummet downwards. Roar! An enraged howl erupted from the female zombie as she fell, her anger ignited by Lin Kong's actions. The bone whip in her hand elongated to dozens of meters, piercing through layers of walls with such speed that Lin Kong had no time to react. Striking him in the thigh. Damn it! Lin Kong cursed silently. Despite maintaining utmost focus on the situation around him, the female zombie's strikes were too swift and ruthless to evade. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he initiated the healing process using the power of the wood element, green energy flooding into the wound, causing the gaping hole to begin mending at a visibly rapid rate. Die? Lin Kong refused to linger on the rooftop any longer. Leaping down to the ground, with a mental shockwave, he dispatched hundreds of lower-level zombies surrounding him, while from his lower body, thick, sturdy roots surged downward into the earth. Gazing at the female zombie pursuing him, Lin Kong felt a surge of fighting spirit. He had not experienced such exhilarating combat in a long time. Come! Before the female zombie could approach, Lin Kong took the initiative, unleashing his invisible blades. Simultaneously, in the western part of Xiaoqing, atop the towering walls of the military base, Wang Lao observed the several titanic creatures clashing with the base's evolved fighters from afar, his expression grave. Where did these aberrant beasts come from? Why are they attacking alongside Hangyu? He was utterly perplexed. Earlier that morning, their intelligence indicated that Lin Kong, the A-class evolved who had previously aided them in vanquishing Xiao Dazhuang, had suddenly intervened, helping them eliminate numerous Hangyu forces, significantly alleviating their pressure. After a brief discussion, they swiftly organized their evolved fighters to reclaim their defenses. Yet, barely had these evolved troops set out when they were confronted by these colossal beasts, resulting in the loss of the defenses they had just recaptured, and now the battle had almost reached their very headquarters. Where is Shan Jun? Has he not returned? Wang Lao inquired of a nearby individual. The person promptly responded, Commander, we just received word from Captain Wang, stating he is on his way back. Roar. Just as the words left his mouth, a tiger's roar echoed across the battlefield, and both men turned to see a massive tiger. Its body adorned with striking black and white patterns, occasionally crackling with dark lightning, engaged in combat with a gigantic crocodile. Excellent! Captain Wang has arrived. Many on the city wall cheered upon spotting the giant tiger. However, Wang Lao could not share in their joy. Wang Shanjun was clearly at a disadvantage in his battle against the crocodile, and there were still 3 or 4 other beasts of comparable strength on the battlefield. They could not afford to lose 3 or 4 Wang Shanjuns. Wang Lao picked up the communicator and dialed, Xiaozheng, take all the level 3 evolved fighters at the base and assist Shanjun. But, Commander, what about the base? Do not concern yourself with the base. If you do not act now, they will breach our defenses. Understood. Returning to the city center, vast sections of skyscrapers lay in ruins, and amidst the rubble, 2 figures continued their fierce clash. Surrounding them were at least 10,000 zombies, many of which were level 3. Control! Lin Kong bellowed, unleashing his invisible force, propelling the female zombie backward as her body crashed into the depths of a high-rise. Moments later, she emerged once more, her bone whip elongating and shooting toward him like a deadly arrow. Lin Kong was unfazed, having anticipated this move. He leaped into the air, evading the strike. He had been engaged in combat with this level 4 zombie for half an hour, and he had come to understand her tactics. The female zombie bore several wounds, all inflicted by Lin Kong's well-timed invisible blades, yet she always managed to detect the danger quickly and evade any fatal strikes. Even when struck, the wounds inflicted are merely superficial, failing to cause any substantial harm. Lin Kong has also been hit multiple times, with the most perilous encounter resulting in his barrier being shattered, nearly piercing his chest, abruptly pulling him back from his state of battle-induced euphoria, his heart racing with anxiety. Fortunately, the healing effects of the wood's source power are formidable. Otherwise, Lin Kong would have fled long ago. I refuse to believe this. Unwilling to retreat so easily, Lin Kong advances once more. Not far from the city center, within a shopping mall, hundreds of wandering zombies have transformed into lifeless ice sculptures, both beautiful and terrifying. Among these ice figures stands an extraordinarily beautiful woman with long, light blue hair, clad in a special fitted combat suit. She gazes at a shattered object in her hand, her usually composed demeanor betraying a look of shock. The longevity lock is broken. There must be a level 4 creature nearby. Chapter 89. The warrior, a man beside her, also dressed in combat attire. Sighs, I didn't expect a level 4 creature to appear in Xiaoqing so soon. This is troublesome. We haven't even reached Jiangsheng, and the longevity lock is already shattered. Without its protection, the remaining journey will be fraught with peril. He then turns to the blue-haired woman and says, Miss, use the bronze mirror to see if you can determine the location of that level 4 creature, so we can avoid it. Given the stakes involved, the woman exercises caution, retrieving a palm-sized ancient bronze mirror from the side pocket of her combat suit. She channels energy into the mirror. Ripples appear across its surface, revealing an aerial view of the city. Upon closer inspection, it is indeed the aerial map of their current district, positioned approximately 300 meters above the ground. With the woman's control, the perspective begins to shift slowly. 2 minutes later, just as her energy is about to deplete, the image in the bronze mirror finally changes. The scene reveals zombies swarming in abundance amidst a wasteland filled with debris. Amidst this devastation, 2 figures stand out prominently. One man, with his arms flailing, causes the surrounding ruins and vehicles to soar into the air, transforming into a torrent that relentlessly crashes down upon the other figure. The 2 watchers of the bronze mirror are left in awe by this spectacle. The man murmurs in disbelief, that woman's silhouette must be a level 4 zombie, but that man, he seems to be human. Could he have ascended to level 4? Impossible. Jiangxing hasn't even reached level 4 yet. How could such a minor place as Xiaoqing witness this? How could this be? The woman cannot help but murmur, her mouth agape as she watches the scene in the mirror. Yet he is exchanging blows with that level 4 zombie. Unfortunately, the mirror does not reveal his visage clearly. Miss, they should be in the vicinity of the city center. Let us distance ourselves quickly. Miss? Miss Saw. Oh, right. The blue-haired woman, still entranced by the figures in the mirror, responds absent-mindedly, preparing to retract the mirror, only to find that the battle displayed within has ceased and no longer fighting. The man also notices this development, but neither of them has the inclination to continue observing. They gather their belongings and set off toward the west. Meanwhile, at the military base, even with the deployment of 2 alpha-level warriors and over 100 level 3 strongmen, they are unable to halt the advance of the colossal beast. At this moment, the beast looms at the city's edge. "Old Wong, you can't go." As Old Wong dons his armor, those around him express their concern. "Am I not a level 3 beta? What, do you look down on me?" Old Wong chuckles. "Not that. How many civilians have evacuated from the base?" Old Wong inquires. "A third still remains." "Then allow this old man to buy them some time." With a hearty laugh, Old Wong strides towards the battlefield. On the battlefield below, Wang Shanjun, transformed into a massive tiger crackling with black lightning, bears several deep gashes inflicted by a giant crocodile. Yet, he continues to advance relentlessly, swiping his claws. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian faces a 3-meter-tall skeletal giant, engulfed in pale flames, wielding twin bone blades, standing before an 8-meter-tall elephant like a child. Although the 2 alpha warriors struggle to maintain the upper hand, they manage to hold their ground, while the other level 3 teams are no match for the titanic beasts, forced to fight for their lives to impede the creature's advance. At this rate, within an hour, the military base will surely fall to the monstrous onslaught. Just as the military situation appears dire, a sudden honking of trucks echoes from one side of the battlefield, capturing the attention of the hundreds present. Turning their heads, they observe a convoy of 4 or 5 military trucks slowly approaching. "Looks like we arrived just in time." A voice rings out among the crowd. Unbeknownst to them, 2 figures have already appeared on the battlefield. The newcomers, 3 in total, 2 men and 1 woman, are clad in specialized black combat suits. The colossal ape opposite them is not inclined to wait for pleasantries. It swings a fist the size of a car towards them. Quite the temper. One of the men chuckles, not dodging nor evading, but instead, he clenches his fist and meets the giant ape's strike head-on. With a resounding boom, dust erupts into the AI as the dust settles. The man stands resolute, the ground beneath him deeply cratered, in a swift motion. Another man leaps into action, launching himself off the ground and delivering a powerful slap to the unsuspecting giant ape. Though his palm is smaller than the beast's nostril, the impact sends the ape crashing to the ground. Hiss! Are they our reinforcements? How impressive! They must be alpha level, of course. That giant ape is formidable. And he was knocked down with a single slap. Definitely an alpha, possibly a mid-level alpha. Mid-level alpha? What's that? You might not know, but for cities like Jiangxing, the classification of alpha levels is more nuanced. 0 to 5 seconds is considered alpha, but they further divide it into upper alpha, 0 to 1 seconds, mid-alpha, 1 to 3 seconds, and lower alpha, 3 to 5 seconds. Is that so? No wonder Jiangxing has such classifications. It likely indicates the presence of upper alpha-level warriors there. Absolutely. At this moment, the truck convoy has reached the battlefield, from which another combat-suited man and over 20 armed personnel emerge. "Onward," the man commands. Yes, with the addition of 4 alpha-level combatants, the military's morale surges, pushing back the monstrous forces. On the rooftop of a high-rise several hundred meters away, Zhao Wen's face darkens. "Damn it. Who are those people? They thwarted my plans. Cursed be, brother one. Those 4 alpha-level fighters didn't just materialize. They are most likely reinforcements summoned by the military from other cities." Zhao Wen surmises this as well but remains unwilling to accept it. It was so close to success. After finally calming himself, he weakly declares, "Let us retreat. Just a bit longer, and once Zhang Yao deals with that Tiger King, we'll have another chance." Understood. At the military base, personnel initially designated for evacuation gradually return. The truck convoy enters the base, and aside from the 20 or so combatants who participated in the battle, a dozen more disembark, appearing to be non-combatants. Drawing less attention from the crowd, the reinforcements from Shunqing are warmly welcomed by the base, and to reward the dedicated evolutionists who have toiled for days, the base organizes a simple banquet. The vast conference hall is transformed into a dining area, where hundreds gather around, eagerly awaiting the meal as the chefs work diligently in the kitchen. The 20-plus combatants from Shunqing sit at the forefront alongside the elite members of the Xiaoqing military. with several alpha-level fighters occupying a lavish dining table, surrounded by a constant stream of toasts. We are immensely grateful to those who saved us in our time of need. Indeed, we extend our sincerest thanks on behalf of the tens of thousands of civilians in the base. Brother, let us not say more. It's all in the wine. The 4 alpha-level reinforcements do not put on airs, graciously accepting the gratitude. Those big shots are something else. That massive monkey was knocked down with a single slap. We still don't know what their abilities are. Speaking of which, they indeed seem not to have showcased their powers. Could they all be physical enhancement type evolvers? The ordinary evolutionists, unable to approach and toast? Engage in eager discussions below? Abilities? Huh? One of the alpha-level warriors seems to overhear the chatter and, with a disdainful snort, stands up amid the curious gazes and walks to the center, addressing the crowd. Your gratitude is accepted, but I must emphasize that calling me an evolver is the greatest insult to my person. I hope you will amend this. With a raised eyebrow and a smile. He continues, I would prefer you to refer to me as a warrior. Chapter 90. Transformation and Characteristics Warrior? This unfamiliar term leaves the gathered crowd perplexed. Indeed, warrior. The alpha-level man looks at the bewildered faces and continues. I know that the vast majority of you here are awakened evolvers. However, I'm certain there are also those among you who, despite not awakening abilities, still seize every opportunity to enhance yourselves. Pursuing strength, am I right? Yes, exactly. Immediately, voices respond from below, affirming their status as ordinary evolutionists, inherently weaker than evolvers, yet still yearning for strength. The alpha-level man surveys them with satisfaction before addressing the majority of the evolvers present. I also recognize that nearly all evolvers inherently look down upon ordinary evolutionists. But now I tell you, I, a mid-alpha level warrior, do not possess any abilities. What? No abilities? Impossible. How can one achieve mid-alpha level strength without abilities? A single phrase can stir 1,000 waves. The man's words were akin to a deep-sea bomb, striking at the very souls of those present and shattering their preconceived notions. He turned to the few evolved beings who had previously responded. Smiling as he continued, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, you may have felt inferior for lacking awakened abilities, looked down upon by others. But from this moment forth, you shall embrace a brand new identity, that of a warrior. He then raised his hand, clenching his fist, and astonishingly, visible streams of white energy surged around his fists. Warriors harness the energy within, wielding control over their own power to accomplish feats that the evolved cannot. Scaling heights that they cannot reach, a hush fell over the crowd. All present were rendered speechless by the man's display and proclamation. You speak nonsense. Evolved beings can manipulate the 5 elemental forces, wield mental techniques, transform into fearsome beasts, and even cloak themselves in invisibility, bending space and time. How can you claim that mere energy manipulation could surpass us? One evolved being could not help but retort. Indeed, your claims lack merit. What can warriors do that we cannot? Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. Even those few warriors who had just been fervently excited at the prospect of defying fate found their expressions dimming upon reflection. After all, how could those without awakened abilities ever hope to rival the extraordinary powers of the evolved? The man scoffed, Humph! You are but frogs in a well. What you speak of, warriors indeed cannot achieve. But when it comes to abilities, it ultimately boils down to strength. Even if you command space and time, I shall cleave through it with a single sword, transform into a myriad of beasts, and I shall strike you down with a mere punch. What is there to fear? Perhaps you are unaware, but 3 days ago, one of the 3 lords of the Martial Alliance, the Sword Sovereign, in the city of Jinling, repelled 10 so-called upper-tier evolved beings with a single sword strike, his strength so formidable that the city lord of Jinling bowed down to him. Sun Jie, that is enough. Suddenly, a fellow warrior from the support team of Shunqing intervened. Sun Jie, disinterested, merely shrugged and remarked that those who wished to know more could seek him out later. Before stepping back, the atmosphere shifted. The celebratory mood dissipated as everyone pondered Sun Jie's words. Warriors, Martial Alliance, Sword Sovereign, an inescapable thought? Nai, that fellow is as stubborn as a turtle. No matter how hard I strike, it's futile, Lin Kong complained after leaving the city center. On his way home, he couldn't help but replay the recent battle in his mind. Although he had fought evenly with the female zombie, neither side gaining the upper hand, he felt an unsettling intuition. Even if he pushed his strength to the pinnacle of Tier 3 or awakened his abilities as before, it seemed impossible to defeat her. He couldn't fathom why he felt this way, but it was an instinct that grew stronger with each exchange. Was the chasm between Tier 3 and Tier 4 truly this vast? No, it shouldn't be. I have just entered Tier 3, and I can hold my own against her. There must be a chance to catch up, just a matter of seizing the right opportunity. A transformation. A metamorphosis? As if struck by inspiration, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Kong's eyes, his body trembling with excitement as he hastened back. In just a few minutes, he returned to Songhu Park. Flying towards the small island. Dire. Upon his return, Lin Kong called out for Jiang Dai. What's the matter? Jiang Dai, deep in meditation, looked puzzled upon hearing Lin Kong's voice. Seeing Jiang Dai, Lin Kong was beside himself with excitement. Quick, Jiang Dai asked. Did you really miss me this much after just half a day? Are you in such a rush? Show me your abilities, Jiang Dai replied. Moments later, beneath the loquat tree, at Lin Kong's request, Jiang Dai alternated between demonstrating ordinary flames and the mutated blood-red flames. Haven't we gone through this countless times? Why the sudden urge to see it again? Jiang Dai queried, confused. This is different. Lin Kong shook his head. Now, release both types of flames onto my fingertips. Reluctantly, Jiang Dai complied. The two continued this experiment until nightfall, with two distinct flames burning at Lin Kong's fingertips. Soon, the ordinary flame extinguished, while the blood-red flame remained vibrant. So that's it. I finally understand. This is not merely a mutation, but a metamorphosis, Lin Kong exclaimed, shaking Jiang Dai's shoulders in excitement. Metamorphosis? Jiang Dai asked, puzzled. Yes, a metamorphosis that makes it possible for Tier 3 to counterattack Tier 4. With that, Lin Kong closed his eyes, settling into a meditative posture. Jiang Dai, sensing his focus, chose not to disturb him and quietly departed. Before long, a night passed and dawn broke. Lin Kong had remained in deep meditation throughout the night, causing Jiang Dai, who had stayed awake with him, to worry. In novels, many masters fall into madness while practicing. Could it be that a Kong has also succumbed? She contemplated, torn. At that moment, Lin Kong was not lost in madness. On the contrary, his consciousness was remarkably clear, intensely focused on a dreamlike vision that materialized in his mind. Within the vision, two spheres, one large and one small, spun independently. The smaller sphere was green, while the larger was white. Surrounding the larger sphere were numerous smaller spheres, orbiting it like satellites. Lin Kong quickly realized that the green sphere represented his mutated with source ability, while the white sphere embodied his spiritual consciousness. As for the satellites encircling the spiritual consciousness, they likely represented other mental abilities he had learned. Suddenly, two dull thuds resonated, and Lin Kong observed that the largest satellite surrounding the green and white spheres began to manifest 9 faint rings of light, resembling star rings. Within those 9 rings, one had become substantial, while the other 8 remained transparent. Only the essence was present, lacking form. After a lengthy contemplation, Lin Kong finally opened his eyes, filled with shock and exhilaration. Ah, so Dire's mutation is a sign of awakened traits, he realized. The so-called star rings represented traits awakened from abilities. Each ability could only awaken one trait. Just now, Lin Kong had awakened 2 traits using his wood source ability and object manipulation. However, this was merely the initial awakening, having only solidified 1 star ring. Until all 6 star rings were fully materialized, the true power of the traits would remain concealed. Yet, even having solidified just 1 ring had granted Lin Kong a tremendous boost. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the concerned Jiang Dai and grinned mischievously. You've been such a great help. How should I reward you? Jiang Dai's cheeks flushed a bright red. Chapter 91. Solidification. Since the giant beast legion was repelled yesterday, no enemies had dared to disturb their peace. On the streets surrounding the military base, numerous teams of evolved beings conducted meticulous patrols, not only to guard against a resurgence of enemies, but also to uncover the whereabouts of the suddenly appearing giant beast legion. Such a formidable force could not simply be overlooked by the military. Inside the base, 5 Tier A powerhouses had taken their positions, granting the survivors a profound sense of security. Zhang Yunfeng, with his unique gravitational abilities and commendable Tier B combat strength, quickly garnered the attention of the upper echelons after joining the military base. Following a series of trials, he successfully integrated into the elite team, representing the base's strongest combatants. In subsequent battles, he had repeatedly charged into the fray, achieving notable feats and now held the rank of squad leader, making him the most successful among the initial members of the South Canteen. With no ongoing battles, he finally found a rare moment of leisure, gathering with his teammates to play cards and lounge around. Just then, the door creaked open. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhang Yunfeng chuckled, "Old Wang, I called for you just now. Didn't you say you weren't going to play?" "What? Couldn't resist?" "That's not it," Old Wang replied, stepping aside to make room for a middle-aged couple entering behind him, likely in their 40s or 50s. This couple came with the Shunqing reinforcements. Their son attended your Blue Ocean University before the apocalypse, so they came seeking information. "From Shunqing?" Zhang Yunfeng exclaimed, abandoning his relaxed posture to stand and regard the couple. Both wore glasses and exuded an air of refinement, though their anxious demeanor hinted at their concern for their son. "Hello, sorry to interrupt your rest. We heard you and our son are from the same school, which is why we sought you out so urgently," the middle-aged woman addressed him. "No problem. What is your son's name?" Zhang Yunfeng inquired. "His name is Lin Kong. He is a third-year student in the chemistry department." "Theo, you know him?" The woman looked at Zhang Yunfeng with hopeful eyes. "Lin Kong." Zhang Yunfeng couldn't contain his surprise. Lin Kong. Behind him, Yao Linger, now a member of Zhang Yunfeng's squad, gasped as well. "You've heard of him? Do you know him? Do you know where he is now?" The woman pressed, unable to restrain her eagerness. "How could we not know him?" Zhang Yunfeng thought wryly. "That I know him, but where he is now, I cannot say." The military hierarchy had not disclosed the news of Lin Kong's slaying of Xiao Dezhuang, and Zhang Yunfeng's recollection of Lin Kong was limited to the incident involving Gao Yuanyu. The woman's eyes flickered with disappointment, while the man beside her gently supported her, sighing softly. In this vast apocalypse, searching for loved ones was no easy feat. Meanwhile, Yao Linger, observing the couple, hesitated before speaking. "I remember him mentioning that after enhancing his strength, he intended to return to find his parents. You must be them." How could this child be so foolish? The outside world is so perilous. Why isn't he staying in a large base instead of searching for us? Upon hearing this, the woman grasped her husband's arm, her body trembling and tears glistening in her eyes as she exclaimed with anger. Yao Linger, observing the couple, felt a stirring in her heart. After all, they too had journeyed from Shenzhen in search of their son. Their path must have been fraught with difficulties. "Aunt, uncle, please do not be too sorrowful. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, I have encountered Lin Kong on multiple occasions. He possesses formidable strength and has awakened a powerful ability. He will surely be safe." A few minutes later, the couple, having accepted the harsh reality, departed, leaving Zhang Yunfeng's team to pass the time. Having just finished lunch, Lin Kong led several individuals to the foot of Songshan Mountain. "Please wait a moment." Lin Kong's gaze fell to the ground, where countless vines and branches surged forth from the earth, intertwining and finally transforming into 3 mats woven from vines. "Sit upon them and meditate," Lin Kong instructed with a smile, gesturing towards the mats. Although Su Yuan and the others were somewhat perplexed, they each chose a mat to sit upon and began to meditate. 2 minutes later, the 3 gradually opened their eyes, disbelief etched on their faces as they gazed at the mats beneath them, then turned to Lin Kong. "Kong, what is happening? Why has the speed at which I absorb energy during meditation increased by half after sitting here?" Su Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Beside him, Jiang Dai recalled Lin Kong's words from earlier that morning and speculated, "Is it due to your ability?" Lin Kong nodded with a smile. "This is the effect brought about by the solidification of the ability I awakened. This ability can enhance my powers for a period. For instance, these mats were created to accelerate energy absorption. Thus, even if I do not actively channel my abilities into them over the next 4 to 5 hours, they will still possess the capacity to hasten the meditation speed of those seated upon them. This ability is remarkably potent." "How terrifying!" Su Yuan gasped in awe. Although Lin Kong had briefly explained the concept of abilities during lunch, witnessing their formidable effects firsthand had truly reshaped his understanding. "So, having these mats means our speed in breaking through limits during meditation will be enhanced by half," Xieming added. "Indeed, but I will need to refresh them every few hours." Lin Kong replied with a grin. "That's fantastic, Kong. I adore you, Lin Kong." Jiang Dai, "My greatest rival is actually Su Yuan." 2 hours later, Qianing arrived with a large group of elemental ability users. Unfortunately, they were all elemental type abilities. Mr. Lin, this is the last batch of elemental ability users from the base. With this, one of the conditions you requested has been fulfilled, Qianing said, smiling at Lin Kong. Lin Kong observed the 40 to 50 individuals engaged in conversation with Su Yuan and the others, perplexed. Have you finished your battle with Hengyu? Why have you sent so many people this time? In the past, Qianing typically brought around 10 individuals, but this time it was several times that number. Yes, it is already finished. Thanks to the reinforcements from Shanxing, they arrived at a crucial moment to help us repel the enemy. Qianing replied with a hint of melancholy, reinforcements from Shanxing. Lin Kong's languid demeanor vanished in an instant, his eyes fixed intently on Qianing as he demanded, What do you mean? Why yes, just yesterday. Qianing stammered, feeling somewhat intimidated under Lin Kong's gaze. After listening, Lin Kong's eyes flickered momentarily before he used a mental link to inform Su Yuan and the others that he had something to attend to and then soared into the air, leaving a bewildered Qianing behind. Moments later, Lin Kong returned, glancing at Qianing awkwardly as he inquired, Where is your base? Without hesitation, Qianing pulled out a paper map she always carried and handed it to Lin Kong. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Kong vanished once more in a flash. Chapter 92. He has arrived in a spacious reception room at the military base. Members from the Xiaoqing base, led by Wang Lao, sat on one side, while on the other sat the reinforcements from Shanxing. Wang Lao looked toward the woman seated at the head of the table. Captain Bai, can't you stay a few more days? Captain Bai, with her ice blue hair cascading down, possessed a stunning beauty that seemed to have stepped out of a painting. Her fitted combat uniform accentuated her captivating figure. Bai Mu gently shook her head and replied softly, If not for some unforeseen circumstances, we would have left today. However, due to a minor change, we need to wait for someone from Jiangxing to arrive, and we will leave at the latest the day after tomorrow. Wang Lao expressed his concern, but the giant beast horde that attacked the base a couple of days ago has yet to be resolved. What will happen to the over 100,000 civilians in the base if they return after you leave? Old man, rest assured. Before we depart, we will help you deal with them, said Sun Jia, a grade A warrior seated below Bai Mu. That would be much appreciated. Wang Lao replied sincerely. However, since you are newcomers, you may not be familiar with the environment of Xiaoqing. It would be best if my grandson accompanies you. Wang Lao patted Wang Shanjun on the shoulder, smiling. Wang Shanjun nodded with a smile. Casting a subtle glance at Bai Mu, seemingly unaware of Wang Shanjun's actions, changed the topic and said, A level 4 zombie has appeared in the city center. Are you aware of this? Wang Shanjun chuckled dismissively. Captain Bai, with 2 to 3 million zombies in the city center, the emergence of a level 4 zombie is hardly surprising. It's just a level 4 zombie. When I break through to level 3 in a couple of days, I'll take care of it. Ha ha ha. You've cracked me up. Sun Jia erupted into uncontrollable laughter, much to the confusion of those from Xiaoqing and the disapproving gaze of Wang Shanjun. Captain Bai, what is going on? Wang Lao asked, a rare hint of displeasure crossing his face, feeling embarrassed by the public mockery of his grandson. Haha, don't blame yourselves for this. Sun Jia finally managed to contain his laughter, clutching his stomach. Is there a problem with what Shanjun said? Wang Lao was puzzled. Old man, you don't still think that the gap between level 4 and level 3 is akin to that between level 3 and level 2? Do you? Let me tell you, level 4 zombies are on an entirely different tier. The difference between level 3 and level 4 is far beyond your imagination. Don't say that you, a lower grade warrior. Sun Jia remarked, causing Wang Shanjun to feel a surge of shame and anger. Even as a top-tier warrior among humans, at the pinnacle of level 3, he would only possess the ability to protect himself in the face of a level 4 creature. That can't be possible. The legendary upper-grade warriors can only hope to survive against a level 4 zombie. The members of Xiaoqing were left utterly stunned, unable to fathom the overwhelming power of upper-grade warriors, which seemed almost mythical to them. Yet, this so-called legend could only talk about survival in the presence of a level 4 zombie. Just how formidable were level 4 zombies? What are we to do to defeat them? Wang Lao asked urgently. Defeat them? Sun Jia shook his head. As far as we know, there has never been a precedent for killing a level 4 creature. My goodness. What are we to do? There is a level 4 zombie right in our city center. This is the end. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a state of panic, completely at a loss. Wang Shanjun, who had just boasted about taking the life of a level 4 zombie, sat quietly beside Wang Lao. His head bowed in submission. At that moment, Bai Mu, who had been silent, finally spoke again. I have received the latest news. Yesterday, the sword master of the Martial Alliance engaged in combat with a level 4 zombie. After hours of fierce battle, he severely injured it, but it managed to escape. The sword master, again with this sword master. While everyone was shocked, Bai Mu fell silent, recalling the figure she had seen in the copper mirror yesterday. One who might rival the sword master. She knew nothing of this mysterious individual, neither their name, nature, nor stance, and thus refrained from mentioning it in front of so many people. After a brief discussion, Bai Mu and Wang Lao, along with a few others, ascended the towering walls guarding the base, gazing down upon the base and the city of Xiaoqing. Wang Lao, do you know if there are any exceptionally strong individuals in Xiaoqing capable of battling a level 4 zombie? Bai Mu finally could not help but inquire about the identity of that enigmatic powerhouse. Wang Lao forced a smile. Captain Bai, you jest. If Xiaoqing had such a powerful individual, I would not be in such distress. Bai Mu remained undeterred. Then who are the notable strong individuals in Xiaoqing? Wang Lao replied, 2 of our military's grade A warriors, whom Captain Bai has just met, are both lower-grade fighters. Additionally, Hongyu originally had 3 grade A warriors, but their combat power likely does not exceed that of lower-grade fighters. Originally, Bai Mu sensed the emphasis. Yes, one of Hongyu's grade A warriors was slain by another grade A warrior several days ago. And that warrior was the last known grade A fighter in Xiaoqing. Who was it? Bai Mu immediately inquired. Wang Lao was about to respond when Bai Mu suddenly turned her head to the sky. Following her gaze, he saw a figure approaching from the horizon, growing larger and closer. He has arrived. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Wang Lao chuckled softly. While he had never seen Lin Kong in person, he was still aware of his appearance. In Bai Mu's eyes, a silhouette stood suspended in the void. The figure, though originally seemingly insignificant compared to the vast sky, now felt as if it enveloped the entire expanse above her. It must be him. The one who fought the level 4 zombie yesterday is undoubtedly this man before me. Bai Mu thought. 1.8, fear, rejection, and a hint of curiosity. Lin Kong silently pondered, casting a surprised glance at Bai Mu. This woman, merely at level 2, possessed a terrifying combat strength of 1.8, making her the strongest individual Lin Kong had encountered aside from himself. She was likely part of the so-called reinforcements. I am Lin Kong, he declared, looking at the 2 individuals before him. Lin Xiaoyu, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Wang Jia, the leader of the Xiaoqing base. May I inquire about the purpose of your unexpected visit? Wang Lao inquired with a smile, heard that several reinforcements from Shansheng have arrived at the Xiaoqing base, and I wish to meet them. Lin Kong stated directly. I am one of them. What business do you have with us? Bai Mu interjected. Lin Kong asked in a low voice. Shansheng, what is the current situation? How are the rescued survivors faring? Bai Mu's expression turned contemplative. There are far too many zombies in the urban area of Shansheng. The military had long since relocated the base to the outskirts. Before we left, we assisted them in eliminating some potential threats, so their situation is considerably better than that of Xiaoqing. Lin Kong's anxious heart instantly eased significantly. Chapter 93. A long-awaited reunion with parents. Does he have relatives in Shansheng? Bai Mu speculated, observing Lin Kong's noticeably relaxed demeanor. Among the dozen or so capable survivors in the convoy, there seems to be a couple with the surname Lin. I heard they have a son in Xiaoqing. What a coincidence. Their group was quite formidable, and when departing Shansheng, many survivors wished to accompany them to Jiangcheng. However, it was impossible for them to take so many burdens. So they ultimately selected a dozen or so promising survivors to leave with them. Lost in her thoughts, Bai Mu suddenly noticed Lin Kong staring intently at her. Have you encountered any survivors with the surname Lin in Shansheng? Lin Kong sensed Bai Mu's sudden surge of emotions but was unsure of the reason, so he probed cautiously. Bai Mu brushed her disheveled hair and replied honestly, to be frank, when we left Shansheng, we selected a dozen survivors to accompany us, and among them was a couple with the surname Lin, who mentioned wanting to find their relatives in Xiaoqing. Where are they? Take me to see them. Lin Kong exclaimed eagerly, closing the distance between them. Noticing Lin Kong's face was now mere inches from hers, Bai Mu instinctively took a step back, and Lin Kong also realized he had been too enthusiastic. Awkwardly retreating a couple of steps, I will take you there. Thank you. After traversing a few buildings, they came to a halt. The medical room? Lin Kong gazed at the structure before him, filled with confusion and concern. Do not worry, they are unharmed and assisting inside. "You may enter," Bai Mu reassured softly. The guards outside clearly recognized Bai Mu and did not impede Lin Kong's entry. Upon entering, he saw a row of neatly arranged hospital beds, with many injured occupants lying on them. Lin Kong's gaze swept over the injured before finally landing on two familiar figures sitting beside a bed not far away. "Mom, Dad?" Lin Kong could no longer contain his excitement, his eyes instantly misting over as he rushed forward, shouting, "Shao Kong, goodness, old man, am I dreaming?" "It really is Shao Kong," Bai Mu, sensing the emotional reunion, tactfully stepped outside, allowing the three to reconnect after such a long separation. After half an hour, Lin's mother, her eyes red from tears, and Lin's father, looking a few years younger, emerged with Lin Kong's support, spotting Bai Mu and Wang Lao, who had been waiting outside. "Captain Bai, thank you for taking care of my parents during this time." Lin Kong expressed sincerely in their brief exchange. Lin Kong had learned from his parents about Bai Mu's identity and her care for them along the way. "Fortunately, Uncle and Auntie have awakened decent abilities. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought them along," Bai Mu smiled, devoid of any intention to leverage the situation against Lin Kong. "However, having finally reunited with my parents, I am uneasy about them remaining elsewhere. I will take them away," Lin Kong continued. Before Bai Mu could respond, Lin's mother interjected, "Shao Kong, wouldn't it be better for our family to stay at the Xiaoqing base or accompany Captain Bai to the Jiangqing base? The outside world is perilous." Lin's father turned to her, his silence conveying the same sentiment. "Mom, didn't I just say that living on someone else's territory is never as comfortable as being on our own? Besides, I'm not boasting. Wherever I am, that is where it is safest," Lin Kong replied helplessly. Lin's mother was about to argue further when Lin's father stopped her, saying, after raising him for over 20 years, "You should know what kind of personality this boy has. Just let him be." Across from them, Wang Lao assumed Lin Kong's newfound confidence stemmed from eliminating the formidable Xiao Dazhuang. However, Bai Mu was the only one present who truly understood the depth of Lin Kong's words. Perhaps even better than Lin Kong himself. "You all finally reunited. We certainly won't stand in your way," Bai Mu smiled. Lin Kong nodded. "You all have cared for my parents for so long. I will not forget this favor." After a few moments of contemplation, he turned to Bai Mu. "Within my capacity, I can agree to 3 requests, of course. Whether I fulfill them depends on my willingness." "Really?" Bai Mu had just been fretting over how to build rapport with Lin Kong, a powerhouse on par with the 3 lords of the Martial Alliance, when he unexpectedly offered her an opportunity. Lin Kong's agreement to assist was not the crux. The real significance lay in the chance to strengthen their relationship. If, during these 3 requests, she could foster a good rapport with Lin Kong, or with the Jiangqing base he was associated with, that would be her true objective. Lin Kong nodded and then looked at Wang Lao. "Since I am in a good mood today, I will also clear any debts owed to your base." "Really? I knew I was twitching for a reason today. It must be because of the young friend," Wang Lao exclaimed joyfully. Lin Kong chuckled lightly, his good mood stemming from 2 sides. On one hand, he was indeed in high spirits. On the other, based on his assessment of Xiaoqing's strength, by the time they were capable of obtaining 4th-level crystal cores, he would likely have long since acquired sufficient resources, thus choosing to extend a helping hand. Today is a day of good fortune. It's almost mealtime. Why don't we have a simple meal at the base to celebrate this reunion? Wang Lao suggested. Seeing that his parents had also been busy all afternoon, Lin Kong nodded in agreement. Wang Lao promptly arranged for the evening feast to be prepared. With some time left before dinner, Bai Mu suggested, "Shall we take a stroll together?" In the midst of the somewhat awkward atmosphere, Bai Mu looked at Lin Kong. If those familiar with Bai Mu were to witness this, they would surely be left astounded. The most radiant jewel of the Jiangqing military base, revered by countless talents, the well-known ice goddess Bai Mu, was now inviting an ordinary fellow to walk together? Indeed, even the ice goddess had her moments of warmth. Before Lin Kong could respond, Lin's mother nudged him forward. "Go on, go on. You young people should chat more, don't always crowd around us. Your father and I need to go back and pack our things." Reluctantly, Lin Kong joined Bai Mu for a leisurely stroll on a deserted path by the riverside. Lin Kong gazed at Bai Mu's silhouette ahead, feeling a twinge of sentiment. He had initially believed that having won the affections of Jiang Dai, a woman of striking beauty, figure, and character, would render him impervious to the allure of other women. Yet here was Bai Mu, whose looks and physique were equally impeccable, exuding a cold and distant elegance cultivated from childhood that, Despite her efforts to conceal it, Lin Kong could still perceive. However, this very aura of aloofness often heightened a man's desire to conquer. Lin Kong, being a man himself, and a novice at that, was no exception. "I saw you fighting that fourth-level zombie yesterday," Bai Mu remarked softly, halting in her tracks. Lin Kong was slightly taken aback. His mental perception extended a full 300 meters, yet he had not detected Bai Mu during his battle with the female zombie, which suggested she had been outside his range. How had she seen him? Chapter 94. The world no longer belongs to humanity. You are the second person I know who can engage a fourth-level creature to such an extent. Truly, you are formidable, Bai Mu stated earnestly. The second? Who was the first? Lin Kong raised an eyebrow, having thought himself the only one. The Martial Alliance's Sword Sovereign. Noticing Lin Kong's puzzled expression, Bai Mu smiled gently and began to recount the tale. Speaking in a soothing tone, on the eve of the apocalypse, Jinling happened to host a decade-long ancient martial arts exchange event, attended by renowned martial artists. When the apocalypse broke out, many among them had yet to awaken their abilities. They pooled their thoughts to explore a path of evolution based on ancient martial arts. In this process, 3 powerful individuals emerged, each discovering their own path and quickly gaining the recognition of others. These 3 were revered as the Sword Sovereign, the Dao Sovereign, and the Martial Sovereign. Their titles stemmed not only from their immense strength, but also from their willingness to impart their knowledge and insights to the world, granting countless ordinary people, who had not awakened abilities, the means to protect themselves in this new world. Thus, the 3 sovereigns, along with many others without abilities, formed the Martial Alliance, founded on the principles of mutual assistance. Today, many bases have spontaneously organized their own Martial Alliance branches, using the transmitted teachings of the 3 sovereigns to enhance their strength, calling themselves martial artists. Lin Kong listened intently to Bai Mu's narrative. Feeling a flicker of respect for the so-called 3 sovereigns, their selfless act of sharing their knowledge with others was truly noble. Lin Kong reflected that he did not possess such magnanimity. He had merely shared his insights on ability development with Jiang Dai and a few others, never considering the broader community. Are they really that formidable? Lin Kong could not help but ask. Bai Mu nodded, providing him with all the information she had about the 3 sovereigns. Meanwhile, across the river, Sun Jie and the others observed Lin Kong and Bai Mu walking side by side. Engrossed in animated conversation, their expressions revealing a mix of curiosity and surprise. Who was that guy? How did the young lady end up strolling alone with him? Sun Jie inquired, his expression darkening. I heard he is a capable individual at the alpha level. A nearby woman replied. Alpha level? An alpha can elicit such a reaction from the young lady? In Jiangxing, the pursuit of the young lady has attracted a considerable number of admirers, even among the top-tier individuals. At this moment, Wang Gang, who had previously witnessed Lin Kong's fierce battle against a level 4 zombie alongside Bai Mu, spoke up. Yesterday, the young lady and I saw him engage in a skirmish with a level 4 zombie. Oh, is that so? Then it's nothing to worry about. Should we inform the city lord? Have you lost your mind? We are here to assist the young lady, not the city lord. Besides, the young lady is merely interested in the other's strength. There's no need to make a fuss about it. Extraordinary treasures? Lin Kong inquired, puzzled. Bai Mu retrieved a tattered ornament from her side pocket, which upon closer inspection, turned out to be an ancient longevity lock. In the wake of the apocalypse, certain unique objects underwent unknown transformations, acquiring various miraculous abilities, and were referred to as extraordinary treasures. This longevity lock possesses the power to attract good fortune and avert calamity. It was precisely because of this that we managed to travel from Xiangqing to Xiaoqing smoothly. Unfortunately, its power is limited, and it shatters when tainted by the aura of level 4 entities. Lin Kong's eyes widened. He had not anticipated that such extraordinary items as dragon scales were plentiful, each possessing peculiar abilities. Seemed he would have to remain vigilant regarding these objects in the future. Do different extraordinary treasures exhibit clear distinctions in strength? Are there levels akin to combat power? Lin Kong asked with concern. Bai Mu chuckled and shook her head. Extraordinary treasures are inherently rare, and the military lacks sufficient samples to establish a grading system. However, they are attempting to formulate one, and it may be released soon. Then what will happen if your longevity lock shatters? How will we proceed to Jiangxing? Lin Kong inquired. Bai Mu sighed with worry. That is precisely what troubles me. We initially sought assistance from Jiangxing, but as you heard moments ago, there is turmoil over there, and they cannot dispatch anyone for the time being. Lin Kong nodded, recalling that just a few minutes prior, Bai Mu had received a communication from Jiangxing, which piqued his curiosity about her identity. After all, communication opportunities in the current landscape are exceedingly precious. Even the military base in Xiaoqing cannot maintain constant contact with Jiangxing. This alone hinted at Bai Mu's extraordinary status. What could the situation in Jiangxing and other regions be like now? Hearing Jiangxing mentioned again, Lin Kong couldn't help but feel intrigued. Bai Mu's delicate face grew serious, and her eyes quivered slightly. It's chaotic, perilous, and brutal. A week following the outbreak of the apocalypse, the number of survivors nationwide dwindled to less than 10%. Those who managed to survive were embroiled in endless conflicts, mistakenly believing that this was a grand era for their rise to prominence. Little did they know, it was also an epoch for countless other beings to rise. A moment's negligence could see human civilization buried in the annals of history. To put it succinctly, Jiangxing is no longer the military's Jiangxing, and the world is no longer the world of humanity. With that, the two fell into a contemplative silence, each lost in their thoughts as they walked along the winding path side by side. After a while, Bai Mu turned to Lin Kong and smiled warmly. However, we humans are not entirely hopeless. Not only do we have renowned New Age organizations like the Martial Alliance and the Three Sovereigns, but we also have formidable individuals like you. With your emergence, humanity will undoubtedly reclaim its status as the master of this planet. So, according to you, I must bear the burden of leading humanity towards glory? I can't bear such a weight. You should rely on the Martial Alliance instead. Lin Kong chuckled. No, I believe you can, Bai Mu replied earnestly, her moonlit eyes fixed on him. Lin Kong smiled wryly, choosing not to respond, and shook his head slightly as he continued walking ahead. Before long, the banquet commenced. Old Wang did not make a grand spectacle of it, inviting only a select few, including the two top-tier individuals from the base. Bai Mu's group and the three of them. Though few in number, the array of dishes was exceptionally lavish, featuring numerous rare ingredients. Perhaps the entire base had a limited supply, clearly indicating Old Wang's efforts. After dinner, Lin Kong did not linger but hastily returned to Songhu Park with his parents. Along the way, he eagerly recounted his experiences following the apocalypse and introduced his parents to Su Yuan and Zhang Dai, his future daughter-in-law, much to the delight of the elder couple, who marveled at their son's newfound clarity. As for whether Zhang Dai met their expectations, it was of little concern. To them, Lin Kong's happiness was paramount. Soon, the trio arrived at the small island, where Lin Kong warmly introduced his parents to the others. They were particularly surprised at how quickly Lin Kong had found his parents, prompting a chorus of congratulations from everyone, especially Su Yuan. After several hours of pleasant conversation, Lin Kong's parents expressed great satisfaction with Zhang Dai, showering her with praise and repeatedly advising Lin Kong to treat her well. At the behest of his parents, Lin Kong and Su Yuan chose a prime location by the lakeside to build a house for the elders, while the small island remained home only to Lin Kong and Zhang Dai. The following day, feeling refreshed, Lin Kong rose early to head to the city center for work. Chapter 95. You are a good zombie. Lin Kong had been fixated on the level 4 crystal core in the city center ever since Hong Yu's defeat. Since then, Xiaoqing had ceased its internal strife. On the streets near human settlements, zombies had become scarce, with only a few lone figures aimlessly wandering, evoking a sense of desolation. However, the survivors of Xiaoqing were well aware that the vast majority of zombies were concentrated in the city center, once the most prosperous area of the city. Initially, everyone had been wary of the millions of zombies in the city center, fearing they would one day swarm out, living in constant trepidation. Thus, major powers like the military and Hong Yu opted for base locations in the suburbs, ensuring they had ample time to evacuate even if the city center zombies ran amok. Yet, as time passed, the horde in the city center showed no signs of emerging, and with the military engaged with Hong Yu, people gradually forgot about them. Roar! Just as Lin Kong landed, countless zombies erupted in furious roars, surging toward him like a tidal wave. The horde numbered in the tens of thousands, an endless sea of level 3 zombies, with many exhibiting bizarre mutations, some even possessing awakened elemental powers. Lin Kong also sensed several psychic fluctuations. This terrifying sight, capable of obliterating the world, echoed Bai Mu's words from yesterday. The world is no longer humanity's domain. For reasons unknown, a surge of inexplicable anger welled up within Lin Kong. Unlike the Martial Alliance's 3 sovereigns, who sought to rescue humanity from peril, he possessed a sense of pride and nobility as a member of the human race. Ignoring the howling horde around him, Lin Kong's indifferent gaze fixated on a graceful silhouette standing atop a nearby high-rise. A smirk crept onto his lips as an invisible wave emanated from him. Sweeping through the surrounding zombies, as the wave surged, a bizarre scene unfolded. Within a 100-meter radius of Lin Kong, a layer of black mist enveloped the zombies, gradually thickening from translucent to opaque. Their forms began to shrink, revealing ghastly white bones, and then a white mist emerged, terrifying. The black mist and white mist were, respectively, the flesh and bones of the zombies. The bodies of the zombies were disintegrating into dust at a slow pace. This was Lin Kong's unique ability, an awakening of the property derived from his telekinetic power, known as intricacy. Telekinesis inherently involves controlling objects, while the awakened intricacy property allowed Lin Kong to exert a terrifying level of control over matter. At this moment, he manipulated the bodies of the zombies, reducing them to the size of dust particles. Even the dirt pillars and fireballs hurtling towards him were diverted mid-flight, turning to attack the horde instead. Yet, Lin Kong paid little heed to the fate of the horde, his focus unwaveringly on the elegant figure. Not coming down? Lin Kong raised an eyebrow and soared through the air toward the female zombie. Unbeknownst to him, the female zombie wore a grave expression, having realized that this individual, who had fought her to a standstill days prior, had grown stronger by a notch. Whoosh! The bone whip lashed out. She did not wait atop the building for Lin Kong to approach but leaped down instead, where countless zombies awaited. Thinking to overwhelm me with numbers? Futile! Lin Kong quickly altered his course to pursue her. His palm descending first, with a swift motion, he turned his hand downward, causing the high-rise next to the female zombie and the horde to instantly crumble. Countless fragments coalesced in the air, forming a gigantic hand that came crashing down. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as the massive hand struck down, significantly diminishing the cacophony of the horde in that instant. Boom, boom, boom. Yet soon, after several muffled thuds,